welcome to the tribe. And thank you, W. Alfonso, for being the first person to make a donation today. I appreciate you. What I want to talk to you guys today is about a series, an ongoing series, History of Black Men in the U.S. Military, the Revolutionary War. I am a proud supporter of the military forces of the United States. I'm a proud supporter of the United States military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines. I've had several relatives, including brothers, uncles, grandfathers who were members of the United States Marine Corps, several cousins who were members of the United States Army, and one uncle who was actually a member of the U.S. Army, 101st Airborne Vietnam vet, and also a Marine Corps a drill instructor or sergeant. I don't know the name, the actual term, but I know he was a sergeant during the Vietnam era. And so I'm a big supporter of the United States military. I think for young Black men, it can present a great starting point to help people, help Black men get off their feet. And it's a quick way to really learn the reality of the world that we live in and to become, to test yourself from around other men. And there's never any dishonor in military service. And so I appreciate all of the military service men and women, but I specifically wanted to acknowledge those Black men who served in the United States military. And because of that, I think it's important that we as Black men understand our contribution to the United States and it's in the defense of the United States and repelling of enemies, both foreign and domestic. And so because of that, I've decided to discuss Black men as we as we've been represented in the U.S. military. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to go ahead and share the screen with you, but before we get started, I just want to go ahead and I'll put some stuff up here I want to share with you. But again, before we get started good, I want to give a big shout out to all my members. W. Alfonso, shout out to Pieces of Lie 88. Thank you so much. I like the fact that my membership is growing because look, I'm telling you, some of the really good videos are hidden away under the membership. So, but before we get going, I want to just go ahead and say this. If you appreciate what I'm doing, if you can hear me clearly, hit the number 1 button. Go ahead and hit the number 1 button now, and we'll go ahead and get started. So the African Americans in the Revolutionary War. Wow, weren't we slaves back then? Was this even a country? What this first tells you is the fact that there were African Americans in the Revolutionary War. It lets you know that we predated the existence of this country. In other words, 1492 is when Christopher Columbus got here. The Revolutionary War, I think around 1770. So there was a whole history that happened in this country before it actually became a country, right? Before the United States was actually the United States of America, it was a colony of the British Empire. And, the 13 colonies of the British Empire up along the eastern seaboard. So it lets you know we were here. But here we go. So in the American Revolution, gaining freedom, let me go ahead and give you this good information. In the American Revolution, gaining freedom was the strongest motive of Black enslaved people who joined the Patriot or British armies. And what does that mean? That means they fought on behalf of the colonies and they fought on behalf of the Brits. In other words, the colonists said, yeah, we'll give you freedom. And the British said, we'll give you freedom too. Now, of course, we know the British lost. And so what ended up happening, many of those Black enslaved people who were in the colonies of the United States were relocated to other British territories, specifically Jamaica. So there are a lot of Black Americans who have relatives who were sent to Jamaica because they fought on behalf of the British Army. So there's always been a direct tie with Black Americans in Jamaica and also in other parts of the Caribbean. But let's continue. So it is estimated that 20,000 African Americans joined the British cause. So you got 20,000 black people fighting on behalf of the British, okay, which promised freedom to enslaved people. As a black loyalist, around 9,000 African Americans became black patriots. So in other words, what does that mean? About 9,000 black people fought on side of the patriots, and 20,000 fought on behalf of the British. Isn't that something? As between 200,000 and 250,000 soldiers and a militia served the American cause during the revolution in total. That would mean black soldiers made up approximately 4% of the patriot numbers. Of the 9,000 black soldiers, 5,000 were combat dedicated troops. In other words, out of that 9,000, some of them were cooks and they did transport, they dug ditches, some did a lot of different stuff, but 5,000 actually were fighting men. Okay, notably, the average length of time in service for an African American soldier during the war was 4.5 years. So for 4.5 years they fought. You can get a college degree in 4.5 years. You know how long that takes. So 4.5 years, due to many serving for the whole 8-year duration, which was 8 times longer than the average period for a white soldier. In other words, think about it. White guys, they served 1 year. They had the black dudes serving 8 years, right? Meaning that while they were only 4% of the manpower base, they comprised around a quarter of the Patriots' strength in terms of man hours through this, though this includes supportive roles. So I want you guys to understand what that said. Basically, we never get out. You come and you go, we still here. I've been here 7 years. You just got here. And before you, it was 7 other ones just like you. So what that means is we served a quarter, the battle, we fought in all the battles. Okay, we at basically 5,000 or 9,000 men did the work of pretty much out of 200. We did the work of 50,000 men. That's basically what it's saying. In contrast, about 20,000 escaped enslaved people joined and fought for the British Army. Much of this number was seen after Dunmore's proclamation and subsequently the Phillipsburg Proclamation issued by Sir Henry Clinton. Though between only 800 to 2,000 people were enslaved, reached Dunmore himself, the publication of both proclamations provided incentive for nearly 100,000 enslaved people across the American colonies to escape, lured by the promise of freedom. So basically the British said, look, you niggers will fight on our side, we're gonna set you free. So guess what? The Bloods went, 20,000 of them said, well, I'm gonna fight for these British, I'm gonna fight for these English folk. And see, we did a study a few months back and we talked about how the British were planning to raise Ethiopian armies in the United States, basically black men to keep these white folks in check. So they were planning to do that anyway. So the black people were like, well, yeah, I'm gonna go with them anyway. Crispus Attucks was shot dead by British soldiers in the Boston Massacre in 1707 after he shouted, kill them, knock them over, while the soldiers were being battered with shells, ice, cold by the mob, armed with clubs. He is considered an ironic martyr of patriots. Prior to the revolution, many free African Americans supported the anti-British cause. Most famously, Crispus Attucks believed to be the first person killed at the Boston Massacre. At the time of the American Revolution, some black men had already enlisted as Minutemen. And what was a Minuteman? A Minuteman was somebody who could be ready, literally ready in a minute. So they were like the first watch, you know? So just do a little history on that, you'll get it. But both free and enslaved Africans had served in private militias, especially in the North, defending their villages against attacks by Native Americans. In March 1775, the Continental Congress assigned units of the Massachusetts militia as Minutemen. They were under orders to become activated if the British troops in Boston took the offensive. Peter Salem, who had been freed by his owner to join Framingham militia, was one of the black men in the military. He served for nearly 5 years. In the Revolutionary War, slave owners often let people they enslaved enlist in the war with promises of freedom, but many were put back into slavery after the conclusion of the war. So in other words, they were lied to. And so you wonder why a lot of black men went on the side of the British, because they didn't really believe that these American colonists were going to set them free. In April 1775 at Lexington and Concord, black men responded to the call and fought with patriot forces. Prince Easterbrook was wounded sometime during the fight on the 19th of April, probably at Lexington. The Battle of Bunker Hill was also had African-American soldiers fighting along white patriots such as Peter Salem, Poor, Basilia Lew, Blandly, Grusha, Titus Coburn, Alexander Ames, Cato Howe, Seymour Burr. Many African Americans, both enslaved and free, wanted to join with the Patriots. They believed that they would achieve freedom or expand their civil rights. In addition to the role of soldier, black men also served as guides, messengers, and spies. On April 26, 1777, during Tyrant's raid on Dunbury, Connecticut, a slave named Adams, in an act of reckless daring, was killed when firing upon the British. American states had to keep quotas of troops for their new Continental Army. The New England regiments recruited enslaved people by promising freedom to those who served in the Continental Army. During the course of war, about 1/5 of the men in the Northern Army was black. How about that? 1/5, right? That's amazing. At the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, Baron Clausen, a German officer in the French Rôle de Point Regiment, estimated about 1/4 of the American army to be black men. And so what this is telling you, brothers, is that we are the ones, okay? We are the ones that help free this country from the tyranny of England. So you have just as much right to claim this country as your own as anybody else. We've been here longer than most of these immigrants who just got here. And so because of that, you need to keep this in mind. Arm yourself with the truth and arm yourself with the facts. Not only were we weren't just enslaved people sitting by watching white folks fight. We participated on both sides. And it was because of the black men we were able to, this country was able to free itself from the tyranny of the king. But let's continue reading. African-American sailors, because of manpower shortages at sea, both Continental Navy and Royal Navy, which is the British Army, signed African-Americans into their navies. Even Southern colonies, which worried about putting guns in the hands of enslaved people for the army, had no qualms about using men to pilot vessels and to handle ammunitions on the ship. In state Navy, some African-American served as captains. South Carolina had a significant number of black captains. Some African-Americans have been captured from the Royal Navy and used by the Patriots on their vessels. Patriot resistance to using African-Americans. Revolutionary leaders began fearful of using black men in the armed forces. They were afraid that enslaved people who were armed would rise against them. Slave owners became concerned that military service would eventually free their people. What does that mean? What that means is once you put a gun in a man's hands and you teach him how to fight, it's hard to put him back. And he's killed white men. It's hard to put him back in chains. He's like, no, all I need is that gun. Matter of fact, all I need is about 10 or 20 men with guns, and we'll take care of everything else ourselves. So keep that in mind. So they were a little hesitant about that, as to be expected. Now, let me see here. In Savannah, let me see here. I'm skip the page here. In May 1775, the Massachusetts Committee of Safety enrolled enslaved people in the armies of the colony. The action was adopted by the Continental Congress when they took over the Patriot Army by Horatio Gates in July 1775, issued an order to recruiters ordering them not to enroll any deserters from the minstrel army, nor any stroller, Negro, or vagabond. The Continental Army, most black men were integrated into existing military units, but some segregated units were formed. African-American loyalists in British military service. The British regular army had some fears that if armed black men would start slave rebellions. trying to placate Southern planters, the British used African Americans as laborers, skilled workers, foragers, and spies, except for those black men who joined Lord Dunmore's Ethiopian regiment. This is what I was talking about. Only a few black men, such as Seymour Burr, served in the British Army while the fighting was concentrated in the North. It was not until the final months of the war, when manpower was low, that the Loyalists used black men to fight for Britain in the South. In Savannah, Augusta, Charleston, when threatened by Patriot forces, the British filled gaps in their troops with African Americans. In October 1779, about 200 black Loyalist soldiers assisted the British in successfully defending Savannah against a joint French and rebel American attack. In total, historians estimated that approximately 20,000 African Americans, composed primarily of escaped, conscripted, or freed formerly enslaved people, fought for the British Army. All right, so think about that. That is a significant amount of brothers. Hit the #1 button if you guys appreciate what we're doing here. See, it's one thing for me to tell you black brothers to be proud of yourselves. It's another thing for me to read your history of what the black men who came before us did. And you should be inspired by this. See, this is right here on Wikipedia. Nobody ever told you to look for it. They told you it doesn't exist, but it's right here on Wikipedia. They say the best way to keep something away from a black man is to put it in a book. Well, they put it on the internet and they still don't expect you to look it. All you got to do is look up black men in the Revolutionary War and all this pops up. First thing, Wikipedia. And I got some more sources for you, but let's continue to read. Dunmore's proclamation. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor of Virginia, was determined to maintain British rule in the southern colonies and promised to free those enslaved men of rebel owners who fought for him. In other words, you guys on those plantations, and you darkies on those plantations down there, those rebels, if you come and fight for me, we'll give you freedom. That's what the English governor of Virginia said. And so, that's why 20,000 black men showed up. Thank you, Brian Tinsdale. I appreciate that. You guys, if you appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. We haven't had anybody hit the Cash App up yet. Let me double check. And I'm going to go ahead and continue because I think this is good stuff. And I want to get as much as I can in. I want to paint a picture. So anyway, back to Lord Dunmore. On November 7th, 1775, he issued a proclamation. I do hereby further declare all indented or indentured servants, Negroes or others, appertaining to the rebels, in other words, belonging to the rebels, free. That is basically, it's the first proclamation. It's the first Emancipation Proclamation, right? This is the first one. And that are able and willing to bear arms. In other words, if you're willing to come fight on our side, you can come on and join, and I'm going to make you free. They joined His Majesty's troops. By December 1775, the British Army had 300 enslaved men wearing a military uniform. Sewn on the breast of the uniform was the inscription, liberty to the slaves. Liberty, think about that. These enslaved men were designated as Lord Dunbar's Ethiopian Regiment. Hot damn, how about that? Lord Dunbar's Ethiopian Regiment. That's just something dope to think about, man. But anyway, let's continue forward. Keep on reading here. We're gonna keep this going. Hit the #1 button if you guys appreciate what I'm doing. Patriot Miller, who knew that the black men fought on behalf of the British during the Revolutionary War? Why is that something that's never brought up? Why do they never tell us that? Why do they never tell us that black men fought? Not only did we fight on behalf of the Americans in the American Revolution, but we fought on behalf of the British. You got black people on both sides fighting. Why? One of them said, "Can you imagine, Mark? Well, I'm fighting on behalf of the British because I don't trust these Americans." Right? Think about that. Patriot military response to Dunbar's proclamation. In other words, what did the colonists, what did old Ben Franklin and Thomas Jefferson say? Well, when he found out that the Virginia governor had said, I'm a free. What do you think he said? So Dunbar's black soldiers aroused fear among some patriots. Who's gonna fight you harder? Your white brother from England or this black man who you kidnapped from Africa and put through hell. You've cut him, you beat him, you whooped him. Who's gonna want to kill you the most? Basically, your enemy just put weapons in the hand of somebody you have been torturing and killing. Don't you think? So look, Dunbar's black soldiers aroused fear. I bet they did amongst the soldiers. The Ethiopian unit was used from most frequently in the South, where the African population was oppressed to the breaking point. As a response to expressions of fear posed by armed black men, in December 1775, Washington wrote a letter to the Colonel Henry Lee III, stating that success in the war would come to whatever side could arm black men the fastest. This is what George Washington said. They didn't put his whole name in there. I want you to see this part right here. This is George Washington wrote a letter to Colonel Henry Lee III. Okay, he wrote a letter to him and said, man, you better get some of them black dudes on your side. He suggested a policy to execute any of the enslaved who attempted to gain freedom by joining the British effort. In other words, now you also tell them people, you're going to kill anybody who wants to join sides with the British. This is what we're dealing with right here. I want to blow this up. I need y'all to see this in full. I need all of y'all to see this right here. This is an important thing right here. I want y'all to see it. Okay. So this is what's happening, right? In other words, if they trying to get free and you catch them, you kill them. Okay. They getting free to join the British, you kill them. This is what George Washington, why didn't they use George Washington's whole name in here? That's what I want to know. If y'all fighting for freedom against from the English, and you mad that somebody wants to fight you to free themselves from you, how hypocritical is that, right? A slave owner himself. Think about that. Washington issued orders to the recruiters to re-enlist the free black men who had already served in the army. He worried that some of these soldiers might cross over to the British side. Hot damn. Congress in 1776 agreed with Washington and authorized the re-enlistment of free black men who had already served. Basically, it was a draft. That's basically what it was. Afro Shop said, thanks for highlighting these stories. It's amazing. 7% of the population were 1/4 of the Northern troops. Isn't that something, brother? This is how they've been using us. Don't you ever let these white folks here in America tell you to go back home. You tell them we've been fighting in this country before you even got here. This is 1776. White folks didn't start arriving to the United States till like 1905 at the turn of the 20th century. Not darn near how long is that? Darn near 150 years later after we had 2 major wars. And we were here before that. So just keep that in mind, fellas. We've been here. We paid in blood and sweat and tears. You know, we bled for this country so that you don't let anybody tell you that you don't belong. You don't let anybody tell you. You bring this up, that you know that, tell them 20% of the army. Tell them, talk to them about it. Say, you had 9,000 men fighting on behalf of the British, and they served average 8 years, while the average white boy served 1 year. That's what they did. Matter of fact, 20,000 fought on behalf of the British. So we were never cowards. You see what we joined both sides. Never coward. We did what white supremacy normally does. Well, we took both sides of the argument. Think about that. Congress in 1776 agreed with Washington and authorized the re-enlistment of free black men who had already served, basically a draft. In southern states, the southern black enslaved men substituted for their masters in pay. In other words, old master, he didn't want to go, so he sent his niggers down there to fight on his behalf. Black Regiment of Rhode Island. In 1778, Rhode Island was having trouble recruiting enough white men to meet the troop quotas by the Continental Congress. So these brave white men, instead, they didn't want to go fight no more. That was done. It's no. So guess what they had to do? Rhode Island Assembly, this is for their freedom, right? This is to free their country. Rhode Island, full of apparently a bunch of cowards up there, cowardly white men, they was having problems, couldn't meet that quota. They were tired by this time. They was tired, missing legs, brother, daddy, uncles dead. They're like, we don't want to go, we tired. So what happened? The Rhode Island Assembly decided to adopt a suggestion by General Varnum and enlisted enslaved men in the 1st Rhode Island Regiment. Varnum had raised the idea in a letter to George Washington, who forwarded the letter to the governor of Rhode Island. On February 14th, 1778, the Rhode Island Assembly voted to allow the enlistment of every able-bodied Negro, mulatto, or Indian man, slave who chose to do so, and that every slave so enlisting shall, upon his passing muster before Colonel Christopher Green, be immediately discharged from service of his master or mistress and be absolutely free. Now, mind you, they kept him in there as long as they could. They was hoping to kill him so they wouldn't have to free him. But the bottom line is, these are black men, right? They promised them freedom. This is what look at all these black men. Look at all these black men. Now, the reason they said able-bodied Negro model, a lot of them, brother, well, I'm Indian. Like, for instance, Crispus Attucks, he said, well, I'm Indian, you know. But the truth is, he was probably black and maybe a little Indian in there. But the bottom line is, they would say, we want all these colored men in our army because we need help. The slave owners who enlisted were to be compensated by the assembly in an amount equal to the market value of the man who had been enslaved. In other words, we'll take your slave, we'll take your black man, we'll put them in the army, but we'll pay you when this is all said and done. A total of 88 men who had been enslaved enlisted in the regiment over the next 4 months, joined by some free black men. In other words, so you have free black men in the Rhode Island area already, and then and they also enlisted enslaved black men. The regiment eventually totaled about 225 men, 225 black men, probably fewer than 140. Well, fewer than 140 were black men. Okay, so, you know, more or less, you have a little over half of them were black, and you got the Indians, mulattoes, and everybody else. The first Rhode Island regiment became the only regiment of the Continental Army to have segregated companies of black soldiers. So they still split them up, like segregation. Under Colonel Green, the regiment fought in the Battle of Rhode Island in August 1778. The regiment played a fairly minor but still praised role in the battle. Its casualties were 3 killed, 9 wounded, and 11 missing. Like most of the Continental Army, the regiment saw little action over the next few years as the focus of the war had shifted to the South. In 1781, Green and several black soldiers were killed in a skirmish with loyalists. Green's body was mutilated by the loyalists, that's the British side, apparently as punishment for having led black soldiers against him. 40 of the black men, in other words, when they say mutilated, that means they probably cut off his penis and all that other stuff, the horrible things that they like to do to black men, burn them, you know. 40 of the black men in his unit were also killed. A monument to the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, memorializing the bravery of the black soldiers that fought and died with Green, was erected in 1982 in Yorktown Heights in New York. So this is some of the history. Big shout out to 2Rev211. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Regina Moffitt. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now let's listen to the fate of the loyalists. All right. So this is important for us to understand. Like, this is why I play the ADOS game with you guys. And yeah, I'm ADOS, African-American descendant of slaves. Got it. Right. Yeah, I got it. I'm down with my brothers, you know, blah, blah, blah. But this is what I want you guys to listen to. This is important. Okay. This is important. Okay. So we say ADOS is what? We are those who can trace their heritage back to the killing fields of North America's, you know, South, North, whatever. Okay, got it. So what about these guys? Let's listen to the fate of the black loyalists. This is the 20,000 black men who fought on behalf of the British Empire against the American colonies, who were at that time rebels. Basically, they were doing something illegal. Y'all just gonna up and break? Y'all are British citizens, and y'all just gonna break from us? Is this what we gonna do? Okay. So on July 21st, 1781, as the final British ship left Savannah, Georgia, more than 5,000 enslaved Africans were transported with their loyalist masters for Jamaica or St. Augustine. Let's read that again. 5,000 black men and their white masters were sent to Jamaica or St. Augustine. So you're telling me these are black people who, and mind you, St. Augustine is in Trinidad. So you got black people from Jamaica and Trinidad right now that were actually in the killing fields of North America. That's what you. So you're basically saying they were slaves in the United States, but because they can trace their heritage back to the United States. I'm confused now, right? How can we be ADOS if we got black folks that are from the United States, that were from America and can trace their heritage back to American colonies? In other words, people pick cotton here, but they send them to Jamaica and Trinidad. So what this shows you is that, you know, you could have a relative and you could have people in Jamaica right now who had relatives in South Carolina 100 years ago, but they're still relatives. This is why when you do that DNA test, you might have relatives in Trinidad, Jamaica. When those people down there start putting their DNA into the database, you'll start saying, damn, I got a whole lot of relatives in Haiti. I got a whole lot of relatives in Jamaica and Trinidad. Damn, that's because a lot of those black men were sent down there. A lot of those black people were sent down there. Sisters and brothers were separated. Remember, people were going from plantation to plantation. If you're a loyalist, okay, well, you got to go. Even though your brother, he's fought on the side of the colonies, well, brother, sister, whatever, you gone. You see what I'm saying? So your master went this way, I would stay here. So think about that. You got relatives all over the Caribbean and South America. So I play the ADOS game with you brothers, and I'm all the way down. American descendant of slave, FBA. But as a person who studied history, I know it's flawed. There's no way you can separate us, because we're all one big people captured in the motherland and brought here. And we've been mixed up and churned around so much. You know, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Caribbean and some of those places in South America, they're just an extension of the slave fields of Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Arkansas. We all one people. But I'll play the game with you because that's what we're gonna do. You know, and I'll play the game. I ain't got a problem with it. We'll play this out and see how far this goes. And eventually, hopefully you guys will get back to where I'm at, which is I do it because this is what y'all want to do. This is what leaders do. This is which way you want to go. Let me show you how to get there. Let's read another. So let me read that again. On July 21st, 1781, as the final British ship left Savannah, Georgia, more than 5,000 enslaved Africans were transported with their loyalist masters, and they went to Jamaica and St. Augustine in Trinidad. About 300 black people in Savannah did not evacuate. Fearing that they would be re-enslaved, they established a colony in the swamps of the Savannah River. By 1786, many were back in bondage. So that's what happened to the ones that stayed. They got captured and threw back in slavery. All right, the British evacuation of Charleston in December 1782 included many loyalists and more than 5,000 black men. So this is Charleston, South Carolina, right? So this is in 1782. So what is this? A year later, all right, what happens? Another 5,000 black men left. More than half of these were enslaved by the loyalists. They were taken by their masters for resettlement in the West Indies. Where is the West Indies, fellas? Tell me where the West Indies are. Tell me where the Greater Antilles are. Tell me. The Caribbean is basically what they're saying. So you got 5,000 black men who were taken from who were taken from Georgia. They were taken from Charleston, South Carolina, and taken to the West Indies, which is Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica, what else? Cuba. This is where they went. All right. This is where the loyalists bought plantations. The British also settled free, formerly enslaved people in Jamaica and other West Indian islands, eventually granting them land. Another 500 enslaved people were taken to East Florida, which remained under British control. The British promised freedom to enslaved people who left rebels to side with the British. In New York City, which the British occupied, thousands of refugee enslaved people migrated there to gain freedom. In other words, thousands of black people ran to New York, right, to gain their freedom. The British created a registry of people who had escaped slavery called the Book of Negroes. The Book of Negroes, fellas. This is real stuff. This is our history. Okay, this is a real life. This is our history, fellas. Okay, so you know, Ain't that something? In the past 20 minutes, look at all that you guys have learned about stuff that was never taught to you in school, right? You had to have been watching like a National Geographic special or some History Channel special to learn about this stuff. Let's continue. The registry included details of their enslavement, escape, and service to the British. If accepted, the former enslaved person received a certificate entitling transport out of New York. By the time the Book of Negroes was closed, it had names of nearly 1,336 men and 914 women and 750 children. So nearly 3,000 people, right? And where were they sent? They were sent to Nova Scotia. Where's Nova Scotia? Huh? That's in Canada, right? So this is what's going on. So, you know, now we know, well, I'm only concerned about the American Negro. Well, what about our brothers, you know, in Canada, right? What about our black brothers down in Jamaica and Trinidad and those other Caribbean islands? What about that, right? They were known in Canada as black loyalists. 60% of those evacuated were from the South. About 200 formerly enslaved people were taken to London with British forces as free people. After the war, many freed black people living in London and Nova Scotia struggled with discrimination, a slow pace of land grants, and in Canada, with more severe climate, supporters in England organized to establish a colony in West Africa for the resettlement of poor blacks of London, most of whom were formerly enslaved in Africa. So now what you got? You got black people who started off in the American South, ran to New York, got their names written in the Book of Negroes, got their freedom papers, was sent to Nova Scotia and London, and then guess what? They were sent back to a free town. Well, this was the first settlement established of what became the colony of Sierra Leone. So they sent them back. Black loyalists in Nova Scotia were also asked if they wanted to relocate. Many chose to go to Africa. And on January 15, 1792, 1,193 black people left Halifax, that's in London, or that's in England, for West Africa and a new life. Later, the African colony was supplemented. Later, the African colony was supplemented by Afro-Caribbean Maroons transported by the British from Jamaica, as well as Africans who were liberated by the British in their intervention in the Atlantic slave trade after Britain prohibited it in 1807. Look at that. Look at that. Right? So what this is telling you is this has been like a big circle. You got black people who've been sent here and sent there all throughout the Caribbean. So this is what I'm telling you. When you really start looking at history and studying history and understanding what's happening, it's really difficult to isolate yourself as ADOS, FBA, Jamaican, Trinidadian. We are all truly one people, and we've been, even when you start going back, you look at places like Sierra Leone, many of our people were sent back over. They did slavery, they went back. Now, of course, it's not the majority, but remember, there were only 400,000 black people in the United States in 1780. It was only 400,000. It wasn't until the breeding farms kicked in 1808, after slavery was prohibited in Virginia, Georgia, and South Carolina, that those same people basically, a man had to impregnate 12 women a year, a woman had to have 15 children in her life, and they were given freedom if they were able to do that, and other benefits. So that's what happened. The breeding farms were helped. But we got people who were here as American slaves all throughout the Caribbean. Again, the British took them there from Jamaica all the way down to Trinidad. They took them to Nova Scotia. So we got people everywhere. So don't forget, you even got black people who are descendants of American slaves who were in London because they were taken over there. So think about that. The next time you say ADOS, so look, I'm down with ADOS. American descendant slave, I'm with you 100% all the way out, baby. I'm a stomp down hustler. I'm with you, okay? I know how to rep my side, okay? But factually speaking, it's going to be difficult to do because there's really no separating us, either through historical means or even DNA, because we're truly all one people. But let's continue. The fate of the black patriots. Who is a black patriot? These are the 9,000 black men, 5,000 combat troops, and 4,000 support troops that fought on behalf of the American colonies, right? This is who we dealing with, right? The African American patriots who served the Continental Army found that the post-war military held few rewards for them. In other words, these colonists lied to us. It was much reduced, and the state legislators such as Connecticut and Massachusetts in 1784 and 1785, respectively, banned all blacks, free or enslaved, from military service. This is what they did to us, right? This is what they did to us. It's funny, and if you look, when you begin to look at the history of black men in the United States military, they always say they don't want us until they need us. And as soon as they can get rid of us, they can. I mean, think about it. We've been fighting in these wars and I'm telling you, Washington basically said, we're not going to win this war unless you get these black people on us. That's as early as 1776. So my question is, what happened between 1776 and 1945 when we went back to have a segregated and wouldn't let black men fight? See, this is the irony. They want us, and they don't want us until they need us. And then when they need us, they use us as much as they can. And then they try to go back to, well, we don't want you in the military. But you need us to win your wars. This is what you have to understand. This is going to be a recurring theme in the history of black men in the U.S. military. From the Revolutionary War all the way up until desegregation in the Korean War. They don't want us until they absolutely need us to help them win their wars. And then as soon as they win their wars, they want to kind of shoo us back to the side. You see what I'm saying? We like that. Black men are like that boyfriend that the woman really needs. She needs him to come help her out and get her mind back together and change her light bulbs. But as soon as she get back on her feet, she don't want him no more. This is how the U.S. military treated black men all throughout segregation. And I'm sure there's some guys who will say the same thing. It's still happening right now, Uncle D. But let's read. So let's continue. The African American patriots who served in the Continental Army found that the post-war military held few rewards for them. It was much reduced in size, and state legislators such as in Connecticut and Massachusetts in 1784 and 1785 respectively banned all blacks, free or enslaved, from military service. Southern states also banned all enslaved men from their militaries. North Carolina was among the states that allowed free people of color to serve in their militaries and bear arms until the 1830s. In 1792, the United States Congress formally excluded African Americans from military service, allowing only free, able-bodied white male citizens to serve. At the time of the ramification of the Constitution in 1789, free black men could vote in 5 of the 13 states, including North Carolina. That demonstrated that they were considered citizens not only by their states, but by the United States. Many enslaved men who fought in the war gained freedom, but others did not. Some owners reneged on their promises to free them after their service in the military. Come on, John, get on back. I was just lying to you, boy. Get back in there. Yeah, right. Some African-American descendants of the Revolutionary War veterans have documented their lineage. Professor Henry Louis Gates and Judge Lawrence W. Pierce, as examples, have joined Sons of the American Revolution based on documenting male lines of ancestors who served. In the first 2 decades following the Revolution, most northern states abolished slavery, some by gradual method, others such as Vermont and Massachusetts did so during the Revolutionary period. Northern states abolished slavery by law or in the new constitutions by 1810, and 75% of all African Americans in the North were free, right? So you got black people north of the Mason-Dixon line, 75% of them were free. So not all black people were slaves. Keep that in mind, family. That's another thing you got to understand. Some of them had worked their way out of freedom. Some of them never were slaves. But the bottom line is, by 1810, 75% of black folks in the North, New York, Baltimore, Connecticut, all these different places, they were free. By 1840, virtually all African Americans in the North were free or living in free jurisdictions. Although Southern legislators maintained the institution of slavery, in the Upper South, especially Numerous slaveholders were inspired by revolutionary ideals to free people they had enslaved. In addition, in this period, Methodist, Baptist, and Quaker preachers also urged manumission. The proportion of free Black people in the Upper South increased markedly from less than 1% of all Black people to more than 10%. Even as the number of enslaved people was increasing overall, more than half of the number of free Black people in the United States was concentrated in the Upper South. In Delaware, nearly 75% of Black people were free by 1810. This was also a result of a changing economy, as many planters had been converting from labor-intensive tobacco mixed commodity crops with less needs for extensive labor. After that period, few enslaved people were granted freedom. The invention of the cotton gin made cultivation of short staple crop profitable, and then the Deep South was developed for this product. This drove up the demand for labor for people who were enslaved in that developing area, creating a demand for more people, more than 1 million people to be enslaved, to be transported to the Deep South and demand. So basically what happened was they got to the point where, we let some of these slaves free, but damn, we need them back. That's basically what happened, because people was at some point, until the cotton gin, Eli Whitney created that cotton gin, they really was like, we don't need these slaves anymore. We got other ways to do it. But either way, I hope you guys appreciate that. I want y'all to check out this video. Those of you guys who appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you hit the #1 button. Also, I need you guys to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. I'm gonna let this video play. I thought it was interesting. I think you guys will think it's interesting too. And hit the #1 button. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit the #1 button. You like this? You like these late night videos where you can sit up and just hear me read these stories? See, this is what Uncle D is supposed to do, man. But check this out, and I'll be right back after it's over with. It's about 4 minutes long. It's a little history lesson.
The authors of the Declaration of Independence compared living under British rule to living as an enslaved people. But the document did not recognize the rights of enslaved African Americans. When the war began, slavery was legal in each of the 13 colonies. Yet,
all right. I want to explain to you guys something. This was the extent of the United States back then. This is it. This is all you got. That was the whole United States back in 1776, 1780. That was it. This little strip from Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, New York, Massachusetts, that was all you got, right? So it wasn't the whole United States. So when we tell you there was only 400,000 slaves, it makes sense, right? Because it wasn't a whole lot of territory. But let's continue to listen.
Just as white soldiers signed up to fight for the patriot cause, as many as 5,000 African Americans did so as well. How did their service impact the issue of slavery in the American colonies? In 1776, 1 in 6 colonists was an African American, and of those, 99% were slaves. Most lived in the southern colonies, but New York and New Jersey also had large slave populations. When the Revolution began, African Americans reacted with hope and excitement. Many were equally ecstatic about the words of the Declaration of Independence, which declared that all men are created equal. As the war escalated, African Americans faced many tough choices about which side to support. In Virginia, the royal governor offered freedom to any slave who deserted their master and signed up to fight for the British Army.
All right, remember we read about that. That was Dunham's rule, or whatever was his name. I forget his name now. But you guys remember that? We read about that. He said, look, you niggers come over here and fight for me, and I'm going to set y'all free. Right? Remember that part, right? That was Dunmore's proclamation, right? And his name was Lord Dunmore. That's what he told you. Fight for me, you'll be free. And what happened? 20,000 black men fought on his side.
While this policy was temporarily dropped by the British because it alienated many white loyalists in the South, it became a full military-wide policy in 1779. Sir Henry Clinton, the supreme British commander at the time of the implementation, argued that the policy was justified because the Continental Army was using African American soldiers as well. After initial hesitation due to Southern objections, free African Americans were accepted into the Continental Army. By 1779, a full 15% of Washington's army,
a full 15% of George Washington's army was black. A full 15%. That's an overrepresentation by far. Let's continue of how many numbers we have, but let's continue to listen.
Was African American. Rhode Island was the first state to field an all African American unit in 1777. Massachusetts chose to mix black and white soldiers together. Every colony, with the exception of South Carolina, enlisted free African Americans to fight. However, not all black Americans who fought for the Patriot cause did so of their own choosing. When the states began drafting militiamen into full military service, many Southerners sent slaves in their place, offering them freedom if they served honorably. In the final stages of the war, the British shifted their focus to the Southern colonies, where a substantial number of loyalists and slaves provided manpower and support to their armies. As the brutality of the war intensified, many British officers began viewing runaway slaves as contraband, that is, goods to be seized and confiscated. Sadly, thousands were sold into an even worse form of slavery in the West Indies, with greedy British officers.
Hear that? They say, now I don't know who this guy is, right? But he's biased. He's not actually telling you. Yeah, a lot of them bought 20,000. Yeah, we had 9,000 signed up, but 20,000 signed up to go be with the loyalists. In other words, to go sign up and be with the British. And they were sent to the West Indies, which is much worse than America. So he's biased. A lot of history professors and people who study American history, when they run across the fact that 20,000 black men fought against the colonists, against the rebels, they kind of want to skip over that fact. You see what he did? He kind of just touched on the fact that, there was this Dunmore's proclamation, but, then they didn't listen, but then they did listen. They don't like to hit that fact. So keep that in mind. If you guys appreciate what I'm doing, hit the number 1 button. Let's continue listening.
Officers making as much as $1,000 for each slave that they sold. In spite of the arguments and turmoil, the service of African Americans changed the minds of many white Americans. By the end of the war, Vermont, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire had abolished slavery. Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Connecticut also voted in plans to gradually do away with the institution.
So what I want you to understand, black men serving in the Revolutionary War was an impetus behind many of these northern states saying, you know what, these people are worthy of freedom. And so they abolished slavery in many of these northern states solely because black men served so well in the military during the Revolutionary War. It was your service, black man. It was your service, both free black men and enslaved black men, which was the reason why these politicians, these governors, the presidents were motivated to say, we got to let them go free. We got to let them go free, at least in the North. So keep that in mind. When they say black men didn't contribute, when they say black men are a conquered people, no, we helped conquer even in our state of servitude. We still fought so well that half these white people in this country said, we got to let them go free. I mean, look at how well they fought. I can't enslave this man. This man saved my life many times over. This man right here who's a slave, or his son, I can't enslave this man. It is our military service. It is, and those of you guys who, and I know you guys who've been in the military, you can speak on this, your battle buddy. You love that man, damn near. You know, he might be a racist dog from goddamn Arkansas, and you might be a black dude from New York or California. But once you start getting shot at and he jumps on top of you to save you, you don't give a damn. That's your battle buddy. You take him how he is at that point. And so what happens is, irrespective of what you might have thought of each other before the bullets start flying, after the war was over, at least these northern Yankees, they was like, nah, they've earned their freedom. We got to let them go. So kudos to you, black man. Remember that. Remember what your brothers did. Remember what your black African ancestors did. Remember that. Don't ever let them take this away from you. You make sure you say, the blood we shed in those revolutionary battlefields was the impetus, was the cause for us, was the cause for the North outlawing slavery and setting us free. And making it illegal to enslave black people. Keep that in mind. I just want you to keep that in mind. All right, let's continue listening.
In Boston, Phyllis Wheatley, a talented African-American author whose writing was often supportive of the patriot cause, celebrated the end of the war and her freedom in a poem entitled Liberty and Peace. Auspicious heaven shall fill with favoring gales, where'er Columbia spreads her swelling sails. To every realm shall peace her charms display, and heavenly freedom spread her golden ray.
I want to talk about some black men who did some specific things. This is, 7 black heroes of the Revolutionary War. I just want to kind of talk about that a little bit. As I'm talking, you guys hit the #1 button. Also, show your appreciation by contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. So let me see if I can pull this up. So let's talk. Give me liberty, African Americans in the Revolutionary War. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. This is in the Declaration of Independence, 1776. George Washington and his fellow patriots fought the American Revolution for liberty and equality, but these principles did not apply yet to thousands of enslaved people of African descent. The war posed a difficult choice for enslaved African Americans. Wait and see what happens, fight for the patriots, hoping a new nation will recognize their humanity, or flee to the British, who promised freedom for loyalty. Meet 3 men who chose very different paths. William Lee, a valet who endured 7 years of war alongside George Washington. There's a picture of him right there. In 1768, Washington purchases Lee for, I guess, 61 lira or shilling or whatever. Lee is assigned to the household work. In 1775, Lee travels to Washington's headquarters in Cambridge, Massachusetts. As valet, he manages the general's equipment, helps him bathe and dress, and ties the ribbon around his hair each morning. William Lee accompanies Washington everywhere from encampments to battlefields. So you got this black man with you everywhere you go. In Philadelphia, he marries Margaret Thomas, a free black woman. In 1783, by war's end, Lee is famous due to his association with the victorious general. In 1779, Washington uses his will to free William Lee immediately, praising his faithful service during the Revolution. Lee remains at Mount Vernon as a free man. In 1811, William Lee dies. He is likely buried on the grounds of Mount Vernon. James Lafayette, a spy who helped secure American victory. They don't ever tell you about this. They never tell you about the history of black men. Let's listen. And this is, again, we're talking about James Lafayette. In 1760, James is born into slavery in Virginia. He is assigned as a manservant to William Armistead Jr. When both the children, he learns to read and write in the English and French. So this man, James Lafayette, he could read and write in English and French. Most of y'all can barely write the English language. This man in 1760 had learned to read and write English and French. In 1775, General Washington forbids African Americans from serving in the Continental Army. He later changes his mind due to manpower. In other words, they was getting they hat handed to them and getting beat down, because remember, the British had 20,000 black men fighting on their side, and you look like a damn fool, George Washington, You got all these Negroes over here. You better start getting on. You're gonna lose. If they hadn't enlisted the black men, they were gonna lose that battle. That's basically what that translates to. Let's continue listening. In 1781, with his master's permission, James joins the Continental Forces under the Marquis de Lafayette as a spy. He poses as a runaway slave to intercept British intelligence. Before the Battle of Yorktown, James provides crucial details to the British troops movements. In 1783, an act of the Virginia Assembly freed certain enslaved men who fought for the American cause. James is not free because he is considered a spy, not a soldier. That's a shame. He petitions the legislature for his freedom. A letter of support from Marquis de Lafayette helps James secure his liberty. He takes the surname Lafayette in tribute. As a veteran, James Lafayette begins collecting a pension. He lives on a 40-acre farm in Virginia with his family. During the Marquis de Lafayette's tour of America, the Frenchman reportedly recognizes his former spy in the crowd and embraces him. How about that? See, the French fought on behalf of the colonists. And so he went to work for that French man. And so this is almost 50 years later. He said, that's my dude right there. So he stopped the procession. The French dude stopped the procession and came off and embraced his spy, right? The black man who helped him win. Harry Washington, one of 100,000 black loyalists who joined the British, one of 100,000. This is what this is saying. In 1775, Virginia Royal Governor Lord Dunmore offers freedom to slaves of patriot masters who flee to fight for the crown. Remember, Lord Dunmore was the governor of Virginia. Remember that, right? You know, Dunmore's proclamation, right? You remember that. Harry, a 40-year-old stable hand, is one of 17 enslaved people from Mount Vernon to escape on the HMS Savage, a British war. Mount Vernon, where's Mount Vernon? That's George Washington's plantation. So he's one of 17 people from Mount Vernon to escape on HMS Savage, a British warship. Harry builds defensive earthworks during the siege of Charleston. Most black loyalists were assigned to non-combat support services. At the war's end, Harry is among 3,000 African Americans evacuated by the British to the settlement in Nova Scotia. Remember, we talked about that? They took them up to New York. They took him up to Canada. So he started off as a slave on George Washington's plantation in Mount Vernon. They took him down to South Carolina. He didn't have a combat role. But by the end of the war, they took him and 3,000 other blacks that went up to Nova Scotia. He was one of them, right? So now some of those people, either they're in Canada or they took them to London. So this man can trace his heritage back to the killing fields of America. So technically, he's an American descendant of slaves. I mean, technically. But he might be in Canada. His ancestors, his descendants might be in Canada. They might be in London. But let's continue to listen. He takes the last name Washington. Many fellow freedom seekers had died of disease or were recaptured. Why do you think he took the name Washington? Huh? Why do you think he took the name here? Because that's where he started off. He started off on on George Washington's Mount Vernon plantation where he escaped. So that's why he took the name Washington. Think about that. After facing harsh conditions in Canada, Harry and his wife Jenny departed with nearly 1,200 other refugees for Sierra Leone, West Africa. Despite promises of land, the arrivals faced discrimination and high taxes from British colonial authorities. So think about that. Think about that. Thank you so much, Broken Blade. I appreciate everybody who contributes to the super chat because, this is hard work putting this stuff together, but I want to put it out there because, see, what we do on this page is we build black men up. And see, it's one thing to talk about Egypt and what we did. And I mean, I talked to you guys about Mansa Musa and all the great kings of Africa and all that. That's wonderful. Okay, but that's 1,000 years ago. See this right here? Some of your ancestors knew some of these people. Your great grandmother might have known somebody who fought in the Revolutionary War. That's somebody you can reach out and touch. You might still be hearing stories about what your people did. This is the bravery that black men exhibited. This is why this is important. Yeah, it's important to know about Egypt. It's important to know about Ghana and all the great Mali Empire, Songhai. I get it. It's important to know all that. But you also need to know your real Black American history, especially the valor that so many Black men, the courage that so many Black men exhibited. You see what I'm saying? Because in putting Black men first, you have to understand that you have a history in this country. You have a history of courage and dedication and hard work and valor. This is important for us. So this is why this is important. This is probably this series is probably one of the most important series we can have to help you build up your self-esteem. See, we weren't always considered thugs. We're only thugs when they don't need us. You see what I'm saying? But when they need us, we need to get all these Black men in we can. This is what they did, right? Harry Washington joins many settlers in protesting unfair treatment and demanding rights in Sierra Leone. He tried for rebellion and banished. He has tried for rebellion and banished, right? So keep that in mind. George Washington's views on slavery changed during the Revolutionary War. This is George Washington. He saw 5,000 Black soldiers fight bravely for the American cause. Abolitionist aides such as the Marquis de Lafayette, John Lawrence, and Alexander Hamilton exposed him to moral arguments against slavery. His plantation grew less profitable, leading him to question the economic value of slavery. After the war, Washington grew critical of slavery and conflicted about being a slave owner. He eventually used his will to emancipate the enslaved people he owned. You see what I'm saying? It's nothing like when you go to war with somebody, and because you really learn who a person is when the conflict happens. You don't really know who a person is until the stress starts happening. And see, after he's seen people valiantly fight for this cause, it's hard. It's just the human thing to do. So keep that in mind. So some of you Black men, think about it. There's always been change in America when Black men come home from war, whether it's World War II, which gave rise to the Civil Rights Movement, the Black Panthers and all of them who came out, the Black Power came out, really got heated when the brothers start coming back home from Vietnam. This is really, so you fighting men. The history of Black men in the U.S. military is probably one of the most important things we can study as Black men to understand why change happens in this country. Because see, remember, we live in a country this is a country of war. This is a country where war happens all the time. We are a warlike people. We are damn near, that's who we are. We are warlike. And so we respect that. Americans respect that. That's why, what do they say? Armed forces, the military, don't support the troops. This is what we do. You see, so think about that. And so the Black men who fought in these different wars, man, you did something. You did something special. Those of you guys who are in military service right now, you're doing something special. That's why I always applaud Black men who fight in the military, who join the military, who join the U.S. military. You are somebody that they can't ignore. It upsets them because they don't want to need you, but they need you. And they realize that since the inception of this country, America would fall without the money. How many Black men serve in the military right now? Y'all put the stats up while I read. And then that'll let you know. We're overrepresented in the military right now because they need us. But either way, during the American Revolution, thousands of Black Americans jumped into the war on both sides of the conflict. But unlike the white counterparts, they were just fighting for independence or to maintain British control. In a time when the vast majority of African Americans lived in bondage, their forced labor fueled the economy of the fledgling nation. Most took up arms hoping to be freed from the literal shackles of chattel slavery. In fact, when enslaved people had a choice in the matter, according to historian Edward Ayres of the American Revolution Museum in New York, in Yorktown, Virginia, they signed on with whichever side seemed most likely to grant them personal freedom. So in other words, Black people wasn't fighting for either side of this war. They was fighting for themselves. Brothers was trying to get free. I'll fight for the revolutionary side. I'll fight for the loyalists. I don't care. I'll fight for the patriots. I don't care. I just want to be free. I don't care who in this white. I don't care which one of you white boys win. I'm just fighting for the side that's going to get me free, period. For some slaves turned soldiers, the revolution's promise of liberty became a reality. But despite the patriots' lofty rhetoric about liberty and justice for all, America's war for independence didn't herald widespread emancipation for enslaved people of color. In other words, they won the war and they lied. They told you it was going to be free. They lied to you, black behind. America's northern states didn't pass laws to abolish slavery until 1804, but they did do it based on what they saw. They had to let them brothers free. And even then, some areas phased it out slowly. That's like Massachusetts. We talked about that. Southern states would cling to the brutal practice for more than half a century longer. Historians estimate that between 5,000 and 8,000 African descended people participated in the revolution on the Patriot side, and that upward of 20,000 served the crown. In other words, 20,000 fought on behalf of the British. Many fought with extraordinary bravery and skill. Their exploits lost to our collective memory. Below are the stories of several exceptional African-American figures, a martyr, a poet, a double agent, among them whose crucial contributions to the conflict have been remembered by history. So, of course, we talked about Crispus Attucks. He's a martyr. They say he was the first man to be shot in Boston. Crispus Attucks, who many historians credit as the first man to die for the rebellion, became a symbol of Black American patriotism and sacrifice. In 1707, as tension mounted between British and colonial sailors in Massachusetts ports, distrust and competition among them grew. These pressures came to a head on March 5th, when an angry confrontation turned into a slaughter known as the Boston Massacre. Witnesses say that Attucks, a middle-aged, runaway enslaved man of African and Native American descent who worked as a sailor and a rope maker, played an active role in the initial scuffle. Of the 5 colonists killed, he was said to be the first to fall, making him the first martyr to the American cause. He was taken down by 2 musket balls in the chest. What does that say, that the first man to die for American freedom was a black man? What does that say? Isn't that ironic? But you guys, if you appreciate what we're doing, make sure you contribute to the super chat. I don't see no super chats popping. Y'all got me reading. I don't even have any water to drink. I'm up here reading this stuff, but this is inspirational. Should be inspirational to you too, man. But go ahead and make sure you contribute to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Salem Poor, a patriot soldier. Let's look at the brother. Salem Poor began life as a Massachusetts slave and ended as an American hero. Remember, slavery was all across the colonies. It wasn't just in the South. It was all across. It wasn't until after the Revolutionary War and the brothers had shown how well they fought. That's when they began to outlaw slavery. It's because of what black men did. They said, we can't keep them enslaved. They can't do it. So it was because of you black men that slavery ended in the North by the 1800s, early 1810. Keep that in mind. Thank you, Broken Blade. I appreciate your contribution. Again, Salem Poor began life as a Massachusetts slave and ended it as an American hero. Born into bondage in the late 1740s, he purchased his own goddamn freedom 2 decades later for 27 pounds, right? That's about $75. The equivalent of a few $1,000s today. Soon after, Poor joined the fight for independence, enlisting multiple times. This man went back and back again, enlisting multiple times. He is believed to have fought in the battles of Saratoga and Monmouth. His most famous, however, was for his heroism at the Battle of Bunker Hill, where his contribution so impressed fellow soldiers that after the war ended, 14 of them formally recognized his excellent battle skills with a petition to the General Court of Massachusetts. In it, they called him out as a brave and gallant soldier, saying he behaved like an experienced officer. Poor is credited in the battle with killing British Lieutenant Colonel James Abercrombie, along with several other enemy soldiers. This is what this black man did. Look at why have we never heard of Salem Poor? Why is his name not mentioned along with all the great warriors that have come and gone on this earth? Why is he not mentioned? Why is it that they want to bury your history as fighting men, especially in this country? They'll tell you about Shaka Zulu, but what about Salem Poor? Why is that? The man just died. He died in 1802. So this is what I want you guys to understand. You know, there's a deep history, and I'm going to put a link to Salem Poor right here in the chat room. Okay, and then I'm also going to add this to the to the bottom here in the notes section, so that you guys can just look up Salem Poor. It's only a couple of pages long, but you just look up Salem Poor. Look at what this man did. This man was 14 of his fellow soldiers said, "Man, this man is a brilliant tactician. He fought like a trained officer." This is what they're saying about this black man. So he killed a lieutenant. You know how far you got to dig deep into the lines to kill a lieutenant colonel like that? Think about that, family. So let's look at Colonel Ty, a loyalist guerrilla. Colonel Ty earned a reputation as the most formidable guerrilla fighter, a guerrilla leader. Now, what is a guerrilla fighter? That's the ones that come sneak up on you at night and slit your throat. They're the ones that cut off your supply line, sneak up on you. That's that guerrilla war. When the army is much bigger, when the army is better equipped, better trained, you fight them in a guerrilla style war. You give them hell. This is what this man did. These are black men that I'm talking to you brothers about. These are black men that you can hold your head up and be proud to say, yeah, what about Colonel Ty? What about Salem Poor? What about them? Why don't we ever talk about them in our history classes? Shout out to Broken Blade, Damon J, and Jason Lee. These brothers, you should be proud of this service. And this is the first major war in the United States. This is a revolutionary war. It only gets better. It only gets, when black men are allowed to get out and take the chains off of us and let us do what we've been doing for thousands of years, we do it. We do it, and we do it well. Colonel Ty earned a reputation as the most formidable guerrilla leader in the Revolutionary War. He is the most formidable guerrilla leader in the Revolutionary War. This black man had this reputation. During his years fighting for the British, patriots feared his raids, while their slaves welcomed his help in their liberation. Why is it? Okay, now I get it. He fights for the British, right? Why is it that we talk about Harriet Tubman, but we never talk about Colonel Ty? Because they don't ever want to let you know about black men who fought against the United States, hell, or for the United States. But this is still American history. See, they would have you believe in the Revolutionary War, it was just white boys on this side and white boys on that side fighting for the freedom of their country. They never tell you, no, it was black men on both sides whooping everybody's butt. That's what the real story was. You looked out on something, it looked like you was fighting Ethiopia. This is it. During his years fighting for the British, patriots feared his raids, while their slaves welcomed him in their liberation. He was the real goddamn Harriet Tubman. This is Harriet Tubman right here. The slave, like, praise God, Colonel Ty is on his way. Ty, originally known as Titus, during his early years in slavery in New Jersey, escaped a particularly brutal master in 1775 and joined the British Army after the Crown offered freedom to any enslaved person who enlisted. While Ty stood out as a soldier from the start, the British didn't station him at pitched battles. They saw more value in using his knowledge of the coveted New Jersey territory, which sat between British-occupied New York and the Patriot center of government in Philadelphia. The Redcoats, in other words, the British, needed to take his middle land and believed Ty could help. The British were right. Ty excelled at raid warfare there. His familiarity with the area gave him an advantage in attacks on the Patriots, and his daring, skillful execution kept his black brigade of soldiers largely unscathed as they plundered homes, took supplies, freed slaves, and sometimes even assassinated Patriot slaveholders renowned for their cruelty. Can you imagine that? You a slaveholder and you got a bunch of black renegade guerrilla warriors coming down on you and taking everything you had out of the night. Ooh, he was, ooh. And on top of that, he was renowned for killing the most cruel of slave owners. How about that? So he brought swift justice. He was the wrath of God come down upon them. If you look at it, think about that. This is what we're dealing with right here. The British recognized Ty's impact on their success, and out of respect for all of his contributions, bestowed upon him the horrific title. I'm sorry, the honorific title of Colonel. He remains an important symbol of the fearless resistance. Why don't we ever hear about this Colonel Ty cat, man? Why don't they ever tell you about Colonel Ty? What they afraid of? You know, we hear all about these people down in Haiti, and you know, we get it. We appreciate what the Haitians did, and you know, we hear about that. But why we don't ever hear about Colonel Ty? I'm gonna go on ahead and put his information down here, so we can dig him up too. We can't let him die like that. We got to keep him going. If you appreciate this, make sure you contribute to the Cash App, the Super Chat, and the PayPal. That lets me know that you guys appreciate this late night hype. Should have y'all turned up tomorrow at your job, looking at people's side eye like, yeah, you're gonna channel that inner Colonel Ty. You see what I'm saying? That's what you need to do. Channel that inner Colonel Ty. You see what I'm saying? Or Colonel Titus. That's what you need. And Salem Poor. Get that Salem Poor going on. Now, who we got next? Well, we can read some more, but you know, that's pretty much it. I hope you guys appreciate that. I got some references for you guys because I don't like to just make stuff up. I want you guys to really enjoy, you know, what we're doing here. And I want you to be able to go back and look at this stuff on your own time. So all the references that I talked about, this is easy to find. History Channel, History of Mount Vernon, blackpast.org, Wikipedia, easy to find. And Wikipedia always has, links and whatnot. But you guys, if you appreciate what I'm doing, man, make sure you hit the #1 button. I need y'all to hit that #1 button right now. Hit the #1 button. We have 66 people in the chat room, and I need to get the likes up. All right. And I also need people to contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. You guys appreciate what I'm doing. I need you to contribute. You know what I'm saying? I need you to do that. It takes a lot of work to put these together. I think this is important. I think understanding everybody always comes at black men like we don't belong. Well, we belonged in your military when you needed us. We belong in your military now when you need us. You've been drafting us out of slavery, making us fight, promises, making a lot. Look, you need us then. So let's talk about it. So I'm going to lay all this out for you guys. This is what we're going to talk about for a little while. We're going to talk about this. This is important. All right. We need to talk about what we've been doing. You see what I'm saying? But you guys make sure anybody who has anything bad to say about black men, you make sure you tell them about Salem Poor. Stop. We're going to give Dr. Martin Luther King a break, and we're going to bring up Salem Poor. Every time they say, yeah, Christmas addicts, no, we're going to talk about Colonel Ty, the loyalist guerrilla. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about them. You're from New Jersey and Massachusetts. These are the men that we're going to talk. Y'all bring these names up. Y'all make sure you tell people what black men did, their honor and their valor and the way they served in the Revolutionary War on both sides. You make sure you say, hey, you make sure you tell them what our black brothers did. Make sure you let them know. You speak these names. See, if you start speaking these names, your ancestors will come back to you. When you start putting these names out there, when you start saying their names, we always talk about Toussaint Louverture, the Haitian guy. Well, what about Colonel Titus, the loyalist guerrilla? What about Salem Poor? Let's talk about them. The Haitian brothers, they always talk about their fighting history. But what about ours? What about ours as black American men? Let's talk about that. You see what I'm saying? This is what I want you to do. I want you to think about that. Now, Definite G say they use us, then they push us aside. Yeah, they tried. But remember, it was the fighting black men in the Revolutionary War, the men who fought on behalf of both sides, was specifically the U.S. military side, the side of the Patriots, was the reason that the Northerners said we got to let these black men be free. That's why they ended it. That's why they ended slavery in the North. Hell, like it definitely put it on their mind. You see, so keep that in mind. I want y'all to keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. It's your military service, that, according to the historians. So keep that in mind, brothers. I appreciate y'all, man. This has been so much fun. Let me make sure I give a shout out. Anybody want to do any contributions so I can give you a shout out? Let me see here. I got some guys that are coming in right now. I got some cash apps coming in. This is the history we didn't learn. You see what I'm saying? What do they call that? What's that big deal they got going on now? Race theory or whatever that is. You can get your own race theory going on. This is all the hell they were gonna teach you right here. The same stuff I'm teaching you now. This is the same stuff they were gonna teach these kids. The same thing. They use you, then they get rid of you, right? In the military. This is what this is what I'm teaching you. I mean, really, you could teach yourself. I'm no historian. I don't do history. This is not what I do. Shout out to Yoga Yoga. Thank you so much. And shout out to Scorpio. He said, good content, Brother Dennis. For the young brothers, this is definitely not something that was taught to us in public indoctrination camps, i.e. public school. No, they don't want to teach you about the valor and strength of black men. Hell no, they don't want to teach you about that. They don't want to teach you that they gave you guns and you was killing white folks, baby. No, hell no. They want you to think y'all was just locked up. Y'all was just like a football being fought over and didn't have any say-so. That's what they want you. They just want you to think you just been over in this country in slaves from the time the first one got off boat and all the way up until they decided to let y'all free in 1965. When they gave you Negroes the right to drink at the white man's waterfall. And that's what they want you to think. They don't want to tell you about how active you were. As we used to say in California, we was active. You see what I'm saying? We was banging on both sides. We're doing a lot. They don't want you to know about that warrior history. Because we see, once you tell a man about his warrior history, it's hard. It's hard to put him back in chains. You can't do it. They will fight you to the day they die. Because you tell them, I'm a warrior? You mean I come from warriors? You mean I'm a fighter? I'm a warrior? You mean we've been doing this? It puts something on a man's mind. And when you start planting those seeds in there, those seeds start growing. You got to explain to your children. It's one thing to see Shaka Zulu, a Zulu way over in South Africa somewhere. Oh yeah, wow, that's what we did over there in Africa. We were warriors. Yeah, it's a whole nother thing to say you a warrior here too. You got warrior spirits in you, not that far off. Might be some of y'all might be related to some of the men that fought in the Revolutionary War. Most likely you were, because it wasn't a whole lot of black people here. Remember that. If it was only 400,000 black people here, and they only had, and after the war was over, right? You got less men, so you had more women that needed it, that were being bred up in these farms, so to speak. You have a lot of missions going. You just don't know. You don't know who you're related to. You're descended from warriors from right here, from fighters came up out of slavery, took up arms, fought, killed, died for this war. And we're going to continue this. Shout out to W. Alfonso and Broken Blade. Thank you guys so much. If you appreciate what I'm doing, man, if this is inspiring you, if you've learned something tonight that you didn't know before, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal, and let me know. I learned something I didn't know. That'll let me know I need to do more work on my part to give you guys more of this. See, it's one thing to have a lot of views. It's another thing for people to say, you know what, I'm gonna put my money behind this. I'm learning something. Whether it's $5, $10, $20, $100, $50, I don't care. It lets me know if you put your hard-earned money behind this, brothers, it lets me know this is the direction I want you to go in. Some stuff y'all contribute, some stuff you don't. But when you put your money behind this, it's not just about the views. See, I can get 1,500 views on a particular show, and then the brothers don't really contribute. See, when the brothers contribute, it lets me know this is what you want. This is letting me, and I can tell right now just from the contributions that you brothers appreciated. So if you've learned something tonight that you didn't know, then you make sure you make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. That's how you let me, and I'll keep doing stuff like this. I got a couple more planned. Now, it's some wars I haven't picked up. I haven't picked up the Gullah Wars. I haven't done the War of 1812, but we got 250 some odd years of war history, all of which black men have fought in these wars. And so I could go in and I can pull more black men out of history, and you can have this forever. This is something you can use in 10 or 15 years. Just download it, keep it on your computer. When you talk to your grandchildren, let them say, look what this man did for us some years back. I'm still looking at videos from Shaka Musa Shango, Dr. John Henry Clark, all these great leaders years later. Wouldn't it be great on Black History Month to string all these videos together and let old Uncle D talk to your grandchildren and your great grandchildren about this, about these war history. You can cut and paste whatever. Wouldn't it be great to do that? Well, if that's what you want, make sure you contribute to the super chat. Let me know I'm teaching you something you didn't know. This is race theory right here. This is all this is race theory right here. This is the same thing that it's just somebody taking time out of their day to dig deep and bring it to you from a perspective you can understand, with an understanding of how things actually go. Politics, history, biology, what was going on at the time. And that's what I'm able to do for you guys. I enjoy it. I enjoy bringing this stuff to you guys. Thank you to Jedi Said Right. And thank you, Damon J. Inquisitive Prince. If you guys appreciate this, make sure you contribute. I'm going to put the Cash App up here too. There's a Cash App is up there. And, you know, I've enjoyed myself. You know, I can't be here all night, but I do want you guys to just go ahead and continue to contribute, and we'll have a good evening on this, and I'll come back tomorrow. Get the likes up, hit the #1 button if you appreciate this. Let's do that. But in the meantime, man, you know, I ain't really got nothing else to say. Thank you guys so much. It's been, I'm invigorated. I'll tell you that. I'm motivated by this. This makes me feel good. But either way, man, God bless you guys. I love you. Shout out to all the black men who served in the military. Shout out to all the black men who died, the unnamed soldier, all your valor. We will dig you up. We will remember you, brothers. Your spirits are with us. We know about your valor. Secrets about what black men have done have been held from us for many years. Your valor as military men, as all these from, and so it's on us, black men, to definitely uplift our black brothers and our heritage, because that's our heritage. And we got love for our Haitian brothers and what they did, and all these other black men around the world, and our African brothers. But we need to start uplifting our own African American success stories, and not just the ones they always throwing at us. You see, let's not. Martin Luther King was a peaceful, beautiful man. He was a reverend. Let's start uplifting these warriors. Let's start talking. Let's. Okay, we appreciate the football players, but let's start talking about these soldiers and sailors who put it all on the line for freedom. Let's let that become part of our culture. Let's stop a lot. They always love making slave movies. Why don't you make some movies about these black warriors? How about you make a movie about Salem Poor and show what he did? How about making a movie about Titus, Colonel Titus, the guerrilla war from New Jersey? Why not that? Show us that. That's what we want to see. Show us. Put an hour and a half up in him using his strategy and his wit and his wisdom to make it happen for his side. Guns, knives. Let's talk about that. Let's have our own brave heart. You see what I mean? This is what we want to see as black men, but they don't want to do that. So what I have to do, and what we have to do, is I have to talk to you like this. I have to paint pictures in your mind, and this will be with you forever, brothers. You'll never forget this day. You'll never forget this conversation. You'll never forget the fact that you have ancestors who fought and died on both sides. And so you feel entitled. Not only did you defend, not only did you build this country, oftentimes involuntarily, but you fought and died for it, and you fought well. So you can never let them say, oh, well, we just used you as ditch diggers and building makers. No, not Colonel Ty. He was putting people in ditches. You know what I'm saying? Not Salem Poor. No, not him. No, he was building up defenses. So it lets you know you belong here. And all this happened before most of these Europeans even showed up, before most of these Latinos, most of these Arabs, most of these Asians even came to this country. We were fighting for its freedom. Keep that in mind. So you belong here, black man. This is your country. You have just as much right to the United States of America as anybody else, because you bled for its freedom. Your debt to this country has been getting paid in blood and labor, but especially in blood. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Think about that. But either way, I appreciate you guys. This is Uncle D. I've had a great time. I'll be back. We're going to revisit this. This seems like an exciting series. Hey, what's up, everybody? If you appreciate the format and you appreciate what we're doing here, then make sure you contribute to the Cash App. Make sure you donate to the Super Chat. It's only you. Your contribution to keep this thing going. Hey, Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Dennis Sperling. I'm back again. I hope you guys have had a great day. And I want to talk to you guys about something that I think is very important again, and that is Black men and their military service to the United States, or really Black men in the U.S. military. Now, ironically, we often overlook the fact that Black men have fought in every major war that the United States has been involved in. And, you know, it's almost as if the rest of society forgets the fact that Black men, pound for pound, have done more for this country as far as war fighting than any other group of men in the United States, including white men. Now, let me explain. You have always had about 90% white men in this country. But when you look at it, the 6% of Black men, and typically it's always, because remember, we're about 12% of the population. So 6% would be the rough number of Black men. 6% of Black men oftentimes make up a quarter of the fighting force and do a quarter of the wartime, actually fighting, whether it be actually doing support services or hell, fighting itself. So here's the thing. We should at all times take credit for the shoulders that we stand on. We should, as Black men, take credit for what our Black fathers and grandfathers and uncles did, and great-grandfathers did on our behalf. And they set a precedent. They set a precedent that once empowered, once called to arms, Black men show up. And not only do they show up, they show out. So at this point, there's no need for delay. We're going to talk about Black men in the U.S. military and the very important role that Black men had in the War of 1812. Now, historians often overlook this particular war. Why? Because they kind of consider it as a shockwave that occurred after the Revolutionary War. The war took place between England, Great Britain, Spain, United States. Those are the folks that were fighting. And so, at that particular time period, in the 30 years after World War II, Revolutionary War, England still kind of looked at the United States as a second-rate citizen. They very disrespectful. They were in the business of pulling up on American ships and removing the sailors from the ships and forcing them to work for the British. Literally, like, imagine you're at your job working at Walmart and somebody from Piggly Wiggly comes over and says, "Hey, you coming to work for me now." And so the people at Walmart are like, "How can you just take our men like that? Like, we beat you, people know us, we won, and you're still doing this." So another fight happened. So I got some support, of course, that's what I like to do. But I want to read this opening salvo for you guys, because I think that's the first thing we need to do. I like to get an intro going on. I want everybody to know where we're coming from here. For the United States, the War of 1812 was the second war of independence against British and birthed emblems of American nationalism, such as the national flag, the Star-Spangled Banner, and Uncle Sam, the national icon. Okay, let me see something. We want to make sure. Well, before I get started, I want to make sure I acknowledge got them going. He said, "The warrior priest with the master mouthpiece." Oh my God, that's funny. But thank you so much for the contribution. I appreciate that. No, I'm just, I just want you Black men to be proud of yourselves. And I don't want I don't want them to continue trying to steal your legacy from you. And, a legacy that largely you don't even know about. What they want to do is give you a legacy that doesn't fit. And so all I'm doing is arming you Black men with facts that we should have been taught. That's all I'm doing. I'm not I don't hold myself out as anything other than a person who takes a couple of hours a day to research these issues, research these historical facts, and present them to you in a way in which you can understand, you know. And I hope that this helps build you up, and I hope that when you're confronted with questions of whether or not you belong or what Black men have done, you know, you'll be able to talk about things intelligently. We spoke about the Revolutionary War. Colonel Time I spoke about some of the Black heroes, and I was empowered myself. So thank you so much. Got them going, but I'm just playing a small part. It's on you guys to take this information and move forward with it. But again, thank you so much. Got them going. The warrior priest with the master mouthpiece. Thank you so much. All right, so back to what I was saying. For the United States, the War of 1812 was the second war of independence against the British and birthed emblems of American nationalism, such as the national flag, the Star-Spangled Banner, and Uncle Sam, the national icon. But for many enslaved Blacks, it was the first major pathway to self-determination and freedom. Thousands of Blacks, both free and enslaved, together played a significant role in the outcome of the war. Something officials and historians said should be remembered, even as the world recognized the conflict's bicentennial, which began on June 18th. The Black volunteers in large numbers stepped forward to defend the homelands, which paradoxically deprived them of basic freedoms for which they fought, wrote historian Gerald T. Altoff in his book, Amongst My Best Men, African Americans and the War of 1812. In spite of the overt prejudice and discrimination and hatred, African Americans stepped forward to serve either in civilian or military capacity. Thank you so much, Ramal Amir. Thank you. I appreciate these. So the album is fire, incredible content as well. Thank you so much. My God, we got to make sure we give him a big shout out. We're going to run this along the bottom of the screen. Thank you, Ramil. I appreciate that, man. This is the fact that you donated and you had those kind words to say about my album. I appreciate it. For those of you guys who don't know, I figured out a way to allow my album to run on the page, the videos, that is, you guys, some of you guys don't know, I've recorded 6 studio albums with Beans and Cornbread. And so because of that, you know, I have this, and, you know, I kind of did it as a hobby. But, you know, people actually like the music, and actually some of the music is in Spanish. It was kind of like a exercise of love. I wanted to show my appreciation to all the people in South America and Central America and the Caribbean who, who listen to my albums. I have this song called Juan Carlos, Juan Carlos, which was on my 4th album, and people loved it. I was in Bogota maybe 2 years ago, and the guy walked up to me and said, "Man, I love your music." And I'm like, "Wow, how did you even know about my music?" You know what I'm saying? You know, it's a trip, but you know, so music is like water; it gets around. And so, thank you so much, Ramil. I appreciate it. You can all get the music. The music is available on. It's pretty much available anywhere, but you can find it on Spotify. Just click on that link right there. It's right. But let's get back to what I was saying. For the enslaved Blacks, and hit the number 1 button, guys. I need you guys to hit the number 1 button. We got 22 people in the chat room, so get the likes up. You know, the algorithm is messing with me, you guys. So do hit 1 for the algorithm, and make sure you share this and like it, because this is the only way we can deal with this. But for enslaved Blacks with an eye toward freedom, the war offered several options. They could fight for the U.S., run away and seek freedom amongst the Native Americans, or join His Majesty's service. Many chose the latter, convinced that the British victory would hasten the end of slavery. The British nurtured that belief in some extent and promised the slaves free immigration to British colonies in Canada and the West Indies in exchange for the service. When British ships entered the Chesapeake Bay in March 1813, hundreds of slaves, their families, canoed their way to the enemy fleet, the British, right, and claimed their freedom. In all, more than 4,000 formerly enslaved Blacks obtained freedom in the largest emancipation outside of the Civil War. Many of those refugee slaves were called to form the Colonial Marines, all black fighting units, which the British naval leaders believed would inspire fear and hatred among Americans, especially those in slaveholding South. So here's what I want you guys to understand. So we are moving away from the Revolutionary War, which ended about 1780 or so. All right, and so as you guys recall, 20,000 black men fought on behalf of the British during the Revolutionary War, where only 9,000 fought on behalf of the Americans, of the colonists, the patriots, right? Now, those 20,000 black men who fought on behalf of the British, they sent them to Nova Scotia, Canada. They sent them to Trinidad. They sent them to Jamaica. These were black men who were at that time in the United States. They were picking cotton in Georgia, South Carolina, but the British, I believe his name is Governor Dunmore, I believe that's his name. He offered any black man who wanted to fight on behalf of the British and against the colonials freedom. And so what did he do? He kept his word. Basically, you fought on my behalf. We lost the war, but that's okay. You can go to this English or this British colony, Canada, which is Nova Scotia, or you can go down to Trinidad, Jamaica, or one of these other British West Indies. That's what happened. Many were given land, and so they fought on behalf of the British because they saw, this is what we wanted to do anyway. We wanted to be free. So the Americans, the black Americans, weren't necessarily fighting for either side. They were fighting for the side that they thought would free them. So you eventually, and a lot of the American slave owners said, yeah, I'll give you freedom. And they got some black men and formerly enslaved men to fight on their side, but then oftentimes they didn't keep their word. The British, on the other hand, they kept their word to a certain point. Some people were put back in slavery in the West Indies, but many were not. But the bottom line is, you got a large set of black men who started off in America, in the United States, the colonies, and ended up in the Caribbean. So that's why I tell you guys all the time, I'll play the ADOS game with you. I'll play the FBA game with you. But if we really want to be technical about it, there are a lot of people who are in those Caribbean islands who can trace their heritage back to the United States. They just happen to fight on the side of the English against the United States. And same thing goes for here. Here now we're talking about the War of 1812. So you got all these black men who decided to side with the British. So let's read. There was history of the same involvement in the 1770s when they had initial American Revolution. So the whole promise by the British offering freedom to slaves is an old story on the Chesapeake. So the black people already knew that, hey, if you fight with the British, worst case scenario, you lose, they'll move you to Nova Scotia or the Caribbean or something. You can get the hell out of here. At least you won't be a slave here. You get a chance to start over. It started with the Ethiopian troops that were enlisted in the War of 1776 and carried forth, said Vince Leggett, president of the Blacks of Chesapeake Foundation, in PBS documentary of the War of 1812. American blacks, both free and enslaved, also fought for their country, playing important roles in the major battles of the war, including the one in Baltimore. The city and many skilled blacks who as naval mechanics, sailmakers, and riggers, carpenters, and ship caulkers helped build naval ships and constructed gun carriages and built defenses. Okay, so you got black men playing an integral part of the war effort, and not just as help, but also as war fighters. 60% of the Army company defending Baltimore's Fort McHenry was immigrants. 1 out of 5 were African American citizens of slaveholding of a slaveholding country, said Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley at the launch of the state celebration on June 18th. The Star Spangled Banner, the giant flag that was hoisted over Fort McHenry as the British guns finally fell silent, was stitched together by black and white hands of freedom, hands that were not free, the hands of a nation that is always growing and evolving. Free blacks, particularly those among the 4,600 or so free blacks who lived in Louisiana around the time, saw the involvement as a way of shoring up their status in U.S. society, right? They figured they could make some, and this has been true, right? Black men, once we fight in these wars, something always happens when we comes back. It doesn't get great, but it gets a little bit better. We fought in World War II, we came back, we got civil rights. We fought in Vietnam, we came back, you know, and at the high point of the Black Power movement. So every time we fought in the Revolutionary War, many blacks were let free, many blacks gained status. It's hard to enslave somebody who you know has helped save your life in war. You see what I'm saying? So this is just what they're dealing with. So there's honor in that. There's always something that happens good for blacks after we prove ourselves on the battlefield. So just think about that. But I want to keep reading these facts. They were happy to be there fighting on the understanding that afterwards they would be given lands as farmers. And I see that as a true manifestation of their Americanness, said John West, British historian and colonial marine scholar. In other words, like, we're fighting here so that we can have a greater stake here in the United States. But black involvement in the U.S. military came about only because of a chronic shortage of manpower. Even then, opportunities existed mainly in the Navy, which offered black seamen a more egalitarian existence. Louisiana was the only state to have black inclusive militia. Of the 6,000 troops who successfully routed the British in the Battle of New Orleans, 500 were black. On the sea, black sailors had a reputation of valor in battle, right? This is what they thought. Black sailors. Okay, so this is the other thing I want you to understand. Because of the nature of the Army, you're pretty much going to be stagnant. You're going to be dealing with the local population. You're going to be dealing with people on the ground. But as far as sailors, right? As far as sailors travel to the Mediterranean. Sailors go to the Caribbean. Sailors go pretty much everywhere. And so you're going to be going places with different people. So how smart is it to have a boat full of just straight up white boys everywhere you go, especially when you go in places where there are other blacks? You know, you're going to need people to kind of fit in. So sailors, you know, say they got treated a little bit fairer, you know, even in the time of the pirates. Oftentimes the pirates had ex-African slaves on their ships, you know, because they made great ship hands. And as they say, the black sailors had a reputation for valor in battle. This is your reputation, black men. You guys made great sailors. You fought well on the open sea. This is what they're saying about black men. So another thing I want you to think about, that whole notion that black men can't swim or black people don't swim, that's just stupid. You had black men who were sailors 200-300 years ago who traversed the ocean back and forth, the Caribbean, North and South America. Of course they could swim. So once you start putting these facts together, you start realizing, man, we've been lied to. And that's the whole point of me telling you. But look at that. Not only did you serve in the military, you served as soldiers and naval sailors, and you also were good at what you did. According to the PBS article, when Captain Oliver Hazard Perry complained about having blacks on his ship, Commodore Isaac Chauncey replied, "I have nearly 50 blacks on this boat, and many of them are among the best of my men." This is what the Commodore said. You see, on the Battle of Lake Erie, where Perry's fleet thwarted the British, Perry discovered Chauncey's truism for himself. His black sailors performed so well that he wrote to the Secretary of the Navy praising their courage. This is what they did. This is how well you black men did. This is how well, these are the shoulders that you stand on. While few question the contributions of black enlistees as a whole made in the war, individual contributions are harder to point out. Black soldiers were incorporated into the regular regiments beside white troops, where their racial identity was swallowed up. Althoff explained. Still, there were some key figures. So these are some key figures in the War of 1812. William Ware, Daniel Ware, and John Stratton were at the center of the skirmish that almost precipitated the declaration of war. All right. This is an incident that occurred at Chesapeake Bay. Basically, a British ship pulled up along an American ship, boarded it, took 4 men who were either formerly British officers, formerly in the British Navy, took them all back to England, hung one died, then eventually years later they sent 2 back. What was going on is they just had no respect for the United States. In that 30 years leading up to the War of 1812, remember, we're 30 years outside of the American Revolution. Great Britain is still looking at the U.S. like, you guys are a bunch of backwaters idiots. I don't know how we lost that war. And they wanted a second crack at it. You know how a loser always wants to come back and fight you again when you won, especially when they feel like you got lucky. That's basically what's happening. So back to these guys. The 1812 conflict was partly caused by Britain's impressments of American ships. An impressment is when another ship from a foreign soil, a foreign navy, pulls up on your ship and just takes your men off and makes them work for them. That's it. Because think about it. You out there in the middle of the ocean. The captain is the Lord and the God on that boat. You don't do what he says, you're going to have to walk the plank. You're going to drown. So you're going to do what he says. But that's what they would do. Those are impressments. That's what an impressment was, just commandeering people, right? What was the result? It stymied U.S. trade. One such incident occurred on June 22nd, 1807, when the British ship, the HMS Leopard, attacked the U.S. frigate Chesapeake, which had just sailed from Norfolk, Virginia. This is what I was telling you guys about. According to the account, the Leopard's captain, Salisbury Humphreys, alleged that 4 of the Chesapeake's crew were deserters who should be returned to the king's service. After a 10-minute engagement, in other words, this American frigate, the Chesapeake, was going to be headed to the Mediterranean. This is 1812. You got black men on there. So when they tell you brothers was just slaves, they were lying, because before 1865, you had brothers on these ships. They were part of these navies. This ship was loaded down with supplies, all on the deck, about to head to the Mediterranean. And here comes this British warship, the Leopard, pulls up along and starts throwing volleys of cannonballs at them. And the Chesapeake was only able to get one off because they just wasn't ready for war. We on our territorial waters, and you got this British ship shooting at us. Are you kidding me? Like, they weren't ready for it. So it only took 10 minutes. And then the captain of the American ship just yielded, and they boarded, and they took 4 men. After a 10-minute engagement, which the American ship never had a chance, 4 seamen were impressed, including Ware, Martin, and Strathern. 4 years later, 2 of those were returned to the U.S. 1 died while in custody. So basically, these 3 men, Ware, Martin, and Strathern, all of these are black dudes. This is who they took off the ship, 3 black dudes, and one of them died, right? So think about it. Imagine you taking all these. This is black men were traveling and going and being sailors and all kinds of stuff. This is way back in 1807, right? So anyway, Charles Ball, who chronicled his experience in the war, and his struggle for freedom in his memoir, The Life of Charles Ball, a Black Man, published in 1836. Born into slavery in Maryland, Ball served as a seaman, a commodore in Joshua Barney's U.S. Chesapeake flotilla. Despite his contributions, Ball was sold into slavery after the war and spent many years after fighting for his freedom. I'll talk about that a little bit later too. William Williams was born into slavery in Maryland in 1814. The 21-year-old ran away from his owner, Benjamin Odin, and on April 14th, he enlisted as a private in the U.S. Army, despite a federal law that prohibited slaves from joining, and was assigned to the 38th U.S. Infantry Regiment. In September 1814, during a British attack on Fort McHenry, Williams was severely wounded, having his leg blown off by a cannonball. He was taken to the Baltimore Hospital, where he died 2 months later. George Roberts, the free black, served on the privateer's chasseur, Pride of Baltimore, and Sarah Ann. Paul Jennings, the enslaved manservant of President James Madison, helped rescue the portrait of George Washington and other treasures before the British burned the White House in August 1814. Now, the thing you got to understand, when it says the British burned it, the funny thing about that is about 25% of the Army were black men, right? So, okay, we're 41 minutes in. I want to make sure you guys contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. If you appreciate this, what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat. So we're talking about the War of 1812, right? And this war was waged from June 18th, 1812 to February 16th, 1815. It was a conflict fought between the United States and its allies and Great Britain and the dependent colonies in the North America and its allies. In other words, Canada was also involved. Many indigenous peoples fought in the war on both sides. And that's something you guys have heard the story of Tecumseh and his nations of indigenous people that fought alongside the British. Actually, both sides had Native Americans fighting, but the British specifically, because the Tecumseh thought that if he sided with the British, that could help stop the American expansion into the West. It didn't. But nevertheless, additionally, Great Britain was allied at the time with Spain against France and its powerful military under Napoleon, and thus Spain supported Britain in the Americas, while France fought against the forces of both. The conflict began when the United States declared war on June 18th, 1812, and officially ended in essentially the territorial status quo when the Treaty of Ghent was ratified by the United States on February 16th, 1815. In other words, no territory was gained at all. It was just people still had beef, and they needed one more fight to get it all out after the Revolutionary War. It's almost like you gave the tough guy in the neighborhood a black eye, and like it's not going to end like that. You know, he wanted some more of that. And so the 1812 war is like, I'm not going to let you just go on about your business. We're going to fight again. And that's basically what happened. The British couldn't let that L go. And so they came back and they basically picked another fight. The United States won, but no land was exchanged. America didn't lose any territorial land. The United States won the sovereignty of the Northwest Territory previously ceded by treaty in 1783, British recognition of international immunity for its citizens, and freedom of the seas for its merchant ships. In other words, you guys are going to stop messing with our people. You know, leave our ships alone. You know, we got this land. This is basically what's happening. Let's see, Sage Apprentice says, consider acquiring an old Army regulation, the employment of Negro troops. It's an eye opener. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm getting that, right? I'm getting that. But the War of 1812 was a conflict fought between the United States and Great Britain over British violations of U.S. maritimes. It ended with the exchange of ratifications of the Treaty of Ghent. Basically, the Treaty of Ghent just says, hey, you know, you guys agree it's over. Finally, it's over. Imagine you beat somebody up and they still picking on you because they want to fight again because they lost. They're the big guy. They're the big tough guy in the neighborhood with the reputation of being the tough guy. And you beat them fair and square, but they feel like you got lucky. And so they just mess with you for the next 30 years, right? That's basically what was going on. Britain was like, we still going to punk y'all. Ain't nothing you can do about it. And that's really just what happened. So, you know, they fought again in the war of 1812, and many said it was a stalemate. But see, the thing is, what they don't tell you is that the British were going to win because 20,000 black men sided, right? 20,000 black men sided with the British. And it wasn't until they began to let black men fight on behalf of the United States at that time that they were able to turn the tide. That's basically what was happening. So again, remember, at the end of the Revolutionary War, they decommissioned all the black men, they decommissioned all the officers, and y'all get on out of here, y'all second-class citizens. But again, when the British came in and said, come on over here and work with us, and we're going to give you guns to shoot those same people who just had y'all enslaved. Black men joined by the thousands, literally 20,000 of them joined. And so that's what they did, you know, and you guys got to understand, they need us, they hate us until they need us, but they need us to help them win all their wars. This is what you got to understand about, and I tell people all the time, Black Americans and white Americans have a very special relationship. It's a very complicated relationship, but the reason most of y'all ain't went back to Africa because y'all don't want to go. And the reason white folks, we talk about each other, but we have helped them win all their wars, and they realize that they really can't do these things. And America is not going to be as great as they want it to be without that diamond, without that hardened tip of the spear, which is black men. So just keep that in mind, right? So we have a long, rich military history, but I want to go ahead and continue. So specifically, the causes of the War of 1812, they had maritime issues. Impressment was the most volatile issue between the United States and Britain. And again, impressment is when you basically commandeer somebody, or you board somebody else's ship and start taking people off of their ship and forcing them to work for you. Okay. Expansion. They just did. I mean, how dare you, right? That's like somebody coming up in your house, taking your son and saying, this is my son now. You get out. We got it. It's just ridiculous. There's absolutely no respect. It's just a sign that somebody's trying to punk you in international terms, right? The division of land often after the revolution did not leave everyone satisfied political. The immediate causes of the War of 1812 were a series of economic sanctions taken by the British and the French against the U.S. as part of the Napoleonic Wars, and the American outrage at the British practice of impressment, especially after the Chesapeake incident of 1807. Now, here's the Chesapeake incident, and we kind of hinted on a little bit earlier. Thank you so much, Stage Apprentice. She said, I appreciate these history lessons. Ebony men need to hear our history as kings, warriors, community leaders. Keep up the fight. Here's the thing. I think it's important that we know about Egyptian history, and we know about the Songhai Empire and the Ghana and Mansa Musa. I think that's important, but those weren't Black Americans. I think it's more important for Black Americans to hear about Black Americans. I think it's more important for us to hear about what our great-granddaddies and our great-grandmother's daddy and our great-grandmother's dads did. I think that's important because, see, that's a direct line. Like if I was a South African boy growing up, I'd want to hear about Shaka Zulu. If I was growing up in Mali, or Ghana or something, I'd want to hear about Mansa Musa. Not that we can't relate to that, but you can relate to these men that I've been telling you about. And these are war heroes. Who do we look up more to? The war heroes were the Michael Jordans and the Kobe Bryants and the Shaquille O'Neals of days gone past. These were your superheroes. These were the superheroes. And so because of this, we need to hear about that, in my opinion. So either way, the Chesapeake Leopard affair, a Leopard affair, was a naval engagement off this is how it started, right? Remember what I said earlier. What was the cause of, the war, right? Okay, so the Chesapeake incident in 1807. So now we're going to hear about the Chesapeake incident. And specifically, it's referred to the Chesapeake Leopard affair was a naval engagement off the coast of Norfolk, Virginia on June 27, 1807, between the British fourth-rate HMS Leopard and the American frigate USS Chesapeake. The crew of the Leopard pursued, attacked, and boarded the American frigate looking for deserters from the Royal Navy. Chesapeake was caught unprepared, and after a short battle involving broadsides received from the Leopard, the commander of the Chesapeake, James Barron, surrendered his vessel to the British Chesapeake and fired only one shot, right? The Chesapeake had fired only one shot. They weren't ready. They were on their way to the Caribbean, to the Mediterranean. 4 crew members were removed from the American vessel and were tried for desertion, one of whom was subsequently hanged. Chesapeake was allowed to return home, where James Barron was court-martialed and relieved of his command. In other words, the guy who was the captain, the commander of the ship, he was court-martialed. The Chesapeake Leopard affair created an uproar among Americans. There were strident calls for war with Great Britain, but these quickly subsided. President Thomas Jefferson initially attempted to use his widespread bellicosity to diplomatically threaten the British government into settling the matter. But they didn't want to settle. They wanted to fight. They were mad. They were still mad. So they were still mad about losing the Revolutionary War. They were picking a fight. They wanted that action. You see what I'm saying? They were looking to pick their fight up because they felt like they could win. The United States Congress backed away from the armed conflict with the British envoys, showed no contrition for the Chesapeake affair, delivering proclamations reaffirming oppression. Jefferson's political failure to coerce Great Britain led him toward economic warfare and an embargo of 1807. What's the background? Well, on June 22nd, 1807, during the Napoleonic War, several British naval vessels were on duty on the North American station, blockading two French third-rate warships in Chesapeake Bay. A number of royal seamen had deserted from their ships, and local American authorities gave them sanctuary. One of the deserters, a Londoner named Jenkins Radford, joined the crew of the USS Chesapeake. Radford had made himself conspicuous to the British officers by shouting at them on the streets of Norfolk, Virginia. In other words, this dude, he's a deserter, and because the Americans give them sanctuary and say, look, y'all can't do that over here. This is, y'all know he might be a deserter, but he's one of us now. This clown, Jenkins Radford, he would harass the Royal Navy officers. So basically, they knew he couldn't just go about his business and shut up. He had to make a big deal out of it. So guess they were like, we got you. We have it, V. We're gonna find it, V. And so guess what happened? They found out he was on that USS Chesapeake, and one of the homies pulled up. That's basically what happened. Other deserters were reported to be at the Gosport Navy Yard, then commanded by Stephen Decatur. Decatur received a letter from the British consul ordering him to turn over 3 men alleged to have deserted from the HMS Melampus. The consul claimed that men had enlisted in the U.S. Navy, which was recruiting crew from the Chesapeake, then at the Washington Navy Yard, outfitting for the voyage to the Mediterranean. In other words, they was headed to the Mediterranean. It was anybody who wanted to hop on a boat, who knew how to handle themselves on the open ocean, come on down, man, let's go. And they didn't care where they came from, right? And that's basically what it was. Vice Admiral Sir George Berkeley dispatched his flagship, the fourth-rate warship HMS Leopard, with written orders authorizing him to board and search the United States warship to recover any deserters. Look how little respect they had for him. We're gonna get on your warship. We're gonna come board your warship and take our people back. And there's nothing you can do about it. Because remember, they really didn't have a whole lot of respect for the United States military, the United States at all. They just thought it was just a backwoods. They just didn't give a damn, right? And they just gonna punk you. Yeah, you lost the war, but we're gonna punk you anyway, right? Berkeley ordered the Leopard captain to search for deserters from HMS Belize, HMS Bologna, HMS Triumph, HMS Chester, HMS Halifax, and the cutter HMS Zenobia. The attack and search. Chesapeake was off the coast of Norfolk, commanded by the Commodore James Barron, when the Leopard under Captain Salisbury encountered and hailed her. Barron was not alarmed and received Lieutenant John Meade on board. In other words, they pulled up alongside the lieutenant. One of the lieutenants came aboard and he presented Barron with the search warrant. In other words, think about this. You a whole nother country and you pull up on another dude, another guy in his boat who's from another country, and you give him a search warrant. It's hard enough for the police to search people's houses in the United States. Imagine a Mexican gunboat trying to presenting a warrant from a Mexican admiral saying, we're going to search this United States Navy ship, the USS Nimitz. So let us on. This is the nerve. This is what you're dealing with, right? So, I mean, they just had no respect for the United States, right? And that's why people often refer to this as the aftershock of the Revolutionary War. It's like it's the little bit more that goes on. So anyway, after an inconclusive discussion, Meade returned to the Leopard. Captain Humphreys, using a hailing trumpet, ordered the American ship to submit. When Chesapeake did not, Humphreys fired a round across her bow. In other words, that's the warning shot. This was followed immediately by Leopard firing broadside into the American ships. So they didn't even wait for them to quit. They didn't even wait for them to say, okay, we'll quit. They said, bop, 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 right? That's her guns unloaded and her decks cluttered with stores in preparation for the long cruise. Chesapeake managed to fire only a single gun to reply. The humiliated Barron struck his colors and surrendered. 3 of the Chesapeake crew had been killed and 18 wounded, including Barron, by attack. So they shot him. They shot the damn captain. However, Humphreys refused to surrender and sent a boarding party to Chesapeake to search for deserters. Ain't that crazy? It was rough out there in the streets. Let me see. Scores of British nationals had signed on as crewmen of Chesapeake. So you had a lot of people who were from Great Britain who, you know, they were in America. I mean, it was a thing to do. It was a new land, new opportunities. But Humphrey seized only the 4 Royal Navy deserters, Daniel Martin, John Stratton, and William Ware, all from HMS Meliphus, and Jenkins Radford, formerly of HMS Halifax. Only Radford was British born. The others were American residents, but had been serving on British warships. Daniel Martin, for instance, claimed he was born in Westport, Massachusetts. He was described as age 24, 5 feet, 5.5 inches, with woolly hair, black eyes, dark yellow complexion, and a small scar over his right eyebrow. Prior to serving on the Chesapeake, Martin served on the merchant vessel Caledonia and was described as a colored man. So this is basically a high yellow looking brother. They say dark yellow, you know, dark yellow complexion, basically light brown. Newspaper accounts of the time state Martin was not born in the United States, but brought to Massachusetts, possibly enslaved when he was 6 years old by a mariner, William Boland from Buenos Aires. So this guy was basically from South America. This is where this guy was from. They brought this guy, this black man, Daniel Martin. His name might have been something else, a Spanish name, but he was in Buenos Aires and he's up here in Virginia, in America. So this is why I'm telling you guys, you can say ADOS, you can say FBA, but we all mixed up. We all been mixed around and mixed up. But either way, let's continue. The brig Columbine brought the first dispatches to Halifax in early July. Leopard followed with her prisoners for trial. So you kind of get it. They basically took over this man's ship, and that was a thumb in the nose of a lot of black folks. But either way, so you kind of get that. That's one of the starting points. So when I say the immediate causes of the War of 1812 were a series of economic sanctions taken by the British and the French against the U.S. as part of the Napoleonic Wars, and that pissed them off, that pissed the Americans off, and the American outrage at the British practice of impressment, especially after the Chesapeake incident of 1807, which I just read about. Now, the embargo of 1807 was generally a trade embargo on all foreign nations that was enacted by the United States Congress as a successor or replacement law for the 1806 Non-Importation Act and passed as the Napoleonic Wars continued. And it represented an escalation of attempts to coerce Britain to stop any impressment. In other words, we're going to punish you guys with trade sanctions if you continue trying to come on board of our ships and take our guys. We don't do that. You got to cut that out. They were trying to do, but it didn't work. As a colony of Great Britain, Canada was swept up in the War of 1812 and was invaded a number of times by Americans. The war was fought in Upper Canada, Lower Canada, and on the Great Lakes and the Atlantic and in the United States. For the United States, the War of 1812 was the second war of independence against the British and birthed emblems of American nationalism, such as the national flag, the Star-Spangled Banner, Uncle Sam's icon. Okay, so we talked about this, all right? I want to now talk to you a little bit about Tecumseh. Now, I'm not going to go through, this is a long thing here, but basically Tecumseh was a Native American chieftain. He had a confederation of indigenous people that they lived around the Great Lakes. When the War of 1812 started, they kind of sided with the British for the most part. Now, he was killed in 1813 at the Battle of Thames. And, you know, they figured if they sided with the British against the Americans, that would stop Western expansion. It didn't work. It just made them weak. Okay, that's basically what happened. Now, also another thing, although often treated as a minor footnote to the bloody European war between France and Britain, the War of 1812 was crucial for the United States. First, it destroyed the Indians' ability to resist American expansion east of the Mississippi River. Basically what I just told you. Like Tecumseh and his nation of folks, this is 1812. The Americans have been here since 1492. I mean, You know, they're taking over. It's 1812. It's almost, you know, we got, you know, we're coming up on 400 years of European occupation in North America. And so they lose it. And so what do we have? They've been forcing the Indians up to these different reservations. So here you got a whole confederation of Native Americans working under Tecumseh. He was a great leader. But what happened when the British lost, they just lost power. You know, it's like, you can't stop us. Y'all lost. We beat you and the British. That was your best fight. You needed the British. You needed the British to beat us, but it didn't work, right? And so that's basically what happened. First, so when they say it effectively destroyed the Indians' ability to resist American expansion east of the Mississippi River, that's what it's talking about. General Andrew Jackson crushed the Creek Indians at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in Alabama, while General William Henry Harrison defeated Indians in Old Northwest at the Battle of Thames, and that's where Tecumseh was killed. Abandoned by their British allies, the Indians reluctantly ceded most of their lands north of the Ohio River in the southern and western Alabama to the U.S. government. Remember, the U.S. didn't extend that far all the way over to California at that time. The Western Territory was like Ohio. You know, Alabama was as far west as many folks had been. You know, but after the Native Americans lost, you sided with the wrong side, you lost, and there it went. You see what I'm saying? Second, the war allowed the United States to rewrite its boundaries with Spain and solidify control over the lower Mississippi River and the Gulf of Mexico. Although the United States did not defeat the British Empire, it had fought the world's strongest power to a draw. Spain recognized the significance of this fact, and in 1819, Spanish leaders abandoned Florida and agreed to an American boundary running clear to the Pacific Ocean. So this was a very important war that Black men participated in and helped win. The Third Federalist Party, and these are some guys up in New England, they didn't want to fight. They didn't want problems with Great Britain. You know, it was already bad enough they had the war, they were making money, but they were looked at as unpatriotic after the British lost, and that party kind of faded away. So the Federalist Party never recovered from its opposition to the war. Many Federalists believed that the War of 1812 was fought to help Napoleon in his struggle against Britain, and they opposed the war by refusing to pay taxes, boycotting war loans, and refusing to furnish troops. In other words, you have governors and people who have said, we're not going to give you our militia, we're not going to pay our taxes, we're going to basically undermine you and not help the United States win this war. So they were basically seen as unpatriotic. And, you know, and that was the reason why the Federalist Party no longer exists. In December 1814, delegates from New England gathered in Hartford, Connecticut, where they recommend a series of constitutional amendments to restrict the power of Congress to wage war, regulate commerce, and admit new states. In other words, they didn't want any more Western expansion. They didn't want Congress to be able to declare war. They didn't want Congress to be able to regulate commerce. And so they were really trying to neutralize Congress to undermine this whole war. I mean, they really were unpatriotic. The delegates also supported a one-term president in order to break the grip of the Virginians on the presidency, and the abolition of 3/5 clause in the Constitution, which increased the political clout of the South and talked of seceding if they did not get their way. Okay, so basically, the 3/5 clause of the United States Constitution was put in place because if you started counting Africans who were enslaved as people who in certain jurisdictions, that means a state which may only have 1,000 white people or 10,000 white people. If you start counting the slaves, hell, that might run up to 50,000. You see, and so that gives them more senators, more clout, more voting power. And so that's why the 3/5 clause was put in place, right? And so guess what happens? They wanted to do away with that. You see, because they didn't want the Southerners. They wanted them to have the full rights. So the Southerners. The delegates also supported a one-term president in order to break the grip the Virginia had on the president. Another thing was, you have Virginia, for some reason, you got all these different presidents who come from Virginia. It was the most influential state. And you got all these guys who were president, first 2 or 3, 4 out of the first 10 more than half of them, I believe, more than half of them were from Virginia. And, because they're voting their interests. They're doing what's good for Virginia. So Virginia is the seat of power. But again, Virginia is where D.C. is. So just keep that in mind, right? The proposals of the Hartford Convention became public knowledge at the same time as the terms of the Treaty of Ghent and the American victory in the Battle of New Orleans. And see, interesting, the Battle of New Orleans, General Andrew Jackson basically fought against the British after the war had been declared over, which is interesting. I think the war had been over for about a week or two. Britain and the United States had agreed to peace, but the word didn't get to these guys. I think they agreed to peace in maybe December, and this war was fought, this fight in Battle in New Orleans was fought in January. So they didn't even know about it. So they're still fighting and the war is over. But Andrew Jackson managed to whoop the hell out of the British, killed several officers. I mean, they just whooped them real bad. And so that made him feel good. Got him all the way to the White House. And what happened? The party never recovered from the stigma. So that created a euphoria over the war's end and led many people to brand the Federalists as traitors. The party never recovered from the stigma and disappeared from the national politics. So that's what happened to them. Now, I want to break this up a little bit. I want you guys to kind of just check out this video that I found. So just check this out. We're gonna let a couple of them play. Let me know if you can hear this when it comes on. This is from PBS. Fair use. This is for educational purposes only. I hope you guys can. If you can hear me, hit the number 1 button.
As far as the army are concerned, any escaping slaves who tried to come attach themselves to the army were just an encumbrance in general. Whereas for the Royal Navy, a lot of naval officers were very much in favour of abolition of slavery, and they're only too happy to actively help slaves escape from the masters.
There certainly are British officers and parliamentarians who are working towards the end.
Now, I want you to understand, and if there's an echo, let me know. I want you to understand something. What he just said was a lot of these British officers were happy to free the slaves that the Americans had. They were happy to help them free anything to hurt the Americans. Mind you, and it's not that they so much like black people. It was because, hell, many of them had gotten rich, and there were people back in London and England, all over England, who were getting rich on the slave trade. It was 1812. They had gotten rich. Slavery was outlawed in 1808, but they had gotten rich. International slavery, transatlantic slave trade was outlawed. But these men had gotten rich through slavery. So it's not like they necessarily like Negroes, black folks, or were so big on abolition. They just wanted to hurt the Americans. They wanted to hit them in the pockets. Remember, these British were mad. They were angry. They got punched in the eye by one of their colonies, right? And I mean, this could be the downfall of the great empire. You see what I'm saying? So they were pissed off. So don't get it wrong. It's not that they necessarily like black people. They just wanted to hurt the Americans. But let's continue listening.
Of slavery, but there are people comfortably living in England who make all of their money off the backs of slaves working the sugar plantations.
There were naval commanders who proposed to the British government that with enough black troops, the Americans could be scared, and also that they could actually incite revolt in Georgia and the Carolinas, such that they would turn over into black republics like Haiti.
Now, here's the problem, okay? And let me know you can hear me. Basically, they were like, yeah, let's arm these black dudes. That would scare the bejesus out of these white slave owners. Can you imagine if the dude that you've been beating up his whole life, it teams up with your worst enemy and they give him a gun and say, go kill the man who just beat you up? Can you imagine the terror that would instill in anybody? Can you imagine? It's cruel. You guys have seen these slave movies. You know how cruel these men were, especially in the deep South, to their African slaves. And now you got the British willing to give these men guns to turn around and kill us Oh my God, that's their worst nightmare come to true. So this is what they would, so they said, yeah, having black slaves in our army would particularly scare these American colonists or these American savages. They would, oh my God, that would, not only are you shooting them, but you're scaring them to death before you kill them. But let's continue.
But the British government refused all such suggestions because of the inevitable damage there would be in the West Indies that would have gone up in flames if there'd been any such slave insurrection in the United States.
Charge! Bandits!
What he's saying is, once the word got around that the blacks in the United States, you got Georgia, now the blacks to take, you've empowered these black folks. You let them kill all these white slave owners down here in Georgia in the War of 1812. And now word gets around to all the Jamaica, Trinidad, and they just have an uprising. They can do it, we can do it too. And so can you imagine that? They're like, no, it's not worth it. We don't want to win this war that bad. But they still enlisted black men in their armies. But
It's now estimated that over 4,000 people, refugee slaves, made their way to British ships or to posts that the British controlled for short periods of time. So many come aboard these British warships that they actually form companies of colonial marines.
There was a history of the same involvement in 1770s when they had the initial American Revolution. So this whole promise by the British of offering freedom to slaves is an old story on the Chesapeake. It started with the Ethiopian troops that were enlisted during the War of 1776, and it carried forth.
They proved to be, of course, very enthusiastic. They were very careful. They knew that if they were caught, they'd be executed, unlike British Marines, who would simply be treated as prisoners of war.
But that doesn't mean that there aren't large numbers of free blacks who serve in the American military. Probably at one point, over 20% of the U.S. Navy, certainly those serving on the Great Lakes, are black troops.
They were happy to be there fighting on the understanding that afterwards they would be given land as free farmers. And I see that as a manifestation of their true Americanness.
The United States Navy at that time had people of color. And I think one of the things that really set the groundwork for it was the international nature of the sea. As people have traversed the oceans of the world, they've always connected with the various coastlines, trying to gain local knowledge. These are things that I think that led the Navy to have a high percentage of people of color.
Now, guys, I want to give a shout out to Eric Hudson. Thank you so much. I appreciate the contribution. If you guys appreciate what I'm doing here, I need you to contribute to the Super Chat. I need you to contribute to the Cash App and also the PayPal. We haven't received anything on the PayPal yet. The PayPal is, let me go ahead and put that up for you right quick. I want you guys, if you appreciate this, I think this is important. I think this emboldens black men. It lets you know what your history is. It lets you know how you participated. These are shoulders that we stand on, but nobody ever tells us. They just say, yeah, y'all was just slaves all the way up until 1965 when Martin Luther King and Malcolm X freed y'all from slavery. And that was it. Before that, y'all was just, you were around here grunting, living in shacks. They don't tell you that we were Navy, we were officers in the military and the sailors. We traveled the world, we fought in all the wars. They don't tell you this, especially war like this, which is very important. Now they try to bump this across because this was a particular war where black men were heavily involved in the success of, or could have been heavily involved in the success of either side. The British basically had the idea, we're gonna come over here and get these niggers to fight against these Yankees. That's what we're gonna do. And so if you appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, because it should teach you about your history, but also embolden you and make you proud. You should be proud of the service, our military service of our black brothers and sisters. These are black American men You see, again, it's great to know African history. It's great to know, and we've talked about all the kings of Africa. I want to talk about these black soldiers and these black sailors. That's what I want. These valiant men who had a reputation for fighting. These same men that you came from. These are your father's grandfathers. These are your grandfather's great-grandfathers. These are the men that we're talking about. You have a direct line and connection with all these men. And so this should empower you. But shout out to Damon G. Thank you. Let's continue.
The U.S. government saw the blacks who left were taken, and this property was valuable.
And at the end of the war, the United States government asked to be compensated because these are property, and the British don't pay. They don't give the slaves back. They don't pay up. They're already moving towards the abolition of slavery, and they're not interested in the property rights of American planters.
The Corps of Colonial Marines were taken to Trinidad, where they were disbanded on the 20th of August, 1816, in the south of the island, in very rich soil. They were each given 16 acres of land. They formed a community, very independent-minded, very well known for being quite different from everybody else, with a strange American accent and so on. And the community still relishes its origins in America. They're known as the Americans.
Some of these.
So basically what you just heard this historian tell you is that after these black men who were American slaves or American free men, after they fought on behalf of the British said, you know, we're going to take y'all down to Trinidad. We're going to take you to, for those of you guys who don't know, Trinidad is a small island off the coast of South America. Trinidad and Tobago, you hear a lot about, you know, the carnival and all that stuff. It's where Nicki Minaj is from. But basically, these black men ended up down there. And they had children and they interbred and they became part of the Trinidadian community. Same thing in Jamaica, same thing in the Bahamas. So you got black men who were slaves in the United States all the way up until 1812, who fought on behalf of the British Army, who were then taken down to South America, taken to the Caribbean, taken to all the different places where the United States, where Great Britain had colonies, Jamaica, Barbados, the other islands in the Caribbean, like Trinidad. This is where they went. So when you say ADOS, you kind of really, you don't have a correct understanding of history, even though, again, I support you 100%. I'm FBA all the way. You know what I'm saying? But the truth is, if you want to be historically accurate, we have black men and women who can trace their heritage to the killing fields of North America, who are right there in Jamaica, in Trinidad, and the rest of those islands. So, but I just think it's interesting. But look at what these black men did. So the British basically kept their word and said, well, y'all gonna be free. Just another thumb in the eye to America. They done lost the second war now, right? And they said, we're not gonna pay you. We're gonna take your slaves and we're gonna give them land in the best part of Trinidad. That's what they did. It's a trip, man. You guys make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal.
Slaves that actually took up the offer of the British were promised freedom in Nova Scotia, Halifax, in North America. The record does show that there were some slaves that ended up in Nova Scotia, the dead of winter. I think it was a lot of hype with the promises, and many of them found that things were not as rosy as the British pamphlets had indicated.
What is not at all clear is what proportion of the slaves who were within reach of the British actually chose to escape. Now, they were told by their masters that if they went away with the British, they would simply be sold back into slavery in the West Indies, which would be a good deal worse than slavery in the Chesapeake.
Yeah, slavery in the West Indies and Jamaica was horrible. Slavery in Cuba, it was horrible down there. So that was even worse than being a slave in the United States. But let's go ahead and continue listening. So I hope you appreciate that. Bear with me. We got some more video for you guys to look at. Make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal.
How many slaves hopefully gained their freedom because of the war? Well, The number is somewhere close to 5,000. I was giving this talk to a Black Genealogical Society not long ago, and a lady raised her hand and said, well, that's not many. Well, when you think about how short this war really was, the intense fighting begins in the late spring of 1813 along the Chesapeake, and it's going to be over by the fall of 1814. You're looking at maybe 18 months. And along the Atlantic, 18 months and 5,000 individuals. That's a pretty substantial number of refugees who found freedom.
Fair use.
Furthermore, the British only have two major operations. One is an operation against Washington. The other is an operation against Baltimore. Otherwise, they were simply landing, raiding, looting, pillaging, liberating, and going back to their ships. And every time they did that, you could read in the British accounts.
Make sure you hit the #1 button. You're going to hear something very important here. If you guys appreciate this, you want me to continue doing these, talking about Black history from the perspective of Black fighting men, make sure you hit the #1 button and also hit the thumbs up button. Let me know you appreciate what I'm doing.
Every time there were 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 slaves that they bring back with them. So the British are going to devastate the Virginia and Maryland economies. In fact, I am convinced, and I say this in the book, that this war does more to destroy Virginia and Maryland's economy than anything before or after. How many
oops, can you hear me, guys? If you can hear me, hit the #1 button. All right, so slavery played a key role in the War of 1812. Readers may be familiar with the idea of the War of 1812 as an aftershock of the American Revolution. In other words, people like they just say this is secondary. This is just the second half of the American Revolution. This is one more round after the fight is won. After this is like the rematch, right? This is what this is about. And so people don't really take it seriously. It's not even a war we even talk about. Shout out to DJ Twice 609. Thank you so much. So this is what they play it down. But see, slavery played a key role in this war. And see, I can understand why historians don't want to talk about it, because you can't talk about the War of 1812 and not talk about the Black men that fought on both sides. It just listen, right? In Taylor's, and so readers may be familiar with the idea of the War of 1812 as an aftershock of the American Revolution, but they should avoid assuming that historian Alan Taylor's new book is pro forma. In fact, Taylor's meticulously researched, compelling, written, and richly illuminating work examines this understudied conflict from several fascinating, interconnected perspectives. The internal enemy, okay, that's y'all. The internal enemy, right? Was to white Virginians' awareness, right, that their exploitation and domination of Blacks had bred an internal enemy who longed for freedom. Explores how and why during this war, thousands of slaves in the American South took flight, transforming their own lives and British military strategy and undermining the security and economic well-being of the white Southern slaveholder, as well as their faith in the federal government as a reliable guardian of the particular institution. Basically, what they're telling you right there, brothers, is these white folks were scared to death. These white Southerners were scared to death of Black men. It's already bad enough they might they might have an uprising and use farm tools. It's much worse if you got a major superpower at the time, like Great Britain, arming these Black men with guns and telling them to go kill your former master. This scared the bejesus out of them, and the British took this in account. They actually planned. What did the guy say before? They only had two major operations, one on Baltimore and one in Washington. Other than that, they were going there, bringing slaves back, training them, putting them back out there. Y'all go get them. They were this scared the hell out of them. And so this guy in this book, he takes a look at that. You know, and he examined. Taylor 77 begins with a reassessment of the role that slavery and the international slavery debate played in inspiring white Virginians' commitment to the first war for the American independence. He also, basically, the British were about to cut the war. We talked about this a little bit a few months ago. The British were about to end the whole international slave trade. That was going to undermine Americans' ability to keep making their money. And so that was one of the reasons why they decided to have the Revolutionary War. It wasn't just because they wanted freedom. They wanted freedom to enslave black people. If you really look at the history of it, and that's basically what they're saying. He also reassesses the revolution's role in stirring American slaves' faith well beyond Yorktown that the British king was or could be their protector. In other words, the black folks, look, in the Revolutionary War and in this War of 1812, what do you find happening? Black American men, nearly 2-to-1, side with the British against the Americans. They all, in other words, when the British invaded, 20,000 black men fought on behalf of the British in the Revolutionary War. In this particular situation, what was it, 5,000 black men fought, or 10,000 black men fought on behalf of the British? So this is so these slave owners know, man, we got an internal enemy in here. Anytime somebody shows up to want to kill us, they you know, all they got to do is get these black dudes, and these black dudes side against us. This is how important you were, scared to death out of them. Made them realize at some point slavery's gonna have to end, because we're gonna need to be able to sleep at night. And lo and behold, right? Lo and behold, 48 years later, you know, 48 years later, the Civil War starts, because they're like, we got to end it. But anyway, the book then details developments in the years before 1812 that also exacerbated the slaves' yearning for emancipation. Taylor highlights the Virginia's legislator. Listen to this. They were doing stuff to make the black folks mad. Taylor highlights Virginia's legislators' abolition of traditional inheritance laws that had previously inhibited the breaking up of slave families for sale, and their substitution with new laws that encouraged cash-hungry slave owners to sell human property without regard to family relationships of slaves. Many of those stories Taylor has researched with uncommon patience. Basically, there were some laws on the books that said you couldn't separate families and whatnot after folk died, and you couldn't do. That's what this is saying. But then the Virginia legislature said, hell with that. We're gonna break that. You can sell whoever you. So you selling people's babies and all that. That pissed black people off. It's one thing to have me enslaved. It's another thing to tear the people away from me that I hold closest to me, away from me. You're making black men angry. See, they always try to pretend like we was poor, just helpless Negroes in shackles. No, we were human beings. They knew who we were, and they knew there had been enough incidents. There were over 160 some odd slave rebellions. That's just black people fighting against slavery on their own. And so they knew that black people were angry. This was not something that they did easily. This keeping us oppressed was not an easy thing. Black men were always fighting against the oppressions of slavery. We never stopped from the day we came over here, and then the ship's over. Never forget that, okay? And so now you begin to understand why Francis Scott Key wrote that goddamn Star Spangled Banner. He was mad at them black slaves. Look at the lyrics in that. He was mad because they were basically fighting. They were basically fighting against all the British who was empowering these black slaves. Think about it, right? They cursed, right? He curses the blacks who fought for the British, and you see why now. Now you understand why they were so goddamn mad. You see what I'm saying? You understand that? My God, just look at the lyrics. When you put it in context, so it's not so much it was racist. He was damn mad at black folks. Think about that, right? So I want you guys to consider that, okay? But maybe we'll even analyze the lyrics real quick, and you guys can see what I mean. He was mad. Put this in context, right? Remember, Francis Scott Key wrote this poem, which was later put to tune, as a result of the War of 1812. He was pissed off. If they would explain to you the reason, this was basically a gangster rap. That's basically what it was. It's a gangster rap because he was mad at these black slaves who decided that they would fight on behalf of the British and damn near win. They were mad, they were scared. This is what we're dealing with, right? So put it in context. When you put things in context, you really get a better understanding. This is why Francis Scott Key was mad. That's why I say one of the things that came out was American flag, Uncle Sam, and also the Star Spangled Banner. But let's continue listening. The new laws enhance slaves' desire for freedom, not just for its own sake, but increasingly as the only sure way to keep their families intact. So these brothers were fighting to keep it. If we let the British win, if we help the British win, they'll help us keep our family intact, and we might get free. This is what they were concerned about. Black men have always been concerned about their people and their family and whatnot. No wonder then that some 5,000 slaves took their chances with the freedom promising British invaders during the War of 1812, proving strategic intelligence, access to supplies, general labor, and even military might in the form of organized units of Black Marines serving under white officers. Without giving away too much of the heart of the tale, it's worth mentioning one of the most excellent books making striking features, the important persuasive connections of Taylor draws between the War of 1812 and the brutal sectional conflict that began in 1861. These include the tensions that the war intensified between the heavily Federalist New England and the predominantly Republican South. The lasting resentment is fostered in Virginia toward the federal government, which demonstrates little apparent interest in protecting the state from invasion or preventing the slaves from running away. The willingness of the enemy to deploy Black men in organized military units and otherwise to gain the victory, and white slave holders' post-war determinations to extend slavery westward to protect it. So, you know, this is I want you now that you understand a little bit more about what Francis Scott Key was looking at, I want to slide down. We're gonna go. Let's go. This is the Star Spangled Banner. You know, verse 1, verse 2, and where is that band who so vauntly swore that the havoc of war and the battle's confusion, a home and country should leave us no more. Their blood has washed out their foul footsteps pollution. No refuge could save the hireling and slave. In other words, this is what they're saying. These people are fighting on behalf of the British Army. No refuge could save their blood has washed out their foul footsteps. They were angry with these slaves. They were mad with these Black men. You see what I'm saying? No refuge could save the hireling and slave from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave, and the Star Spangled Banner in triumph doth wave or over the land of the free and the home of the brave. Oh, thus be it ever when free men shall stand between their loved home and the war's dissolution, blessed with victory. The peace may the heaven rescued land praise the power that hath preserved us a nation. They conquer, we must, when our cause is just, and this be our motto. In God is our trust, and the Star Spangled Banner in triumph shall we wave, O land of the free and home of the. But see, basically, this is him lashing out against those Black men who fought on behalf of the British. Not only are you fighting the British, your worst enemy, but now you got the Black men, you scared to death of these Black men. This is what they're dealing with. You see what I mean? So that's what Francis Scott Key's motivation was to write that song. That's a gangster rap. That's what that is right there. But let's go ahead and I want to kind of wrap this up a little bit. We already well deep into this conversation, but I think it's interesting. If you guys appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I appreciate that. We're going to read a little bit about some of the famous Black men that fought in this war. Okay, so here we go. Dick's Creek. Richard Pierpont, Captain Dick, a courageous leader, a soldier hero. To the west of Merritt Street and St. Catherine's, running along the side of present-day Oakdale Avenue within Canal Valley, is Dick's Creek. It's a waterway. It's a waterway tells a discordant series of tales that informs that which we see today on Merritt Street. The first and second. Okay. Let's just skip on. This is up the town of Merritton and Niagara Escarpment Let me get down it. Dix Creek was named after respected well-liked Richard Captain Dick Pierpoint. Okay, who in his lifetime was captured by or sold by local slave traders to an American-bound British slave ship at 16. He escaped American slavery by joining the Loyalists in the militia in 1780 at 36. The Loyalists were the British. In other words, in the Revolutionary War, he decided to fight on behalf of the King of England against America. Okay, he was 36 years old. He acquired, in recognition of his brave service, so he was a brave fighting man, a large land grant in 1791 encompassing Dix Creek at 47. This is up in Canada. Voluntarily fought in the War of 1812. So then he went back and fought, because remember, Canada was invaded by America. So he went back and joined up and said, nah, I'm gonna fight you again. So in 1812, this black man who was kidnapped from the west coast of Africa at 16 and had to deal with slavery till he was 36 years old, 20 years, then fought against the Americans, was given sanctuary in Canada for his service, and then at 47 volunteered to go back to war and fight in the War of 1812 on behalf of Upper Canada against the Americans as members of the colored militia he co-founded at 68. Look at that, right? Received and fulfilled the harsh conditions of requiring a further land grant in Fergus at the age of 82, and then returned to the area of Dix Creek, now actively used as part of the Welland Canal, where he lived nobly until his death in 1838 at a distinguished age of 94 years old. Hot damn, right? What do we know about the life of this young person in his first 16 years in his homeland? An African baby boy was born in UNDUE, Senegambia, West Africa in 1744 and 1760. In 1760, that boy, a 16-year-old African teenager whose birth name was lost in history, was captured in Bandu, or AKA Bandu, a small nation about 160 miles from the Atlantic Ocean, just north of Gambia River, in what is now the Republic of Senegal, sold to the British and shipped to a New England. So some other Africans went 160 miles, and it only wasn't no white people that did it. We talked about that story already. But some other black folks grabbed him up and sold him to some British who sold the British and shipped him to New England on a British slave ship and purchased as a slave at a slave auction by a British colonel officer named Pierpoint. The slave name given to the young African was Richard Pierpoint. It is the name we use here because Pierpoint continued to use the name throughout his life. It is said by some that Pierpoint was born to the Fulani tribe, a migratory people heavily represented in the Senegambia region of Senegal. Many Fula were taken captive to the Americas from the 16th through the 19th century as part of the Atlantic slave trade, and they were largely captured from Senegal. The Fulani moved from the Mediterranean and settled in Futa. I'm butchering these words. I apologize for that. But this is in the, you can read a little bit more about this. I want to go over into a little bit more about Richard Pierpoint. They also called him Black Dick, Captain Dick, and Captain Pierpoint, or Pond Pine, and Pierpoint. Was a British soldier of the Senegalese descent, brought to America as a slave. He was granted freedom to fight on the side of the British in the American Revolution. After the war, he settled in a black community in Upper Canada, where he was given some land. He also participated in the War of 1812. Richard Pierpoint, okay, we read a little bit about that. In 1776, with the outbreak of the American Revolution, many African slaves were offered freedom in exchange for fighting on the side of the British. By at least 1780, Pierpoint was one of a dozen Africans fighting with Butler's Rangers regiment. Some members of the regiment were former black slaves, which enlisted blacks only as non-combatant laborers to sappers. The total number of black soldiers in Butler's Rangers is unknown. Now I want to slide down to the War of 1812. Following the outbreak of the War of 1812, Pierpoint proposed to organize a corps of men of color on the Niagara frontier. His offer was refused, but a small black Corps was raised locally by a white officer. Jordan Tavern owner Robert Raunchy, Pierpoint volunteered immediately for Captain Raunchy's company of colored men, even though he was in his 60s. This man was in his 60s and he fought against these folks. The Corps said, y'all can't even do 15 push-ups. And this black man is out here fighting a war in his 60s. The Corps served with distinction at the battle. They served with distinction at the Battle of Queenston Heights, the Siege of Fort George, and the Battle of Lundy's Lane, as well as other engagements. They were also instrumental in the construction of Fort Mississauga. I know I butchered that name. For the remainder of the war, the Corps was used as labor and garrison. So they fought and they did what they did a great job, and then they were used as labor towards the end. Now I want to look a little bit more about the Battle of Captain Raunchy's colored men. Captain Raunchy's company of colored men was a Canadian militia company of free blacks. And now, mind you, they fought on behalf of the British. Okay, this is what you got to understand. They fought on behalf of the British. The company was formed by the instigation of a black settler in Upper Canada, Richard Pierpoint, Captain Pierpoint, who had served as a part of the Butler's Rangers during the American Revolution War. On the outbreak of the war in 1812, he petitioned Major General Isaac Brock, commanding the British forces, to Upper Canada to form a militia corps for black settlers in Niagara Peninsula. Brock initially turned it down. We're going to slide down. So basically, we read a little bit about Dick. Now, the thing is, I want to get to this because I think this is important. This is the Battle of New Orleans, and I think it's important very much so. So basically, I kind of told you guys about this already. I'm losing my train of thought here, but give me a minute. The Battle of New Orleans. So we've heard of Andrew Jackson. Well, hit the number one button, guys. If you appreciate what I'm doing, hit the number one button. I know it's kind of going over, but I wanted to get everything in. And this is just another point that I want to talk about. Remember, there was about 500 black men out of the 5,000 that fought on behalf of the Americans. And so we want to talk about, you want to be able to know about the Battle of New Orleans. Many of us have been to New Orleans, don't even know, feel like a stranger when you do. Oh my God, I need to get out. We ran that town. We were there, okay? So, but Andrew Jackson, he's a key player. You guys know him. You see him on the dollar, one of the United States money, was it 20 or something like that? But anyway, on December 24th, 1814, Great Britain and the United States signed a treaty. That's December 24th, Christmas Eve. Remember this, right? On Christmas Eve, 1814, Great Britain and the United States signed a treaty in Ghent, Belgium, right? That effectively ended the War of 1812, right? Now, the War of 1812 is a misnomer because it didn't end to 1814, and the fighting didn't stop to 1815, but it's still referred to as the War of 1812. News was slow to get across the Atlantic Ocean. As you can imagine, they didn't have cell phones, they didn't have email, they didn't have Facebook. And so you didn't know the war ended, right? News was slow to cross the Atlantic Ocean. However, on January 8th, right, you done had your turkey for Thanksgiving, you're good. And next thing you know, you got to go back to war on the war that's ended. On January 8th, 1815, the two sides met in what is remembered as one of the conflict's biggest and most decisive engagements. In the bloody Battle of New Orleans, future President Andrew Jackson and a motley assortment of militia fighters, frontiersmen, slaves, Indians, and even pirates weathered a frontal assault by the superior British force, inflicting devastating casualties along the way. The victory vaulted Jackson to national stardom and helped foil plans for the British invasion. War of 1812 in December 1814, as diplomats met in Europe to hammer out a truce in the War of 1812, British forces mobilized for what they hoped would be a campaign's finishing blow. After defeating Napoleon in Europe earlier that year, Great Britain redoubled its efforts against the former colonies and launched a three-pronged invasion of the United States. American forces had managed to check two of the incursions at the Battle of Baltimore, and the inspiration for Francis Scott Key's Star Spangled Banner and the Battle of, remember, that's what inspired. Washington the Americans managed to beat them black. We beat them. He was mad. Okay. Francis Scott Key was mad at black people when he wrote, how dare they, our good niggers, turn against us like that? We've been good to them. And here y'all are out here, they were angry. Y'all, I told you, that was gangster rap. That should go up there with Tupac in his song, Who Shot You? Biggie Small, that's that. Who Shot You? That should be that. That's some gangster rap right there, man. After forces had managed to check the two of the incursions at the Battle of Baltimore and the inspiration for Francis Scott Key's Star Spangled Banner and the Battle of Plattsburgh, but now the British plan to invade New Orleans, a vital seaport considered the gateway to the United States' newly purchased territory in the West. If it could seize the Crescent City, the British Empire would gain dominion over the Mississippi River and hold trade of the entire American South under its thumb. Basically, if they could get the Mississippi, they could have it locked down, baby. They got you locked in on the Atlantic side. They got the Mississippi that runs all the way up to St. Louis. But we shutting you down. You're not going anywhere. We got this on lock. We can hold you for ransom. Andrew Jackson, standing in the way of the British advance, was Major General Andrew Jackson, who had rushed to New Orleans defense when he learned of an attack was in the works. Nicknamed Old Hickory, mind you, he just finished fighting Indians in Alabama, and so he came over there to fight some Brits, redcoats. Nicknamed Old Hickory for his legendary toughness, Jackson had spent the last year subduing the hostile Creek Indians in Alabama and harassing the redcoats. Operations along the Gulf Coast. The general had no love for the British. He spent time as a prisoner during the Revolution. He was a POW. They whooped him good, Andrew Jackson. They whooped him good, had him locked down, and he was mad at the British, and he was itching for a chance to confront them in the battle. I owe Britain a debt of retaliatory vengeance. He once told his wife, "Should our forces meet, I trust I shall pay the debt." After British forces were sighted near the Lake Bourne, Jackson declared martial law in New Orleans and ordered every available weapon to be an able-bodied man to be brought to bear in the city's defense. His force soon grew into 4,500 strong patchwork of Army regulars, frontier militia, free blacks, New Orleans aristocrats, and Choctaw tribesmen. After some hesitation, Old Hickory even accepted the help of John Lafitte, a dashing pirate who ran a smuggling and privateer empire out of nearby Bataria. I can't say the name. Bay. Jackson's ramshackle army was to face off against 8,000 British regulars, many of whom had served in the Napoleonic Wars. At the helm was Lieutenant General Sir Edward Packingham, a respected veteran of the Peninsular War and the brother-in-law of the Duke of Wellington. The two sides first came to blows on December 23rd when Jackson launched a daring nighttime raid attack on the British forces bivouacked 9 miles south of New Orleans. Jackson then fell back to Rodriguez Canal, a 10-foot wide millrace located near Chalmette plantation of Mississippi River. Using local slave labor, he widened the canal into a defensive trench and used the excess dirt to build a 7-foot wall, tall earthen rampart buttressed with timber. When complete, this line, Jackson stretched nearly a mile from the east bank of the Mississippi to nearly an impassable marsh. Here we shall plant our stakes, Jackson told his men, and not abandon them until we drive these redcoat rascals into the river swamp. So basically, this was what happened. They started fighting at daybreak. This fight lasted about 30 minutes. And the British got shot to death. They just lost. And even when they did have one little win, it was so late in the day, they realized we're not going to lose. They turned around and left. So, that's basically how that went. The British lost 2,000 men in 30 minutes. The Americans lost 100 men in 30 minutes. That lets you know. That's why he ended up elected president. It was the most stunning victory that they'd ever had, and that's how they ended. Mind you, all this happened after the war was over. So this is it. This is the War of 1812. As you see, black men played a heavy role in it. We cannot deny the fact that black men have. This is the second war that we're talking about, from the Revolutionary War to this particular war. Look at all that we've done. Look at what black men have done. in the defense of this country. We've actually fought on both sides. But the bottom line is, fellas, this is part of your heritage. This is part of what we fought, and I've given you proof. You got Captain Dick, Captain Robert Pierpoint, Richard Pierpoint. That's a great. Now he fought on behalf of the Canadians, but the bottom line is, you can see we were not cowards. We were fighting for our freedom either way. All right. My man Chris Brown said, "What demons?" My son put that damn thing up there, and I can't get it off. Okay, that's not my fault. I've been trying to get it off, and he's been trying to send me instructions on how to get it off, but I don't know. But yeah, that's my boy who put that thing up there. But either way, look, guys, if you appreciate what we're doing, you guys show your appreciation by contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. And other than that, man, I've talked to death. If you guys enjoyed it, let me hear some of your comments. If you appreciate what I do, I look forward to reading the comments. But again, you know, our black brothers were fighting for their freedom. It's not necessarily that they were fighting for the Americans. They were fighting for their freedom, and they were down with whoever was willing to give them freedom. That's who they were fighting for. So just keep that in mind. And I just, man, it's great to see this happening. It's great to see the awakening of black men. And I'm just simply giving you something to think about. I'm just simply giving you more ammunition so that you can begin to speak up for yourself and other black men. When they say black men don't build, when they say black men don't protect, you tell them about all the black men that fought on behalf of black folks, because that's who they were fighting on behalf of. They didn't care they were fighting for the British or the Americans. They were fighting to keep their families together, and they were fighting for their own freedom for themselves and their families. So you keep that in mind too. It was one of the most American things they can do. Irrespective of who won the war, many black men were able to get free because of their participation on either side. So keep that in mind. Some who fought on behalf of the British went down to Jamaica, they went to Trinidad, they went to the Bahamas, and they went to Canada. Some blacks who fought on behalf, some black men who fought on behalf of the American side, whether it was the colonies in the Revolutionary War, the Americans in 1812, they were set free. Some weren't, but the bottom line is we fought, and that's something you should keep in mind. But either way, guys, thank you so much, Broken Blade. I appreciate you guys. We've been going almost 2 hours. I hope you're good. I've been working hard here, fellas. This is a history lesson. This is some level 10. This is the type of stuff you get when you go to college, except it's not this intensive. And you don't have to take a test. You just learn it on your own leisure. This is something you can listen to while you are working out, lifting weights. But the most important thing is, fellas, don't ever let anybody tell you as a black man you don't have right to this country. You did more for this country than any other group of people, especially in other immigrants. You don't hear about other immigrants. You don't hear about Mexicans. You don't hear about people. You don't hear about white. Hell, you don't even hear about a lot of whites from the Southern Europe or Eastern Europe. All you hear about is black men and white men. All you hear about, you don't hear about Arabs. You don't hear about Asians. It's black men and white men that fought these wars predominantly. And for the most part, we were used heavily, not only as a support, but also they gave us guns, and both sides did. You see what I'm saying? And we fought well. We fought with valor. You heard that. You saw that. Many of these men fought with distinction. So keep that in mind. This is your legacy. And don't you let anybody steal your legacy away. You arm yourself with facts. Don't let anybody tell you to go back to the country you came from. You tell them you go back to the country. We got more war hours than you. We got more battle hours than you. All right, we stand on that legacy. We come from a group of battle-hardened men who were forced to be slaves and still fought and then earn their freedom oftentimes from their valor and their victory. So keep that in mind. The only time black men are allowed to speak is when it benefits others. So, hey, this is your opportunity to speak. I want to hear from you. And if you want to make this voice louder and clearer, then what you need to do is contribute to the Cash App, the PayPal, and the Super Chat. I appreciate you. Hey, what's up, you guys? This is Dennis Sperling, and I'm back again. And I want to talk to you guys again about the history of black men in the U.S. military. And we're going to talk about the Civil War and the honorable service that 179,000 Black men provided to the United States military on behalf of the Union Army. So the common narrative is that Black men just sat by in chains and waited for white boys to come from Massachusetts and New York to set them free from slavery. And that's just far from the truth. We were not passive bystanders waiting around for different factions of white men to determine our destiny. We actually participated. And so by the end of the Civil War, roughly 179,000 Black men, or 10% of the Union Army, served as soldiers in the U.S. Army, and another 19,000 served in the Navy. Nearly 40,000 Black soldiers died over the course of the war. Okay, so 40,000 soldiers died over the course of the war. 30,000 of infection of disease, and another 30,000 from infection and disease. Black soldiers served in artillery and infantry, and performed all non-combat support functions that sustained the Army as well. Black carpenters, chaplains, cooks, guards, laborers, nurses, scouts, spies, steamboat pilots, surgeons, and teamsters also contributed to the war cause. There were nearly 80 Black commissioned officers. So the thing is, fellas, and before we get started, I want to acknowledge essential entities. Thank you so much for your contribution. Also, thank you for your membership. Guys, the way you keep this stuff going, the way you let me know you appreciate this particular topic or these topics that I'm talking about here, specifically the military, is by contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. As you see, there's only 22 people here. And if I was talking about Dr. Dre getting divorced and, his wife taking him for $300,000 a month for the rest of her life in California, and I broke all that down, then I'm sure that I'd have a lot more people here. But I'm taking my time to put this up, and I've started with the Revolutionary. Actually, I started with World War II, and then I jumped back to the Revolutionary War, and now I'm doing the War of 1812. And so now we're doing the Civil War, and then after this we'll do World War I, and then we'll skip ahead past World War II and do Vietnam. But I'm doing this because I know that it's very important. I know that this is something that people will refer to in the future. And I think it's important. But the way you show your appreciation for what I'm doing now and your ability to be able to ask questions is simply hit the thumbs up button, hit the number 1 button. That'll get the algorithm going. And also, brothers, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. So thank you, essential entities. Thank you, Will. I appreciate your contributions. So here we go. The issues of emancipation in the military service were intertwined from the onset of the Civil War. News from Fort Sumter set off a rush by free Black men to enlist in the U.S. military units. They were turned away. That's what happened, right? Initially, they were turned away, right? Remember, this is an ongoing and repeating theory. Remember that? Initially, they were turned away in the Revolutionary War. They were turned away in the War of 1812. It wasn't until they started getting beaten badly by their opponents, all of a sudden, the U.S. military and the Navy said, well, we need to get those Black guys in there. This is an ongoing theory. They need us until they don't. They don't need us. They don't need us until they do need us. This is something that's been ongoing, right? And the thing is, they are not able, the U.S. Army is not able to win its wars without the help of Black men, which I just find both interesting and ironic. Even wars for its freedom and wars for the freedom of black men and women. They couldn't win on their own. They had to get the help of black men, you know. But again, initially, as always, they turned down our help, and so we know how that story ends. At a certain point, they'll say we need to get some of these black guys in, right? So here's where they were turned away, however, because of federal law dating from 1792, barred Negroes from bearing arms for the U.S. Army, although they had served in the American Revolution and in the War of 1812. So basically, they had a law in the books saying that we don't want black guys helping. We put that in the books in 1792, about 12 or so years after the American Revolution, after they used us for the American Revolution. Remember, they had to do that because the British were enlisting black men, and so the Americans said, "Well, we'll promise you freedom too, and you know, we'll promise you freedom. We'll let you free." And so they got about 5,000 black men that were convinced that they were going to let them go free, even though at the end of the day, many of those men were tricked. They realized their service was for nothing. They were not fighting for either side. They were fighting for their own freedom. And that's basically how that went. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and continue. You know, although they had served in the American Revolution and the War of 1812, in Boston, disappointed would-be volunteers met and passed a resolution requesting that the government modify its laws to permit their enlistment. The Lincoln administration wrestled with the idea of authorizing the recruitment of black troops, concerned that such a move would prompt the border states to secede. When General John C. Fremont in Missouri and General David Hunter in South Carolina issued proclamations that emancipated slaves in the military regions and permitted them to enlist, their superiors sternly revoked their orders. By mid-1862, however, the escalating number of former slaves, contrabands, and declining number of white volunteers, and the increasingly pressing personal needs of the Union Army pushed the government to reconsider its ban. In other words, again, they needed us. They didn't want us until they needed us. And then they basically brought us in by droves. That's basically what happened there. All right. As a result, as a result, on July 17, 1862, Congress passed the second Confiscation and Militia Act, freeing slaves who had masters in the Confederate Army. In other words, so now we're just going to free the slaves whose masters decided to take up arms against the United States Army. So you're in Georgia somewhere, you're in South Carolina, your master decided to join the Confederate Army. Well, you know what? We're gonna let you join the military. We're gonna let you join the U.S. Army. That's basically how that went. And so, you know, you had to basically what was basically going on. It was like a spit in the face. This is your punishment for joining the Confederate Army. That's what that was about. But I thought that was interesting in itself. But in the meantime, I want to get back to the story. I was just actually looking for something else that I thought was important. So let's continue here. 2 days later, slavery was abolished in the territories of the United States. And on July 22nd, President Lincoln presented a preliminary draft of the Emancipation Proclamation to his cabinet after the Union Army turned back Lee's first invasion of the North in Maryland, and the Emancipation Proclamation was subsequently announced. Black recruitment was pursued in earnest. In other words, they went after all the brothers they could after telling you they didn't want you. for about 2 years into the war. Now they're like, we want them all. Volunteers from South Carolina, Tennessee, Massachusetts filled the first authorized Black regiments. Recruitment was slow until Black leaders such as Frederick Douglass encouraged Black men to become soldiers to ensure eventual full citizenship. 2 of Douglass's own sons contributed to the war effort. Volunteers began to respond, and in May 1863, the government established the Bureau of Colored Troops to manage the burgeoning number of Black soldiers. By the end of the Civil War, roughly 179,000 Black men, that's 10% of the Union Army, served as soldiers in the U.S. Army, and another 19,000 served in the Navy. Nearly 40,000 Black soldiers died over the course of the war. 30,000 and 30,000 died from infection of disease. Black soldiers served in artillery, the infantry, and performed all non-combat support functions that sustain an army, as well as Black carpenters, chaplains, cooks, guards, laborers, nurses, scouts, spies, steamboat pilots, surgeons, teamsters, and teamsters, somebody who drives horses, also contributed to the war. There were nearly 80 Black commissioned officers. Black women who could not formally join the Army nonetheless served as nurses, spies, scouts, and most famous was Harriet Tubman, who scouted for the 2nd South Carolina Volunteers. So that's something that people never tell you. People think that Harriet Tubman was just, she was just this Black woman who, led the Underground Railroad. But in actuality, she was also a spy. She was actually used as a spy for the Union Army. She can get in and out. Just imagine, she knew how to get in and out of those places because she'd been on the Underground Railroad, working, bringing slaves. So she knew how to hide out, where to go, and these other sort of things. So, that's something that we should consider. That's history about her. Pablo Frescobar says, Dennis, I have a special Civil War document I want to share with you when you're ready for guests. Okay, cool, no problem. I definitely want to get that in. And Randall says, always here for the history lessons. Cool, man. Thank you so much. You guys appreciate this. Make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. And also hit the like button. Again, this is not one of those conversations where there's going to be a whole lot of people who join, So I need you guys to show your support, because otherwise it makes this not worth it. Okay. So I need you guys to make sure you show your support for what I'm doing here. I know it's possible for the guys that are here today to show your support by contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. So you guys go ahead and do that, whether it's $5, $2, $3, $20. And also make sure you hit the number 1 button. That keeps the comments going. And the other thing is, this is for you. And I do this because people often say that Black men don't build. It says that Black men haven't contributed anything to the United States other than being slaves or playing football. And that's just not true. What I've shown you so far is that we fought in every war since the beginning of this country. We fought in the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, we were crucial in that. And, the United States was, a hair away from losing its country against the British. So keep that in mind. So if it wasn't for Black men, remember the British in the War of 1812, the British were basically not even hiring, said, Black man, I'm gonna give you freedom if you help us take our country back. That's what the British said in 1812, and Black men signed up by droves. And so keep that in mind. We were crucial in that. Slavery was crucial. We were crucial. But anyway, because of prejudice against them, Black units were not used in combat as extensively as they might have been. Nevertheless, the soldiers served with distinction in a number of battles. Black infantrymen fought gallantly at Milton's Bend in Louisiana, Port Hudson in Louisiana, Pittsburgh, Virginia, and Nashville, Tennessee. The July 1863 assault on Fort Wagner, South Carolina, in which the 54th Regiment of Massachusetts volunteers lost 2/3 of their officers and half of their troops was memorably dramatized in the film Glory. By the war's end, 16 Black soldiers had been awarded the Medal of Honor. 16, right? That's amazing. In addition to the perils of war faced by all Civil War soldiers, Black soldiers faced additional problems stemming from racial prejudice. Racial discrimination was prevalent even in the North, and the discriminatory practices permeated the U.S. military. Segregated units were formed with Black enlisted men and typically commanded by white officers and Black non-commissioned officers. So you'd have a white lieutenant and a Black sergeant. The sergeant being an NCO, a non-commissioned officer. A lieutenant being an officer. They were higher ranked. The 54th Massachusetts was commanded by Robert Shaw, and the 1st South Carolina by Thomas Wentworth Higgins, both white. Black soldiers were initially paid $10 per month, from which $3 was automatically deducted for clothing, resulting in a net pay of $7. In contrast, white soldiers received $13 per month, from which no clothing allowance was drawn. In June 1864, Congress granted equal pay to the U.S. colored troops and made the action retroactive. So that means the brothers got a big check. They were even trying to stiff the brothers on the money they were getting, man. You see what I'm saying? This is what Black men did. So you got 179,000 Black men being underpaid. Okay, just think about that. And so all of a sudden, in 1864, Congress they fought so well, they were so vital to the war effort. Congress decided to pay the brothers all their back pay. You see what I mean? The thing is, man, and I'm gonna just take a quick break here. You brothers, man, have proved, Black men, Black American men, you have proved yourself over and over again. I had a dude come on here a couple of weeks ago, and this guy, he's a Haitian brother, right? And he said his daddy or whoever told him that all Black men, all Black people ever did was beg. He said all we ever did was beg white people to give us rights, beg white people for that. This is the perception. You see, the perception is all Black people do is put signs up and beg white people. That's not. We've earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. We weren't, even when we were slaves, we were fighting with white people. We brought them to the point where they realized we gotta let these Negroes free or they're gonna kill all of us. They realized that no matter what was gonna happen, we were going to continue fighting and it was never going to be over. The only reason folks in Haiti won in the Caribbean is because they had them beat 20-1. In other words, you got 20 Black folks, 20 angry Haitians, 20 angry Africans in the island of Haiti, and to every one white person. Yeah, eventually they were going to slaughter. Eventually that was going to happen. Here in the United States, we've always only been about 10 to 13% of the population in total, but there were some places where we outnumbered the whites. So in a situation like that, they said, well, maybe we can work around this by having some on-white enclaves. That's what the whole Georgia territory was about. Georgia was initially an all-white colony all white Britain. It was all white colony. It was all white state basically, but that didn't work because they couldn't get white folks to work in the fields. And then on top of that, you created some kind of classism going on. Now you got the white people in the house and then you got the white people working in the fields. And that created a problem. And see, the other thing you got to understand is the Spanish who owned Florida, who ran Florida, had been arming Black men in Florida for hundreds of years. And many of those Black men in Florida came from Cuba. Cuba, being a Spanish territory, many of those many of those Africans were actually from the Congo, so they spoke Portuguese and they were Catholic. And so the Spanish at the time aligned with men who were Catholic. It was the Europeans who came in and said, we're going to empower white people. And what did that do? That was a broad net. That could include Irish, Scottish, southeastern European, all of those people who consider themselves white, they would all fall under that white banner. They weren't giving guns to black people. The Spanish, on the other hand, were willing to give guns to black people. So you got South Carolina, where you got all these slave uprisings going. You got Georgia acting as a buffer state between Florida, where you got all these armed black men. And so what I'm trying to tell you is we have been fighting and fighting and fighting. White people couldn't sleep at night because they were afraid of being waking up to a big black angry mob of people in their bedroom, stabbing and hacking them to death. So they eventually knew slavery was going to end. We did not lie by or sit by quietly and allow slavery to happen. We fought every day of the week, every step of the way. And it's documented, it's well documented. The whole point of the Revolutionary War was that the colonies did not like the fact that the British were trying to end slavery because they realized it was a failed experiment because you can't keep these people enslaved. They have been getting beat up and rooted and routed. And so they were going to end, they had some cases. They had a case in Europe, a case in Great Britain where a slave was set free. And the colonists recognized that they're eventually going to do that to the Caribbean. And then they're also going to do that to the United States. And they wanted to keep their slaves. And on top of that, the British were beginning to arm their African men and call them the Ethiopian regiments and placing them in North America. And so the colonists look around and said, nah, hell no, we got to have a revolution because the last thing we want is more of these black folks armed. They clearly don't care about us. It was out of fear and the need to keep slavery intact that the Revolutionary War was fought. Gerald Horne says that. Dr. Gerald Horne of U of H. I'll put his videos up. I'll put the link in the chat room for you guys to check out. But what I'm saying is, for people who think that black men sat by idly and waited for white people to give them their freedom, that is a damn lie. As the stats show, 179,000 black men fought. Now you got to understand something. 179,000 black men. There was only 400,000 black people in the United States at that time. I'm sorry, there was only 4 million black people in the United States. So think about it. Cut that in half, it's about 2 million black men, right? More or less. All right. And so 10% of the black population at the time, more or less, 10% of the army, 10% of our whole population fought. Only 600,000 men fought and died in the military alone. So if you had 70,000 of them being black, what does that tell you? I mean, what does that tell you? And those are just the numbers that we hear about. A large percentage of them were black men. So we didn't sit by idly. Nobody gave us our freedom. We fought for it. We fought for it. When presented that we begged to join, and then when presented with the opportunity to join, we joined in droves. So don't let them steal that glory away from you, brothers. Don't let them steal that glory away from our black. And again, it's great to know about African history, and that's a wonderful thing to know. And I support that 100%. But if we're talking about black American men, you have a closer relationship to these black men that some of them were your granddaddies or great granddad. Some of them were your grandmother's grandfathers. Some of them were your great grandmothers and grandfathers' grandparents. These are our people. These black men put it all on the line for you. And so you got to remember that. Do not let them steal your glory. Never let anybody sit up and tell you that black men didn't participate in their own freedom heavily. And if it wasn't for the black men fighting in the Civil War, the North would have lost. They were getting wore out by them Southerners. You fighting these swamp running white boys on their territory, and you from Connecticut, you're not even used to the heat. Look at what's happening. They're not even used to the heat. And so it wasn't until black men who are used to the heat, who can handle it, came down and began to turn the tide of the Civil War. But before that, it was going to be a lost cause. Keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And look, let me tell you something. those white Southerners were afraid of those black troops because those black troops showed them no mercy and no quarter. It was the brothers were fighting for their lives, literally, and their freedom and the lives of their families. So keep that in mind. And they did it by dealing with racism. This is how they dealt with it. You know, not like they went in there and had a hunky-dory time. They had to deal with you know, inequality even on the team they were fighting on behalf of. So, you know, hit the #1 button, man, for the Civil War veterans, man. All these black men. Y'all remember that, 179,000. That's the only number you have to memorize, 179,000. That's how many black men served in the military. Okay, during the revolution. During the Civil War. Keep that in mind. But in the meantime, I want to get back to reading that I put together for you guys. I want to make sure we don't forget that. But 179,000. Okay, keep that in mind, fellas. So, oops. All right. So the black troops, however, faced greater peril than white troops when captured by the Confederate Army. In 1863, the Confederate Congress threatened to punish severely officers of black troops and to enslave black soldiers. As a result, President Lincoln issued General Order 233, threatening reprisal on all Confederate prisoners of war for any mistreatment of black troops. Although the threat generally restrained the Confederates, black captives were typically treated more harshly than white captives. In perhaps the most heinous known example of abuse, Confederate soldiers shot to death black Union soldiers captured at Fort Pillow, Tennessee. Engagement in 1864. Confederate General Nathan Bedford witnessed the massacre and did nothing to stop it. Okay, think about that. This is a Confederate general. And the crazy thing is, man, I got a goddamn street right near my house named Forest Avenue. Nathan Bedford. It's named after this dude. And this is this savage. This is what this bastard did. So I'm going to actually, now that I've been dealing with this, I'm going to have to actually petition my local council to get that asshole's name off of my street sign here. But oftentimes, many of those signs, and I try to have this conversation with you guys yesterday, or a couple of days ago, maybe at this point, symbolism means something. You know, you could sign up of you name the street after somebody like Nathan Bedford Forrest, and you put it in the neighborhood. What that basically is saying is Negroes aren't welcome here. You know, so symbols mean something. We were talking about this in the context of Colin Kaepernick taking a knee, right? But symbols do mean something, fellas. So don't never let these people make you think symbols don't mean something. They do. And naming somebody Nathan Bedford Forest Avenue actually means something. So y'all keep that in mind. But in the meantime, I want you guys to talk about, if you appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you hit the #1 button. I need you guys to show your appreciation by hitting that #1 button. I want to make sure that we know, that I know that you guys appreciate what I'm doing here by hitting the #1 button. That's the best thing you can do for me right now. And do it for the algorithm, fellas. Now, lastly on this, so we're learning little facts here. The document feature with this article is, okay, so I want to show you guys an article here. Well, let me see if I can blow it up for you. So this is an article used to recruit. Let me see if I can get this, pull it up real quick. This is an article used to recruit black men into the military during the Civil War times, all right? So you guys can take a look at that when it comes up. Oops. You can see this clearly. Hit the number 1 button if you can see this clearly. Okay. It says to colored men, freedom, protection, pay, and call to military duty. On the first day of January 1863, the President of the United States proclaimed freedom to over 3 million slaves. This decree, because remember, there's 4 million black people in America, but about half, what they're saying is about 25% of them, or 1/4 of them, were already free. So that's another thing you need to keep in mind. You know, not all the black people here in the United States were enslaved. This decree is to be enforced by all the power of the nation. On the 21st of July last, he issued the following orders: protection of colored troops. And this just kind of goes into, it goes into what black men, they needed you in there, But you guys contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to prep this video that I have here that I want you guys to see. But in the meantime, I also want to tell you about a few Civil War heroes, right? But before I go in, on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. All persons held as slave within any states in the, okay. So this is the thing about the Emancipation Proclamation. It was a legal document freeing all the slaves in the southern states. All right, so what that means is there were slaves in the rebel states, the states that are rebel. So there are people who had slaves in the northern states, and technically they weren't free, right? But this Emancipation Proclamation freed the slaves in the southern states. Now the crazy thing is, Native Americans had slaves too. Okay, the so-called 5 civilized tribes. They held slaves too, and they were fighting against the Union Army. They were sided up with the Confederates to fight the Union Army. So, all you guys talk about stuff like, yeah, I'm half Chickasaw, I'm from Papaho, I'm from Twerk It Den, I'm a Twerk It Den Indian, I'm a Slapaho Indian, I'm a Cherokee. You see what I'm saying? Y'all might actually not be, but your people lived on a reservation and had these customs because your people were enslaved by the Indians. So again, as Dr. John Henry Clark said, black people don't have friends, not like that, okay? So just keep that in mind. All you guys who say, oh yeah, we were Indian, you own the plantation, but you were the help. So let's keep that in mind too. Now there is some interbreeding, but very rarely. The DNA tests say that only about 1 to 2% of black folks actually have Native American DNA in them. For the most part, you were the help. All right, that's how that went. So let's keep that in mind. All right. More than 1 million enslaved people in the loyal border states and in the Union occupied parts of Louisiana and Virginia were not affected by the proclamation. Okay, so all of you guys who are celebrating Juneteenth in Louisiana and them border states, you wasn't free. Okay, the Emancipation Proclamation didn't free you. Okay, you didn't get free till the war was over. Let's see, for the first, and that was after they actually abolished slavery with an actual amendment to the Constitution, because the proclamation was a wartime power given to President Lincoln. All right, but that was not the law. It was just a wartime power given to him. So that's the weight of that. Had the war ended, that it would have resolved, right? It would have been over. Now, black soldiers have fought in the Revolutionary War and unofficially in the War of 1812, but state militias had excluded African Americans since 1792. The U.S. Army never accepted black soldiers. The U.S. Navy, on the other hand, was more progressive, and their African Americans had been serving as shipboard firemen, steward, coal heavers, and even boat pilots since 1861. So at this time, I want to tell you guys about Robert Smalls, okay? Now, Robert Smalls was a dynamic sailor. He was a man that escaped slavery by stealing a Confederate boat and sailing it to the north, right? This is what he did. Robert Smalls, April 5th, 1839, February 23rd, 1915. This man died in 1915. This man literally could be somebody's granddaddy right here. That's what I'm telling you. If most of y'all, if you're 40 something years old, your grandma was born in 1905, 1920. That means your mother, that woman was alive. This could be your granddaddy right here. This could be your granddaddy's. This could be your grandmother's grandfather, or it could be your grandfather's great grandfather. This is who this could be. This is how close this is in proximity to you, as we stand here today. He was an American politician, a publisher, a businessman, a maritime pilot, born into slavery. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna dig down deep into what he actually did. Now, he escaped from slavery. How did he do it? In April 1861, the American Civil War began with the Battle of Fort Sumter in nearby Charleston Harbor. In fall of 1861, Smalls was assigned to steer the CSS Planter, a lightly armored Confederate military transport under the command of Charleston District Commander Brigadier General Roswell S. Ripley. Planter's duties were to survey waterways, to lay mines, and to deliver dispatches, troops, and supplies. Smalls piloted the Planter throughout the Charleston Harbor and beyond on area rivers along the South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida coast. So this man, basically the Confederates had this black man steering a boat for them. This boat right here. So you have black people on both sides of the war, of the Civil War. Isn't that crazy, right? And that's what they do. They get us fighting on both sides, and they promise the ones that are fighting on their back, I'm gonna let you free when you get. I'm gonna let you free when we win, Charles. You see what I'm saying? From Charleston Harbor, Smalls and the Planter crew could see the line of the Federal blockade ships in the outer harbor, 7 miles away. Smalls appeared content and had the confidence of the Planter's crew and owners. And at some time in April 1862, so this is about a year after the war starts, and about 6 or 7 months after he'd been piloting this boat, Smalls began to plan an escape. He discussed the matter with all the other slaves in the crew except one who he didn't trust. He didn't trust that sellout, so he didn't tell him about it. On May 12, 1862, the Planter traveled 10 miles southwest of Charleston to stop at Coles Island, a Confederate post on Stono River, and was being dismantled. There, the ship picked up 4 large guns to transport to a fort in Charleston Harbor. Back in Charleston, the crew loaded 200 pounds of ammunition and 20 cord of firewood onto the Planter. On the evening of May 12th, the Planter was docked as usual at the wharf below General Ripley's headquarters. Its 3 white officers disembarked to spend the night ashore, leaving Smalls and the crew on board, as was the common custom. So that it was full of ammo. The white boys went to go to the local bar to have them a drink, go home and chill. And so they left all the black people on the boat, okay? They left the black slaves who was a crew on the boat. After 3 Confederate officers were court-martialed, okay? That was the custom, that's what they did. After 3 Confederate officers were court-martialed and 2 convicted, but the verdicts were later overturned. Before the officers departed, Smalls asked Captain Relia if the crew's families could visit, which was occasionally allowed, and he approved on condition that they depart before curfew. When the families arrived, the men revealed the plan to them. So basically, these black men were forced to sleep on this boat, and these white boys left to go hang out in town. And he said, "Can we have our people? Can our people come visit us?" And he said, "Yeah, they can come, but curfew, whatever, maybe the curfew is at 12 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I don't know." And he said, "Yeah." So the family came, and then he let them know what the plan was. This was the first the woman and children heard of it. So he didn't even tell his woman what he was doing. All right. Put a number 1 in the air for Robert Smalls for keeping it secret. Give me a number one, y'all. Make sure you hit the number one button. I appreciate if you guys do that. Make sure you contribute to the super chat, the Cash App, and PayPal. And by the way, Robert Small's wife, she was significantly older than he was. This was the first time. This was the first the women and children heard of it, although Smalls recently had told his wife, Hannah, she had known that Smalls longed to escape, but hadn't realized that he was formulating the plan and intended to execute it. She was taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and told him, "It is a risk, dear, but you and I and our little ones must be free. I will go for where you die, I will die." That's a dedicated woman. The other women were less steadfast. They cried and screamed. And when they learned that they had stumbled into, and the men struggled to quiet them. So you got a bunch of broads on the goddamn, but I want to be free. I want to go back to master. I want to stay here. This is what, and so the men had to say, shut up, be quiet, cut your mouth, be quiet, shut up. Later, once the shock had worn off, those women admitted they were glad for the chance of freedom. Look at that. So these men said, y'all come on the boat, come visit us. And once they got on the boat, they set sail and set free. And the women were screaming and hollering and, we don't want to go. Isn't that something? You got a chance to escape slavery, and these women don't want to leave. Look at that, man. Boy, I tell you, they wanted to stay there with master. But this is the Civil War. This is Robert Smalls. At some point, crew members pretended to escort family members back home, but circled around and hid aboard another steamer, docked at the North Atlantic Wharf. At about 3 a.m., May 13th, Smalls and 7 of the 8 slave crew men had their previously planned escape to the Union blockade ships, but made their previously planned escape to the Union blockade ships. Smalls put on the captain's uniform and wore a straw hat similar to the captain's. He sailed the planter past what was then called the Southern Wharf and stopped at another wharf to pick up his wife and children and the families of other crewmen. Smalls guided the ship past the 5 Confederate harbor forts without incident, as he gave the correct signals at the checkpoints. In other words, he put the captain's uniform on, pretend he was captain, and he gave him whatever right signals he's supposed to give. And this is a bold man. 3 a.m. in the morning, they fake like they walked their families home and then bust back and got back on the boat. Smalls guided the ship past the 5 Confederate harbor forts without incident, as he gave the correct signals at the checkpoints. The planter had been commanded by Captain Charles C. J. Relia, and Smalls copied Relia's manners and straw hat on deck to fool the Confederate onlookers from the shore and the forts. The planter sailed past Fort Sumter at about 4:30 a.m. As the nearly free slaves approached Fort Sumter, their apprehension began to grow. It was the most heavily armed of the forts and tended to be manned by the most suspicious soldiers. One of the men aboard later said, when we drew near the fort, every man but Robert Smalls felt his knees giving way, and the women began crying and praying again. Boy, that was a hell of a ride. That's a love boat right there, man. As planter approached the fort, but Robert Smalls was cool as a fan. This is the man you're dealing with, man. Cool under. He is the Captain Kirk of the black history, straight up. As the planter approached the fort, several men urged Smalls to give it a wide berth. Smalls refused, saying that such a behavior would almost certainly arouse suspicion. He steered the ship along its normal path, slowly, as though he were merely enjoying the early morning air and in no particular hurry. When Fort Sumter flashed the challenge signal, Smalls again gave the correct hand signs. There was a long pause. The fort didn't immediately respond, and Smalls now expected cannon fire to shred the planter at any moment. Finally, the fort signaled that all was well, and Smalls sailed his ship out of the harbor. Look at that. The alarm was only raised after the ship was beyond gun range. Rather than turn east towards Morris Island, Smalls had headed straight for the Union Navy fleet, replacing the rebel flags with a white bed sheet, which was brought by his wife. The planter had been seen by the USS Onward, which was about to fire until the crewmen spotted the white flag. In the dark, the sheet was difficult to see, but the sunrise arrived, which allowed the viewing. All right, so think about that, fellas. Now, he went on to have a service in the Union. Smalls, having just turned 23. This man was 23 years old and did all this. 23 years old. 23. Some of y'all are barely getting out of junior college at 23, right? He was 23 years old. Smalls, having just turned 23, quickly became known in the North as a hero for his daring exploit. Newspapers and magazines reported his actions. The U.S. Congress passed a bill awarding Smalls and his crewmen the prize money for the planter, valuable not only for its guns, but also its low draft in Charleston Bay. Southern newspapers demanded harsh discipline for the Confederate officers whose joint shore lead had allowed the slaves to steal the boat. Right? Small's share of prize money came to $1,500, equivalent to $38,885 in 2021. Immediately after the capture, Smalls was invited to travel to New York to help raise money for ex-slaves. But Admiral DuPont vetoed the proposal, and Smalls began to serve the Union Navy, especially with his detailed knowledge of mines laid near Charleston. However, with the encouragement of Major General David Hunter, the Union commander at Port Royal, Smalls went to, and I think Port Royal is actually down in Jamaica. Smalls went to Washington, D.C. in August 1862 with Reverend Mansfield French, a Methodist minister who had helped found Wilberforce College, HBCU, in Ohio, and had been sent by the American Missionary Association to help former slaves at Port Royal. They wanted to persuade Lincoln and the Secretary of War, Edwin Stanton, to permit black men to fight for the Union. Okay, again, although Lincoln had previously rescinded orders by Hunter and Generals Fremont and Sherman to mobilize black troops, Stanton soon signed an order permitting up to 5,000 African Americans to enlist in the Union's forces at Port Royal. Those who did were organized. I guess it's not in Jamaica, but I know there's a Port Royal in Jamaica, but it's obviously not. Those who did were organized as the 1st to 2nd South Carolina Regiments, colored. Smalls worked as a civilian with the Navy until March 1863, when he was transferred to the Army. By his own account, Smalls was present at 17 major battles and engagements in the Civil War. After capture, the planter required some repairs which were performed locally and went into Union service near Fort Pulaski. The boat was valued for a shallow draft compared to other boats, which means it could ride up in low water. That's what that means. But let's kind of read a little. Smalls was made pilot of the Crusader under Captain Alexander Wren. In June of that year, Smalls was piloting the Crusader in Edisto in Wadmalaw Sound when the planter returned to service, and an infantry regiment engaged in the Battle of Simon's Bluff at the head of the Edisto River. He continued to pilot the Crusader and the planter as a slave. He had assisted in laying mines, then called torpedoes. So they got the slaves, they got the black slaves out there laying mines. And see, the other thing you got to understand, white men didn't do much of anything back before the Civil War. They didn't do much. They didn't have the skill set. They didn't do the building. They didn't do the building the roads. They didn't build houses. They didn't do anything. So it makes sense that you would have to get somebody like this man, Robert Smalls, to do all this technical stuff, because white men didn't have skills back then. It was literally black men who built everything technologically savvy in the United States at the time, because white men, I mean, they were the ones that had the skill set because they were the ones doing all the work. Now, as a pilot, he helped find and remove them and service the blockade between Charleston and Beaufort. He was also present when the planter was fired upon at several fights at Adams Run and on the Duayo River, in the battles of Rockville and Jones Island, and the second battles of Pocatello. I can't say that name. So anyway, this man goes on to have a stellar career. He goes on to be a pilot. He goes on to be, this is a brother right here. He goes on to be a politician and all sorts of stuff, man. He's just an amazing black man, you know, and this is what our brothers did. Now, I'm going to open it up. I know there's some guys who want to share some information about the Civil War, but I'd like to hear what you guys have to say about this. But in the meantime, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal if you appreciate this. Anybody who wants to join this conversation, the link is in the chat room right now. So come on in. We got some time to talk. I would love to hear what you guys have to say about this subject. I think it's interesting. In my opinion, I do. I hope you guys appreciate what we're doing here. But think about that, man. 40,000 black men died in war combat. Another 30,000 died. That's a lot of black men, right? And another 30,000 died from like illness, for a total of 70,000. And 179,000 black men served in the Civil War. And that's just on the Union side. Again, you got other black men who served on the oh man, look at you looking clean, man. What's happening, brother? Can you hear me, Pablo? Uh-oh, Pablo, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, man, you looking clean, man. How's it going today, brother?
Thank you. I stepping out in a little while, but I wanted to look my best, so I'm here for an occasion that I should look my best, because I'm taking pride in what I'm about to show you.
All right, what you got, man? Let's hear it.
So it's so fitting that you're having this discussion about black men in the Civil War, and I got so excited when I saw it, because I am a descendant of a black man who served in the Union Army in the Civil War. And that man's name.
Oh Lord, where you go, brother? Come on back, man. I guess you must have clicked the button. He cut off when he was going to tell us what his ancestor's name was. Come on back in. I don't know what happened. Pablo, I want you to get back in here. Okay, there's Pablo now. All right, you back, brother?
Okay, I hit the wrong button.
Don't worry about it. Well, tell us about it. Tell us about it.
So, my third great grandfather is a man by the name of Gabriel Wharton.
Okay.
And I came across him through Ancestry.com. I was, building my family tree on Ancestry.com, and I hit a roadblock, like a lot of Black Americans do, where I didn't know where else to go. And a lady who happened to be an amateur genealogist, she was very professional at doing genealogies, tracking documents and information to find out who your ancestors are.
All right.
And she went into my family tree and traced it all the way back to slavery, to pre-Civil War era.
Okay.
And the farthest I went back was this man's mother, who was born into slavery.
Okay.
I don't recall her name at the moment, but I did have it.
Where was it? Where was Gabriel Wharton? Where's your answer? How do you spell that name? Gabriel, is it Gabriel?
The biblical Gabriel, yes.
Okay, and is it Wharton?
Yes, like the Wharton School of Business.
Okay, and so tell us about, what do you know about him? What year did he die?
I'm not sure. I don't have it in front of me, but I have the document that I want to share with you, and here it is.
Wow, that's him.
No, that's on the right is my maternal grandfather.
Okay,
and I'll get into him in a second. But the document
that looks like a World War II era uniform.
It is.
Okay.
The document on the left, and I'm gonna blow it up a little bit.
Okay.
The document on the left is an enlistment company descriptive book.
Wow.
And if you see at the top, it says
Gabriel Wharton.
It says Gabriel Wharton.
It says 10th, what is that, the 10th Regiment, U.S.? What does that say?
Yes, 10th Regiment, U.S. Colored Infantry.
Wow. Okay.
Company descriptive book. It gives his age. He was 22 years old. He was 5'7.5" tall.
I was tall back then, but go ahead.
Dark complexion, black hair, black eyes. He was born in Accomack County, Virginia. That's where my father is from. So this is my father's grandfather.
Wow.
Right? Or great grandfather. So
in the 10th Regiment, didn't they eventually they turned into the Buffalo Soldiers?
I believe so.
Wow, man. So a little bit about the 10th Regiment. The 10th United States Colored Infantry was an infantry regiment that served in the Union Army during the American Civil War. The regiment was composed of African-American enlisted men commanded by white officers and was authorized by the Bureau of Colored Troops, which was created by the United States War Department on May 22nd, 1863. So remember, Robert Smalls, the guy we were just talking about, because of that, he was able to go to Congress, and that helped convince Congress to change that rule of barring blacks. So your great, this is your great-great-grandfather.
Yeah, my third great-grandfather. Yeah, great-great-great-grandfather. Yeah.
Able to join because of the actions of Robert Smalls and other valiant black men. So there's a direct correlation between you and this man that we're reading about. I mean, you can reach back and touch that.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying, man? Isn't that great, Pablo?
That fills me with so much pride every time I see this document.
Yeah.
And this document was created because they have kind of like a muster kind of a document that the military created every so many months to, have an accounting of who was there and make sure didn't nobody desert or anything like that.
Right.
And my great-grandfather got promoted. If you look down at the bottom where it says remarks, says promoted to corporal on October 16th, 1865.
Wow.
So not only was he in the military, he was beginning to excel and obtain rank.
So I'm gonna give you some more history. I don't know how much you went in, but for everybody to know, the 10th of the U.S. Colored Infantry was organized at Camp Craney Island in Virginia. So it makes sense.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Getting November 18th, 1863. Where does your document say he went in at? What day did he go in on?
Let's see.
June
22nd, 1864.
So he was about 7 months after it was mustered, and mustered in for 3 years service under the command of Colonel Spencer H. Stafford. The regiment was attached to Drummondstown, Virginia, Department of Virginia and North Carolina, December 1863 to 1864. 1st Brigade, Hicks Colored Division, department. Okay, so it's just kind of going in. Now the camp, wow, so the commanders that he was under, and if you got a signature there, you had 2 commanders, Colonel Spencer H. Stafford and Colonel Elias Wright. Let's see if that,
It says Wright at the bottom.
Wow. So let's read a little bit about Colonel Elias Wright, because this is who your ancestors studied under. Elias Wright, June 22nd, 1830, January, and he died. This man just died in 1901. I know that's 120 years ago, but I was born in 1974. So this is not
some odd years.
Right. Was a Union Army officer during the American Civil War. Elias was born in Durham, New York. On June 22nd, 1830, he was a surveyor and civil engineer before the Civil War. Wright's service started as a 2nd lieutenant in the 4th New Jersey Volunteer Infantry Regiment. On August 19, 1861, he was promoted to 1st lieutenant on January 31st, 1862, and was captured at the Battle of Gaines Mill on June 27, 1862. In exchange, he was promoted to captain on December 29th, 1862. Wright was appointed major of the 1st United States Colored Infantry. Now, let me tell you something. Elias had to have volunteered for that. So this lets you know what type of man he was. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
June 25th, 1863, and he would have been the one in charge of promoting your ancestor.
Wow.
And Lieutenant Colonel April 29th, 1864, he was appointed to the colored. He was appointed colonel of the 10th United States Colored Infantry on August 15th, 1864.
Was this a colored man or a white man?
He was a white man. Remember, all the
commanding officer.
Commander was white. Right. He was a brigade command of brigade, the 2nd Division, the 3rd. It just goes on in He just talks about, how far he went. On February 5th, 1865, President Lincoln nominated Wright for appointment to the grade of, Brigadier General to rank from January 15, 1865. The United States Senate confirmed the appointment March 1865. Wright resigned his commission on June 17, 1865 after the war. He was a civil engineer and a land agent in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Elias died Atlantic City on January 2nd, 1901. He was buried at Greenwood Cemetery in Pleasantville, New Jersey. I bet his family probably has photographs.
Wow.
Of
the regiment, yeah.
Of his regiment. I bet if you got his family, you got hold of his family, you could probably look him up because he's a famous guy.
And find photos.
I bet they have photos, old family photos, and you probably could find a photograph of your ancestor with him. I bet that would happen. Or you would see a picture of him standing up in front of his colored regiment.
Wow. And you know what? My great grandfather survived the Civil War because he remarried. His wife died, and he remarried after the war. So he was alive. He survived the war.
Wow. So man, that's amazing. I'm putting the link here in our private section, man. Use that to, maybe get some more information if you're really interested in looking at what you're at. But that's an amazing story, brother.
Thank you for allowing me to share. And man, I was so happy when I found this, and it fills me with pride. That's why when I hear women saying crazy stuff, oh, black men ain't never built nothing, you ain't never, you conquered and all of that, I just laugh because I know none of it is true. And the gentleman that you saw in uniform on the right is my mother's father, my grandfather, James Perry. James Perry was a part of what's called the Montford Point Marines.
The Montford Point Marines.
Montford Point, black men were not allowed to be in the Marine Corps prior to World War II. It was in 1941 that they were allowed to become Marines. Reason being, they believed that black men would be cowardice.
Now, see, here's the problem with that. And here's the problem with that. Okay, so they did well in the Revolutionary War.
Right.
You commended them. You wouldn't have won the war without black men.
You wouldn't have won the Civil War without them.
No, we ain't got there yet. We talking about the Revolutionary War in 1776. You wouldn't have won that war without black folks. You tried it. It didn't work. You had to bring in black men to fight. The War of 1812 happened. You said you didn't want black men. You tried it. It didn't work. You had to bring black men in. Now let's move Civil War. You were getting your butt kicked by the Southerners because you didn't want black men. You tried it. It didn't work. You had to bring black men in. And now, World War II, you tried to do it without black men. You tried it. It didn't work again. And so you had to bring black men because you was getting your butt kicked. Now we get up to Civil War and you say, oh, no, we don't want these black men. As if Colonel Tye never existed. From the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, he was wearing those white folks out in New Jersey. And the Revolutionary War that we talked about, all those great heroes, the Civil War, Robert Smalls. What are you talking about? You see what I'm saying? They're lying. You see what I'm saying? They're lying. But
and my grandfather, my mother's father, he was a Montford Point Marine, and like I said, they did not believe. Because the Marine Corps are the troops who hit the beach when they invade a foreign nation. That is their job. And so it is assumed that you will be the first in to fight and receive the most violent reprisal, right? So their theory was that colored men, black men, cannot operate a rifle. They will cower when faced with this kind of ferocious fighting. They wouldn't survive it. They would run away. And so my grandfather was among the first black men ever enlisted in the Marine Corps, and he served World War II.
But see, the crazy thing is, man, we have a whole history of black men fighting. I mean, the British had us. I mean, it's just lies. That official policy is tone deaf to what a history of black men fighting valiantly. I mean, think about it. They awarded 12 medals of honor to these colored troops who fought, in that one, in the 10th, not the 10th, in that one regiment. And so this is what we have to do, brother. See, if you allow them to get away with these tropes, if you allow them to hold their the next word, they probably say right now, you black dudes don't fight well enough. Well, we'll tell them about the history. I want you to pull up this history of black men in the U.S. military. Every time, and just tag all the clowns on it that have bad things to say about black men and then what we will and won't do. You just tag them on it. But thank you so much, brother. I appreciate this conversation.
All right, man.
I'm inspired, man. But thank you so much, man. Look, if you guys appreciate what I'm doing, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Pablo. I appreciate him coming in and sharing his family, and to be able to corroborate that and give a little bit more historical facts on it, I think it's important. But all the black military servicemen, you guys who are out there right now, you come from a long line of valiant service, a long history of valiant service in all branches of the United States military, Navy, Army, and we had to fight our way in. And not only when they did that, they did an excellent job once they got in. So you guys keep that in mind. But when these guys say black men cowering, that's just a damn lie, and they don't even believe it because they've seen the doctor. They just like to dwell on that. That's like having a pretty girl telling her she's ugly. Girl, you ain't that pretty. You ain't get, damn well she's fine as wine in the summertime, but you keep telling her she's ugly to try to mess with her self-esteem. Black men have been some of the hardest fighting men in this country from day one. So you guys don't ever let anybody doubt what black men did in the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and all these other wars that they drafted us to fight in, because we did an excellent job at it, man. So either way, man, I appreciate you guys. Y'all make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Y'all been kind of light on the Cash App and the PayPal. Now, there's one more thing I want to go over with you guys. There's a couple more heroes I want to talk about because I think it's important. I think it's, but I need you guys to make sure you contribute to the Super Chat. Make sure you show your appreciation for what I'm doing, the time I'm taking to put this up here and lay it all right out here by contributing. That's all I want you guys to do. In addition to that, I need you to hit the number 1 button right now. Go ahead and hit that number 1 button right now and let me know you appreciate what I'm doing here. Okay, guys? Remember, we talked Salem Poor. That's one guy I wanted to talk about. I think I actually might do some more work. So I'm going to isolate some individual black heroes, okay? Because remember, your war heroes back in the day, that was your Michael Jordan, okay? Those war heroes, that was your those were your superstars of the game. All right, so it's important that we have it. The next time we talk, we're gonna talk about World War I, and you definitely got some heroes in there. But I need you guys to make sure, if you want to keep this going, otherwise I'm gonna have to talk about something else because we only got 63 people in the chat room. If you guys want me to keep this going, and keep this topic on, I had to stop talking about fighting style, African fighting warrior culture, because the brothers weren't contributing and y'all weren't participating. That's why I stopped. I haven't even done the 52 blocks because, you guys don't seem to like it. The way I know you like it is participation and contributions. I want to give you what you want. I want to give you what you're asking for. And the way you show your appreciation is by contributions. And then also, so I put the 52 blocks, African warrior card. We talked about, remember, if you guys were here, we talked about the black samurais. We talked about all those different fighting styles in Africa, but I put it on hold because guys weren't participating. I feed off your energy. What you like, I want to give it to you. You see what I'm saying? If you appreciate it, then show your appreciation by contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Thank you so much, One Truck Iceman. Thank you. I appreciate all the truckers across the road. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Volcanics. I appreciate you. You guys, you got to make sure you contribute. If you want me to keep this going, you like this, if this makes you feel good, if this makes you proud of your heritage as black men, then you gotta give to it. Otherwise, I got to talk about, you know, stuff that whatever the latest thing Kwame Brown said. Y'all like that? I get plenty of folks when I list that name, or I have to say what Kevin Samuels told some woman. You know what I'm saying? Those are the things that get people on the page, to get my subscriptions up. This is stuff I actually enjoy, you know? And so I need you guys to show your appreciation by contributing. Okay, guys, you got to make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Big shout out to TootRev211. Thank you so much. This is how we keep this going. And if you do, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some specials on, I did Robert Smalls already, right? You guys can look through my Rolodex of videos and see that. But I'd like to do an extensive on Colonel Ty. Okay, you guys remember him? I'd like to do some work on him. I'd like to work on who else? Salem Poor, right? I want to work with him, and then also Peter Salem. There's some other great war heroes, Black American. I mean, we always talk about the Haitian warriors, and shout out to the brothers from Haiti. They put that fight in, but we got our own heroes. You see what I'm saying? And I think it's better for Black men, especially Black American men, if we begin to discuss our own Black heroes so that they become commonly known amongst us, so that when people say stuff like Black men don't contribute, Black men don't build, we can hit them with the facts. Just like in court, best thing to do when people start talking, bam, hit them with the facts. Just keep hitting them with the facts until they fold. You see? Hit them with the facts. And that's what I want to do. I want you guys to be able to hit them with all these facts, right? Give them, what do you young brothers say, give them that smoke. And so in order to keep that going, in order for us to do, because see, there's nothing like having a response to some of these silly remarks. You see, there's nothing like having a response when people say crazy things about reputation, because they want you to feel bad. Just like those silly military men always, oh, you Black guys, you're gonna run under pressure. Black men don't run under pressure. We fight with the best of them, been doing it for a long time. And so that's what you guys are learning right here. You see, you're learning what these brothers have done, you see? And you should be proud of it. You know, I support military service. I support Black men entering into the military, fighting not only for their country, but fighting for a cause bigger than themselves. I support that. Most of my family members have had military service, Army, Navy, and the Marine Corps, right? I don't know any in the Air Force, but bottom line is I support that. And I think you do yourself a disservice by not knowing the history of the military, all right? So you guys make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal if you want me to keep this particular series up. You know, if you like this, then we'll continue to do it. Hey, what's up, everybody? If you appreciate the format and you appreciate what we're doing here, then make sure you contribute to the Cash App.
Hi, my name is Dennis Berlin. I'm not a lawyer, but my daddy is. Yeah. If you've been hurt in a car accident, call my daddy. No need to scream and yell like a little kid. Yeah, no. My daddy will fight for your rights. Yeah, fight for your rights. If you've been involved in a car accident, call my daddy.
I'm attorney Dennis Berlin. Been injured in a car wreck, call me 713-229-7770.
Call my daddy.
Hey, what's up, you guys? This is Dennis Sperling, and I'm back again, and I want to talk to you guys about something that I think is very important. This is an additional segment in the ongoing series, History of Black Men in the U.S. Military, World War I. As you guys know, we have discussed the Revolutionary War. We've discussed the Civil War. We discussed the War of 1812. And now we've moved on to World War II, which happened at the turn of the 20th century. And so here's the thing. The reason that this is important is because oftentimes Black men are made to feel like this is not our country. I mean, when I say this, I'm talking about the United States of America. We've been made to feel as though we're outsiders in this country. We've been made to feel as though we have not contributed other than being manacled together and forced to pick cotton in the fields of Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, and tobacco and other products like that. And we've been told we're treated, and we treat ourselves, and oftentimes we perceive ourselves as outsiders. And the truth is, brothers, the truth is we have been and we have participated in the building and the defending of the United States of America even before it was formally a country. In other words, even at the time when we were still unincorporated territories and colonies of Great Britain, the United States, or before the precursor to the United States, Black men were on the front lines in this country's defense. And this segment about World War II is just another segment of that. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back. You guys hang in there for me.
Hi, my name is Dennis Berlin. I'm not a lawyer, but my daddy is. Yeah. If you've been hurt in a car accident, call my daddy. No need to scream and yell like a little kid. Yeah, no, my daddy will fight for your rights. Yeah, fight for your rights. If you've been involved in a car accident, call my daddy, returning Dennis Berlin.
Hello, I'm attorney Dennis Berlin. You've been injured in a car wreck?
Hi, my name is Stephanie, and these are my two adorable and handsome sons. And that is my ex-husband, attorney Dennis Sperling. He practices personal injury law and will be more than happy to help you with claims arising from automobile accidents. He doesn't get paid unless you get paid. And as we first wives know, the more our ex-husbands get paid, the more we get paid. So let me help him help you. Call Mr. Sperling at 713-229-0770.
Company.
Paid actor.
I will scream and I will holler. Then I'll scream and holler some more, saying absolutely nothing.
You have a choice in legal representation. And in making that choice, do you want an attorney with a made-for-TV nickname to represent you in your serious car wreck claim?
I will growl, kick, and scream.
My name is Dennis Sperling. If you've been involved in a motor vehicle accident, contact me toll-free at 866-529-2444. The choice is yours.
Dramatization.
After a car wreck, you may have to fight with a highly trained insurance company rep whose job is to knock your damaged claim down and out. It's a bad idea to enter the ring alone against a trained boxer, and it could be a bad idea to fight against a big insurance company by yourself. When the bell rings, attorney Dennis Sperling will be there to fight for your rights. If you've been seriously injured in a car wreck, call me, attorney Dennis Sperling, at 866-529-2444. That's 866-529-2444.
All right, so I'm back. So basically what I was saying was that, and make sure you guys hit the like button. I want to give a shout out to Lucifer Ratzinger. The devil is doing the God's work again. Thank you so much. I appreciate him for the super chat and the cash app. He is turning into, I think we're going to go ahead and make the devil a moderator here. Let's go ahead and give the devil a wrench. All of you guys who are weak at heart, the devil is doing the Lord's work on this page. That's the power of the Most High. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. So I'm going to add him as a moderator. Anyway, you guys appreciate, oh man, that name. Anyway, I appreciate you guys' contributions. You guys, please continue to contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. But look, I want to get back to what I was saying. So here's the thing. World War I, or the First World War, often abbreviated WW1, was a global war originating in Europe, and it lasted from the 28th of July, 1914 to the 11th of November, 1918. So you got a 4-year war, also known as the Great War, or the War to End All Wars. It led to the mobilization of more than 70 million military personnel, including 60 million Europeans, making it one of the largest wars in history. It also was one of the deadliest conflicts in history, with an estimated 8.5 million combatants deaths and 13 million civilian deaths as a direct result of the war, while resulting genocides and the related 1918 Spanish flu pandemic caused another 17 to 100 million deaths worldwide, including an estimated 2.64 million Spanish flu deaths in Europe and as many as 675,000 citizens of the United States. Okay, So there was a lot of people who died in this war, right? And it was the same culprits. You had Russia, you had England, you had Great Britain, I should say, you had Germany, the United States, Italy, all involved in this same war, France. And so for the most part, you know, it was just another war. Now, the thing is, and the thing I want you to understand, fellas, is that Black men also played a crucial part in this war, especially considering the fact that we at that time only represented 13% of the population. So in a 4-year war, let me help you understand something. I want to talk to you guys about the famous Harlem Hellfighters. And they were an American infantry unit in World War I who spent more time in combat than any other American unit. They spent more time in combat than any other American unit. And despite their courage and sacrifice and dedication to the United States, they returned home to face racism, segregation from all the fellow countrymen, all the white folks that they came back to. They weren't celebrated. They actually suffered. But see, the point of me telling you guys about the Harlem about the Harlem Hellfighters is, first of all, they're famous. Secondly, it further illustrates how involved Black men have been. Now, again, right? Remember in the Revolutionary War, when we talked about it, they didn't want to let Black men fight because they said we were unable. And then when they started losing the fight, they drug us in. They offered us freedom, both sides, both the United States or both the colonies and Great Britain offered us our freedom. And so we joined both sides. We weren't fighting for either side. We were fighting for our freedom. Okay. All right. That war happens, right? Then what? In 1812, the War of 1812 happens. Basically, this is considered like an aftershock of the Revolutionary War. Again, the British come in, we join their side, they offer us freedom. The Americans offer us freedom. We fight for both sides. Either way, there were some great men who fought in both of those on both sides, Black men. All right, but again, they didn't want us until they needed us. And then comes the Civil War. They didn't want us till they need us. Lincoln, when the Union armies was getting their butt kicked, and they had to start bringing in Black men to help fight and win. And we did, to the tune of nearly 200,000 Black men fought in the Civil War. And so now, where are we? Now we go from 1865, and now we're at 1914, right? So less than 40 or 50 years later, we're in a situation where here they are again, saying that, these Black dudes, they don't fight as well as us. And so it's the same thing. They bring us in. They say they don't want us until they absolutely need us, and we come in and help win the war. But in the meantime, African Americans have fought for the United States throughout history, defending and serving a country that in turn denied them their basic civil rights and citizens. Despite policies of racial segregation and discrimination, African American soldiers played a significant role from the colonial period to the Korean War. It wasn't until the middle of the 20th century that African American soldiers began to receive the recognition and equality they deserved. The beginning of the 20th century was marked with World War I, and thousands of African Americans rushed to register for the draft. Their enthusiasm stemmed in part to defend liberty and democracy in Europe, but also from the opportunity it gave them to prove that they deserve greater rights at home. So these Black men were fighting. We are constantly fighting for our freedom. We're constantly to fight to prove how American we are. This despite the fact that many of us were mistreated, we were mistreated. We were subject to a segregated system when we came home, still willing to fight. I challenge anybody to find a group of men more patriotic to the United States and all it stands for, and who embodies the dreams and aspirations of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights more than Black American men. There's nobody out there. And so you brothers, this is what they did. All right, their enlistment rate was high, as was their desire to serve on the front lines. However, military leaders believed that African Americans did not have the physical, mental, or moral character to withstand warfare, and they were commonly relegated to labor-intensive service positions. The majority saw little combat. Here we go again, fellas. This is the same thing we had to deal with in the Revolutionary War. We dealt with it in the War of 1812. We dealt with it in the Civil War. They always say, oh, yeah, you're unfit, and then they need us, and we help win the war. This is what they did. Still, worthy contributions were made to the Americas, to America's war effort, and one of the outstanding examples was the 369th Infantry Regiment, known as the Harlem Hellfighters, which served on the front lines for 6 months longer than any other American unit in the war, and made notable due to the fact that they had received less training. In other words, they just gathered the Bloods up, threw them out there, and they still their natural ability, their instincts, their dedication, they still did an awesome job prosecuting the war, helping win the war. During this time, the unit never lost any prisoners or territory to the enemy. This is how ferocious these black men fought. These same people are telling us that we are not physically or mentally or morally have the moral character to withstand warfare. And then they put us on the front lines. We outlast everybody else. And on top of that, what? Never lost a prisoner of war and never lost any territory to the enemy. This is what I'm talking about. So here's the thing. Guess what happened? France awarded the entire unit with the Cross de Guerre, which is the Cross of War. That's the country's highest military honor, and 171 members of the regiment were awarded the Legion of Merit. This is who we're talking about. Since the first African Americans were brought as slaves to the British colony of Jamestown, Virginia in 1619, blacks had suffered oppression in the United States, first under the American slavery system, and then under the rigid practices of segregation and discrimination that were codified in the Jim Crow laws. All right, with the entry of the United States into the Great War, World War I in 1917, African Americans were eager to show their patriotism in hopes of being recognized as full citizens. We were still dealing with Jim Crow. Black men were being lynched. You had to sit at the back of the bus. You had third, fourth rate accommodations, and they still wanted to go out and prove something. This is who you black men are made from. This was in 1917. What does that mean? This is your grandma's daddy right here. This is your great aunt's daddy right here. This is who this is. This is your great granddaddies right here, and your great uncles. These are these men right here. This is what they were made out of. This is the fruit. These are the trees that gave rise to you, and you're their fruit. These men are who you are. These hard-fighting, dedicated men are who you are as black men. You are by nature warriors, and you need to pick up that mantle and recognize who you are, even willing to serve for an unjust country that's treating you like second and third rate citizens. That is the type of dedication that you brothers have. Anybody that can't get black men motivated to fight for them after all we've been through and all we endure, and we're still willing to fight for this country, that means there's something there's a huge deficit in the person that can't motivate you to fight on their behalf, because you're willing to fight. That's who you are, brothers. It was documented on July 5th, 1917. Well, let me say this. After the declaration of war, more than 20,000 blacks enlisted in the military, and the numbers increased when the Selective Service Act was enacted in May 1917. Selective service is when the draft, basically. It was documented on July 5th, 1917, that over 700,000 African Americans registered for military service. Hell, it wasn't that many of us. I mean, look, think about this, brothers. How many black men was it in the United States in 1917? It couldn't have been more than 10 million. And 700,000 black men, that's about a fifth, more or less. That's about a fifth of the population of black men. Join, let me see, population of blacks in 1917. I want you guys to understand this. So, oh my God, man. Let me see. I'm trying to pull up the exact number of blacks, and I'm gonna just use a number like 1920. But I want you guys to know just how many Africans were in the United States in 1920. So there were 12 million in 1920. That's about 3 years after. So about 6 million, 12 million blacks means about 6 million black men. So of that 6 million black men, about 700,000 signed up to go to war. That's about 1/6. That's a huge population of brothers in this document, right? They were barred from the Marines and served, as you guys know, the Marine Corps was the last one to desegregate itself. They were barred from the Marines and served only in the menial roles in the Navy. Now, remind you, we just saw the other night how in the Revolutionary War, they had naval officers. In the War of 1812, they had black naval officers. And in the Revolutionary, and in the Civil War, they had black naval officers. But now, all of a sudden, 30 years later, they're saying blacks they didn't let blacks join the Navy. This is crazy to me. You see what I'm saying? And to you guys, it should be crazy. This is it's almost like white supremacy racism makes white folks deny the obvious. You got monuments and awards dedicated to black naval officers and decorated officers. It's written in the books, it's in the history books, and now you turn around saying they're not good enough to serve in the Navy. That's just ridiculous. About a quarter of the British military in the Revolutionary War were black naval officers, and a large number of black men fought on behalf of the colonies in the Navy. I mean, just look at it. You know, one of the reasons that the War of 1812 was fought is because the British came aboard an American ship and took one of their black naval, one of their black sailors off, because he had formerly was a soldier, formerly was a sailor in the British military, and he defected to the United States. So, you know, it's just ridiculous, fellas, but it's important to know this history, because see, they'll love to say, well, y'all didn't really serve, y'all served menial purpose. That's not true. That's not true. The government made no provision for military training of black officers and soon created segregated training camps for the purpose. Disheartened blacks protested against the discriminatory practices. Despite the outcry, Fort Demone in Iowa became one of the segregated camps, and on October 19, over 600 blacks were commissioned at the camp as captains and lieutenants. So they had a special place in Iowa where they would send black officers, and they were black soldiers who had potential. They made them officers, trained them to be off. African-American soldiers provided much support overseas to the European allies. Those in black units who served as laborers, stevedores, and engineer service battalions were the first to arrive in France in 1917, and in early 1918, the 369th of the United States Infantry, a regiment of African-American combat troops, arrived to help the French army, earning the reputation from the Germans as hellfighters. And we know the Germans can fight. So the Germans said, these are hellfighters. The 369th was nicknamed the Harlem Hellfighters because the regiment never lost a man through capture, lost a trench, or a foot of ground to the enemy. The 369th was also the first to reach the Rhine River and provided the longest service of any regiment in the foreign army. They fought in the trenches for not 191 days, and the entire regiment received the Cross de Guerre and the Medal of their actions for their actions at Amercian, Champagne. The Harlem Hellfighters were an African-American infantry unit in World War II. And they spent more time than any other American. And so this is your heritage, brothers. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys kind of look at a little bit of, I hate playing this stuff because sometimes they'll take credit for it. So I'm trying to find a video that we can kind of look at together, but I haven't been able to find a good one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and put this stuff up. I want you just to look at these black brothers. Look at these brothers, man. I want you to look at these Harlem Hellfighters right here. Look at the face of these black men and tell me you can't see yourself in their faces. I mean, when I look at these brothers, I see relatives. I see black men, you know, that look like me, right? That's what I see. This is their uniform. You know, this is what the uniforms look like. This is William Henry Farrell's portrait, right? Black medical officers. This is what they carried in the war with them. Look at that, man. Writing letters home. This is the brothers right here. This is them. Look at that. Let me see if I can blow this picture up. But this is you, brothers. This is your heritage. And you shouldn't let anybody steal that away from you, man. Don't let anybody tell you, oh, you need to go back to the country you came from. No, we're going to stay here in this country that we defended. That's what we're going to do. Now, this is Red Summer. You guys, we always talk about like the situation where, okay, so let me lay it out for you, right? The war ended, World War II ended in 1918. So you got all these military men, 700,000 black men that fought in the military, fighting men. The Negro movement, and guess what happened? Red Summer happened in 1919 because they went over to Europe. They see how they were supposed to be treated, right? And then they came back here to basically they were SYSBM before we had SYSBM. And they went over there and they got treated real good. And then they came back here and they were trying to subject them to that same racism. I tell you, brothers, and the brother said, no, it's not happening, right? So let's look, and they weren't going for it. Once you get treated in a certain manner, once you get treated with a certain level of respect, you can't go back to being disrespected. It's just not going to happen. It's the same thing with dealing with women overseas. You deal with a woman overseas who's respectful, who's kind, who treats you well. You're gonna enjoy that. Now, imagine what's gonna happen if you're forced to deal with a disrespectful woman. That's the same thing here. They were celebrated heroes in France and all these other countries. And then when they came back for their heroism and their patriotism, and when they came back to the United States, they were treated badly. So of course, you're gonna have Red Summer, right? This is what happened. So let's read about this. African Americans use, and so it's great to understand. You can put it in context, right? And remember, the reason a lot of these white guys didn't want black men serving in the military, not so much they know they couldn't fight. They knew about all the athleticism of black men. They've had some boxing matches at that point. They played some athletic. They see what black men can do. They seen black men compete against each other if they hadn't competed against white men. They seen that. They already know. They didn't want to share that glory and that power that goes along with being a war hero. See, that war hero status is like being Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant is these days. That's what that war hero status does. And so they didn't want black men walking around and their kids and little white girls looking up to, oh my God, Sam Jackson, he was a war hero. He was a Purple Heart decorated, all in the newspaper. You know what happens when black men get uplifted and glorified? You know them lovely white girls come running. These white men, this was jealousy. They knew damn well that black men can fight can fight like the devil with an axe in his hand. They've seen it happen before. They saw it in the Revolutionary War. They saw it in the Civil War. They saw it in the War of 1812. They saw it. But see, they didn't want to do so. There's some jealousy going on in there. So let's read what happened when the brothers got home. I just checked. So now that you're starting to, we can put a timeline together. If you appreciate this, hit the number 1 button. I know this is boring, but brothers, I promise you, this is more, this food is better for me to talk about this than what's going on with this manosphere person versus that manosphere person and the latest relationship issue that black folks have. I promise you, this is food. This is a conversation that you will repeat in 10 years from now, in 5 years, in 20 years. This is something you can talk to your sons and your daughters about. This is something that's going to make you lift your head up higher when you're walking down the street. When you enter into conversations and people challenge you as to your patriotism or where you stand in this country and what you own and what you're entitled to, you make sure you mention the Harlem Hellfighters. You make sure you mention all the black men that fought and died defending this country's freedom. You make sure you mention that. You make sure, matter of fact, don't mention, put it right in their face. give names and dates, and you explain to them that these men fought for their freedom, they fought for valor, they fought for everything that every other American fought for, and they were fighting and having not yet received that. Everybody else was already being treated like equal citizens. Everybody else was already been treated fairly. They were already afforded the rights under the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. It was black men that had their rights challenged, even though they were fighting and had fought in every major war up until that point. So you make sure you remember them. We dishonor our black brothers who fought and died, who fought and lived, who fought and came back and prospered and came back with a different mentality. We dishonor them by not mentioning them, by not talking about them. The Africans have a certain thing about remembering their ancestors. The Mexicans have the same thing. It's an Aztec tradition. They call it Day of the Dead, where you remember your ancestors. You need to remember your ancestors. You remember these fighting men, and they will come back to you in their spirits. See, what we need now, brothers, we need more warriors. We need men with that warrior spirit, not men who are just going along to get along. And if you begin to call it, first of all, you need to know what your history is. And then you need to call that up out of you. It's in your DNA. This is who you are. If somebody told you you wasn't nothing, you ain't never gonna be nothing, your great granddaddy or y'all wasn't nothing, then you know you're gonna feel like you ain't nothing. But if you find out that you are descended from the men who joined the military to the tune of 700,000 on the day that they opened it up, you were like, damn. So I got that warrior blood in me. That's who you guys are. You're descended from the Harlem Hellfighters. That's your mindset. Don't forget that. But anyway, African Americans use the Great War to show their patriotism and to prove they can contribute to the protection and advancement of the country. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People encouraged this spirit of Americanism to counteract racial tension and stereotypes. Because of their very valorous service in protecting democracy in Europe, African American servicemen began to expect more equality and wages and job opportunities when they returned home. Again, what did I tell you? They went over there and got treated well, and then they came back. It's the same thing when you brothers go overseas. You go down to Colombia, you go to Dominican Republic, get that cute girl, she cooking and cleaning for you and rubbing your back, telling you you're handsome, calling you Poppy. And then you come back up here to the United States and you dealing with Keisha and them, disrespecting you, calling you all out your name. You ain't going for it. You done got a wild hair up your butt, as they say. You ain't going for it. And so now what do you think is gonna happen? You got all these fighting men who now you can't tell them they don't deserve respect. They fought along everybody else they fought along white folks, white men, and they got respect. You can't now come back here and say, oh, well, that was over there. It don't work like that. Once a man is vested with respect, he's not gonna give that back. You're gonna have to respect him or he's gonna die for it. And on top of that, if once you a warrior, you can't treat a warrior bad because he know he can put you down. This ideology of advocating for social change and greater respect from white Americans, known as the New Negro Movement, was supported by African American leaders such as W.B. Du Bois and publicized by black newspapers. Founded in 1917, Hubert Henry Harrison, a writer, educator, and political activist from the West Indies. The movement attracted black writers, poets, and activists to openly voice the need for equality. There's something else you need to understand, folks. Back then, coming and going from the West Indies and Jamaica, that was just, you just get, it was so much influx going in and out. You don't know who was Jamaican and who was from Ohio. This is what you got to understand. They don't have it wasn't so, the borders were permeable. So again, I entertain the ADOS. I'm FBA all the way. I love you, brother. I'm with you. You see what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we are still all one people. But let's continue reading. The Negro movement also brought an increase in social fears and racial tension that erupted in the Red Summer of 1919. What is that? How many of you guys know about the Red Summer of 1919? If you've ever heard of Red Summer of 1919, hit the number 1 button. Hit the number 1 button. Hit the number 1 button now. Go ahead and hit it. If you've heard of that, hit it. All right. Now, keep in mind, we always talk about Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? Tulsa, Oklahoma happened in 1921. So now 3 years after these black men got back from World War II and demanded their respect, they had built up all these little towns. They had their money over some, remember, the generation that came up out of slavery was the ones that laid down the foundation to begin to build all these black colleges and these black towns. It was 1,000, 2,000 black towns around the United States. We had our own economy. We had our own thing. We had our fighting men going off. Our fighting men went off and came back, and they were reinvigorated, and they had been treated as heroes in Europe, right? And so they realized, you know what? It's not us. It's these white boys over here in the United States doing this. It's these white folks in the United States doing this. This is not normal. This segregation, because they had been to Europe. They'd seen blacks and Africans interacting and walking across the streets in London and Paris and France. And they were like, well, damn, these Negroes, they don't get treated like we got treated. So yeah, that whole Tulsa massacre, that whole Tulsa race riot, that whole Red Summer of 1919 leading to 1921 at the Tulsa race riot, all this was because of the new Negro movement. What did it do? It brought an increase of social fears and racial tension that erupted in the summer of 1919. What happened? All these black brothers came back with a new attitude. You're not gonna treat me like that. We warriors. You're not gonna treat me like that. That's what happened. Some 25 race riots were reported through the country. With the end of slavery and the promises of advancement for African Americans, it was believed at the beginning of the 20th century that the white and black people could live in harmony and receive the same opportunities. Reactions after the end of World War I proved the United States had a long way to go in race relations. African Americans realized they would have to fight for equality, for racial equality on all fronts. Now these are fighting men now, right? And so of course they really, okay, see, the thing is they had already risked the chance, we might die over here. They'd already given up that. And they were willing to fight for their own country. Of course, they're gonna fight for themselves and their people and their family and equal rights. You fighting for the rights of other people overseas. Of course, you're gonna come back to the United States, the place that you fought and bled for, and you're gonna fight for your rights, for your family. Black men have always fought. But I'm gonna tell you, brothers, every time there's a war and black men get involved and we come back to the United States, we come back different and we push the envelope and we push things forward. We did it after World War I. This is what happened. We did it after World War II, civil rights. We did it after Vietnam. We came back and the Black Power movement went into place. We've done that. Keep that in mind. So some 25 race riots were reported throughout the country. With the end of slavery and the promises of advancement for African Americans, it was believed at the beginning of the 20th century that white and black people could live in harmony and receive the same opportunities. Reactions after the end of World War I proved the United States had a long way to go in race relations. African Americans realized they would have to fight for racial equality on all fronts. Racism was even experienced in the suffrage movement when African American women like Ida B. Wells Barnett and Alice Dunbar Nelson supported the need for women's voting rights. During an organized women's suffrage march in 1913, the organizers of the National American Women's Suffrage Association asked the black women to march separately. Think about that. So basically, you down there, you fighting for women's rights. And they say, okay, yeah, y'all are women, but we want you black girls to go park. Y'all go march over there. Ain't that something? You asked us to join in and help you with this march, right? You want us black, well, this is you think about this, fellas. I mean, I know I got a bunch of guys in here, but just think about that. You want us to help you fight for the right, but you want us to march in the back or on the side somewhere. This is the racism. This is how deep embedded racism was. Although the 19th century was passed to grant vote although the 19th Amendment was passed to grant the vote to women, it was not until the civil rights movement of the 1950s and the 1960s that African American women could experience this right without discrimination. So basically what happened, black men got the right to vote before white women got the right to vote, and that pissed the white women all the way off, sent them into the streets. How dare you give them Negroes the right to vote before you give us the right to vote? What about the Negro women over here? You didn't get them the right to vote. You're so chauvinist, Tom, basically. And so that pissed white women off more than any damn thing else. It's one thing for only white men to be able to vote. It's a whole nother thing for you to let the black man vote before you let the white woman vote. Oh, that had them hotter than fish grease in the summertime. And so that's why that sent them to the streets. And then they got black women involved, but then, you know what? Yeah, we want you involved, but we want you off to the side over here. And guess what happened? The 19th Amendment was passed. White women got the right to vote, but black women still didn't get the right to vote. You see what I'm saying? So think about that. So again, that's another, see, the sisters should have learned a long time ago. They're gonna use you, and they're gonna get what they want. They're gonna go back to their little lives. You see what I'm saying? And mind you, it was ratified in August 1920. So basically, white women had the right to vote about 40 or 50 years before. 30 or 40 years before black women had the right to vote. And you helped them get their right to vote. For any of you lovely ladies who are listening to this. So don't fall for it, just like you fell for this whole feminism thing. They got you there too, got you lost your family and everything, messing around with them. But I hope this begins to put things in context for you guys. And we'll read a little bit more about the Red Summer. I think that might be something I'll do a little later on another day. But I think we pretty much got the gist of where we're going. I want to know, how does it make you feel knowing about these Harlem Hellfighters? How does it make you feel that all these black men, and we could talk about World War I, or we could talk about the continued participation of black men in these wars. Nobody ever tells you about this. Why we don't talk about this in Black History Month? We should talk about every black man that has fought and died for this country in its official wars. And see, we hadn't even got to the modern era yet, right? We hadn't even talked about some of the modern heroes. Hell, I mean, I'm sure you guys have folks in your family who are black men who fought. We had a brother call here the other day. He was able to track his ancestor down to his participation in the Civil War. You know, and I'm like, my God, it's beautiful. But anyway, the link is in the chat room. I would love to hear what you brothers have to say. I want to know what you guys think. I want to get some more information about. I want something that's not copyrighted. That's the thing. I want to get some Harlem Hellfire stuff that's not copyrighted, so you guys can kind of see the brothers a little bit. But go ahead and join the conversation. I'd love to hear from you guys. I want to hear what you have to say about it. You know, I think it's more important for us to talk about this stuff than just to, you know, run off and, you know, we can talk about the latest foolishness and whatnot is going on the internet, but I think this is important, guys. I think that this is one of those series that will, you know, kind of stand the test of time. You see what I mean? I'm going to let you guys hear I think this should be okay, man. But make sure you, yeah, Pablo, that's right. Pablo, my man Pablo came through with his historic document, man. Let's see, somebody said, check out Lieutenant Ellsworth. He's what you were talking about. Let me see here, the Harlem Hellfighter. Let me see if I can pull something up for you guys, just so you can hear what the historians have to say about it, about these gentlemen. But anyway, come on in, Darius Harper. Oh, before I forget, let me give a shout out to everybody who's contributed. I got to make sure I give a shout out to all my people. Another big shout out to Lucifer Ratzinger. Again, the devil is doing the good work, doing the Lord's work in here again today. Lucifer is doing the Lord's work. Broken Blade, he said, this is not boring at all. This is healing my sanity and my soul. Keep it up, Uncle D. I mean, see, the thing is, Broken Blade, we got 54 people in here. You see what I'm saying? And that, you know, today I talked about some, I had damn near 350 people show up for me to talk about some old white woman giving a brother a hard time, talking out the side of her mouth about how she really feels. Now, when I talk about something like this that actually really empowers Black men, that really gives you something to say, hey, you see, this is what we can do. See, now what if that brother who was talking to that white woman who said Black men need to, get Black women together, what if he knew about the Harlem Hellfighters and all we had contributed? What if he was able to say, run this down to her? And so she's like, oh, it wouldn't be a whole lot, because she's coming from the position that we've not done anything, that we've not contributed as a group, as Black men. And that's just not true. And so that's why it's important for you brothers. I'm not saying you need to be history scholars. I'm just saying you need to know enough to know how to get people up off you. You see what I'm saying? That's what I want you to know enough to know how to get folks up off you. And you can do that this way. You see what I mean? You know enough to get them up off you when you got some facts. Anyway, Broken Blade, thank you so much. And then my man Gold got them going. Lift us up. I'm the son of a 2-tour combat Vietnam vet. We're gonna talk about Vietnam. We're gonna talk about the Korean War, and then we're gonna talk about Vietnam after that. My granddad was in Korea, and my uncles were in Vietnam. So yeah, definitely want to do that. We definitely want to give a shout out to the Black GIs, because remember when those guys came home from Vietnam, they were disrespected, and the brothers was disrespected right along with them, man. And it's unfortunate that we treated our war fighters like that. So, we owe them a debt. I get it. People, this, that, and the other, but, they call them baby killers and they spit on them and all sorts of stuff like that. Man, it was just so disrespectful. But anyway, I want you guys to make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I think I got one. I'm going to let you guys take a listen to this. Raystone Gibbs, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate that, man. He says great content. Well, I'm doing the best I can, man. And who else? Darius Harper, keep up the great work. Thank you, brother. I hope you guys are inspired by this, man. I'm inspired by it. It gives me a whole nother motivation. But let's check this video out. You guys, make sure you hit the #1 button if you appreciate what I'm doing here. And I'm gonna let this video. I have not perused this video. But I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and just check this thing out, man. Let's see what he's talking.
81 days under fire, the longest deployment of any American unit during the war, but never lost a foot of ground, nor had a man taken prisoner. They were officially the 369th Infantry Regiment, based in Harlem, but they're known far better by the name the Germans supposedly gave them, Hellfighters. I'm Indy Nidell. Welcome to a Great War special episode about the Harlem Hellfighters. They were originally the 15th Infantry Regiment of the New York National Guard. Now, this was created before the war by pressure from Black communities that wished to serve in the National Guard. When the U.S. joined the war and began sending troops to Europe, the 369th was shipped out December 27, 1917.
Fair use, fair use. Thank you so much, everyone. Fair use.
Arriving New Year's Day 1918 and joining the 185th Infantry Brigade in France. They were not given combat training, though, but were assigned labor duties like digging latrines, and they experienced a lot of racial harassment from Army officials. U.S. Commander General John Pershing loaned the 369th to the French 161st Division April 8, 1918, and it was after that that they would earn their combat honors.
I want you to understand the politics of just what's happening. The United States commanding officer loaned these Black dudes who they probably said, yeah, you can use them. They'll help you out, man. They do a lot of, labor and whatnot. You can go ahead and use them. And the French turned around and turned them and put them on the front lines and gave them guns and let them prove their reputation. So think about that, man. You got this arrogant white dude who said, yeah, you can borrow our niggers. Go ahead and take our niggers on over there with you and they'll clean up for you and whatnot. Given no combat training. So what does that tell you? That tells you that the U.S. Army was trying to get them killed. In other words, you send them to a war zone with no training, no combat training. So they just come into the military, whatever skills they had when they got in, that's all they got. And you send them to what they call one of the greatest wars of all time. They intended for these black men to die on the front lines so that they could once and for all prove a message, prove what they've been trying to prove and haven't been able to prove in 4 wars thus far. The black men are unfit to wage war. And guess what happened? The French said, no, we're going to give Villa some guns. That's what happened. They gave him some rifles. Oui, monsieur, he's a rifle for you, black man. And they proved themselves. Never lost an inch of ground. And that's why the French gave them those awards. They're like, y'all some of the best fighters we got. What the hell is going on with these these Americans? These Americans are crazy. This is some of the best fighters. You come in here with no training. Your own country gives you away to a whole nother country to fight under their commanders. Most of the brothers didn't even understand French unless they was from Louisiana or Haiti or something. And look what they did. So that's the politics behind that, brothers. You're commanding. Would you give your son away to your neighbor? Yeah, he'll come over there and live with you. He's good at cleaning toilets. And then your neighbor turn your son into an NBA basketball player or NFL NFL star running back or quarterback. And you look like, damn, hold on a minute. Woo, it makes you look like, and your neighbor's looking at you like you stupid. The whole world is looking at you like you stupid. You gave away some of your best fighters to the French. All they did was put guns in their hands. Maybe gave them a little bit of training. All the rest of that was what it was. It's what God gave to them. And them some bad brothers right there. And you got to give it to them. The Harlem Hellfires. Let's continue to listen.
The unofficial reason for this loan was that some white soldiers refused to serve alongside African Americans. Actually, the American Expeditionary Force even released a pamphlet which could only be described as incredibly racist to the French army called Secret Information Concerning Black American Troops.
So think about this. Not only do you give them away to the French, but you want the French to inherit your same racist attitudes toward these black people. So you give them some propaganda pamphlets. Yeah, these Negroes are lazy and they don't want to clean and they're scary. You don't want to put them on the front lines. You try to get them to do the same thing to these black men that you've done to. Because you damn sure don't want them to prove themselves. Oh, Lord, no, you definitely don't want them to get no glory. You need these Negroes, but you don't want them to get no glory because the last thing you need is 700,000 uppity Negroes coming back to the United States in 2 or 3 years. The unofficial reason, white boys didn't want to serve with them. That's the unofficial, that's the real goddamn reason right there. That's the real reason, fellas. So they said, well, look, we just give them to the French. And the French took them. But you know what? Here, take these. You don't want them really, you don't. How crazy is that? I bet the French was like, yeah, we're under attack. You want us to know we have these many men. We're going to give them guns. The French know all about how well black men fight. Like that, like Haiti didn't exist. Are you kidding me? They know goddamn well how well black men fight. They were still suffering from that butt kicking that they got from them Haitians. So they know how well black men fight. But either way, let's continue listening.
Troops, or SICBAT. SICBAT requested that French troops, most of whom did not share the prevalent racist views of their American counterparts, stop treating African Americans as equals. It warned of their tendency towards rape, claiming the Black American troops in France have, by themselves, given rise to as many complaints for attempted rape as the rest of the army. The pamphlet requested that the French not eat with them, shake hands with them, nor commend them too highly, as that would lead to them thinking themselves more important than they were, which could be harmful to American society after the war.
Did you hear that? So you hear, we don't want these uppity Negroes coming back over here. Don't praise them too much. Man, they're a bunch of you want to ostracize, treat them badly. You want to already vilify them before they even got there, before a man even pick up a gun. This is what you're doing. Straight hating on them, man. This is what they did to the Harlem Hellfires. You sent them. That's like rapping You know what that's like? That's like giving your neighbor a Christmas gift and spraying some hog feces on it. Here you go. But you don't really want this. This is what you're doing. I'm happy the French were more mature than that. Mind you, France is right there near the Mediterranean, so they've been dealing with black folks for thousands of years, right? And they wasn't going for that, but they was like, "See, we," and said, "But come, black man, come, man, I have something for you," and gave them rifles. But look at this. This is what our brothers had to deal with. I'm gonna tell you guys this: there's a special relationship between Black Americans and white Americans here in the United States. It's almost like they go out of their way to keep us oppressed. Even when we go overseas, even they will tell Africans and they'll tell people from the West Indies and other African countries how bad, how horrible we are. But they don't really want us to go because they need us. You see what I'm saying? So it's a very interesting relationship. And see, I want you guys to continue listening. But just read between the lines. Let's go ahead. And this guy, he's softball. He's not even hitting you as hard as what some other black historians might hit you with. But let's continue to listen.
The French army, for its part, just welcomed the reinforcements. In mid-April, they were assigned to a 4.5-kilometer stretch of front in the Argonne under the command of General Henri Gouraud with French equipment, rifles and helmets. They still did not receive combat training, though. Interestingly enough, they made up less than 1% of all American troops in Europe at the time, but held 20% of their assigned territory. As I said at the beginning, they served for over 6 months, and
I want you to understand what he just said. The Harlem Hellfighters, these black men made up 1% of the army, okay? And they held 20% of the land. Like the rest of the army, the other 99% of the military had 80% of the land they were holding, right? But this 1%, this one little sliver of black men, these Harlem Hellfighters, they held 20% of the land. Think about that. Think about that. You got 99% of the people, you got 99% of the people, it's 100 chairs in the room. 99 people got 80 chairs. And then one guy has 20 chairs on the other side of the room. That's what you call, that's the top 1% right there. That's what, with no combat training, brothers. French equipment that they probably never used. French, no combat training, brothers. None. And they held it. Continue listening. Hit the number one, but give a shout out to the Harlem Hellfighters. And also, if you appreciate what I'm doing, contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal.
they suffered 1,300 casualties, the most of any U.S. Army regiment. Despite their obvious bravery, they were not well treated. Combat troops were taken out of the line to serve as orderlies. Pay was stopped to nearly the entire regiment, things like that. Even when they left France in early 1919, their regimental band, which I'll talk about in a minute, was not allowed to play as they marched to the transport ship. In February 1919, the Harlem Hellfighters returned to New York and had a victory parade along Fifth Avenue, led by Sergeant Henry Johnson, who I'll also talk about in a minute. The parade showed that whatever had happened overseas, it was not reflected back home, since it was all black. The Hellfighters and other African-American regiments were not allowed to participate in the main victory parade.
Look at these, look how proud these people are of these black men. Look at the smiles on these black men. They're proud of their boys. You see what I mean? They're proud. You know, this is what victory in war does. They're proud of these black men. What did these black men bring back with them other than just the experience? They brought a whole lot of pride back with them, and they infused that in 1918. And look how well these black people are dressed. Look how clean this brother is right here. Look how beautiful these young ladies are. Look how clean they are. Look at that. With their well-dressed and their clothes and this healthy baby right there. Look how proud these black people are. This is who we are right here, brothers. And this is what we need to get back to if we're gonna get back to anything. But let's continue listening. Shout out to Zell 1.
As it was segregated. The French government, though, awarded the Croix de Guerre, its highest military honor, to 170 soldiers of the 369th.
Look at those faces. Look at these hardened war fighters right here. I know that each one of you black men that's looking at this page right now, you can see yourself in these black men. You see your features, you see your eyes, you see yourself, your expression in these black men. I know you do, because I see myself in some of these brothers, and I also see my brothers and my father and my grandfather and my sons. And you do too, because these are your people. These are your brothers. These are your ancestors right here. They wasn't walking around with their head down, scared. These were war fighters who had been halfway across the world and helped liberate half the world. This is who you come from, black man. Remember that. And don't let anybody steal that away from you ever again.
Including Henry Johnson, for their efforts and achievements during the war. Their motto was, "God damn, let's go." Johnson had performed some of the most remarkable feats of this or any other war in May 1918 when still a private. On the night of the 14th, he and Private Needham Roberts were on sentry duty. He would later remark that he had thought it was crazy to send untrained men out, but told his corporal he'd tackle the job. Well, the two came under fire from German snipers. Pinned down in their dugout, they lined up a box of grenades in case the Germans raided. Just after 2 a.m., Johnson heard the sound of wire cutters at the perimeter fence and told Roberts to go back and alert the French. Johnson threw a grenade, and the Germans answered with grenades and gunfire. Roberts turned back to help Johnson, but was hit by grenade shrapnel and badly injured. Johnson got him back to the dugout. They were outnumbered by 20 or 30 Germans advancing from multiple directions. Johnson ran out of grenades and took a few bullets, but carried on firing his rifle into the darkness. He continued until he accidentally loaded American ammunition into his French rifle, jamming it. The Germans were then on top of him, so he used his rifle as a club until the stock splintered. He took a blow to the head and went down. However, when the Germans tried to capture Roberts, he got up again and attacked with his bolo knife, his only remaining weapon. He stabbed one German, killed a lieutenant, took a pistol shot to the arm, and stabbed another German who climbed on his back. The Germans then retreated since they'd heard French and Americans arriving.
Did you hear that? Did you hear what Henry Johnson did? Did you hear what he did, brothers? The man, he was. You got 20 Germans in front of you. They cut the gate. They throwing grenades at you. Been shot twice. You hitting them with you. He refused to lay down and die. He got knocked out, got backed up, pulled his knife, and started stabbing everybody he could. We shot twice. Some of us get a splinter, and we gonna fall out. This is what this man did, man. And you telling me this brother can't fight? You telling me black men can't handle the pressure? Look at that, man. This is where you came from, black man. Be proud of what you came from, and I don't care what nobody says, man. You be proud. I'm gonna run that back. We need to hear that again, man. Let's hear what Brother Johnson did. Henry Johnson is his name, and he was a sergeant too.
Splintered. He took a blow to the head and went down. However, when the Germans tried to,
I want to run it back. I want y'all to hear what he did.
Johnson got him back to the dugout. They were outnumbered by 20 or 30 Germans advancing from multiple directions. Johnson ran out of grenades and took a few bullets, but carried on firing his rifle into the darkness.
He took a few bullets. 3. Few is 3. Let's listen.
He continued until he accidentally loaded American ammunition into his French rifle, jamming it. The Germans were then on top of him, so he used his rifle as a club until the stock splintered. He took a blow to the head and went down. However, when the Germans tried to capture Roberts, he got up again and attacked with his bolo knife, his only remaining weapon. He stabbed one German, killed a lieutenant, took a pistol shot to the arm, and stabbed another German who climbed on his back. The Germans then retreated since they'd heard French and Americans arriving. Johnson reportedly killed 4 Germans and wounded over 24. He sustained 21 wounds. He later said, "There wasn't anything so fine about it, just fought for my life. A rabbit would have done that." This earned
and immodest. The officials estimated Johnson had wounded up to 24 others. Some men who walked the site said the death toll was 6, with Johnson injuring 32 men. After all the fighting, Johnson had prevented Germans from breaking the French line. This is what this black man did by his damn self. Look at that brother right there, man. Look at him. This look like, look at that black man right. I want y'all to take a look at him, man. Don't he look like everybody's cousin named Peanut? He looked like that. That looks like Peanut right there. Little Peanut, that's what he look. This could be any of us, brother. This is what I'm saying. This is a typical black man right here. This is what you have in you when you really unleash yourself. This is not some big buff weightlifting black man who's been taking creatine and steroid shot. This is a regular brother right here. With no combat training, he did all that. Right, Sonny. His name is Peanut, or Sonny, or Slim, a little man, or something like that. You understand what I'm saying? This is the black man right here. This average black man did all of that. So imagine what you can do. Imagine how disappointed they are in us, brothers, because they fought for the respect that we're dwelling in right now. See, we're standing on the shoulders of these men. He was treated horribly throughout his lifetime. And we're standing on their shoulders. This man can't be no bigger than my son. My son's about 5'8", 5'9", 152 pounds. And this is what this man did. This is a regular man. He might have been a porter, a janitor, maybe could have. This is who this man is, man. This is who you come from. This is a typical black man right here. He's special, but you special too. Remember that, brothers. Remember who you are.
Johnson the nickname Black Death, and post-war, he would do lecture tours around the states. On the tours, he was supposed to talk about the racial harmony in the trenches, a big lie. In St. Louis, he certainly did not do this, talking instead about the abuse and harassment he and his comrades took. Contrary to what multiple sources claim, he did receive disability pay from the U.S. government, and also contrary to multiple sources, when he died in 1929, it was from myocarditis and not alcoholism. Johnson was not awarded any medals by his army or his government until long after his death. He was eventually awarded the Medal of Honor by President Barack Obama. And as for that regimental marching band, they played to boost morale. And by the end of the war, were one of the most famous bands in Europe. In February and March 1918, they traveled thousands of kilometers, playing for British, French, and American military and French civilian audiences, introducing early jazz music to Europe. James Reese Europe, the leading figure of the African-American New York music scene of the teens, was the band leader. His story is tragic, though. He was stabbed by one of his musicians May 9th, 1919, during an argument in a show's intermission. It was only with a penknife, and he and his bandmates thought the wound in the neck was superficial. He told the band to finish the set, but the hospital was unable to stop the bleeding, and he died a few hours later. He was the first African-American ever to have a public funeral in New York City. Johnson and Europe are just a couple of the luminaries of the 369th, and there are quite a few more. You are very much encouraged to look up more about them and the Harlem Hellfighters in general to get a better idea of the unit, the men, their service, and the trials they faced because of their skin color, in addition to the frontline combat they fought in the war to end all wars. Thank you, Jack Salthouse, for their research for this episode. If you'd like to learn more about
If you guys want to come in, the link is in the chat room. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say about this. All right, and this is the type of Black history that I want to hear about. Why? Because this is Black American history. This is us. We ain't talking about slavery. Yeah, the brothers are having to overcome some stuff, but you see them fighting their way out. You see them doing it in a constructive manner. And this is, I think, this is the type of Black history that we need to focus on. I know our sons need to hear it. I know our nephews need to hear it. See, and I've drawn a straight line from the Revolutionary War all the way up to World War II. So we went from 1776 all the way to 1919 or 1920, because we even talked about 1921, because we explained how these brothers coming back from war gave rise to that red summer. We're not going for it anymore. We're warriors. So you see, hopefully it's all starting to come together for you, and you're able to see a picture. These brothers' attitudes have changed. They no longer see themselves as subservient. They've seen themselves as winners. They're champions now. They know what it's like to be a champion. They know what it's like to be treated with respect. You can't go back to treating a man bad once he's been treated well. He's not going to accept that, not laying down. You're going to have to put him down. What did they say? We don't want you French folks treating our Negroes too well, because see, when they go home, they're going to be acting up. And we got them in their place right now. And if they come over here doing all this and acting, feeling good about themselves, they're going to come home and think they have a higher social status than they have. That's what the American army told the French army. And the French ignored the hell out of them, as they do most times with Americans. If you want to join the conversation, come on in. I'd love to hear what you guys have. We got a brother here who says, Cornell Davis said, my grandfather was a Harlem Hellfire. Well, man, salute to your grandfather. Salute to your grandfather. That's where you come from. Shout out to Broken Blade. Shout out to all my members in here. Thank you guys so much. Alexander Patterson, thank you so much. New sub, thank you so much. I hope you guys appreciate this, man. You know, I think this is important. Again, all that politics, all that goes out the window when it's time to fight. We live in a warlike country. And I'm gonna tell you guys this, and I'm gonna tell you, I've dropped a few jewels on you guys. This world belongs to whoever's strong enough to hold on to take it and hold on to it. Let me say that again concisely. This world belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it by force and hold on to it. These Black men, by going over there fighting, they're taking it by force. They're realizing that in actuality, it's not about fair, it's about might. Might equals right, as the old saying goes. And I know that doesn't sound appealing, and I know, oh my God, and this PC culture, this cancel culture, that hurts people's feelings, and maybe I'm not emotionally attached to, my feelings. Maybe that's toxic masculinity, but I'll tell you one goddamn thing, Henry Johnson, that was some toxic masculinity. You kill 40 people and you stab 3 dudes with a knife and they shoot you, you get shot 4 or 5 times, you're gonna need some toxic masculinity in a war zone. So it's who's willing to put it out there? Who's willing to put it all on the line? That's what these Black men did. That's what these Black men did in World War I. They're the Harlem Hellfighters. That's what they did. Combat soldiers with no training, no combat training at all. Look at all they did. So you gotta look, brothers. Remember, they run the same lines down on us over and over again. Oh, you Black men, they can't do it. They not prepared to fight. They crack under pressure. Hell if they don't. Hell if they do. And keep in mind a little bit more about William Henry Johnson. He was from North Carolina, so he was a country boy. He's a country boy. He probably used to sticking in hogs and all kinds of stuff. But that's what we talking about, Henry Johnson. But either way, man, I appreciate you guys. I think this has been a good one. I hope you guys review it and share it. I think it's good. Thank you, Malcolm Smith. Appreciate everybody who's contributed to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. So we're going to do the Korean War, and we're going to do Vietnam this week. So you guys hang in there. I hope you check out the other ones that I have. We're talking about Black men in the U.S. military, and I think this is an important subject. I don't ever remember any YouTuber visiting this like this. I think it's important. I hope I haven't bored you guys to death. I find it interesting, but either way, man, this is Uncle D, man. I love you guys. I hope y'all appreciate what I'm doing. I think it's important. I think it is. This is something you'll revisit in years from now. This is a conversation you'll remember you had. Hey, what's up, everybody? If you appreciate the format and you appreciate what we're doing here, then make sure you contribute to the Cash App. Make sure you contribute to the PayPal. Make sure you donate to the Super Chat. It's only you and your contributions that keep this thing going. Thanks. What's up, you guys? This is Dennis Furling, and I'm back again, and I want to talk to you guys about a very interesting subject. You guys often hear me say things like Black men have served in every major war in the United States since its inception, or even before so, because we were here before the country was founded in 1776, thereabouts. And, we helped fight in all the wars before the country was founded and in the wars since it was founded. And so because of that, it's important that you guys understand this history. And you need to understand this history so when people say stuff like, go back to your country, you can tell them, no, we fought for this country more so than many of you all who just arrived. To European, Asian, and Latino and Arab immigrants, you have to understand that Black men have fought and have existed in this country, for hundreds of years before it was created or officially founded. And so because of that, we have a right, even more so than most other individuals. Why? Because we put the blood, shed, and tears in it before anybody else. I would challenge that all of these folks who are descended from Irish and Italian, anywhere in the Southern European region, our roots on engineers at Acura have made on average the roots of the typical average African American man or woman predates even their arrival of their earliest ancestor. And so again, I just drive that point home because I think it's important for us to begin to use the facts and history of this country and our role in it and have dates, times, and facts. So what we're going to do today is we're going to talk about, generally, we're going to talk about Black men and their service in the United States military in World War II. We'll skip around. We'll go from World War II, we'll probably do Vietnam, Civil War, Revolutionary War, War of 1812. And I'm just going to give you guys some big facts. And of course, you all know that the military at this time is about 30% African American. So you guys are aware of that, I'm sure. And likewise, as it relates to Desert Storm, Desert Shield, and all the like, we've been here. And so I want you guys to be in there. Now, when I say we should leave this country, it's not because I don't think we are entitled to the benefits that this country is. I don't treat Black Americans like we're outsiders. Rather, I simply point out the fact that we have a right to leave if we so choose. Now, in the meantime, what I'm going to do is just say first, thank you to everybody who's contributed to the Super Chat. I want to also give a shout out to Kay Houghton, new member. Thank you, Kay Houghton. I appreciate that. And if you guys remember earlier on last year, when I first started this broadcast, I would often do history lessons. And so I want to kind of get back to our history lessons. And I think that's important. So Without further ado, let me read this to you. And we're going to talk about World War II, but specifically an incident in World War II entitled The Battle of Bamber Bridge. So on June 24th, 1943, and June 25th, 1943, Black American soldiers faced off against white American military police during World War II on British soil. In other words, they're in England and they're facing off against American military police. Yeah, you read it correctly. Black American soldiers had to fight their own white American soldiers while in England, where they were fighting for the world. They were fighting against the Nazis, who were at that time taking over European countries and trying to extinguish the Jewish population throughout Europe. And the question you have to ask yourself is why? Because the English town of Bamber Bridge in Lancashire was not segregated. Mind you, this is 1943, and segregation was still the law of the land in America. The problem is they were not in America, they were in Great Britain, okay? They were in England. That was not, segregation didn't exist at that point. Now, again, Lancashire was not segregated, so they treated the black soldiers like they treated all the other races, aka blacks were free to eat, drink, and go anywhere. But back in America, segregation of blacks and whites still existed. So essentially, the American Army went to someone else's country and demanded they adopted America's racist policy. So when the American military police found out that their own black soldiers were drinking at the same pubs as white people, they went to arrest them. The people in the town got mad about the treatment of the black soldiers and decided to then turn their pubs into blacks only drinking pubs, the very opposite of what was taking place in America with their whites only businesses. Of course, this upset the American military, so they came out guns a-blazing, and the word spread at the camp that the black soldiers had been shot, and scores of men formed a crowd, some carrying rifles. And by midnight, more American military police arrived with machine guns, equipped vehicles, so that the black soldiers had no choice but to get rifles from the British stores, where others had barricaded themselves back on the base. So now it was the American white soldiers versus the American black soldiers. And this led to the death of one soldier, the injury of seven, and 32 convictions. Back in America, the battle was hushed up because they didn't want the country to find out that they were fighting their own soldiers, which would anger the black population and weaken the morale back in the country. So what we're going to do is we're going to read a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little bit about the segregation that black men faced during the war, right? Mind you, now I want you to put this in context. Black men were fighting in World War II for the freedom of the rest of the country. We were still being treated like second, third, and fourth class citizens in the United States. So here's how the story went. And it's right here on Wikipedia. And I know you guys appreciate these history lessons, but because it teaches you what our black brothers have had to go through to earn their rights. You see, this is why when you say, hey, I demand you treat me like you treat everybody else, is because we've earned that right. You're not a second class citizen in this country. You need to begin to assert yourselves. You need to begin to put yourself first based on the blood, sweat, and tears of the black men that came before us. When they try to point you as worthless, we weren't worthless when they were using us in World War II. We weren't worthless when when our bodies were being used to, our skills, our bodies, our minds were being used to help prosecute the war against their enemies. So now why are we useless now? Why are we deserving to be shot now? Why are we thugs now? We weren't thugs back then when you needed us. So let's make sure that we understand our history. And I'm not just talking about ancient Egyptian, Ghanaian. That's not going to help you right now. You need something to throw in people's faces right now. I promise you, when you give it to them like this, they back down real tough because it's not a whole lot they can do to you. I'm the type of person that tells white people, if you don't, I tell them all the time, I say, we as black men have been fighting in this country for justice since the first one of us landed here. And I say it's only because of the fight that black men have put forth that you and your European ancestors, your Asian ancestors, your Latino ancestors, your Arab ancestors came over here. Because had we not done what we've done, the United States would remain so racially inhospitable, you would have stayed where you were at, because it's not a place. Even our African brothers who began to come here in the 1980s, even our West Indian brothers who began to come here in the 1980s, you wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Black Americans, because this place, the United States, was so racially inhospitable that you wouldn't have been able to exist. It's almost like when a person shows up to a party late after the fights are over and after the cops have left, and they wonder why everybody is so drained and it's 2:30 in the morning. It's like you got here late. It's over. All the fighting is over. You missed it. The music is dead low. You know, everybody's tipsy. Everybody's tired. The cops have left. The fire department pulled out around. They cleaned up the mess. And so you got to the party late. So you don't understand why everybody is so drained. This is where Black Americans are. And one of the incidents one of the many incidents, but one that is documented, has to do with the Battle of Bamber Bridge. Now, I'm going to play this. I want you guys to check it out. This is a little video footage from Bless America. And I'll let it play right here. And you guys, I'm going to say this, fair use. Hopefully that works. Hopefully they'll let that ride. But in the meantime, you guys check this out. And if you appreciate what I'm doing, hit the #1 button and hit the subscribe button. But remember, we have to always uplift our brothers, and we can't forget the brothers that came before us, especially the sacrifices that they made. So hit #1 for all the Black veterans. Hit #1 for all the Black servicemen who died in the U.S. military for a country that didn't always give them the respect and honor they deserve. That's what I'm saying. So this is for the Black veterans. But let's go ahead and listen to this. Hit #1 for the Black veterans. Here we go.
You wouldn't believe this. I tell people every day, we Black troops went overseas to fight the Germans, but we had to fight the Yanks first.
George Taylor was a Black soldier born in Culpeper, Virginia. At the age of 90, he told us his story of that time in Britain.
If I took a British lady to a movie or to a restaurant, I'd have to fight my way. I'd have to fight the Americans. The American white troops weren't used to integration, so they couldn't stand to see a Black man take a white woman into a pub or whatever.
Neil Wynne is Professor of 20th Century American History at the University of Gloucestershire and has written many books about African Americans and the Second World War. So just explain to us how segregated the US Army was in the 1930s and 40s.
Well, actually, it was totally segregated. There was no integration at all when America entered the Second World War. And of course, it was a considerable bone of contention amongst African Americans and particularly civil rights organizations at the time. There was a great deal of debate in Britain about how they should respond. And some people argued they should just accept the American practices. And indeed, in the War Cabinet, and it reached War Cabinet level in 1942, there were very strong arguments, particularly from the Secretary of War, James Grigg, to accept segregation and indeed to accept the kind of thinking that lay behind segregation.
So what happened in practical terms?
Thousands of African Americans now appeared in small, out-of-the-way places. Yes, they were in Bristol, and yes, they were in Worcester, and yes, they were in other major cities, but they were also in places like the Forest of Dean, and they were in Cornwall. In fact, the heaviest concentration of African Americans was in the South and the Southwest, but it became an issue of conflict. And gradually what happened was that the American forces instituted practices in the locality to try and avert these conflicts. So literally, for example, in the Forest of Dean.
Now, I want you guys to understand something. And if there's an echo, let me know. Sometimes I'll forget to hit the mute button here. So the GIs from America were sent to Great Britain to help protect Britain from the tyranny of the Nazis, Third Reich. And mind you, these same Nazis were trying to exterminate and extinguish the Jewish people. They were trying to literally destroy them. They were racist, they were bigoted. And, you know, they wanted, so the Americans call themselves the good guys, going over here fighting these Germans who were trying to exterminate the Jewish people because of racist beliefs. And while at the same time, they got Black Americans segregated and treated them like third or fourth class citizens in America because of their own racist beliefs. How about the irony of that? And then they want to export that same bigotry to Great Britain and the rest of the places in Europe where the American G is. They wanted to bring segregation all to Europe. This is what they wanted to do. So look at the irony of that. You are here to free the Jewish people from the tyranny of the Nazis, but you yourself, right, as a country, are into segregated. Because see, this Bull Connor hadn't happened yet. The march on Washington, you know, Selma, Alabama, it hadn't happened yet. So that we were still being subjected. It wasn't even brought to the light of day yet. This is what Black Americans were dealing with. Thank you, Jason Webb. I appreciate that. But the irony of it. Now let's continue to listen.
The town of Cinderford was put off limits to African Americans. That was for whites only.
Well, the whole town?
Absolutely. Coleford in the Forest of Dean, on the other hand, was for African Americans. Tewkesbury, where there was a major concentration of both Black and white American forces, they allocated certain days. Tuesdays and Thursdays and Saturdays for white Americans, and Blacks could go into town Monday, Wednesdays and Fridays. Some chip shops were for Blacks only and some for whites only.
So this was a de facto segregation, really, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And this is what happens, that as one of the Black observers says, that British practices and attitudes notwithstanding, by 1943, 1944, you have in fact got Jim Crow introduced into Britain.
There were incidents that made the papers. A riot in Preston resulted in the death of a Black serviceman and became known as the Battle of Bamber Bridge. Teresa Bothwell from Dudley befriended an
This lady is about to describe the incident and how it happened. I just want you to look at these handsome Black men here. Look at these handsome brothers. They're well groomed. They're well taken care of. They look good. They look handsome. You know, so these are not unkept, unlearned, ignorant men right here. These are fighting men. These are military men. They clearly, care about themselves. Look at these Black men. Look how they present. And I promise you, they're not doing that to try to impress white folks. They're doing that because they care about themselves. They're doing that because they want to look good for themselves. And so oftentimes, and I'm just using this as a point, but whenever I get a chance to look at Black men and look at Black America in the past, I always want to point out how well they kept themselves, how well groomed they were. And see, a lot of folks will say stuff like, well, that didn't keep the white man from putting hoses on them and attacking them with dogs. But that's not why they did. They didn't dress well and take care of themselves to impress white people. That was never that. They did that because they cared about themselves. This is an expression of self-love. They love themselves well enough to take care of themselves. When you're walking around and your pants are sagging off your butt and your hair is unkept and your teeth are rotten because you ain't brushed them and you haven't invested enough money in the dentist to get them fixed, when you don't get your hair cut, when you just look unkept like that, that's a sign that you don't really care about yourself. I'm just pointing out to you that these Black men took the leadership role and they look good and they made sure themselves look good, not to try to impress white folks, but for themselves and for their own expression of self-love. So keep that in mind as we move forward, because there's going to be some other stuff in the future, I want to talk to you guys about putting yourself first. And one of those things is expressing love to yourself. Again, hit the #1 button for the Black veterans, the Black warriors, the Black war fighters who've come and gone in this country, who fought on behalf of the U.S. military, on behalf of causes to advance the interests of the United States, even when we were being treated like second and third class citizens. Big shout out to the Vietnam vets, the World War II vets, the Desert Storm vets, everybody who's fought in the past 20 years. But let's continue.
18-year-old Black GI from the Deep South.
We're standing talking on the pavement, and I spotted 3 white Americans coming along the pavement towards us, and he looked very uncomfortable.
Here's another, because she's basically saying she was walking with a GI who's from the Deep South. This is what was going on in England, man. Look at these brothers, these English women were just so happy that these GIs were here, because remember, they were afraid of getting invaded by the Nazis. And so what do women do? Women gravitate towards strong men. And here you got all these Black men in here who are soldiers. These are war fighters. And so, of course, these women are going to gravitate towards these men. Of course, these women are going to want to gravitate towards their strength. Women are not race loyal. They want protection and provision. And here you are, you drop thousands and thousands of soldiers. They just wanted to get themselves one, to protect them and greet them and hope that they would stay. And this is the nature of women. This is female nature on display right here. They didn't give a damn about racism at this point, did they? The hell no, you know? So let's continue to watch.
Anyway, they came up to us, and the fair-haired one, he said to the coloured boy, he said, boy, what are you doing walking on the sidewalk? And what are you doing talking to a young white lady? So I said, he was just asking for help. I wasn't talking to you, miss. He said, I'm asking him. So as the boy went to speak, they pushed him into the gutter. That's the place for you, boy. I said, for your information, this is not called a sidewalk. It is called a pavement. And in Britain, I said, people of all colours are allowed to walk on the pavement. And as we were talking, the one at the back came up behind me. And all of a sudden, I felt his arms come right round me and hold me tight. I couldn't move my arms. They pushed this lad into the gutter, but this time they pushed him over. And they kicked him from head to foot. And they kicked him and they kicked him.
Later that same day, Teresa saw 3 Black GI.
Now, you can hear that. If you guys heard that, hit the #1 button. Let me know you appreciate what I'm doing here by hitting the #1 button. Also contribute to the side of the Cash App, the Super Chat, and the PayPal. Basically, what this lady is saying, she was walking down the street, walking down the pavement, as she says, with a Black GI, and 3 white GIs walked up and said, boy, what are you doing walking on the pavement? And the white woman from England said, hey, look, you know, what's going on? Like, we're all allowed to walk on the pavement. Mind you, this is 1943. And we're talking about Great Britain, a country that has occupied more countries. We're talking about the British Empire. They took over India, parts of Africa, Asia. So you have all sorts of people walking along the pavement. This is in essence a multicultural city. You got everybody. Look at the old Sherlock Holmes movies. People, they didn't have segregation in Great Britain. You had people coming in it's an island. You got people coming in from everywhere, from Arabs to Africans. Everybody's coming in. It's a major hub. It's a major place of business. And so for them for the Americans to try to come in and impose segregation in Great Britain, that's unheard of. You know, you can mess around and offend some Ghanaian prince or something like that, or some Indian king or royalty or something like that. So this was unheard of. It's just, and so the British were like, well, we want to keep them here because we need them here for their protection, but we don't do that here. So it's a conflict brewing. But let's go ahead and continue listening. Now, mind you, the British, they had their own racist issues, but segregation was not a way in which they expressed it. It was just not a convenient thing to do. It just messed with the money. Let's continue listening. But contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal if you appreciate it. And I want to give a big shout out to Jason Webb and W. Alfonso. Thank you so much for my members and my contribution. Let's continue.
He's being chased through the town. One ran into a shopping arcade, followed by an American military policeman.
The military police van pulled up, and I said, "Is he alive or not?" I said, "Because it looks as though he's had his head bashed in." "Oh no, miss," he said. He's dead. He said, "That isn't what killed him." He said he was knifed in the heart. He was resisting arrest rather than be taken. He killed himself. And he looked at me, he said, "You don't believe me, do you?" I said, "No, I don't." I said, "I don't believe you." I said, "Those 3 black men," I said, "were not rioting. They tried to run for their lives when they saw the military policeman coming down the road. And the chap that was killed in the doorway was the young man that had been beaten up at the lunchtime."
Here again are the voices of some of those men, the group who have banded together when off duty as the American Soldiers' Corps. They're a group of colored soldiers who are spreading goodwill wherever they go. Whenever their duties are permitted, they've been singing to thousands of people all over Britain.
Going to leave my bird dog down by the riverside, down by the riverside.
However beautiful the music, the wartime propaganda couldn't disguise the tensions between white and black GIs. But what did unite the troops was the mission ahead, the inevitable invasion of Europe. Many soldiers died on the Normandy beaches. Those who survived saw their lives change forever. And for the girlfriends back in Britain, romances which began in a local dance hall would lead to a new home in a new continent.
I know you guys like to hear about the different issues that come up in popular news. Richard Sherman, Bill Cosby. I get it. Thank you guys. Yeah, I'm back on now. I'm audio. My audio is back on now. But again, what I was saying was, I think this is more important because see, you can take this and you can use this. You can talk about the Battle of Bamber Bridge. You can talk about all the GIs that served in World War II. And you can say, hey, not only did they have to serve, but they also were still subjected to the same racist and bigoted, which is unheard of, right? They're still suffering from the same racism and bigotry that they dealt with in the United States. But let's read a little bit more in detail about the Battle of Bamber Bridge, which is, you heard the lady in her first person story. The Battle of Bamber Bridge was an outbreak of racial violence between black and white American servicemen stationed in British village of Bamber Bridge, Lancashire in June 1943. The incident, which occurred a few days after the 1943 Detroit riots, right? Do a little history on that. Was started when the white military police MPs attempted to arrest several African-American soldiers from the racially segregated 1511th Quartermaster Truck Regiment at Ye Old Hob Inn Public House, Bamber Bridge. What did they say? The guys were at the public house. They were at a bar, basically hanging out. These guys, they operated the trucks, and they tried to arrest them, right? And they wasn't going for it. Shout out to Volcanus. Thank you, Jedi Said. I appreciate it. And then also Deacon Dave. After the arrival of more military police armed with machine guns, black soldiers armed themselves with rifles from the base armory. Both sides exchanged fire through the night. One soldier was killed and several MPs and soldiers injured, although a court-martial convicted 32 African-American soldiers of mutiny and related to crimes. Poor leadership and racist attitudes among the MPs was blamed as the cause. Now think about that. We know that the only black person that was killed was the one that they beat to death, right? So that means in that night, yeah, people got shot, but nobody got killed. But, you know, that was the brothers asserting themselves. One thing I tell people all the time is, once you train a man to be a soldier, he can never go back to being a slave. That's why I personally train my boys how to be warriors. I train them how to fight. You cannot intimidate or make a man that knows he can beat you believe that you're better than him. He will never believe that you're better than him. Once you train him to be a warrior, he will never believe that you should subject him, or he should allow himself to be subjected to second or third class citizen. That's why it's important for black men especially to begin to instill a warrior culture in themselves. I'm not saying go out and start shooting bow and arrows and hatchets and stock up on guns, even though that may be something you should do. What I am saying is that you need to learn, you need to have it in your mind that you're a warrior. And being a warrior doesn't mean just always going out looking for conflict. Knowing when to fight, where to fight, and how to fight. And how to fight does not necessarily mean, you know, throwing, you know, 1-2 and a 1-2 and a 3-4 before you throw the 5 and the 6. That's not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about, and if you guys can hear me, hit the number 1 button. Somebody's saying that the volume went out. You can hear me, hit the number 1 button. If you can hear me, clearly hit the number 1 button. But my whole point is war, understanding how to fight, battles, what goes on, when to fight. You see, once you instill that mentality within yourself, it never leaves you. And you pass it down from yourself onto your sons. This is what I'm telling you. McKinnis, let me see here. McKinnis J100 says, thank you for this history. As a vet myself, I can't even begin to believe the depth of ignorance it takes to be worrying about skin color during World War II, right? You got Germans bearing down with you. And mind you, they're still actively bombing Great Britain. And the only thing that military police seem to be concerned about are black men going to a bar on a day when it's not designated for them to go. How petty are we? How petty was our military, right? How fragile were the egos of the military men over there? You're more concerned about some black guy in a military uniform overseas using the same cup to drink a beer out of that you're drinking out of. This is what you're concerned about when you got you know, von Baron bearing down on you, when you got Nazis who want to put you up on a stake and burn you at the fire and make an example of you. It's idiotic when we look back, and in 500 years or 1,000 years, when we look back at what we have now in the United States, we'll also see it as wrought with stupidity. But let's get back to the subject. The U.S. Armed Forces was still racially segregated, and the soldiers of the 1511 quartermaster truck were almost entirely black, and all but one of the soldiers, all but one of the officers were white, as were the MPs. Military commanders tended to treat the service units as a dumping ground for less competent officers, and the leadership in the unit was poor. Racial tensions were exacerbated by the race riots in Detroit earlier that week, which had led to 34 deaths, including 25 black casualties. The people of Bamber Bridge supported the black troops. And when the U.S. commanders demanded a colored bar in the town, all 3 pubs in the town reportedly posted black troops only signs. So the British could see that this was stupid. The British could see the segregation was stupid, and they didn't want to bring it over there. Mind you, Great Britain was a little bit more cosmopolitan because think about it. This is an island. You got to go somewhere to get anything. People have been traveling in and out of Great Britain for 1,000 years at that point. Indians, Africans, Asians, everybody came there. It was a trading hub. This country, this island, which is Great Britain being called the island of warriors, had traveled all around the world, from Australia to Asia to the Horn of Africa. They had conquered all these peoples and brought, so all of those cultures, all of those riches, all of those things were brought back to Great Britain and also the people. So you had all sorts of people of color walking around Great Britain in 1943. So it makes no sense to have colored and white, because you would end half the bit, people wouldn't come there. They wouldn't want to do business with you. You know, think about it. America didn't become great until after World War II and industrialization. Before that, we were just the Yankees. But anyway, let's continue. Outbreak of violence. On the evening of the 24th of June, 1943, some soldiers from the 1511 Quartermaster Truck Regiment were drinking with the English townfolk in Ye Olde Hob Inn. They were drinking at the bar with the locals. Details of how the incident developed differ between sources. Two MPs, a Corporal Roy Windsor and a Private First Class Ralph F. Ridgway, responded to a report of trouble at a local pub. All right, so you got a Karen or somebody, a Karen or a Todd. There's some black people in there drinking with the whites. You need to come in and do something about it. So this is the trouble that they're referring to. The MPs had standing order to arrest soldiers who were out of camp without a pass, were disorderly, or were not in proper uniform. On entering the pub, they encountered one soldier, Private Eugene Nunn, who was dressed in a field jacket rather than the required Class A uniform, and asked him to step outside. An argument ensued with local people and the British servicewomen of the Auxiliary Territorial Service siding with Nunn. In other words, they were on side of the black GI, right? And one British soldier challenged the MPs by saying, "Why do you want to arrest them? They're not doing anything or bothering anybody." In other words, we want them here. They make us feel safe. We like having them here. Sergeant Staff William Byrd, who was black, diffused the situation, but as the MPs left, a beer was thrown at their Jeep. That was probably one of those people from Great Britain that did it, probably one of those English. After the MPs picked up two reinforcements, so they got two more dudes, they spoke to Captain Julius F. Hurst and Lieutenant Gerald C. Windsor, who told the MPs to do their duty and to arrest the black soldiers. The group of MPs intercepted the soldiers on Station Road as they returned to their base at Monsey Road. So basically what happened, they didn't want to go back up in that pub because they know those white people, those British folks, were probably going to kick their butts. You come in there 4 deep. So what do? They waited till the brothers was walking back on the road, right? And at night with no witnesses, right? This is before the time of cell phones. And they tried to arrest him. A fight broke out in the road, which led to shots being fired. One struck Private William Crossland in the back and killed him. In other words, these MPs, basically, they went there to put bullets in these brothers. That's basically what it sounds like to me. And they didn't want any witnesses around, and that's why they didn't get them at the club. Some of the injured black soldiers returned to the base, but the killing caused panic as rumors began to spread that the MPs were out to shoot black soldiers. Although the colonel was absent, acting Colonel Major C. Harris did his best to calm the situation. Lieutenant Edwin D. Jones, the unit's only black officer, managed to persuade the soldiers that Harris would be able to round up the MPs and see that justice was done. However, at midnight, several Jeeps full of MPs arrived at the camp, including one improvised armored car, armed with a large machine gun. In other words, these white boys had decided that we're not going to take this. We're going to put these Negroes back in their place. And so they got an improvised armored car. I don't even know what that is. What that sounds to me like they put some stuff on the side, maybe welded some stuff to a Jeep or something like that. And they came back. We came back with a machine gun. So they come into the camp with an all black the truck group, right? And with a machine gun. These are for your own men. So they brought this to them. Nobody called the cops. They were told to leave, right? These brothers, all this started because the brothers was having a drink in a bar with some white folks in England. This is why all this mess started. This is why this started. This is overseas, right? This is like if you down in the Dominican Republic or Colombia or somewhere and you run across some white boys and they got a problem. Once they find out you're an American, now they got a problem with you. Because you ain't supposed to be down here with these hot Latinas. Now imagine the same thing over in Great Britain. This is it. This is how they want to watch you and watch what you're doing, especially when they find out you're a black American. It's a special place. And I believe BGS Ibmore talked about this, and I've talked about this, and Dr. Tia Son Johnson has talked about this. There's a special place for African-American descendant of the enslaved. It's a special place for Black folks, Black men. It's just, there's a special disdain that they have for Black Americans, period. And as I've explained to people before, Black Americans and the white Americans here, we have a special relationship. You know, I'm not saying good, I'm not saying bad, but we have a special understanding. So, yeah, there are other football teams in the league, but there's always a certain amount of animosity that exists between the Dallas Cowboys and the Pittsburgh Steelers, no matter what. I don't care who you are. If you say those two names in the same frame, thoughts are going to come to people's head, period. Especially if you're from Pittsburgh or Dallas. It is what it is. So, that's what we're dealing with right here. However, at midnight, several jeeps full of MPs arrived at the camp, including one improvised armored car armed with a large machine gun that prompted Black soldiers to arm themselves with weapons. Around 2/3 of the rifles were taken, and a large group left the base in pursuit of MPs. The British police officers claimed that the MPs set up a roadblock and ambushed the soldiers. So this is what the British police officers, they set up a roadblock to ambush these soldiers. So the MPs are the ones starting. These white soldiers are the ones raising hell. You see, they're the one looking for the fight. The Black soldiers warned the town folks to stay inside when a firefight broke out between them and the MPs, which resulted in 7 wounded. The fighting stopped around 4 o'clock the next morning with an officer, 3 Black soldiers, 1 MP having been shot and 2 other MPs beaten. Eventually, the soldiers returned to the base, and by afternoon, all but 4 rifles had been recovered. Arrest and court martials. Now, mind you, the MPs started all this trouble, right? But guess who gets arrested in court martial? This is the experience of Black men in World War II. And this is before fighting the Germans. You had to fight your own side. By one later account, the violence left 1 man dead and 7 people, 5 soldiers, and 2 MPs injured. Although the court-martial convicted 32 Black soldiers of mutiny and related crimes, poor leadership and racist attitudes among MPs was blamed as the cause. Yeah, that's it. They were racist as hell. They were looking for a fight, but the U.S. military had to do something about it. They had to punish the Black people as Black men and make an example out of it. They had to. Otherwise, the white folks, oh my God, we're losing our privilege. You're treating these Negroes as equals to us. We can't stand that. That's basically the attitude. So we're going to go assert ourselves and do something about it because those are our Negroes. And we can do what we want with our Negroes. That's basically the attitude. So the 2 trials were conducted. In August, 4 of the Black soldiers involved in the initial brawl were sentenced to hard labor, 1 to 2.5 years, and the others to 3, and all to dishonorable discharges, with one of those convictions being overturned on review. The second trial involved 35 defendants. It concluded on September 18th with 7 acquittals and 28 convictions. Sentences for those convicted ranged from 3 months to 15 years, with 7 sentences of 12 years or more. Reviews resulted in the release of 1 man and reductions in all other sentences. 15 of the men returned to duty in June 1944. 6 other sentences were further reduced. The defendant with the longest sentence returned to duty after serving 13 months. So basically, after review, see, here's what happened. When you have these those of you guys who've been in the military court of justice, if you've dealt with it, you know it happens right there on the trial. You get tried by other members of the military, typically people who are right there. So upon review, it goes up to a higher level. And they probably looked at it and said, these goddamn MPs are racist as hell. They started this trouble. They shouldn't have done any of that. They probably disobeyed all kinds of orders. They probably shouldn't have went there in the first damn place. It was probably the brother's day to be there in the first. They were going in there just like these raggedy race soldier cops will pick on you when they see you Black, and they'll come, oh yeah, your tags are out, just to have a reason to stop you. And then when they get up on you, say, I smell marijuana in your car, and you ain't smoked marijuana since you was 15. You see what I'm saying? And you know, you damn near 40, 50 years old at that. They're looking for a reason. You see, so they walked in the pub. It's two MPs. Yeah, well, you know, it's a slow night. Let's just go ahead and walk in the pub and see what the Negroes are doing. It's Negro night at the pub. And they don't like the fact that these black dudes are in there with these white folks drinking. These boys are probably used to segregation. And the idea that black men would be drinking and hanging out with white folks in England, they might want to take that back to America, which they did, which is how we got that uprising that they call the civil rights movement, because the Bloods came back from overseas and said, no, I'm a fighting man. I know what this is not how the rest of the world is. This is why it's so dangerous for you black men to start traveling. Once you start traveling and you see how you're supposed to be treated, then you come back with a whole nother attitude. Every time black men travel around the world and come back to the United States, whether it's post-World War II, post-Korea, post-Vietnam, we always come back with a different attitude about what the world is like. Because see, you realize once you start traveling that you've been lied to. So shout out to SYSBM. Once you get treated well, no, you're not going to go back and treat me like that. But anyway, for the most part, all these brothers, their sentences, even the longest sentence that was given was reduced to 13 months. This needs to be a movie. But anyway, let's continue reading. General Ira C. Ecker, commander of the 8th Air Force, placed most of the blame for the violence on the white officers and the MPs because of their poor leadership and the use of racial slurs by these MPs. Yeah, they provoked it. That's the same thing some of these cops do. They provoke this fight, and then they gotta fight. And these soldiers who are just basically in charge of driving trucks and keeping the town supplied, you know, this is the infrastructure. You guys leave them alone. Let them have a beer, right? That's what I'm saying. But anyway, to prevent similar incidents happening again, he combined the black trucking units into a single special command. The ranks of the command were purged of inexperienced and racist officers, and the MP patrols were racially integrated. Morale among black troops stationed in England improved, and the rates of court martials fell. Now, see, what happens when you black men begin to fight back, things change. What happens when you begin to put it on the line? Oh, okay, we got it. See, the last thing, as long as you're willing to be kicked and you lay down and you allow yourself to be kicked, they'll keep kicking you. But the minute you stand up and say, I'm not going to be kicked anymore, you begin to assert yourselves as men, put yourselves first, demand how you're supposed to be treated. Notice how policies change real quick after that. Notice that. Look at how quickly. This is the military. The military said, no, we don't want this happening anymore. Because see, when you start having fighting men fight with each other, you're going to tell you're on the verge of a civil war overseas. You don't want that. That's got to be embarrassing. And on top of that, these are fighting men who made it up in their mind that they're prepared to die. And so now you have them, you're pitting them against each other. Oh, you going, no. So they had to change that immediately. This is what happens when you black men begin to put it on the line. When you stop ingesting that slave doctrine, that slave Christianity, this is my place, I got to stay in my place. And you start acting and asserting yourself like a man, like God wants men to, then you get results. This is what happened. They protected themselves. That's all these brothers. And the military elite, the general recognized that, and he made changes to it. Although there were several more racial incidents between black and white American troops in Britain during the war, none was on the scale of the Bamber Bridge. Why have we never heard of this? See, why have we never heard of this? Why is this was the biggest racial war incident that happened in World War II between blacks and whites, Bamber Bridge, and we've never heard of that? Why is that? Why is that? Because the brothers were righteous, and they were righteous in their actions, and results happened. And that's not a lesson that people want black men to know. Reports of the mutiny were heavily censored. That means shut down. There was no internet back then. The only way you could get something out was on the network or the 3 major TV channels or the newspaper, right? So reports of the mutiny were heavily censored, with newspaper disclosing only that violence had occurred in a town somewhere in northwest England. The author Anthony Burgess, who lived in Bamber Bridge, in the Bamber Bridge area after the war wrote about the event briefly in the New York Times in 1973, 30 years later, and in his autobiography, The Little Wilson and Big God. Popular interest in the event increased in the 1980s after a maintenance worker discovered bullet holes from the battle in the walls of Bamber Bridge Bank. Okay? A commemoration in June 2013 to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the incident. The University of Central Lancashire held a symposium. It included a screening of the 2009 documentary Chocolate Soldiers from the USA, which was produced by Gregory Cook and performed a performance of Lie Back and Think of America, a play written by Natalie Penn of Front Room, which it played at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. So this is what our brothers had to deal with, right? This is the biggest incident. Now I want to take the time to acknowledge an alumni of Southern University's Law Center, because a lot of these Black men filled with pride, fighting men, they came back and did great things. And this Black man is still alive. Today, we want to honor 101-year-old veteran attorney, Johnny Jones Sr., who, despite being wounded on the beaches of Normandy, he continued to fight for this country and fought in the Battle of the Bulge on the Western Front. My God. Today, he received his well-deserved Purple Heart Medal. He graduated from my beloved alma mater, the Southern University Law Center, which is also my, which is my, you guys know that although I went to Tulane to get my LLM, I got my first law degree, my JD, from Southern University in 2000. Southern University Law Center in 1953, and practiced law until he was 93 years old, brothers and sisters. This man practiced law until he was 93. He's 101 now, so he's still around. But he's practiced law until he was 93. This Black man right here. He did not only fight for his country on foreign battlefields, but as a preeminent civil rights lawyer and as a state representative, he fought for the soul of America at her home. If it were not for his for his sacrificial service, and generations yet unborn will be heirs to his great legacy. Thank you, sir, for your importance. This is a picture of the brother right here. This is Mr. Johnny Jones Sr. I want y'all to just take a look at that. This is what a soldier looks like, brothers. This is an old soldier right here. You know, he did his time, and I just want you to know that these are the heroes that came before. These are real heroes right here. Those of you guys who would like to come in and talk about this, maybe there's some other facts you guys know about World War II veterans, Black veterans. I'm going to continue this series, and we're going to talk about Black men in the United States military. And why do I do this? Well, I do this because oftentimes I hear people talk to Black Americans as if though we don't belong. They try to talk to Black men as if we don't belong. See, it was Black men out there dying in those fields in Vietnam. It was Black men out there dying in those fields. Hell, it's Black men out there dying all the way up until now. In this 20 years war we've been waging in the Middle East. Vietnam, World War II, it's Black men. And so you brothers have to recognize that you stand on the shoulders of soldiers like this man. This man received the Purple Heart, Johnny Jones Sr., who went on to become a lawyer. This is your legacy right here. This is who you need to pay attention to. This legacy. You bring this up. You tell the next time you hear somebody, you say, well, what about it? What about Johnny Jones Sr., World War II veteran, stormed the beaches of Normandy? What about him? Purple Heart, Black man from the American South. What about him? What about all he did? What about the Battle of Bamber Bridge with Black men? Not only did they have to fight against the Germans, they also had to fight the MPs, the white MPs who want to racially segregate and oppress them over there. What about that? And see, the thing is, you got to always remember, we have been in this country before it was a country. We have been here. We have fought in every major war and the minor wars and some of the skirmishes that nobody knows about since its inception. We've paid our debt to this country in blood, sweat, and tears. Our military men have done that. Black men have done that. So you don't ever let anybody to tell you to go back to your country. Matter of fact, you tell them, I can trace my roots back to 1776. Most of you immigrants didn't get here. You passed through Ellis Island. You didn't get here until 100, 200 years later in 1905 when it was already set up and laid out. When all the fighting had been done, except 1 or 2 wars. When all the major wars had been fought to tame this land. We were buffalo soldiers fighting Indians and Mexicans in the Texas, Arizona, and New Mexico territory. We did all that. After brothers left the Civil War, they went off and fought as buffalo soldiers. The Indians said they were so ferocious in the way they fought that they referred to them as buffalo because, you think the Indians would just run up there shooting those arrows in those buffalo and they would lay down. No, you shoot an arrow in a buffalo and that buffalo might turn around and kill you. And so they said the black men fought so ferociously, they named them buffalo soldiers. And on top of that, because of the color of their skin and the woolliness of their hair. This is your heritage. See, America is built on war. We are a warlike country. I try to explain that to people all the time. You don't understand America unless you understand conflict. We fight each other. We fight other people. We have been perpetual war in this country for the past 200 some years. We've been at war more than we've been at peace during the history of this country. And if you want to exist in this country, you got to be ready to fight. Now, unfortunately, our brothers have been taught to fight each other, you see, but we forget about the legacy that we have. And so I just want to give a big shout out to all the veterans of all the wars. Shout out to my family members who fought. Big shout out to my Uncle Slim who was in Vietnam, and my understanding is he has cancer right now. Shout out to my Uncle Bob. Those of you guys who read my book, Uncle Slim and Uncle Bob, both of them fought in Vietnam. Uncle Bob went back in. He first joined as the 101st Airborne, and then he went back in and joined as a Marine because he heard they were tougher. So I know you all also have veterans. A lot of our black veterans, they don't like to talk about their experience in the military. I see why, but you should be proud of what you did, especially considering you fought in a country that you loved enough to die for, but didn't respect you like you should be respected. But for those of you guys who want to come on in. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I think Afro Patriarch was here for a minute. We got Devin, man. What do you think about this series, man? And what do you think about the story of Bamber Bridge?
Brother, man, I'm surprised that I'm just finding out about that. I'm an Air Force veteran, man. And all my life, I didn't know this. I didn't know this happened. I dealt with a lot of racism when I was in the military, man. But Dennis, I didn't know you went to SUNO, man. You went to SUNO.
Well, no, I went to the Southern University Law Center. SUNO is the Southern University of New Orleans.
Right.
I was at the Southern University Law Center in Baton Rouge.
Okay.
I'm familiar with SUNO by the lake, but yeah, I didn't go to SUNO, man. I went to, they're part of the same Southern University system. But actually, I graduated from Grambling undergrad and went to Southern for law school. And then I headed down to Tulane to get my LLM in environmental energy related law, which is, why I've now gravitated toward toxic torts. But what do you think about this whole story, man? I'd like to hear your thoughts.
This doesn't surprise me, man, because like I said, I dealt with outright racism, in the military. I was a Russian linguist and then a biomedical engineer. And you don't find it so much among.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Did you say you were a Russian linguist? Tell me.
Yes.
You can't just slide by. You can't just say stuff like that and not explain. So you speak Russian. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yes.
Let's hear it. Da. Gunta.
Здравствуйте, мой брат. Как ты поживаешь? Как вы поживаете?
That's what I'm talking about, man. I need you to go ahead and make a broadcast in Russian purely, and I want you to, we're going to get you a drink. We're going to call it the Black Russian. That's going to be you, okay? You are now, change your name from Devin Lockett to Black Russian.
You're going to have to
You're
gonna have to give me a few drinks, man. Once I get a few drinks, I can start spitting in Russian. I can spit in Spanish. But yo, man, the thing is, right? Whenever you find the white boys in the military, this is the beautiful part about the military. Yeah. Everybody's the same. Everybody's tested together. And you realize that white people ain't that smart. Okay. And the ones that get the most uncomfortable are the ones that people think among white people are smart. White people that other white people think are smart. When they find out that a brother has the same intellectual horsepower as them, that's when they really get hateful. That's when they really can't stand. Okay.
And I also think it had a lot to do with them black men over there dancing with them fine British.
Yeah.
Let's not overlook that part, right? Because there's always that competition aspect in it. But go ahead.
I was stationed in Spain, brother. Believe me, in Europe, when I was there, I was United States Air Force Europe in the 1980s, man. The white women in Europe love American brothers. Matter of fact, women all over the world love American brothers. You know that. You know that. And that was at the core of what was happening. It was the fact that those brothers were out there in the bars noticeably getting more attention than those white American soldiers and probably the white British guys too.
Yeah. But I could also see how those women were happy that they were there because it's like, okay, for the past 3 to 5 years, we've been getting bombarded by German bombs and soldiers and the threat of invasion. And now we finally got these Americans over here, and we know these Americans have a reputation for fighting. We just happy they're here. They fight everybody. I tell people all the time, and I explain this to my sons, that America is the cousin that your ignorant ass cousin that, damn, you hate when he come over, but you need him for a fight. That's us. That's America right there in a nutshell. You can't really get rid of him, but Europe sees us like that ignorant cousin that can throw hands like a champ. He might be uneducated, uncouth, but damn, he can get down. And you need people like that around you. But go ahead, tell us more about your experience in the military.
I'm just saying, man, when I was stationed in Spain, it was lovely. And that was my first SYSBM experience back then. So I know that they hate on us. We have that charisma. And on top of that, man for man, when you're talking about a military environment, you're talking about soldiers, you're talking about machismo, you're talking about masculinity and dominance. And everybody knows among all American men, the black American man is the most masculine, man for man, and he's the most dominant. So they fear us. They fear us. And of course, they fear the BBC. We got to mention that. They fear the BBC.
Well, and it's competition. And I try to explain to people, and I might have to go on this. Racism is never going to go anywhere because there's always going to be competition between human beings. If it was a bunch of brown-eyed people and blue-eyed people, there'll be competition between the brown eyes and the blue eyes. People always are going to click up with one group or another. And it only takes somebody to come in and say, hey, we're better than them. Those brown-eyed people, they're not as good as us. That's the nature of human being. It's competition. But I want to read some facts, and then I want to go back. I want to go to, I'm going to leave the Black Russian, and I'm going to go to Afro-Patriarch in a minute. And then we're going to, Afro-Patriarch, come on back in, man. We lost you for a minute. But check this out, and then we're going to go to essential entities. When the Selective Training and Service Act became the nation's first peacetime draft law in September 1940, civil rights leaders pressured President Franklin D. Roosevelt to allow black men the opportunity to register and serve in the integrated regiments. Okay, in other words, they still didn't let black men in. The crazy thing is, although African Americans have participated in every conflict since the Revolutionary War, they had done so segregated. And FDR appointee Henry Stimson, the Secretary of War, was not interested in changing the status quo. With a need to shore up the U.S. Armed Forces as war intensified in Europe, FDR decided that black men could register for the draft, but they would remain segregated, and the military would determine the proportion of blacks inducted into the service. The compromise represented a paradoxical experience that befell the 1.2 million African American men who served in World War II. They fought for democracy overseas while being treated like second-class citizens by their own country. Can you imagine that? I mean, think about that. And here's the thing. I got Afro-Patriarch in here. See, the thing is, Afro-Patriarch, you're Haitian, brother. And back then, we were all Negroes. Whether you were from the West Indies, whether you were Dominican, whether you were Puerto Rican, you were all Negroes. If you look at the Tuskegee Flymen, one of their flyers was a Puerto Rican guy, or actually he was a Dominican guy. He was a dark-skinned Dominican. If you look at the history of that. You always, so we were all bunched into the same group. It's only now that we begin to divide ourselves up. And I get it, I understand it. I'm gonna play the game. I'm ADOS all the way. I'm your advocate, but God damn it, we're stronger when we're better. I'm just gonna put that out there. But go ahead, Afro Patriarch. What are your thoughts on how Black men were treated in World War II in our service, and how can you use this in conversations when you're dealing with racist people who tell you to go back home the way you came from? What are your thoughts on that? Go ahead.
For me, learned this story a while ago, I think a couple years ago, it was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking because they had to fight even their own countrymen in a foreign land.
Mm-hmm.
And they're supposed to be on the same team. It was really heartbreaking to know that a young man finding his own, just living his life, trying to serve, was killed by his own countrymen just for the color of his skin and because out of jealousy. And what I've learned from this is that, again, I've said this before on your channel, ADOS Black men have led the way. They've been the tip of the spear of showing the beauty of Black men across the planet for almost 100 years. And starting with, going back to Bullet Bulford, who served in the French Air Corps in World War I. To me, and then he had to come back to the South and back to his life here and still be treated, like I said, class citizen after becoming
when Black men returned from World War II, they were literally lynched in their military uniforms when they returned back down south. They were literally lynched in their uniform. They were harassed, they were lynched, they were snatched off trains, they were disrespected, because that's symbolic of power. A lot of Black cops will tell you the same thing. They receive an undue amount of animus, oftentimes from white folks, for the mere fact that they have the uniforms on. Look at how white cops and non-Black cops treat Black military servicemen in uniform. There's a certain jealousy that goes along, because remember, that military, that uniform represents something bigger than yourself. It represents power. And the idea that a Black man would have power or authority or has been trained to be a warrior, it freaks a lot of racist people out, because now it's like, oh my God, I'm supposed to be better than him, but he has the power of the military or the power of the police force behind him. And so it kind of freaks them out and it makes them want to exert whatever power. It's an interesting psychological paradox going on there, where you're supposed to be on the same side, but you don't want this person to have that level of power because you know what it represents. It gives you the power to beat, kill, and destroy, and you damn sure don't want that happening to you. But thank you so much, Afro Patriarch. I'm gonna go to essential entities. Before I do, I want to thank Black Warrior Spirit, 11B Army. We need more SF. I don't know the language, but thank you so much for the contribution. Big shout out to Volcanus. The Russian language and culture was created by a Black man, Alexander Pushkin. Okay, I don't know that for sure. We'll have to investigate that. I think the Russian language is a derivative of, it comes from the Vikings, because that's where the Russians come from, and it's a derivative of that, in my opinion. But we can always revisit that, Volcanus. But thank you so much for that information. Now I want to read some more to you. Despite African-American soldiers' eagerness to fight in World War II, the same Jim Crow discrimination in a society was practiced in every branch of the armed forces. Many of the bases and the training facilities were located in the South. In addition to the largest military installation for Black soldiers, Fort Huachuca, located in Arizona. All right, I probably got that right. Huachuca. Regardless of the region, at all the bases, there were separate blood banks, hospitals, wards, medical staff, barracks, and recreational facilities for Black soldiers. So they didn't want that Black blood. That's what these white boys are like, we'd rather die. I'd rather goddamn die than get that nigger blood. God damn it, y'all some ignorant bastards. Now you're trying to steal all our organs. Amen. The white soldiers and the local white residents routinely slurred and harassed them. The experience was very dispiriting for a lot of the Black soldiers, says Matthew Delmont, a history professor at Dartmouth College, and author of Black Everyday History and African American newspaper.
NAACP. On February 12, 1909, what is now the nation's oldest and largest grassroots civil rights organization, was formed. The NAACP, which stands for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, has been a driving force in fighting race-based discrimination in the United States since its founding.
Man, I'm getting some feedback in here. I apologize for that. I'm sorry about that. I had to fix that. But anyway, so back to what I was saying. So the kind of treatment they received by white officers in Army bases in the United States was horrendous. They described being in slave-like conditions and being treated like animals. They were called racial epithets quite regularly and just not afforded respect either as a soldier or as human beings. This is what the black GIs had to go through as they fought. You're going to fight for your country, right? You've been drafted into the military and you got to deal with these racist white boys who are treating you like this. Is what we had to deal with, man. Because the military didn't think African Americans were fit for combat. Mind you, this is the biggest lie. George Washington, the Civil War, it wasn't until Lincoln allowed the 200 Africans who were formerly slaves into the Civil War that they even began to beat the South. Up until that point, the South was whooping the Union Army's butt. Why? Because you're fighting me in South Carolina swamps that I've grown up in my whole life. My granddaddy, my great-granddaddy, and everybody else has lived in these swamps. We know these better than any Yankee from Philadelphia ever will. So, of course, those Southerners who were trappers, hunters, they were wearing the Northern Army out. And so it wasn't until they began to allow black men into the Civil War that they began to win. So the idea that this president, the idea that they would say that that military didn't think African Americans were fit for combat or leadership positions is just a damn lie. Some of the greatest heroes of the Civil War and the Revolutionary War were black men. And so these are just more convenient lies to continue perpetuating these negative stereotypes based on not on facts and history, but on the need to maintain the status quo, because he was probably a bigot himself. They were mostly, but this is what they did. They were mostly regulated to labor, services, service unit working as cooks and mechanics, building roads and ditches and unloading supplies from trucks and airplanes were common tasks for black soldiers. And for a few who did make officer rank, they could only lead other black men. As Christopher, so basically they were using us as the workhorses, or they so tried. But of course, as the need was necessary, they eventually had to let brothers start fighting. Black Americans carrying weapons, either as infantry, tank corps, as pilot, was simply an unthinkable notion. The idea that a black man would be walking around with a weapon and would be allowed to shoot white people, even if they were German and your blood enemy, was just something that these white folks couldn't deal with. More acceptable to Southern politicians and much of the military command was the use of black soldiers in support of positions as non-combat or laborers. So they wanted to keep us there. You know, it's interesting. But essential entities, you've been waiting patiently, man. What are your thoughts on this thing?
Like that. Then, like always, you always bring some very strong and very relevant conversations for our population. Gentlemen, I really appreciate what you do, man. This is a phenomenal discussion. So many of us have not and sacrificed our fathers, forefathers. So, yes, my father was in the military. My uncle was in the military. Basically, my father's military. And heard some of these stories pertaining to some of the conditions that they had to kind of like undergo. And I just like to say that, you know, all the wars, and let's give a special shout out to our brother, you know, Dr. Cord Anderson, because he speaks about this stuff, and he speaks about how we sacrifice on many different tiers, frontiers, levels, and we kind of like did everything from politically, militarily, socially, everything to just try to be a better person in the society, for the society. And I, like you said, sir, we have blood, sweat, and tear equity here. We have, I like to call it equity, because it's a sacrifice that has not really been kind of like, you know, evaluated. And I
don't think we've traded in on that. I don't think we speak about the service that black men have provided to this country in the military enough. We need to start throwing that in their faces all the time. It wouldn't be your country if it wasn't for black men out there helping you fighting your enemies. The Indians, the Mexicans, the Germans, all the other men's around the world would have invaded America had it not been for us on that front line helping save you. And half of these white boys that are in charge right now, some Negro had to take their place in the Vietnam draft. Okay? In other words, Donald Trump's white behind would have been sent to Vietnam if some poor boy from Harlem or Alabama or Mobile, some black dude hadn't been put in his place and drafted in his place. They would have said, well, we need you over here. So a lot of reasons, and I want you to think about that. You white boys who are listening, you white men who are in your 60s and 70s who dodged the draft, you would have had to go had they not been able to get a poor black man and drafted him and took him and helped him fight a brown man in an Asian land to advance some white interests here in the United States. So your butt, he might have died or been maimed or made crazy or died early from drug overuse, drug abuse that he developed over there just because you didn't have to go. He took your place. So that's something we need to think about. That's something we as black men in 2021, we need to drive that point home to them. We paid our dues more so than most of y'all. Here's another one you hit them with. We've been fighting in this country before most of you all, whether you're Arab, whether you're Latino, whether you're Asian, or whether you're a new African immigrant who just got here in the 1980s, or our West Indian brothers and sisters who didn't start immigrating into America in the 1980s. We've been doing this. So stop telling us what we don't own or what we haven't done. We've given the greatest sacrifice over and over and over and over again as Black American men. That's part of our heritage, and we need to announce that to everybody, starting with these lovely ladies that like to give us a hard time in our own tribe. But essential entities, go ahead, and then we're gonna go to Lawrence Roberts Jr.
Well, I just, I couldn't have said it better myself. And I commend you, support you 100%.
Thank you so much, and I appreciate your support too, essential entities. Go ahead.
We need to salute those shoulders of soldiers we stand on. Me and you spoke about this, and we need to make sure that it's very unequivocal the great sacrifice, as you so eloquently just put. So I really salute you, sir. I mean, thank you so much, because there is no one speaking for our equity, our social equity, our sacrificial equity, our dedication. Nobody is honoring this. Nobody is speaking about the great sacrifices that our fathers and great fathers have made. So, I'm just going to end it with that, sir. I really appreciate it. And it's been a very strong, hard fight for us. But let me be clear about one thing. I just want to say this one thing, and I'm going to close. All our brothers and sisters that may travel and come over to America and enjoy these privileges, these rights, these opportunities, all of this stuff had to be earned through blood, sweat, and tears. So, brothers and sisters, this is not something being disrespectful towards them. We just need them to understand that they need to recognize, pay homage, and also salute those folks who gave their lives, the ultimate sacrifice, for us to enjoy these privileges, these rights, and even the law that you ever so practice. I salute you, sir. I thank you. And you keep it real, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, essential entities. I want to go to Lawrence Roberts Jr. next, but I also want to read some more facts in here. But before that, I got to make sure I say thank you to Artesian MC. Thank you for the cash out. Anybody, if you appreciate this, because look, I can talk about these current events all day, but I think this food right here, this will take you through, because what's happening to Richard Sherman last week or Bill Cosby the week before, that's only going to take you so far. But if you can begin to regurgitate facts and talk to people about the service that Black men have provided throughout time here in the United States, that's going to take you a long way. You win those arguments. That go back home the way you came from. What do you mean? My ancestors fought in the Revolutionary War. Where were your ancestors? Probably somewhere in Italy or Poland at that time, hiding out. You wouldn't come to this country at that time. They were probably in Ireland or Scotland somewhere. They weren't here. My ancestors on the battlefields at Gettysburg. My ancestors on the Ho Chi Minh Trail. My ancestors were at the beaches of Normandy. That's where my Black American brothers were. Where were yours? So when they start telling you stuff like, oh, this is our country, well, you didn't fight hard enough for it. We did. And until your fighting time on these fields and your blood drenched on these soils, these different battlefields matches those of African American men, you don't own this land more than I. You have no more right to this land. You don't have the right to this land that I do. You have to, again, I'm gonna tell you, and I'm kind of going off on a tangent a little bit, but I'm gonna get to Lawrence Roberts in a minute. I've told you guys before, and I'm gonna tell you again, this world and everything in it belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. This world belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. Anything that somebody can run up and take from you, including your life, without a fight, you don't deserve it. If somebody could just run up on you and take your life like that, you don't deserve it. If you don't put up a fight for your life, your wife, your children, your freedom, whatever, you don't deserve it. And that definitely extends out to land. You brothers have got to change your mindset. Stop being victims and start being victors. Stop seeing yourself like women see, oh, I'm at the mercy of everything. That's how women think. You have to start thinking like conquerors and not the conquered. That's what I want you Black men. And you've been conditioned to think like victims. You've been conditioned to think like conquered as opposed to winners. Some of y'all won't even get a passport. I don't want to go over there. Them people racist over there. As if you ain't never heard of Alabama or something like that. Or hell, New York. You've never heard of the stop and frisk. You think, look, I'm telling you, brothers, you just got to change your mindset. And these African soldiers, these Black African American men who went over to these countries, they went as soldiers, as men willing to fight. And they came back different. I told you the story of Mr. Jones, right? Went over there, earned the Purple Heart, came back, practiced law till he was 93 years old. My God. But anyway, and I'm going to get to Lawrence Roberts, who's been waiting patiently. African American soldiers regularly reported their mistreatment to the Black press and to the NAACP, pleading for the right to fight on the front lines along white soldiers. They wanted to fight. All they wanted to do was fight and fight on the front lines. This is what these Black men were begging to fight. The Black press was quite successful in the terms of advocating for Black soldiers in World War II, says Delmont. They point out the hypocrisy of fighting a war that was theoretically about democracy, at the same time having a racially segregated army. Think about that. In 1942, the Black newspaper, the Pittsburgh Courier, in response to a letter to the editor by James J. Thompson, a 26-year-old Black soldier, in which he wrote, "Should I sacrifice my life to live half American?" launched the Double V campaign, the slogan which stood for victory for democracy overseas and victory against racism in America, was touted by Black journalists and activists to rally support for equality for African Americans. The campaign highlighted the contributions the soldiers made in the war effort to expose the discrimination that Black soldiers endured while fighting for liberties the African Americans themselves didn't have. Hey, man, that's strong, man. But anyway, Lawrence, thank you so much for patiently waiting. Big shout out to Charles Clark. You brothers should be turned up after you listen to what your brothers had to fight. You should go in the Monday morning feeling great about what we did, about what our ancestors did. They fought for the right to fight, okay? Now, anyway, man, Lawrence, what do you think about this subject? I think it's interesting, man. What are your thoughts on this thing?
First and foremost, thank you again, sir. I was on your show last week, and as I stated before, 17 years in the Army that I went through and endured and whatnot. What you discussed tonight was a very, very great topic, and there are many more topics out there that a lot of people that don't know about. Case in point, one was about the story about the Harlem Hellfighters that was under the regiment. Which discussed tonight. Very, very great topic, and there are many more topics out there that a lot of people that I hear some echo. Case in point, one.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, that was a story about the Harlem Hellfighters under the regiment of President Teddy Roosevelt, Teddy Roosevelt refused to have these soldiers under his regiment, that he also decided to pass over to the British soldiers, I believe, according to the story. I just got to go back and reread it again. But from my experience, 17 years, I witnessed racism and discrimination as a 17-year vet. The highest rank I held was Staff Sergeant, E6. And I kept getting pushed over and over again for the next rank going up. But one of my biggest events that I witnessed firsthand was a hate crime that happened to me at Fort Hunter Liggett, California. This was in 2017 timeframe. The soldier that did it, he admitted it that he did it, and he thought he did it as a joke, and I reported it to my chain of command. I even got to the point where I turned my weapon in because I refused to use it, because it was just at that point, the things, the memories that I've seen, witnessing what my grandfather went through and so many other veterans witnessed during their time. And my chain of command refused to do anything about it. So I took measures into my own hands. And I'll give you this example. My father was an elected official that dodged the draft, and I even tried to talk to him about it. And he didn't really want anything to do with it because he didn't support the military. But I just had to continue to push myself to get this thing known. And when it came to light, the case got thrown out. And long story short, I ended up getting a transfer. So here we are now, 2021. I'm retired due to a medical, and I'm finally getting to hear you speak on these great stories that's involving racism and discrimination in the military. And I will leave with this: racism and discrimination is still going to be an issue in the military when you in and when you out. And you just have to continue to speak on it, but at the same time, you just got to keep pressing forward.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, but I don't want to just dwell on the fact that I want to talk about what they had to overcome. And so it's not only that we had to literally fight a war on two fronts. We had to fight a war against racism before we got a chance to fight a war against the enemy. And the enemy of America at that time was the Germans and, of course, the Japanese. So this is, but we did it. You know, this is what we did. So, you know, brothers, we got to begin to talk about this. We have got to begin to explain to people what we had to deal with, what our ancestors, what our Black brothers had to deal with. And so you're entitled. You are owed something. You at minimum are owed your freedom. You've paid in blood, sweat, and tears. That's kind of the lesson. But look, I want to let Black Russian I want to get Devin get back in here. Devin, what else you got to say about this subject, man? Hit us off with some more of that Russian, man. We need to hear some more of that Russian.
Это еще говнёк-то я, мой брат. Это еще говнёк-то я. Yo, but yeah, brother, you're right. The other brother was right. Military is definitely has a lot of racism in that environment. I think mainly is because they recognize the warrior in us, and man for man, we're the most dominant men in America. That's the fact. Man for man, we're the most dominant men in America. The Marines know that. The Army knows that. The Air Force knows that. Everybody knows that. And you know, there's going to be jealousy. There's going to be haterism, especially when they see that we are exposed to outside of the American paradigm, where we are not niggas. We are Black men.
Right? Let's watch the language. Let's watch the language.
Sorry, brother. But you know what I'm saying, right? We're not the N-word. We are Black men. And once they see that we've lived free outside of that paradigm, remember, that's what got the civil rights movement started, right? Once we're treated with respect, right? Not only by the women, but also by the women, but by people. Once we're seen as men, you can't put that genie back in the bottle. You can't take a man who's like, I spent 4 years overseas when I was in the Air Force, man. I was in Spain. You can't take a man who has lived as a man and expect him to go back to living as a boy in America. It's not going to work. Right. And I got a feeling that a lot of the Black veterans, we're the sleeping giants right now. A lot of the Black veterans, especially the Black male veterans, we're going to be instrumental in the formation of the Black American Party and on the formation of a voice for Black families, Black people, not the liberal, crazy leftist voice that claims to speak for us, a voice that speaks specifically for us as Black patriarchs.
And what you're also going to find, this whole SYSBM movement, that all these black power folks and everybody is, and black women are trying to keep you from doing, it's also going to add another crinkle to that. Because the fact of the matter is, you're going overseas and you're seeing how you should be treated. And you are not going to be able to come back to an America and be disrespected and treated bad once you realize how you're supposed to be treated. It's just a start dealing with black American women. Okay, you don't treat me right, I can go right over here and get treated well. I'm not going to deal with you. The same thing will transfer into social issues and political issues. One of the reasons why you got so many black men who are leaving the Democratic Party and becoming independent, especially, is because they're like, I'm not going to be treated like that. And you black veterans, time and time again, whether it was the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, remember the brothers from the Civil War was the ones that came out and built all those towns and houses and all that. You see what I'm saying? And then after that, Vietnam, or better yet, World War II, what did they come back and do after World War II? They demanded civil rights.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Vietnam, they was raising hell. Things were burning up. You cannot turn a soldier or a warrior into a slave. He's not going to deal with it. He is not. There's no man that once he knows he can whoop your butt in a fight that you can try to make him think you're better than him. It's just not going to happen. He don't care how smart you are. He doesn't care how big and bad you are. Once he knows he can beat you in a fight, it's over. But I want to go to essential entities. You got a couple minutes, and then we're going to go to Afro Patriarch, and we're going to let Lawrence Roberts finish it up. Go ahead, essential entities, man. You got a couple minutes.
Oh, all right, brother. Hold on. Let me cam up. All right. Thanks a lot, Dennis. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate y'all guys and what y'all guys is doing. And I appreciate all y'all brothers in the chat. Dennis, you've been doing phenomenal work. Brothers, all the brothers that soldiers out here, I respect and salute your service. And at the end of the day, we have brothers that fought on all four. Remember that, Dennis. We have brothers that were born, and this is my program, Dennis. We have young brothers that were born and raised in ghettos like you and I, right? You come from South Central. I'm Brooklyn, East New York. Anybody know about Brooklyn, East New York? It's a very dangerous place in the 80s to grow up. And the thing that I would like to commend all our known soldiers and unknown soldiers. And the unknown soldiers, brother, they didn't have no basic training, okay? So when we see our bloods and brothers in the hood that behave a certain way, I want us to understand that those are brothers that's dealing with that post-traumatic disorder, and they didn't even have basic training, brother. Can we, they didn't even have basic training. We got cousins like this, we got uncles like this, we got fathers like this, we got nephews like this, you know what I mean? And I would like to say that all of us is all on one accord. All of us is on one accord, brother. And we all need to do the right thing for each other at all times. That's why I salute you, Brother Dennis Sperling. I appreciate everything that you do. I appreciate all the brothers that you bring together to have these very structured and professional conversations. Yeah. I truly salute you, sir. So keep up the great work. I just want to close with that.
Yeah, that's cool. Thank you so much, Essential Entities. I appreciate it. And the thing is, this platform is for black men to be able to speak. I just kind of act as a moderator. I think this is an important topic because I recently had a conversation, and here's the thing. So they're going to be singing the Black National Anthem, and I'm going to talk about this later on this week. The NFL is going to be playing the Black National Anthem in all the NFL games, and so what I was trying to do was explain, and I went on Newsweek and I kind of explained this to them on the website, and I explained to them, they said, well, I bet they won't take the knee during the national anthem, the Black National. I said, they probably will. They probably will take a knee during the Black National Anthem. And the reason is because it was never about disrespecting the veterans or disrespecting the country or disrespecting the anthem. It was about black men achieving justice. They were taking a knee for justice. So they probably will take a knee during the Black National Anthem, because it wasn't, like I said, it wasn't about disrespecting the armed forces of the USA. And the whole movement was to bring attention to police brutality against Black men, which has been an ongoing fight since Frederick Douglass. And see, this is what I explained to them. And then I went on in our close and I said, now here's the thing, we fought in every major war. And oftentimes our ancestors have been in this country before yours. So you have not, this is an ongoing fight that we've been having for the past 250 years. So you are basically now coming in at the end of the fight and you're complaining about the same fight that was fought before you got here that allowed you to be able to come here. Because if it wasn't for Black men fighting and dying in these fields, fighting and dying against racial injustice, then this country would have been so racially inhospitable that you wouldn't have said, see, those signs used to say, no Mexicans, no dogs, no Italians, no Jews, no Irish, along with no niggas. You see what I'm saying? All of that was up there. Mind you, with emphasis on dogs. That's what they thought about us. And so, everybody was in that group. And it wasn't until we laid this out as Black men putting our lives on the line. It wasn't until then that we earned the right to be treated like, you can't have people dying in these wars and then bring them home and treat them like second-class citizens. You see what happened when those brothers fought back at Bamber Bridge. They changed all the laws. Okay, we got to do something different than this. We can't have these fighting men upset. This is a country of warriors. And the one thing they do respect is warriors. And they don't want to piss off the warriors. So keep that in mind, fellas. Because what do warriors do? They wage war. But other than that, I want to give Afro Patriarch 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes, bro. And then we're gonna go to Lawrence Roberts. Go ahead, bro.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You got 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. I just want to tell the brothers in the chat, do you understand, if you're in, do you understand your history? Because I understand it. I have dived deep in the ADOS history, ADOS man history. I have websites up honoring ADOS men. I have, I've done at college. I did lectures on the might of ADOS men, and a lot of times, when I mention this to other ADOS men, it's like they don't understand the power of their history, the power. Like you ain't no N-words. You ain't nothing. You're something. You're something. You're somebody. And I don't want to get deep into, just like, but I just want you guys to understand that you come from warriors. Just like I come from warriors. You come from warriors too. And don't be afraid to be warriors.
Righteous. I appreciate that, man. That says a lot. Thank you so much, Afro Patriarch. Lawrence Roberts, man, 17-year vet, man. Go ahead and, do you think this is helpful? Because I want to do one on Vietnam. I want to do one on World War I, the Revolutionary War and Civil War, the Black men, and also I'll bring up the Hellcats when we talk about World War I. But what are your thoughts, man? Has this been good? Is this something, have you learned something about Bamber Bridge? Have you learned something about what Black men have had to endure just from this hour and a half long exchange? Has this been helpful for you? Knowing that, hell, you're not the only one. Some of our ancestors had to go through a lot worse than what you're dealing with. But go ahead and your thoughts, and I'm gonna put you on the big screen because I want to hear everybody to hear you.
Like I said before, again, this was great, and I think this should be continued to be discussed even now and going forward. Even with not just the Vietnam War, many other wars before then, also the Iraq War and the Afghanistan wars as well too. And there are many, many stories that are out there, sir, that's relaying to what you're speaking on. But I thank you so much for bringing these topics to light. And I think they need to be more of these topics being discussed. And also there are a lot of other veterans that are out there that would love to even share their experiences of racism and discrimination. And with you bringing this to the light, I really thank you so much for that. But I would like to recommend one thing if you do get a chance, and if you do happen to talk on it again, I'll bring it up. Look up the story about PFC Lavina Johnson. For sure, there are some people in the chat room that know about her story and whatnot. And if not, I'll be more than welcome to share it to you next time when you get a chance to bring up more details about racism and discrimination in the military as well. But everything you said, sir, was true. And again, I thank you for discussing this and bringing this to the light.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate you guys. Look, it's a great show. If you appreciate what we're doing here, hit the #1 button. I want to give a shout out to all the Black veterans, past and present. We have a long fighting history in this country. Black men have fought in every major war, right? This crazy thing is they constantly tell us, "Oh, you're not ready. You're not the people that we want, or you don't fight as well as white folks, or you're not war ready, or your reflexes are this." But they constantly use us. They constantly throw us on the front line, whether it was Vietnam, World War II, World War I, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War. We fought the War of 1812, Iraq. Some kind of way, we end up fighting on the front lines. No matter what they say, their actions dictate otherwise. See, this is the problem that I have. And we are here celebrating Black men who are warriors. We are here celebrating Black veterans. This is what Black men, this is what we do on this page. There's everybody, I get it, I know, even the brother brought up Lavina Johnson, and I'm aware of her situation. But on this page, Lawrence Roberts Jr., we talk about Black men because there are other people who want to talk about Lavina Johnson and you know, I understand there was a, you know, it was a horrible situation. But on this page, we're going to talk about the likes of Attorney Johnny Jones Sr., who stormed the beaches of Normandy. That's who we talk about on this page. Everybody else has their own. We don't have our own. And although, I've talked about some issues that some sisters have dealt with on this particular day, we're talking about Black men like Johnny Jones Sr. and how they had to deal with the issues they dealt with in World War II. We're talking about the story of Bamber Bridge, those veterans who had to fight their own racist countrymen, because they didn't want them brothers having a drink in a bar with the English men and women in there. So this is what they had to deal with. But for the most part, brothers, what I want you guys to understand is you are entitled. You have a right to all the goodness that this country has to offer. In addition to that, if you decide to leave it, you can do that too. You've earned that right too. You've paid your debt, whether through forced labor, or through service in the military, sometimes have been drafted and fighting on behalf of this country. And so think about that. Think about your heritage. Think about what our brothers did for us in the past. And as you go about your day, and you hold your head up high and understand that you come from a fighting tradition, that we were never a weak group of men. We were never, even during the slavery, because there was over 116 rebellions that took place. So we even fought against our slave masters, against all odds we did, and many of us died. So keep that in mind, brothers. I want you to understand that this is where you come from. And without any more, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I appreciate Devin, the Black Russian, for coming in, Essential Entities, Afro Patriarch, and Lawrence Roberts. I think this has been a great show. I'll keep this thing going, but in the meantime, if you appreciate what we're doing, hit the #1 button, hit the contribute to the Super Chat, Cash App, and the PayPal. And above all, make sure you subscribe. I need y'all to do it for the algorithm.
Hey, what's up, everybody? If you appreciate the format and you appreciate what we're doing here, then make sure you contribute to the Cash App. Make sure you contribute to the PayPal. Make sure you donate to the Super Chat. It's only you and your contributions that keep this thing going. Hey, if you're enjoying the content here at Dennis Sperling Unfiltered, make sure you support it by sharing, and subscribing to the channel. And also, hit that little notification bell in the corner so that you'll get notice of each and every one of our live feeds. Good afternoon, you guys. This is Dennis Sperling. I'm coming back to you, and we're going to continue that series about Black men in the United States military. I think it's a very important subject, and looks like my YouTube page is not giving what I needed to have. But let me fix this real quick. Black men. I'm sorry, you guys. Black men in the U.S. military. We talked a couple of days about this. This is like the third or fourth installment
So you guys are used to the format here. Basically, I want to talk to you guys about the role that Black men have played in the defense of the United States, okay? First, before we get started, I want to give a shout out to everybody. Make sure, I know, I get it. This is probably one of the most boring subjects that we have had to deal with, and that's why we don't really get a big turnout. But I think it's very important, right? I think it's important. Why? Because, first of all, this particular subject that we're going to talk about has played a crucial role in the development of civil rights here in the United States. So I think you guys are going to find this subject enlightening. I think that once I finish with this, you're going to be like, wow, who knew? Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. This is going to be one of those days. This is going to be an extremely telling subject. And again, I have no problem with talking about African history. I have no problem talking about ancient African history, Egypt, West Africa, East Africa. Have no problem with that. But I think it's very important for Black men to have a great understanding of Black American history. So without further ado, we're going to start at World War II, which we've done that one already. We've done the discussion on World War II. And so now we're at the Korean War. Now, most of you guys don't even, you know Vietnam, you know World War II. Some of you know the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, but like the War of 1812, the Korean War is one that is very seldom mentioned, okay? So, but we're gonna start at World War II. World War II was a watershed for race relations with the armed forces, and it marked the beginning of the end of racial separation within military units. Now, here's the thing. The Korean War, I want you to understand, we're going to talk about Isaac Woodard, okay? Isaac Woodard Jr. was born on March 18th, 1919, and he died on September 23rd, 1992. Now, he was a World War II veteran. He was a sergeant. He was a decorated African-American World War II veteran. On February 12th, 1946, hours after he had been honorably discharged from the United States Army, he was attacked while still in uniform by a South Carolina police as he was taking a bus home. The attack and his injury sparked national outrage and galvanized the civil rights movement in the United States. And that is not something that you want to overlook, okay? This atrocity that he suffered galvanized the civil rights movement in the United States. Many of you all don't even truly understand that, but let's continue. In 1948, with the demand for civil rights mounting, President Harry S. Truman ordered desegregation of the armed services and equality of treatment and opportunity without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. Up until this point, the military had been segregated. Remember, we talked about the Revolutionary War. They didn't want to give Black men guns until they needed them. And then they used them, and that helped them win the war. Then we talked about the War of 1812. The United States didn't want to give guns to the Black Americans, who many of them were still enslaved, until the British began to give them guns. And so they had to. Then the Civil War comes along. The North didn't want to give guns to Black men and let them shoot the rebels until they begin to lose. So they always have used us up until the point, well, they tell us we can't do it, we're not good for combat, and then all the way up until they need us. And then what? Then we put in that work and prove how valid we are, how valiant we can be in fighting. Then, of course, we go to World War II. Now, what happened in World War I? What happened in World War I? We proved ourselves once again. Remember the Harlem Hellfighters? They basically, the U.S. Army gave them away to the French, and they did what? They fought longer, and they held more territory than any other unit in the United States Army. Then we talked about World War II, the Tuskegee Airmen, and how well these men fought. So now we're at the Korean War. But remember, all the way up until that point, Black men weren't necessarily readily allowed into the Army and when they were allowed, they weren't allowed to fulfill all the roles. It's because of this gentleman, right? And the incident that happened to him, and specifically Isaac Woodard Jr., and the incident that happened to him in 1948, he being a World War II veteran, right? A decorated military man, he came back. It was because of him that at the point where we entered into the Korean War, we now have a fully integrated military, right? So let's look at it. So in 1948, with the demand for civil rights mounting, President Harry S. Truman ordered desegregation of the armed services and equality of treatment and opportunity without regard to race, color, religion, or national origin. Reform was slow, however, and it wasn't until 1953 that segregation officially ended when the Secretary of Defense announced that the last all-Black unit had been abolished, right? They'd been integrated into other units. The Korean War put this new policy to test. So the Korean War was the first time, it was the first time we had fully integrated military brigades and whatnot, and battalions, fully integrated. The Korean War put this new policy to the test. African Americans served in all combat service elements alongside their white counterparts and were involved in all major combat operations, including the advance of the United Nations force to the Chinese border. 2 African American Army sergeants, Cornelius H. Charlton and William Thompson, earned the Medal of Honor. The African American 24th Infantry Regiment participated in all major operations across the Korean Peninsula, from the defense and the breakout of the Pusan perimeter in 1950 to the United Nations counteroffensives that stabilized near the 38th parallel in late 1951. Of the more than 600,000 African Americans who served in the armed forces during the Korean War, it is estimated that more than 5,000 died in combat. Although Executive Order 9981 officially ended segregation in the armed forces in 1948, following World War II, some forms of racial segregation continued until after the Korean War. So let's go ahead and take this journey. I want you guys to first understand this. Let's start back with this brother Isaac Woodard. And if you appreciate this conversation, if you guys like what I'm doing here, Black men in the military, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I do this, guys, solely for you. If I wanted 400 or 500 people in here, I would talk about something, sexy and trendy and eye-catchy, but I want you guys to actually walk away with full bellies. I want you to get this food, because when you learn about the warrior history of your brothers and sisters, it takes you to a different place. You see? Especially your Black brothers, it takes you to a different place. It lets you know that your ancestors paid their dues. They fought for all the rights that we have here. I had a Haitian brother come on my page a few weeks ago and tell me that Black Americans begged for freedom. They begged for all their rights here in the United States, and nothing could be further from the truth. That's what he said. Those of you guys who are with me, who've been here, you've heard the man say that. He basically said what? He said that we as Black Americans, our ancestors, white folks just gave us our freedom and it was unearned. But that's not true. And one of the examples is this gentleman, Isaac Woodard Jr. Okay? So we read a little bit about him. He was a decorated African American War II veteran. And on February 12th, 1946, after hours of being honorably discharged from the United States Army, he was attacked while in uniform by South Carolina police as he was taking a bus home. The attack and his injuries sparked national outrage and galvanized the civil rights movements in the United States. So basically what happened was he had only been discharged for 5 hours. He was on a bus and he had to go to the bathroom, and he asked the bus driver if he could go to the bathroom. So he ran out. He and the bus driver exchanged some words. He ran out the bus. He told the bus driver, "I'm a man too." And so the bus driver waited till he got to the next, this is a Greyhound bus, by the way. And the bus driver waited till he got to the next bus stop. And when he got, and then the sheriff of that town got on the bus, took him out, beat him up with billy clubs, arrested him, and then while he was in prison or something, they gouged his eyes out with billy clubs. And so he was never right. He basically ruptured both his eyebrows. Ruptured both of his eyes. That's what happened to them, all because he wanted to take a peek. And he got it. This man, mind you, he was in his military uniform at the time. And so what that goes to tell you, brothers, is that, first of all, it means something. The reason that these white racists, especially in places like South Carolina, are offended, because that military uniform means something bigger than just you. You embody the United States. So all of you men, all of you black men who've been in the military, you more than what you represent something much bigger than yourself when you're in that military uniform. It makes people proud of you, and it makes those who want to hate the skin underneath that uniform. It makes them hate. It makes you even bigger target. So this is what I want you guys to understand. Let's continue. The attack left Woodard completely permanently blind due to South Carolina's reluctance to pursue the case. President Harry S. Truman ordered a federal investigation. The sheriff, Linwood Skull, was indicted and went to trial in federal court in South Carolina, where he was acquitted by an all-white jury. So the state court didn't even want to step in. It wasn't until Harry S. Truman, the president at the time, made a big stink about it that the attorney general, the local attorney general down there, decided to prosecute. The miscarriages of justice by state governments influenced a move towards civil rights initiatives at the federal level. Truman subsequently established a national interracial commission, made a historic speech to the NAACP. That was the first time any president had addressed the NAACP and the nation in June 1947, in which he described civil rights as a moral priority, submitted a civil rights bill to Congress in February 1948, and issued executive orders 9980 and 9981 on June 26, 1948, desegregating the Army, armed forces, and the federal government. All of this happened because this one soldier, this one black soldier, and his story, Isaac Woodard Jr. All of this happened because of this one black soldier. His story is what moved the president to change the nation in so many different ways. Let's continue reading about him. Now I'm gonna ask you, why have we never talked about this man? Why is this military man's name not mentioned more often? Why is he not mentioned along with Dr. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X? Why is he not mentioned with all those people who marched on Selma, Alabama? This military serviceman, this decorated military serviceman who is the impetus behind why we have so many civil rights here, who is the impetus behind why the military was entered, why you men who served in the armed forces have been given full rights. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be any women in the military. If it wasn't for him, it wouldn't be any blacks or Latinos or Asians in the military. It's because of him. Remember that. Remember his name. Isaac Woodard Jr. was born in Fairfield County, South Carolina, and grew up in Goldsboro, North Carolina. He attended a local segregated school, often underfunded for African Americans during the Jim Crow years. So this man went to the military while he coming up from where he came from in South Carolina. This is what he had to endure: racism at home and fighting abroad for freedom that you're not even afforded at home. Shout out to Broken Blade. Big shout out to all my guys, all my members. On October 14, 1942, the 23-year-old Woodard enlisted in the United States Army at Fort Jackson in Columbia, South Carolina. He served in the Pacific Theater and a labor battalion as a longshoreman and was promoted to sergeant. He earned a battle star for his Asiatic Pacific Theater Campaign Medal by unloading ships under enemy fire in New Guinea, and received the Gold Good Conduct Medal, as well as the Service Medal and the World War II Victory Medal awarded to all American participants. He received an honorable discharge. What this tells me is this man was a hardworking, good-natured, he got the good conduct medal, right? Which means he was not a disrespectful person. This is a good guy right here. This is a good, easy, mellow black man right here. That's what this is. This is who this is dealing with. Now, let's talk about this attack and maiming. On February 12, 1946, Woodard was on a Greyhound Lines bus traveling from Camp Gordon in Augusta, Georgia, where he had been discharged en route to rejoin his family in North Carolina. So he had just got home. He probably hadn't seen his family in years. He just got home, and when the bus reached a rest stop just outside of Augusta, Woodard asked the driver if there was time for him to go to the restroom. The driver grudgingly acceded to the request, and after an argument, and mind you, in that argument, Woodard said, "I'm a man too." They got no argument, right? Woodard returned to his seat from the rest stop without incident, and the bus departed. So basically, this white man on this bus, who's driving this bus, sees this military, this sergeant in the military, and you know, like this, and of course, Mr. Woodard came back probably feeling like a new man. Remember, he'd gone over here to Europe and he'd been treated with respect, or really he'd gone over there to Asia, and those people are treating him with respect. And so now he's back here in South Carolina, and this white man is telling you, basically treating him like he doesn't belong. You paid your money to get on the goddamn bus, and you just want to go about your business. I need to go to the bathroom. That's not an unreasonable request. All right? So, you know, Woodard thinking this is over. Woodard returned to his seat from the rest stop without incident, and the bus was departed. Okay? Now, the bus stop in Batesburg, now Batesburg, Leesville, South Carolina, near Aiken, though Woodard had caused no disruption other than the earlier argument, the driver, apparently, this Greyhound bus driver, contacted the local police. This is what they do, right? They love calling the police on black men. This is nothing new. They've been doing it, including Chief Linwood Shaw, who forcibly removed Woodard from the bus. After demanding to see his discharge papers, who asked to see your goddamn discharge papers other than somebody? He looking for something to start something with this man on. He's looking for problems. After demanding to see his discharge papers, he wanted to make sure he's not a deserter and all that. So looking for a reason to whoop on him, right? After demanding to see his discharge papers, a number of Batesburg policemen, including Shaw, took Woodard to a nearby alleyway where they beat him repeatedly with nightsticks. This is what they did to this black man. They beat him repeatedly with nightsticks. Then they took Woodard to the town jail and arrested him for disorderly conduct, accusing him of drinking beer in the back of the bus with other soldiers. Now, if other soldiers were drinking beer, why did they drag him off of there? Why did they get the other soldiers? That's just another one of those trumped up charges that these cops have been using for hundreds of years to deal with black men. That's just another BS reason. That's why when I see these cops talk about resisting arrest and disorderly conduct, that's the same lie they've been spreading for years. So that's why you brothers, when you hear that, you should look at this with a jaundiced eye. Now let's get back to it. The newspaper accounts vary on what happened next, and the accounts sometimes spelled his name Woodward, but author and attorney Michael R. Gardner said in 2003, in none of the papers is there any suggestion there was a verbal or physical violence on part of Sergeant Woodard. It's quite unclear what really happened. We know what the hell happened. What did happen with certainty is the next morning when the sun came up, Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. was blind for life. That's what we do know. During the course of the night in jail, Shaw beat, this is the sheriff, right? This is the chief, right? The police chief. The police chief, Shaw, beat and blinded Woodard, who later stated in court that he was beaten for saying yes instead of yes, sir. You hear that? He was beaten for saying yes and calling him instead of saying yes, sir. This is what happened to this black man. He also, so this is this white, dirty white cop, right, who's beating this military serviceman. He's jealous of him. He's angry. They want to break this Negro down. You see what I mean? He's come back with these with these fancy stripes on. This bastard probably was too afraid to serve in the military, right? Probably too much of a coward. Like unfortunately, like we have a lot of these police officers like that. They're too afraid to serve. They don't want anybody that's gonna shoot back at them. They like shooting at unarmed people, unfortunately. And so they join the civil service. They want to be cops so they can be the only ones with guns. They don't want to go to Iraq. They don't want to go to Afghanistan. They damn sure didn't want to go to deal with those Germans. They didn't want to do that. So this is what they do. They got this man arrested. They beat him up. He also suffered partial amnesia as a result of his injuries. They hit him in the head, put his eyes out, poked a billy club in his eyes. Woodard further testified that he was punched in the eyes by police several times on the way to the jail, and later repeatedly jabbed in his eyes with a billy club. Now imagine why this happened. Why was his eyes a target? Probably because he looked them in the eyes like a man is supposed to when he talked to him. Now, back in the day, looking a white man in the eyes was considered reckless eyeballing. So the fact that that's probably why his eyes were a target. You understand that? Think about the psychology behind that. Newspaper accounts indicate that Woodard's eyes had been gouged out. Historical documents indicate that each globe was ruptured irreparably in the socket. The following morning, the Batesburg police sent Woodard before a local judge who found him guilty and fined him $50. The soldier requested medical assistance, but it took 2 more days for a doctor to be sent to him. See, they were hoping he would die. They were hoping he would die and there would be no record of it. We don't know what happened to him. He'd just be another missing Negro. That's what they were hoping. They were hoping he would die, right? So they could say he hung himself. I feared for my life. You know what these cops, imagine what was going on in South Carolina back then. No family around, nobody even knows where he is. You see, this is what we're dealing with. Before I get going good, I want to say, John Sykes says, thanks for doing this stream, brother. My late grandfather was a Korean War veteran. My father, brother, and myself are honored to be lineage. And see, that's what I'm talking about, brother. I believe more black men should join the military. I think you're missing a great opportunity. Big shout out to Walter Davis. He says, for the Isaac Woodard Jr. from a retired Air Force veteran, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Black veterans don't know how much you mean to the progress of Black America. See, this is an unpopular thing. See, in the strong Black power community run by women. See, there's no accolades for women in this. See, this gives Black men too much damn credit for what we've done. It's this one soldier in his story, Isaac Woodard Jr., Sergeant Isaac Jr. Woodard, changed the whole course of civil rights in this country. Let me continue reading, and big shout out to Broken Blade. You guys who appreciate what I'm doing, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. We got 37. Normally by now we'd have about 100 to 200 people in here. But, this is a very boring subject to most people, even though it's very important. If you want to know your history, it's all right here. But they hide it away from you. What I'm doing is I'm putting it in your face, and I'm talking to you about it and giving you from the position of a Black American man. And I know how important it is. But let's continue. The soldier requested medical assistance, but it took 2 more days for the doctor to be sent to him. Not knowing where he was and suffering from amnesia, Woodard ended up in the hospital in Aiken, receiving substandard medical care. 3 weeks, they were hoping he would die. 3 weeks after he was reported missing by his relatives, Woodard was discovered in the hospital. He was immediately rushed to the Army hospital in Spartanburg. Though his memory had begun to recover by that time, the doctors found both eyes were damaged beyond repair. This is what happened to this brother. Now, this is where the story becomes relative to all Black people. This is when, see, a soldier, a person who defends the country, I don't care what you say, soldier, Navy, Marine, Air Force, you hold more weight than just the average person. So when something happens to you, especially when you have your uniform on, that is a slap in the face to the rest of America, period. You see how people feel about cops getting shot? I mean, things happen to police officers on duty because they have their uniforms on. They're representing the state or the city. When you, as a military man, something like this happens to you, it's a slap in the face. It is a disgrace. It is a blow to the whole nation, especially when it happens to you with your uniform on. He had just been discharged 5 hours before this. So this was something serious. This is I don't care who has that uniform on. You respect the uniform. Because if you disrespect the uniform, you disrespect the nation. That's why you have an outcry. That's why you have a national outcry. That's the psyche of America. But let's continue to read. Though the case was not widely reported at first, it was soon extensively covered in all major national newspapers. This is what happened. This is in 1948. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, worked to publicize Woodard's plight, and it also lobbied the state government of South Carolina to address the incident, which it dismissed. Mind you, it's about, look at this. This is what it took. On his ABC radio show, Orson Welles commentaries. Now, Orson Welles was like, oh my God, he was like Donahue or Oprah Winfrey back in these days. This is who he was. Imagine if I don't know who's the biggest talk show right now. I don't know any of the talk shows. I stopped watching TV for the most part. But imagine that. Imagine that. You got Oprah talking about this. Actor and filmmaker Orson Welles crusaded for the punishment of Chief Shaw and his accomplishment. In other words, you got this white man, Orson Welles, using the weight of his position as a filmmaker and a radio show host on ABC. Yeah, maybe Joe, he was bigger than Joe Rogan, man. He was bigger than Joe. You had 3 channels back then: CBS, ABC, and NBC. So this is the big 3. This is one of the biggest people of the big 3. Joe Rogan is an internet dude. You see what I'm saying? So you talking about somebody serious asking for these cops to be punished, these dirty cops. On the broadcast, which was made on July 28, 1946, Welles read an affidavit, which was sent to him by the NAACP and signed by Woodard. He criticized the lack of action of the South Carolina government as intolerable and shameful. Woodard was the focus of Welles' 4 subsequent broadcasts. He did 4 radio broadcasts about this black man in 1946. The NAACP felt that these broadcasts did more than anything else to prompt the Justice Department to act on the case. Wrote the Museum of Broadcasting in 1988 exhibit on Welles. So think about it. This black man and his story led to Orson Welles doing 4 stories on it. The NAACP said what? These broadcasts did more than anything else to prompt the Justice Department to act on the case. And so it gets deeper, fellas. Musicians wrote songs about Mr. Woodard and the attack. A month after the beating, the Calypso artist Lord Invader recorded an anti-racism song for his album Calypso at Midnight. It was entitled God Made Us All, with the last line of the song directly referring to the incident. Later that year, folk artist Woody Guthrie recorded the Blinding of Isaac Woodard, which he wrote for his album, The Great Dust Storm. He said that he wrote the song so you wouldn't be forgetting what happened to this famous Negro soldier less than 3 hours after he got honorably discharged down in Atlanta. Look at this black man. Look at what one black soldier did, right? This is what I'm talking about. Listen to that. The federal response. So here we are, right? The initial incident happened, right? The initial incident happened in February 12th, 1946. All right. So by September 9th, because of all this commotion, right? Because of all this commotion, On September 19th, 1946, 7 months after the incident, the NAACP Executive Secretary Walter Francis White met with President Harry S. Truman in the Oval Office to discuss the Woodward case. So here we are 7 months later. This is what happened. 7 months later, Secretary Walter Francis White, okay, is in there talking to who? Harry Truman, the president, in the Oval Office to discuss the Woodward case. Woodward case, one soldier, one black soldier. Gardner writes that when Truman heard this story in the context of the state authorities of South Carolina doing nothing for 7 months, he exploded. So the president of the United States exploded. He became angry. That's what that means, right? One black soldier, fellas. The following day, brothers, Truman wrote a letter to Attorney General Tom C. Clark demanding that action be taken to address South Carolina's reluctance to try the case. 6 days later, on September 26th, Truman directed the Justice Department to open an investigation. This is what's happening. A short investigation followed. On October 2nd, Scholl and several of his officers were indicted in the U.S. District Court in Columbia. It was within federal jurisdiction because the beating occurred at a bus stop on federal property. And at the time, Woodard was in his uniform of the armed services. The case was presided over by Judge Julius Wades Warren. Now, I want you to pay attention to that name. That's a very important name. The judge, this would not have happened, fellas. I want you to pay attention to this name, Judge Warren, okay? You guys can hear me, hit the number 1 button. I want to make sure y'all in here, and also hit the like button. By all accounts, the trial was a travesty. It has to be expected. The local U.S. attorney charged with handling the case failed to interview anyone except the bus driver, a decision that Warren, a civil rights proponent, believed was a gross dereliction of duty. The judge thought it was a gross dereliction of duty. Warren later wrote of being disgusted at the way the case was handled at the local level, commenting, "I was shocked by the hypocrisy of my government in submitting that disgraceful case. The defense did not perform better when the defense attorney began to shout racial epithets at Woodard." So in other words, you got the damn defense lawyer in the courthouse calling Sergeant Woodard an N-word and all sort of names in the courthouse. Warren, the judge, stopped him immediately. During the trial, the defense attorney stated to the all-white jury, "If you rule against Scholl, then let this South Carolina secede again." This is how much this meant to these. If we can't keep these niggers in their place, if we can't beat these, we're gonna secede. So that lets you know what this was all about. This was about this is about putting a Negro back in his place. Here you got this black man with this uniform who's a sergeant, who's fought in World War I. This is what we're dealing with right here, fellas. This is what we're dealing with. Okay? This is what you have to deal with. This is what these brothers dealt with for your benefit, and you standing on their shoulders. During the trial, the defense attorney stated to the all-white jury, "If you rule against Scholl, then let this South Carolina secede. Let South Carolina secede again. Due to disenfranchisement of blacks in the South, they were also excluded from the jury." So this was an all-white jury. After Woodard gave his account of the events, Scholl firmly denied it. He claimed that Woodard had threatened him with a gun and that Scholl had used his nightclub in defense. This is what, so he threatened me with a gun. This is where we at, right? This is what, he threatened me with a gun. Haven't we heard that before? We've heard that before, haven't we? That seems to be a line the cops have been using for a long. He threatened me with a gun, so I hit him with a stick, and it worked. Hit the number 1 button if you can hear me, fellas. During his testimony, Scholl admitted that he repeatedly struck Woodard in the eyes. Again, my theory on that, just looking at it, Woodard told the bus driver, "I'm a man." So he wasn't putting his eyes down, averting his eyes and not looking at people. He was looking this man in his eyes. And that probably made Chief Scholl mad because he used to scare Negroes running around there avert now, not yes sir, boss, yes sir. That's what he wanted Woodard to do. And Woodard came back from the war as a man. He came back a military hero. He was a sergeant. He commanded people. He told other people what to do. So you're not gonna boy him down. And see, that's what happens when you turn men into soldiers. You turn them into warriors. And that's why I'm telling you, the more military men we get, the more men with that, black men especially with that warrior mentality, the better we'll be in this country. So I salute all you men who have served in the armed forces, whatever branch, even if it's the Coast Guard, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, hell, join the Space Force if you can. All right, this is what I want you guys to do. Anyway, let's continue the conversation. On November 5th, after 30 minutes of deliberation, 15, according to at least one reporter, so this all-white jury went back there and they spent 15 minutes. They already goddamn knew what they were gonna do. They found Shull not guilty of all charges, despite his admission that he had blinded Woodard. The courtroom broke out in applause upon hearing the verdict. They broke out in applause because what? Because most of these folks, my man said, whoa, Castle, Coast Guard, let's not, yeah, Coast Guard, yeah, of course, man, and all the state militias, man, and the National Guard. Shout out to all of them, man. What's wrong with you, man? We gonna give credit to all these black men who serve in the military. All of you black men. This is relevant. You say, you stay bringing the heat. Yeah, I do this, Sam, because this is our empowerment. All they ever told us we do was sit on the back of the bus and wait for the white man to free us. And I'm telling you, brothers put in all kind of work, still putting in work. We are overrepresented in the military right now. And you brothers you don't understand how powerful that position is. Every damn thing they tell you not to do, that's probably anything Blackistan tells you not to do. Don't join the police. Don't go to the military. That's what you need to do. That's exactly what everything that the whole Black Power, Blackistan, they tell you, you do the opposite of whatever they tell you to do. It's better for you. I promise you. Let's continue. Shull was never punished, dying in Batesburg on December 27, 1997 at the age of 95. That's the goddamn sheriff. Woodard moved north after the trial during the second Great Migration and lived in New York after, because black folks moved to the north, and then about around the 1940s and 50s they moved north again and east to get the hell out of the south. Look what they had to deal with, right? And it's counterintuitive. You would think that a black man who has a military uniform would be lauded by everybody. He'd be praised, but these racists couldn't see it. All they saw was a threat to their power in their little crappy little town. Anyway, Sergeant Woodard lived in New York City area for the rest of his life. He died at 73 in the Veterans Administration Hospital in the Bronx. On September 23rd, 1992, he was buried with military honors at Calverton National Cemetery in Calverton, New York. Now, what was the aftermath of this situation? All right, in December 1946, after meeting with White and other leaders at the NAACP, a month after the jury acquitted Shull, Truman established the Civil Rights Commission by Executive Order 9808, a 15-member interracial group, including the president, General Electric Charles E. Wilson, and academics such as John Sloan Dickey from Dartmouth College and Sadie Tanner, a black attorney for the city of Philadelphia, as well as other activists. He asked them to report by the end of 1947. Truman made a strong speech on civil rights on June 29, 1947 to the NAACP, the first American president to speak to the meeting, which was broadcast by radio from where they met on the steps at the Lincoln Memorial, right? The president said that civil rights were a moral priority, and that his priority for the federal government. He had seen Mr. Woodard's and other cases that the issue could not be left to the state and the local governments, he said. In other words, this is the case they realized these goddamn racist ass folks down south are gonna keep this mess going forever. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna fix this ourselves. Okay, this is what the president said. This is what the president of the United States said. It is my deep conviction that we have reached a turning point in our country's efforts to guarantee freedom and equality to all of our citizens. Recent events in the United States and abroad have made us realize that it is more important today than ever before to ensure that all Americans enjoy these rights. When I say all Americans, I mean all Americans, right? On February 2nd, 1948, Truman sent his first comprehensive civil rights bill to Congress. It incorporated many of the 35 recommendations of his commission. In July 1948, over the objection of senior military officers, Truman issued Executive Order 9981 banning racial discrimination in the U.S. Armed Forces, and Executive Order 9980 to integrate the federal government. Facilities have been segregated under President Woodrow Wilson. So now, because of what this brother did, because of what Isaac Woodard Jr. did, because of his sacrifice, really him standing up, but because of what he did, because of what happened to him, because of what happened to one soldier, one black soldier, you got the military integrated and you got all the federal facilities integrated. So what does that mean? That means hospitals. That means Social Security buildings. That means federal buildings, any federal building. Everything's integrated because of this black man, because of this black soldier, this honorably discharged black soldier. His burden was shared by America. That's what we're dealing with right now, fam. This is how important your history is. So when they tell you black men hadn't sacrificed, you talk to them about Isaac Woodard Jr., Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr., who served honorably in World War I. You talk about him. Let's continue. And over the objections of his military brass. This was in response to the number of incidents. Listen, why did it happen? It was in response to the number of incidents against black veterans. So the president made a move to make it easier for all black people because of a response to a number of incidents that happened against black veterans. That's how important you are, black veterans. All of you who served, all you black men who served in the military, despite the fact that you would come home to all these men, they came home they fought for freedom overseas and they came home to injustice. It's because of you that we begin to make these steps forward. You moved the president, who then moved the nation to remedy, to make sure this didn't happen, not under his watch. Because if you can't protect your own military men, your nation is done. I don't care what kind of uniform they have on. They could be purple with 4 legs and 3 eyeballs and 16 arms. If they have that uniform on, you as a president better be able to protect them, or you don't take that title commander-in-chief. Period. Most notably was the Woodard case. The armed forces and the federal agencies led the way in the United States for integration of the workplace, public facilities, and schools. Over the decades, the decision meant that both institutions benefited from the contributions of minorities. So basically, here's what you got to understand. If your school is taking federal loans, then you better integrate that or you're going to lose those federal loans. And most of those schools were taking federal loans. So it's because of this black man that universities and colleges, they had to do it. They didn't have a choice, or they'd be broke. All these federal facilities, all these corporations who take this federal money, is your company integrated? Well, you taking these federal funds? This is what this executive order. All of this because of one black soldier, fellas. One black military veteran, Isaac Woodard Jr. This was the impetus. This was the fire that lit the fuse. This is how important you are as black men. This is how important black soldiers are. Listen to this. Nevertheless, polls showed opposition to Truman's civil rights. Hell yeah, in other words, white folks didn't like it. They likely cost him some support in the 1948 re-election bid against Thomas Dewey. Although Truman narrowly won, Gardner believes that his continued championing of civil rights as a federal priority cost him much support, especially in the Solid South. Southern Democrats had long experienced outsized political power in Congress. Now check this out. having disenfranchised most blacks there since the turn of the 20th century, but benefiting by apportionment-based total population. So in other words, we got more people in Georgia because we got all these niggers out here, but we don't let them vote, but we still get credit for the numbers. So because of that, we got more representatives in United States Congress than folks maybe in Massachusetts, because we got more Negroes down here. So that goes for South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, Texas. You count the Negroes, but you don't give them power. So you benefit from their numbers in Congress. So you have more representation, more say-so, and more control through voting power. But what? But they don't get a chance to. So you can literally vote against the black people that you're supposed to be representing, that you're benefiting from because of the numbers that they bring out, because of the numbers that they have in your population. Nevertheless, like I said, Truman's efforts threatened other changes since numerous communities across the country have restricted covenants and were racially discriminatory. Because of his low approval ratings and because of a bad showing in early primaries, Truman chose not to seek re-election in 1952, though he could have done so. He had been exempted from the term limitations which were imposed by the 22nd Amendment. So basically, he could have ran for 3 terms if he wanted to, but he was 2 and he was 3. So this is a little bit about Isaac Woodard. I want you guys to listen. Remember that judge I brought up, right? This judge was Judge Warren. I want you to listen to this guy. If you read the New York Times 1619 Project, you would have seen an old photograph of Sergeant Isaac Woodard and his mother taken in 1946. The sunglasses Sergeant Woodard is wearing will lead you to believe that he was blind even before you read the caption. Within 5 hours of returning stateside from World War II, Sergeant Woodard was, that's right, he was a World War II veteran. I think I said World War I earlier, but he's a World War II veteran. That was a slip. Sergeant Woodard was beaten by the police chief, Linwood Shull of Battsburg, South Carolina, and then blinded by the chiefs, forcing his billy club into each of the sergeant's eyes. His crime, he had asked the bus driver if he could get off at the next bus stop and use the bathroom. The bus driver cursed him, and he cursed the bus driver back, right? That's it. That's what happened. Sergeant Woodard never did receive judicial justice for the beating, despite pre-trials over several years. He was, however, the match that lit the flame that would lead to the direct line, lead in a direct line to Brown versus Board of Education. This is what I was getting at, folks. This is what I want you to understand, right? This is Judge Warren. Remember this name. Unexampled courage, the blinding of Sergeant Isaac Woodard, and the awakening of President Harry S. Truman and Judge W. Wades Warren focuses mainly on Judge Warren's evolution from fair, decent federal judge in South Carolina to fiery civil rights proponent. This white judge was like, we're gonna make progress over time. After he saw that travesty, there was Sergeant Woodard's Sergeant Woodard's case where he was a victim. He became an advocate of civil rights. Now check this out. Look what happened to this judge. However, had Sergeant Woodard not told the bus driver on a fatal night, okay, so this is what happened. Had Sergeant Woodard not told the bus driver on a fatal night in 1946, I am a man just like you. That was what this was about. Sergeant Woodard stood up for himself. He had been overseas. He had been getting treated like a man. He had saw what it was like to be treated fairly by people of all color, serving in World War II. He had been talking to other GIs. He came back and said, I'm a man, just like you. But this is what that fight was about. But again, Walter White, executive director of NAACP at the time, heard about Sergeant Warren's beating and was determined to bring it to widest public attention possible. He enlisted the aid of Orson Welles, who did a radio show about it and drew widespread outrage in the North. Woody Guthrie wrote a song called The Blinding of Isaac Woodard. It was this is a famous artist. it was one of the few cases where a lynching victim, and remember, lynching did not require ropes, but was any act of violence towards an African American it was one of the few cases where a lynching victim actually survived. But remember, they expected him to die. They expected Sergeant Woodard to die, never tell his story, right? A show trial had been held locally, of course, and exonerated show. President Truman learned about the beating and was concerned, but until white personality described it to the president, Truman had no idea of the outrages that were being committed in the South. He pressed his Justice Department to hold a federal trial. Though the FBI had investigated the beating, it was J. Edgar Hoover's FBI's local agents, and they could care less. The federal prosecutors also did not want to be involved, and the prosecutor in charge of the trial was half-hearted at best and negligent at worst. All these men didn't want to get involved in that. They got to live around there. They all go to lunch together. They all might be intermarried with each other. Hell, they might be related. Politicians, so they didn't want to get involved. Politicians and elected officials in South Carolina were outraged that the federal government was getting involved and did their best to stop it. They were trying to undermine the federal government from getting involved in this. This is what was going on. They didn't stop it, but with an all-white jury and a lackluster prosecution, Shaw was found not guilty. Judge Warren presided. Again, you remember this guy. Judge Warren presided over the trial and was dismayed by its outcome. Around the same time, he divorced his wife and remarried. He got married to a Southern woman, and she clearly was holding the line for the Confederate side, and he was like, nah. So what happened? His second wife was a Northerner. Warring, and mind you, in the North, they had been having blacks up there since before the Revolutionary War. So this was, the South and the North were different in that regard. Yes, they had slavery, but they also had free black folks, right? So more than likely, his wife was a little bit more cosmopolitan and a little bit more understanding because that's where she had come from. Warren had at best been a gradualist, believing that the fair treatment of African Americans was something to be worked toward in the future. By the time more cases of racial inequality came to his court, he and his wife began seriously studying the whole history and present state of civil rights, and he was soon considered an activist judge, right? So that whole case just turned him. You see what I mean? Among the cases that came before him and brought him the wrath of his fellow South Carolinians, mind you, him and his wife had to eventually move out of South Carolina. They ended up in New York somewhere. But anyway, among the cases that came before him and brought him the wrath of his fellow South Carolinians was the one that involved the state's Democratic Party disallowing African Americans to vote in primaries without signing a pledge that they would not thereby consider themselves equal to whites. This is what it's all about. Just like the brother said, Sergeant Woodard said, I'm a man just like you. The Democratic Party at that time, which was the party of the Confederates, had him signing had black folks signing. They said, we're going to give you the right to vote, but you got to promise you're not equal to us. Think about that. Look at the psyche of these people. Look at the psyche of the typical bigoted Southerner at that time. We don't want you to be equal to us. Think about that. That's who you're dealing with. Their whole notion of racism is based on how bad off you are as a black person. That's what racism, they don't care about the Mexicans and the Asians and the Arabs and none. They just want to know you American Negroes are not better than them. They don't even care about Negroes and black folks who live in other countries or from other countries. Because I promise you, they had Ethiopians and Africans traveling to Washington, D.C. and all around. And as long as they was a foreign Negro and not one of these homebred ADOS FBA Negroes, it was not a problem, period. Is they didn't want you being better than them. This is what we're dealing with. The country at the time was still using SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of the United States precedent, Plessy versus Ferguson, in civil rights cases. This was an argument that schools, public accommodations, etc., were to be separate but equal for African Americans. We know that in fact everything was separate and unequal. Now this is where it gets real right here, fellas. Judge Warren began seeking out civil rights cases to advance his docket that would challenge using Plessy versus Ferguson and move on to segregation itself being unequal. His first attempt was in a case regarding unequal pay for teachers in the African-American schools compared to white schools. His second attempt was in a case regarding poor conditions of the African-American schools. The prosecution was blindsided, however, by the school districts raising a bond to update the African-American schools rather than to integrate the schools with the white. So these white folks rather raise the taxes than let their children, they rather pay more taxes than let their children go to school with black kids. But listen, now check this out. It was Biggs v. Elliott that was the landmark case connected directly to Brown, to Brown, and was consolidated in Brown. All right. Now you guys know the Honorable Thurgood Marshall. So we drew a direct line from Sergeant Isaac Woodard to Judge Waring to Thurgood Marshall and Brown versus the Board of Education. This Isaac Woodard case converted Judge Waring to an activist judge who was pro-civil rights. He then wrote an opinion. He wrote it, actually it was a dissenting opinion that Thurgood Marshall used to win the Brown versus the Board of Education. Thurgood Marshall used this argument presented to him along with his brilliance, presented to this dissenting opinion. In other words, it was a 3-2 decision, but his dissenting opinion, the opinion in it was used. Let's listen. Thurgood Marshall prosecuted the case for the NAACP before the 3-judge panel that included Judge Warren. Though the case was lost, Judge Warren's dissenting opinion established the argument that segregation in itself was unequal. The case was eventually consolidated into Brown versus the Board of Education. So it's because of this case that we even have that argument, Brown versus Board of Education, and which integrated everything in order. Otherwise, we'll all still be on the back of the bus, getting substandard accommodations. This is what happened. Briggs v. Elliott was also the first time that a sociologist, Kenneth and Mamie Clark's research was introduced for the prosecution. The research showed that African-American children development status was harmed by segregation. They used black and white dolls and asked children which doll was good and which doll was bad. The majority of the black children chose the white doll as good, indicating that they had internalized the oppression of segregation and racism. All of this because of one black soldier. All of this, we can trace all of this, but we can trace the case of Brown versus the Board of Education and that ruling by the Supreme Court of the United States in 1955, straight back to the incident involving Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. This is how important one soldier is. This is how important one black soldier is, fellas. All of the plaintiffs in the Warring civil rights cases faced backlash and losing jobs, being threatened and other reprisals. After a cross was burned on their lawn, rocks thrown through their windows, and innumerable threats, the Warrings, the judge had to leave South Carolina and move to New York. This is what they did to the judge. They burned a cross on his lawn. The Warrings have become social pariahs in Charleston because of their friendships with the NAACP's Walter White and Thurgood Marshall. In New York, they met and earned admiration of many other civil rights leaders, including Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. The judge retired, but edited opinions and arguments for civil rights trials. This is what this man did, man. We got a direct line, okay? A direct line from Sergeant Isaac Woodard to the changes that we all benefit from. Arthur Richard Giselle is also a judge and known for his civil rights activism in South Carolina. He is best known for being the presiding judge in the Dylan Roots trial for the murder of the 9 blessed souls at Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston. This is a white judge who's an activist, right? Another one. His book is compelling and dense with facts of the state of civil rights during the period. What happened to Sergeant Woodard? In the immediate time after he was blinded, he received no training on how to navigate his life. His Army pension did not include disability payments, but because he had already been demobbed, his wife left him, and he was forced to move to the Bronx to live with his parents. The NAACP did did much to help him, raising funds by taking him on speaking tours. He received half of the proceeds. Some of the money was invested in annuity for him, and some was used unwisely to buy a multi-family rental property where he and his family could live and also receive income. That was a wise decision. But what happened was the property was taken by the state of New York by eminent domain in the 1950s to build new housing. In other words, they built some projects. They took his house and put some projects up for him. That's what they did. And that's what happened. Sergeant Wooden fought and finally granted full disability payments from the Army. He was finally able to buy a home for his aging parents and the cousin who was his caregiver and 2 sons from a relationship. He owned a business and professed in his later years that he was happy and a contented man. He died in 1992. Let there be no mistake. This is not a story of a white savior. If any savior is to be found, it's Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. for standing up for himself and saying, I'm a man. That and enduring the grueling trials in a debilitated physical state and being the source of Judge Warren and President Truman's epiphanies and racial justice was not something that should wait for an undetermined time in the future. The time had come. Indeed, it was long overdue. The sad realization at the end of the book is that racial justice is still overdue, and I have no doubt that underscoring the tragic fact was part of the judge's motivation. So this is what I'm talking about. Racism is a white problem, and only white people educating themselves and putting themselves in positions with such epiphanies as Judge Warren had experienced with racism overcome. This is what you're dealing with, family. Now, I can read more on this brother, 1946, Woodard, a black sergeant on his way home to South Carolina after serving World War II, was pulled from his bus for arguing with the driver. The local chief police savagely beat him, leaving him unconscious and permanently blind. The shocking incident made national headlines, and when the police chief was acquitted by an all-white jury, the blatant injustice would change the course of American history. This is what it did. This is what this one soldier did, brothers. One soldier did this. All right. So now, again, that's the lead up. Okay. That was the lead up to the Korean War. But this is what that one soldier did. Right now, I want you guys to begin to understand that because of him, you have many of the rights that you have right now. All right. Because of this one soldier, you have the rights that you have. Now, moving on to the Korean War. Right. African Americans have fought for the United States throughout history, defending and serving the country that in turn denied them their basic rights, despite policies of racial segregation and discrimination. African American soldiers played a significant role from the colonial period to the Korean War. It wasn't until the middle of the 20th century that African American soldiers began to receive the recognition and equality they deserve. Now, because of Mr. Sergeant Woodard, now you have a fully integrated military. So now what are we going to do? We're going to see what the brothers did. You see what I'm saying? Now listen to this. The Korean War so we read about this. World War II was a watershed for race relations within the armed forces. It marked the beginning of the end of racial separation within military units. In 1948, with the demand for civil rights mourning, President Harry S. Truman ordered the desegregation of the armed services, equality of treatment, and opportunity in regard to race, color, religion, and nationality. Remember, President Truman turned to be this sort of advocate for civil rights because of what happened to Isaac Woodard Jr., Sergeant Isaac Woodard. This is what happened. So reform was slow. However, it wasn't until 1953 the segregation officially ended when the Secretary of Defense announced that the last all-black unit had been abolished. The Korean War would put his new policy in the test. Remember, you had all these naysayers. They just dispelled all the history, right? All the black men who had fought in all the different wars, just forget all that. They always were saying that we would crack under pressure. All this stuff, man. But the bottom line is the Korean War. So you still had the detractors, people who willing to ignore history. But the Korean War put his new policy in test. They basically were saying white boys won't fight alongside of black people, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you something. When you start shooting at people, they don't care. They just want to make sure they will go with anybody who's willing to save their ASS. African Americans served in all combat elements along their white counterparts and were involved in all major combat operations, including the advance of the United Nations forces to the Chinese border. 2 African-American Army Sergeants, Cornelius Charlton and William Thompson, earned the Medal of Honor. This is what these brothers did when presented an opportunity. Listen to this. African-Americans served in all combat service elements during the Korean War and were involved in all major combat operations, including the advance of the United Nations force in 1950. Almost 100,000 African-Americans were on active duty in the U.S. Armed Forces, equaling about 8% of the total manpower. By the end of the war, probably more than 600,000 African Americans had served in the military. My grandfather was a Marine in the Korean War, right? Changes in the United States, the growth of Black population and Black power, and the U.S. Defense Department's realization that African Americans were being underutilized because of racial prejudice led to new opportunities for African Americans serving in the Korean War. You know that's a goddamn lie. You know that, right? We just read why it happened. They had to come back and try to clean that up. Well, we were just underusing them. We were eventually going to get around. No, you would have never done it. You began to use these brothers because Truman changed the law. He put that executive order and say, now, I want you to integrate this thing. I want you to integrate it, and we're going to end this because separate is inherently unequal. You got Brown versus Board of Education, and you got the integration of the military and the integration of all these federal facilities, largely because of the sacrifice of one Black soldier, Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. That's what you get. This is why this is important. One Black soldier did this. Now imagine if we had 6 million Black soldiers. Imagine if all these Black men said, you know what, I'm gonna serve in the military. All of you guys who don't have something else to do, something more productive than that. Imagine what would happen. If you run the military, you run the country. In October 1951, an all-Black 24th Infantry Regiment, a unit established in 1869, which had served during the Spanish-American War, World War I, World War II, and the beginning of the Korean War, was disbanded, essentially ending segregation in the U.S. Army. In the last 2 years of the Korean War, throughout the services, hundreds of Black men held command positions and were posted in elite units such as combat aviation and served in a variety of technical military specialties. Additionally, more than any have done in a sergeant in the segregated military, chose to stay in the armed forces after the war because of the improved social environment, financial benefits, educational opportunities, and promised potential. Look what these Black men did. This is a picture of Jesse L. Brown, Ensign Jesse L. Brown, U.S. Navy, in the cockpit of a Corsair fighter plane. He was the first Black naval aviator to die in combat, and he flew a VF-32 from the USS Leedy in the Gulf. This wouldn't have happened without Sergeant Woodard's sacrifice. Distinguished service. African-American servicemen distinguished themselves in combat during the ground battles with the North Korean Army and in air war over Korea. On July 21st, 1950, a battalion combat team commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Samuel Pierce Jr., composed of 3 infantry companies and an engineer company, recaptured Yekton. The action, which received national attention in the United States, was considered the first significant, successful offensive operation by the U.S. Army in the war. Captain Charles Bussey, commander of the engineer company, was awarded the Silver Star for having prevented a flanking operation by the North Korean battalion during the battle. Bussey's platoon-sized unit killed more than 250 enemy soldiers. Captain Bussey's bravery inspired the regiment and exemplified the preparedness and leadership capabilities of African-American soldiers. Now, this is 1950. This is only 4 years, 4 or 5 years after the brothers got out of World War I, World War II, where they said we would crack under pressure. So you know now they've been lying. And on top of that, we knew since the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812 and the Civil War. Now it's all coming to truth. You see, all of this because of what? That one Black soldier. Think about that. Heroes in the air war. In 1950, the Air Force had 22 Black pilots in integrated fighter squadrons led by Captain Daniel Chappie James Jr., who was assigned to the 36th Squadron, 5th Air Force. Captain James was an exceptional fighter. This black man was an exceptional fighter pilot who often flew an F-86 Sabre jet on dangerous, unarmed reconnaissance missions behind enemy lines, a task reserved for a select group of most able and trusted flyers. James flew 101 combat missions in Korea and earned the Distinguished Flying Cross before being reassigned stateside. In July 1951, he became the first black man in the Air Force to command a fighter squadron. This is what we have here, brothers. A Second Lieutenant Frankie Peterson Jr. was the first black Marine Corps pilot. Peterson flew 64 combat missions before the war ended, and he earned the Distinguished Flying Cross and 6 air medals in the final months of the Korean War. Ensign Jesse L. Brown, the Navy's first African-American fighter pilot to die in combat, was shot down while providing close air support for units in the 7th Marines during the Chosin Reservoir breakout in December 1950. Brown was posthumously awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross for performing dangerous combat actions that resulted in his fatal crash. In March 1972, Brown's widow christened a Knox-class ocean escort ship, the USS Jesse Brown. This is what your black brothers did, man. Look at that. Of the more than 6,000 African Americans who served in the armed forces during the Korean War, 600,000. These are your grandfathers, brothers. This is not that far from you. These are your grandfathers, right? We even talked about your grandfathers, your great-grandfathers. These are what your grandfathers did. Of the 6,000 African Americans who served in the armed forces during the Korean War, it is estimated that more than 5,000 died in combat because of casualty-related records compiled by the service in the 1950s did not differentiate race. That exact number of blacks killed in action cannot be determined. Numerous African Americans were awarded medals, including the Distinguished Service Cross, Silver Star, Bronze Star for service during the Korean War. 2 African Americans, Private First Class William Thompson and Sergeant Cornelius Charlton, were posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor. Thompson was killed in action on August 2nd, 1951, at a critical juncture at the 8th Army's attempt to stop the North Korean Army's southward movement. Charlton displayed extraordinary heroism in rallying his platoon to continue its assault on a hill, Chipori, just north of the 38th parallel. Korean War changed the face of the American military. African Americans served side by side the same units with service members of all races and were afforded the opportunity to lead in combat. This is what these brothers did, man. And all of this, why? The impetus behind all of this was what? The brother we talked about. Say his name. What's his name? His name is Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. It's because of him. So, I hope you guys appreciate this. We've gone a long time. If you appreciate this content, hit the number 1 button. That's what I need you guys to do. We got 45 people in the chat room. And, if you guys appreciate what I'm doing here, man, make sure you hit the number 1 button. I need to know that I'm inspired. I need to know you guys are inspired. I need to know that you appreciate this. Those of you guys who really appreciate what I'm doing, man, make sure you contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. That's what I need you guys to do. If you appreciate what I'm doing, go ahead and do that now, okay? Contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. There's some more I could read here. There's plenty more. I put the links in the chat room there, guys. If you guys, you appreciate what I'm doing here, man, I'm still reading right now. It's just amazing to me, all of this Black history that we could benefit from right now. Because what's going on right now in the Black community? What's going on in America? They're attacking Black masculinity. What if we began to learn about all these Black war heroes? All the Rangers and the Marines and the servicemen. being able to see black men that look like us in armed forces. What if we began to do that? What would happen overnight? These are the images that we need to have portrayed of us. What would happen? You know, how would that hit, right? How would that hit? I think it would be important. I think these young brothers need to see who we come from, what kind of steel we've been made out of. We've gone all the way from the Revolutionary War all the way up to the Korean War. So we've literally covered in this series almost 200 years of American history, and we've learned how the tide of the races and how things are perceived have been turned by black men, each and every point. It seems to me, if you look at this from a military history sort of perspective, it seems to me that black men have played a crucial role in this country's survival. See, we almost lost it in the War of 1812. We was about to be speaking English with a British accent. That's what was about to happen. That's what we were. The United States barely skated out of that war. They were coming on our ships in the War of 1812. They were taking our men. We didn't have juice to fight another war against England. It was 1812. We trying to get ourselves back together. They was snatching our men off our boats. They didn't have no respect. And then on top of that, what did they do? They said, we got you. We're gonna enlist these black slaves and let them fight y'all. That's what happened. And it wasn't until the blacks, and it wasn't until the United States in the War of 1812 said, we gotta let these black folks, we gotta let these black men fight again. And so they armed the brothers, and that's the only reason they saved themselves. That's the War of 1812. Move on to World War II, World War I. What do we learn? The Harlem Hellcats. You see what they did. World War II. The distinguished, the Tuskegee Airmen. You see what happened in the Korean War. All of that because of what? Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. turned the tide. He's the reason that Judge Warren wrote that opinion. And Judge Warren's opinion is the reason that what? Thurgood Marshall had something to go to the Supreme Court with and say what? Separate is inherently unequal. It was that Warren case. Warren, who did what? Presided over the Isaac Woodard Jr. trial. Isaac Woodard Jr.'s trial happened because what? Because his story was told by Orson Welles, and it got up to the president. And the president said, you know what? They might have failed the trial, but I'm going to fix this. This is a wrap. You can't do that to my soldiers. I get it. There's racial animosity, but you're going to have to learn to give these soldiers a pass. These are military men who served honorably. The man got the good behavior medal for Christ's sakes. He was a good soldier, a sergeant. That's what happened. That's your Black American history right now. All the rest of that stuff, Martin Luther King, and they were just talking. God bless them. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, they were talking. It's those soldiers. It's the sacrifice that those soldiers made overseas and then coming home and being disrespected. Can you imagine what the other people around the country, around these other nations would say? Y'all can't even protect y'all soldiers? Can you imagine the people in Canada, Mexico, you got a soldier riding a bus and some cop puts his eyes out? That's embarrassing. And it makes you look weak. You can't even protect your soldiers. That's why President Truman had to do something about that. Black soldier or not, he's still a soldier. So you remember his name, Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. Remember his name, brothers. Do not forget his name. You remember his name. The next time you talk about Martin Luther King or Thurgood Marshall or Malcolm X, you talk about Isaac Woodard Jr. You remember that, so especially if you're military, especially if you're a military veteran. Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. is the reason why the military was integrated in the first place a couple of years before the Korean War started. By the time the Korean War happened in 1950, it was pretty much fully integrated. That's pretty much it. All of that because of what happened to Isaac Woodard in 1946 on that bus ride from Atlanta back to North Carolina. Think about that, brothers. But again, let me see here. I want to make sure we do some housekeeping here. We got 100 and let's see, we got 47 people. Again, I know this is a boring subject. This is not for everybody. I'm probably going to get 600 views all together on this. But I think this is a wonderful series. I think you guys, if you appreciate what I'm doing, man, if you appreciate what one soldier can do, one black soldier did cause all this change, make sure you hit the thumbs up button. I want you guys to hit the thumbs up button right now. In addition to that, please contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Let me see if there's some people I need to give some shout outs to. I want to give a shout out to Walter Davis. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that contribution. He says, this is for Isaac Woodard. I want to acknowledge Broken Blade, all my members. Who else do I want to get in? Who else contributed here? Broken Blade, there it is. Thank you so much. Sam C, this is so relevant. You stay bringing the heat, bro. Hey, man, this is what black male advocacy looks like as far as I'm concerned. I want you to be empowered. I want you to feel good about yourself. I want you to know not only do you belong to this country, but you own this country. This world belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. And you're part of the reason why this country has been able to hold on to it. You fought everybody who's run up on us, foreign and domestic. You black men, you have a heritage. This country belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. And I know it's unfortunate, but we help take it and we're help holding on to it. And nobody has played the position that we've played in this country. The most downtrodden, the most disrespected, but the hardest fighting men in this country who despite the fact that we've lived under as second-class citizens for the longest, for a long portion of the time we were here, we still fought as hard as anybody else to maintain it. We live this promise. You see what I'm saying? We live and die by this promise, black man. So you should have pride in the country that we live in because of the sacrifice that we made as black men. Nobody owes you anything. You won what you got. Nobody gave us anything. You fought for what you got. I don't care what anybody else says. See, let me tell you something, and I got respect for my black immigrant brothers, but y'all didn't start coming over here until the 1980s. So all the major wars have been fought. It was black American men fighting in those wars. Now I get it, you got a few brothers here and there, and I'm gonna talk about one Puerto Rican brother and a Haitian brother that fought in the Vietnam War. But for the most part, it was black American men, descendants of the slaves that were in this country at the turn of the century that fought and defended in this country against all enemies, domestic and foreign. You brothers, you're entitled to everything you get in this country. Nobody gave us anything. Remember that. All Isaac Woodard Jr., Sergeant Isaac Woodard, he wanted to be treated like a man, like every other man, just like he'd been treated in the Pacific, as a soldier in World War II. He commanded people. He came back in, the damn bus driver wouldn't let him go to the bathroom. The damn cop who he helped defend, because it's Sergeant Woodard's sacrifice that cop even has a city that he can be a chief over. Because the Germans were planning on invading the United States. He'd have been speaking German and wouldn't have been able to do a damn thing about it. So you've earned this, brothers. You stand on a legacy of strong warriors, not just overseas. We love talking about all the African kings and warriors, and God bless them. We like Shaka Zulu and all them other guys. And there's a place for African heritage. There's a place for African history. But we're talking about black American history, because those African brothers, they're not going to let you claim their history. They're not going to let you say you're Zulu, but you don't have to be Zulu. You see what I'm saying? You got plenty of black American war heroes that Shaka Zulu himself would be proud to fight alongside of. All right? Like Captain Todd or Colonel Todd, right? We talked about him. I might have to do a special on Colonel Todd, but because he piques my interest, man. He fought on behalf of the Colonel Todd fought on behalf of the English against the Americans. So we might have to, up in New Jersey, shout out to everybody in New Jersey. Y'all need to look up Colonel Todd. Y'all need to instead of that hands up, don't shoot, you need to start saying, you know what? I'm calling on the spirit of Colonel Todd on that ass. Excuse me for cussing. But if you guys appreciate what I'm doing, man, make sure you contribute to the super chat. It's been a big sacrifice looking up all this stuff and reading all these different things and all these different nuances. And I'm invigorated. I'm proud to know, you know, especially consider that my black or my adopted grandfather, Jim Sperling, was a Korean war vet. And of course, I didn't know these people wasn't my relatives. So my whole life, that was my granddaddy. But, you know, and I acknowledge my heritage, but on my father's side of the family, but the man was, you know, in his late 30s or 40s, and he was running up the hills with the young Marines. You see what I'm saying? So it's just amazing to me that, you know, I have a connection to that. Just like many of it, but these are all our black brothers. I mean, we're all one people here in America, us Black Americans. We all got a common root. Some of our relatives are from North Carolina, South Carolina, but it's all one. We all in it together, brothers. We all come from one family. We are all one tribe. Remember that. And so we can take credit for what our tribe has done. And, you know, I acknowledge our brothers from the West Indies, South America, Central America, Africa, but we are all one tribe, and we need to be respectful of what our tribal ancestors have done, these great warriors that we had. So shout out to them, man. Again, shout out to all the Black military servicemen. I appreciate you guys, and you should appreciate yourself more. Now that you know the heritage that you have, man, you know, I really, you know, I salute you guys, and I just hope that I've been helpful. I know they didn't teach all this in basic training. I'm sure they did not teach you about the Black men who've served in the military and all the amazing things they've done in the military. I'm absolutely sure they didn't teach y'all about that. I mean, that would not be something that I would want to teach a whole bunch of young Black men coming into the military. But if you know guys in the military, man, tell them to, you know, check this page out. You have the references right here. You can look for yourself. This is not just me making up stuff, coming up with my own assumptions and assertions. It's right there for you. You can infer here and there based on history. But for the most part, we got the gist of the story. You got this Black man, Isaac Woodard Jr., attacked by his own civilian police force on his way home after being honorably discharged from the military 3 hours later on his way home to see his people. And he's attacked and blinded by some rogue racist cop who has an ego tripping and has a point to prove. And that was the impetus to make the changes that we all benefit from, all Americans. See, Isaac Woodard Jr. should be a saint. He should be a saint to all the immigrants, because y'all wouldn't have came over here if it wasn't for the whole civil rights movement, which made this place more racially tolerable. And so what we see is at the crux of that, at the crux, the linchpin for that wave of civil rights that all the rest of us received, all the rest of you and Black folks and women and Hispanics and Asians and Arabs, right there at that point in history was Isaac Woodard Jr. He stands in that precipice. And it's because of the sacrifice that he made and his willingness to speak up and endure those 3 trials and who he was before that. Because if he was some scumbag who had been discharged dishonorably and was up to no good, nobody would have cared. But because of the man he was and the sacrifices that he made, everybody has freedom in the United States, freedom that we weren't always afforded. So remember his name, Sergeant Isaac Woodard Jr. Thank you guys. If you want to continue contributing to the Cash App, go ahead and do that. In the meantime, man, you know, you can hit the PayPal up, but I've enjoyed this. I hope you all have enjoyed this. Number one, hit the number 1 button for Sergeant Woodard. Go ahead and hit the number 1 button for Sergeant Woodard. You guys make sure you remember his name. You speak on his name, man. Whenever you need think about that one soldier, that one Black soldier. And I'm saying his name over and over again so we can all hear him. And so his family, hopefully this get to his family. Think about him. Think about what one Black soldier did. Now imagine one Black soldier who stood up with that warrior mindset. I'm a man. I'm a man just like you. Imagine what one Black soldier did. Now imagine what 10 million or 20 million Black soldiers could do. Not necessarily that you got to join the military, but imagine if you had that warrior man mindset. Put yourself first, fellas. That's what I ask you to do. And remember your ancestors. Remember the brothers that came before us. Remember these Black American soldiers that we talk about, all these names. You remember them. God bless you. I love you. God bless you, veterans, man. I appreciate your sacrifice.
Hey, if you're enjoying the content here at Dennis Sperling Unfiltered, make sure you support it by sharing and subscribing to the channel. And also hit that little notification bell in the corner so that you'll get notified of every one of our live.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Dennis Sperling, and I'm back again, and we're going to continue our segment on Black men in the United States military, and we're talking about the Vietnam War. Now, I know that many of you brothers out there, many of you Black men, your fathers, your uncles, and for some of you, your grandfathers were in the Vietnam War. So you have someone you can actually reach out and speak to after this conversation. But here's the thing I want you to understand. A lot of our Vietnam War veterans all across the board, in addition to our Black Vietnam War veterans, they don't like to talk about the Vietnam War. Now, why is that? What some of you don't know is that when our soldiers came back from Vietnam after their tours of duty, many of them were spit upon. Many of them were called baby killers. They were called rapists. They were called horrible names. They were shunned by their peer group. After enduring a lifetime full of death-defying situations where they had the enemy shooting at them and trying to kill them, and seeing their friends torn apart by explosives and shot, they came back to the United States, uniforms on sometimes, and they were treated disgustingly by the members of the public. So what you may find is that when you talk to some of the Vietnam veterans, some of the veterans of the Vietnam War, they don't talk about it. That's just something that I've noticed. I have several older relatives, uncles, they don't talk necessarily about it. You really have to talk, but they still don't speak. So we have to first understand that we owe the veterans of the Vietnam War, we owe them a great apology. They did what their country asked them to do. Aside from the politics, our Black soldiers did what the United States Army, Marine, Air Force, Navy asked them to do. Many of them were drafted into the military, so they had no choice. They had to go. Either go or you go to prison. Either you go or you try to run to Canada or somewhere else. Many of our Black brothers didn't have the opportunity to hide out in the United States in somebody's Ivy League college. They had to go. Two of our presidents, Donald Trump and Bill Clinton, exercised that option, but most Black men didn't. We went from a situation where they said Black men were not combat ready to Black men being the vast majority of the men thrown on the front lines. In 1965 alone, Black men represented 25% of those killed in action. That's right. A population of only 6% of the United States represented 25% of those who were killed, Black men. Now, African Americans had always been involved in the United States military service since its inception, despite the official policies of racial segregation and discrimination. In 1948, President Harry S. Truman abolished discrimination on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin. In 1953, the final Black-only unit was abolished. Black Americans were more likely, and thereafter, Black Americans were more likely to be drafted than their white Americans. At the time, the Vietnam War saw the highest proportion of African American soldiers. Though comprising only 11% of the US population in 1967, African Americans were 16.3% of all of the draftees. Now, I want you to cut that in half. African American men composed about 5% of the US population. And in 1967, African Americans were 16.3% of the drafts. Imagine that. Just think about that. Think about that. The majority of African Americans who were drafted were not conscripted, with 70% of Black draftees rejected from the Army. In 1967, only 29% of African American subjects were eligible for conscription, compared to 63% of white subjects. What does that mean? That means the brothers is out there smoking weed and doing all kinds of stuff, but the ones who got drafted, they were drafted. The same year, the Army, so what that is telling you that a lot of Black men volunteered to go to the Army, which is how, or go to the military, which is how they got those numbers up. Now, the same year that the Armed Services drafted 64% of eligible African American subjects in comparison to the 31% of eligible white subjects drafted. In other words, they would take as many Black men as they could. So they were taking Black men and throwing them on the front lines. Whereas all these wars leading up to the Vietnam War, they wouldn't let us in. By the time Vietnam happened, they said, yeah, matter of fact, we're going to take them in. And we're going to take as many of them in and we're going to put them at the front lines. As I said before, in the 1960s marked a major transition for African-American citizens in the United States. The decade also marked the first major combat deployment of an integrated military to Vietnam. The Vietnam War saw the highest proportion of African Americans ever to serve in an American war. There was a marked turnaround from the attitude in previous wars that Black men were not fit for combat. During the Vietnam War, African Americans faced a much greater chance of being on the front line and consequently a much higher casualty rate. As I said earlier, in 1965 alone, African Americans represented almost 25% of those killed in action. Following the Vietnam War and the phasing out of conscription, which means the draft, the number of African Americans volunteering to join the Army grew exponentially, enlisting at rates far above their share of the population. In general, African Americans account for nearly 25% of all enlisted Army soldiers, while making up only 7% of the population. That's what I'm telling you. Black men make up 7% of the population, and yet we compose 25% of the United States military in their different branches. Now, here's what I want you guys to understand. I need you to hit the number 1 button. Again, I know this is a broadcast for the dedicated few. I think it's extremely important. I think it's important for Black men to know about the heroism and the warriors and the soldiers that came before us, the war fighters, because oftentimes we are made to feel like we don't belong. We are made to feel like we haven't kicked in and chipped in the development and the building of this country. They would have you believe that Black folks were in slavery from the time we got here all the way up until 1965, when Dr. Martin Luther King turned the key to freedom and unshackled all of our shackles. Before that, we were picking cotton all that time, and we didn't contribute, we didn't build anything, and we didn't die and fight for this country in defense of its freedom. They would have you believe that, and that's just not true. We were involved in every major war that this country has ever fought. I went through the history of the Revolutionary War. I talked about the War of 1812. We've discussed the World War I. We've discussed World War II. And now we've discussed the Korean War. And now we're up to the Vietnam War. There's no major conflict that we haven't been involved in. Oftentimes, we had to fight to get to be allowed to fight. And then when we had to fight discrimination within the military until we proved ourselves. And then once we got out, after fighting for other people's freedoms, we still had to come back to the United States and fight for our own freedom. Many of the Black men in the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, they were fighting for their own freedom. They just, whatever side would let them free. Same thing with the War of 1812. Black men have always fought. We've always picked up arms in defense of this country. And you military servicemen, you Black military servicemen, you should be proud, because it's because of you that so many changes have been made. We spoke yesterday about that one Black soldier, Isaac Woodard Jr. Sergeant Woodard was the reason why, was the impetus behind the president signed integrating the federal facilities and the military. And also the judge who heard his case was the one who wrote the dissenting opinion that Thurgood Marshall used in his case, Brown, the landmark case, Brown versus the Board of Education. And it's because of that, all men in this country, men and women of color, and women, white women too, it's because of that case that we all have freedom in this country. We all have the freedoms that we were promised in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. One black soldier did that, Sergeant Woodard, remember his name. But now, I appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit the #1 button. We're gonna go ahead and continue with our show, with our presentation. And again, we're talking about black men in the military. I wanna show you a little video footage. I pulled this up out the archives. I thought this was pretty cool. I just want you to kind of check out what the brothers were doing back in the day and how they were talking. You can kind of look at the brothers, man. It's just cool to see the brothers, man. But give me 1 second and I'll load this up. But if you appreciate what I'm doing, fellas, make sure you hit the like and the share. Also, please contribute to the super chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I don't expect a whole lot of people in here tonight because, you know, this is a niche topic, you know, but this is the type of empowerment that black men need. This is what you need to know, what your war fighters did. You need to know the type of metal that black men are made out of. These are your fathers. Despite what they say about your fathers not being there, you don't know what happened to these men. Look at all these black men that had to go to the military. They came back, they were crapped on. They came back, they were addicted to heroin. They had to do all sorts of stuff to just try to survive over there. This is what black men had to endure. This is what your fathers and your uncles had to endure. So be careful before you judge and judge the black men that came before you. Understand what they had to deal with. We're going to go ahead and proceed. I want you guys to check this out. Fair use. Let me know if you can hear it. The man you heard speak, that was Daniel Chappie, James Jr., or his name is Daniel James Jr. He was a fighter pilot in the United States Air Force, who in 1975 became the first African-American to reach the rank of 4-star general in the United States Air Force. James attended the famous Tuskegee Institute, so he's an HBCU graduate, and instructed African-American pilots during World War II. He flew combat missions during the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and received the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, 2 Air Force Distinguished Service Medals, 2 Legions of Merit, Distinguished Flying Cross, and Merited Service Medal, and 14 Air Medals. This is who this is. I want to run this back. That's who this gentleman is, right? That's General Daniel James Jr., or they call him Chappie. This is who this is. General James was born on February 11, 2020, to Daniel and Lily Ann Brown James. Daniel James Sr. worked for the Pensacola City Gas Company, while his mother, Lily Anna James, was a high school teacher. He established a private school for her own and other black children in Pensacola, Florida. His mother would continue to run a little the school until her death at the age of 82. James graduated from the Tuskegee University and received his BAT in 1942. and received his Bachelor of Science degree in physical education. So this is who this man is, right? This is not somebody that we've ever even heard of before, but I want to put his information in there. This is general. Again, he reached the rank of 4-star general. There's only one above that, and that's a 5-star general. So this is general. This is a war fighter here. See, this man fought. This man was a highly decorated warrior. That's who this man is. This is our black brother right here, somebody that I've never heard of before. Okay. Now in Vietnam, or let me say, in Vietnam, James went on in December 1966 as deputy commander for operations in the 8th TFW. In June 1967, under Colonel Robin Olds, he was named the wing vice commander when Colonel Vermont Garrison completed his tour. Both in their mid-40s, they formed a legendary team nicknamed Black Man and Robin. James flew 78 combat missions in the North Vietnam, many in the Hanoi helping. Mind you, he's flying over these people and they're shooting at him. All right, he's not just flying over there, he's flying low and they are shooting rockets at him. You got the North Vietnamese, you got the Viet Cong regulars, and my understanding is you had a few Chinese soldiers in there every now and then. And anyway, he led a flight in Operation Bolo, a MiG sweep in which 7 communist MiG-21s were destroyed, the highest total kill of any mission during the Vietnam War. All right. After he was named vice commander of the 33rd at Elgin Air Force Base, Florida, in December 1967, while stationed at Elgin, the Florida State Jaycees named James as Florida's Outstanding American of the Year for 1969. He received the Jaycee Distinguished Service Award. He was transferred to Wheelus Air Base in the Libyan Arab Republic in August 1969 as commander of the 72nd Fighter Training Wing. Following the coup, engineered by radical Libyans, officers including Muammar Gaddafi, James had a tense standoff with the militants in the late stages. So this is the real one right here. So that's just a little bit about him. We'll continue forward. Make sure if you guys can hear me. If you can't hear me, let me know if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, let me know. If you can hear me, hit the number 1 button. If you guys can hear what I'm saying, hit the number 1 button. If you can hear me, hit the number 1 button. All right? I need to know. But let's go ahead and continue. All right. Now I want you to look at that black man right there. That looks like our brothers. You know, that looks like our fathers. That looks like our uncles. All these black men over here in Vietnam. This is a soldier. This is an American soldier here. Or Marine, I'm not sure. Somebody can tell me by the uniform. I can't tell. But let's continue. My uncle would tell me sometimes they would be out just marching through the jungle, you know, for days on end. Mosquitoes, all sorts of animals. This is what they do, you know. They would have these brothers out. I mean, and think 25% of the fighting force on the front line were black men from places like Detroit, Chicago, LA, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Houston, Texas, Dallas, Jackson, Mississippi, Pensacola, Florida, all up the East Coast, West Coast. These are all black men sent to Vietnam to fight a war which most of America disagreed with. But they went and they fought valiantly. And they did the job that the American government asked them to do. So let's continue listening.
coming at us at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were ready for them. But in one machine gun hole, we had 3 laws, 3,000 rounds of ammo, and 3 M16 guns, and one machine gun, and about 30 hand grenades. We burned up about 3 barrels in this machine gun and knocked out about 3 machine gun crews of PCs.
Just to put this in context, brothers, this is what your fathers were doing in their 20s. So you know what we were doing, right? We were hanging out, going to school, watching movies, fantasizing about, having the lifestyle that they had on A Different World and some of the other movies. This is what your fathers were doing. For some of you younger brothers, this is what your grandfathers were doing at 18, 19, 20 years old. They were in the jungles of Vietnam, fighting and killing and protecting themselves. This is what they were doing. Not because of a war that was going to free them or give them any more freedom, because remember, we were still fighting for freedom back here in the United States. Black men were still being accosted by the police, but they sent these black men over to the other side of the world, to Southeast Asia, to fight for American interests. Let's continue.
Let's think of the 92nd here. Well, let's relate to what we have here. Are people in the 92nd doing that? Or is it always as when we came in here initially? Black set over there, the white's here. Is that what it is like in the 92nd?
All you can figure is like write it on the wall. You don't have enough words to come out and tell you to your face. So just press it on the wall. If you wanted to do that, somebody should get with you and let it tour around the sign for Christmas. See?
So basically what that meeting was about, segregation had been officially done away with, but black folks still hung out with black folks and white folks still hung out with white folks. They would literally band together like that. It's just like the politics in the school lunchroom, black with black, white with white. And we were all pushed over there to fight a war, black and white. But let's go ahead and continue to listen. So that's what that conversation they were having about. Look how young these brothers are, man. Just look how young these black men are. Look how young they are. They're 20, 19, 20 years old. Look how young they are, man. This is what this is what our fathers and uncles were doing when they were in their 20s. Or thinking about it, you see, or having been and come back. This is what they were doing. They were bearing the weight of men, of grown men. They were bearing the weight of grown men at 19 years old. Got them going, said the average age of a combat vet was 19 years old. My father was one of them. Salute to you. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate it. And shout out to Lance Jackson too. These brothers were 19 years old on average. They had the weight of the world on their shoulders. This is what our fathers were doing. This is what our black fathers were doing. See, the 60s wasn't all about smoking weed and, free love and sex. If you were physically fit, you got conscripted, you got drafted, you went to the military, you did a couple tours, some did 2 or 3. Let's continue listening. Now, the thing you got to understand, man, put yourself in the mindset of one of these black GIs. These Asian people ain't did a damn thing to you. Matter of fact, the people that you're fighting for and the white men that you fight, they have more racial animosity towards you than these Asian folks do, these Vietnamese do. Matter of fact, the same guys that you were fighting alongside of, those white soldiers, would often tell the Vietnamese that the blacks were like animals to make them be prejudiced against it. Isn't that something? They did the same thing when they went to France. They did the same thing in England. They would always tell the white folks or whoever else, those blacks are like animals. Now you got us over here fighting on your behalf, fighting in behalf of your countries, and you talking bad about us to our hosts. This is what they did. And these brothers still dutiful, still bound, still loyal to a country that has not been dutiful and not been loyal to us. We've had to fight for everything that we earn. There was a brother who came on my page about a month ago today, and he said, he's a Haitian brother. He said, black men have begged for everything. Black folks in America begged for everything we accomplished. Everything white folks gave us. I want you to see this video. They didn't give us anything. We fought for everything. We bled on every field of battle that they had, and we earned it. Our debt has been paid in blood. We've been underpaid, as a matter of fact. We've been underpaid for the debt that we paid to this country. Not only did we build it against our will, but hell, sometimes we help defend it against our will. But we're still here. So you brothers, it's time for you to collect on that debt. You're owed something. This country owes you all the favor that it gives to everybody else, if not more. And when you begin to put yourself first, you'll begin to know how, and you'll begin to understand that you have the right to collect on that debt. But let's continue listening.
Very distinguished Dongmong Air Force personnel to assist in a very interesting topic tonight. Our topic tonight is, are blacks at Dongmong oversensitive?
Why are they oversensitive? It's because they no longer want to be considered that black boy out there, that black airman over there. I mean, they want to be the man.
Job to do, and the facts about whether I am black or whatever my color might be, I expect to do my very best.
My uncle would often tell me that oftentimes they would have the black men be at the point. In other words, what does that mean? Like what you see right here, what this brother is doing. They would have somebody like him, a brother, out front. So if there were any booby traps or bombs or something like that, they'd send the black man out front. And, you know, that was the most dangerous job. And he said that the one with the backpack and the biggest gun was often the one that the Viet Cong and would try to kill first, because, you know, you kill the communications and the gun, or the one with the biggest stripes. So, you know, oftentimes he said that's the way racism and bigotry kind of played out. They'll put you in the most dangerous spot. As you see, you know, 25% of the men killed in Vietnam were black men. I mean, the brothers, basically Vietnam was fighting Africa at that point, you know? So, you know, let's continue listening.
Did you find during your trip to Vietnam that the individual soldier is making a positive effort in the area of fostering better human relations? We discovered that in the areas where you have combat or the potential for combat, or the presence of the enemy is imminent, and especially at the advanced fire bases, but the men get along exceedingly well.
basically what he said is, as long as they're afraid to die, racism goes out the window. On those fire bases, when it's every man, the only color that matters out there is green, because the enemy wants to kill everybody. That's the only point where we can get along. But other than that, that was it. But let's continue.
Later in the program, Mr. Bennett commented on the reported lack of soul music and other troop-oriented materials at the local command level in South Vietnam.
Soul music is one of the recurring themes of complaint or concern which the men expressed to us.
Y'all take a look at those brothers, man. That's what our fathers and our uncles were doing in their 20s. Just think about that. But in the meantime, you guys appreciate this. Make sure you hit the #1 button. Big shout out to everybody who's contributing to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I want to read some more information to you guys about the history of African Americans in the Vietnam War. I think it's important for us not just to see the visuals, but for us to, of course, read what literature we have. And of course, we can always rely on Wikipedia, right? So let's just take a little time to read a little bit. And I'll do it here. Let me see. Military history of African Americans in Vietnam War. African Americans played a prominent role in the Vietnam War. Now, this is a big difference from some of the other wars. If you guys remember World War II, they gave a whole battalion of black men, aka the Harlem Hellfires, gave them to the French, and then the brothers showed up and showed out, and then it was like, wow, the French gave them decorations, for their valiant fighting. The Vietnam War was the first American war in which black and white troops were not formally segregated, though de facto segregation occurred. In other words, the brothers still wanted to be by themselves. They knew those white guys were racist. They knew how they felt about them. Matter of fact, some of those white soldiers were over there talking bad about the black man to the Vietnamese, who they were supposed to be enemies with, right? African Americans have always been involved in United States military service since its inception, despite official policies of racial segregation and discrimination. We talked about that in 1948. President Harry S. Truman abolished discrimination on the basis of race and color, religion, and national origin. In 1953, the final black-only unit was abolished, okay? Now, here's the stuff I want you guys to understand. Black Americans were more likely to be drafted than white Americans. Listen to that. During the Vietnam War, black men were more likely to be drafted than white men. At the time, the Vietnam War saw the highest proportion of African American soldiers, though comprising only 5.5% of the U.S. population in 1967. Black men were 16.3% of all draftees, okay? The majority of the African Americans who were drafted were not conscripted, with 70% of black draftees rejected from the Army. In 1967, only 29% of African American subjects were eligible for conscription, compared to 63% of whites. Now think about that. You got 29% of black men eligible to be drafted, and 63% of whites eligible to be drafted. So you would think, they would have a, equal amount. The numbers would be proportionate, right? Well, check this out. The same year, the Army service drafted 64% of eligible African Americans, subject to, in comparison to only 31% of eligible white Americans. So they drafted black men 2 times more likely than they would draft white men. Project 100,000, which helped dramatically increase U.S. troop presence in the Vietnam from 23,300 in 1965 to 465,600 2 years later. So you got 500,000 men over there in Vietnam. Sharply increased the number of African-American troops drafted by lowering the education standards of the draft. An estimated 40% of the 246 draftees of Project 100,000 were Black. Think about that. They just dragged over 100,000 brothers and just took them to Vietnam. A total of 300,000 Black men served in Vietnam. A total of 300,000. According to Daniel Lux, the reason behind the high turnout was the pay, which for many was more than they had ever made in their lives. And young Black men perceived military service as vocational opportunity, and they had the additional incentive to enlist to prove on the battlefield that they were worthy of their newly acquired civil rights. So you see that, brother? Once again, Black men are out here trying to prove themselves as if we haven't already. But again, Black men, this is what they were doing. They went to prove themselves and prove that they were worthy. See, we're the ones in this country to sing. It seems to me like we're the only ones that have to prove ourselves. Why? Because everybody is always kicking us and telling us how we're not worthy, how we're not good enough. So we feel there's an incentive planted in all of us to prove ourselves worthy. Our mothers make us prove ourselves worthy. Our family, our neighborhoods, our women, other Black men. So we constantly feel like we have to prove ourselves. And because of that need to prove themselves, brothers basically turned out in droves to go to the military because they wanted to prove themselves worthy of their newly acquired civil rights. Think about that. Remember, segregation had just ended. Some of these boys that grew up in a segregated South. It's 1965. So basically their whole teenage life, they endured that black and white separation, sit in the back of the bus. And now they have an opportunity to prove themselves, right? Some activists in the US, and somebody said, how many Latinos fought in the Vietnam War? I got something for you. I got a special conversation I'm gonna have because I want to talk about a specific Latino man in the Vietnam War. I just thought his story was so interesting. I want you to check it out. Give me a minute. Let me finish with this. Some activists in the US speculated that an uneven application of the draft was the method of Black genocide. In other words, what they're saying is they were trying to do the same thing to Black men in America that they did to Black men in Argentina. And that is throw all the Black men at the front lines, and so that they end up getting shot or killed. And then what happens? You come back home and there's no more men, and then they force the Black women, not force them, but the Black women's only option is to marry and date out and have children. And so you water down the culture like that. That's what there was. So there was some activists were afraid of that. From years 1966 to 1969, opinion of the draft grew increasingly negative. A 1966 poll from Newsweek found that 25% of Blacks thought of the laws as unfair. A similar poll in 1969 saw the number rise to 47%. Black people were starkly underrepresented on draft boards in this era, with none of the draft boards of Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, or Arkansas. In other words, you got these group of people, mostly white, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, all these old Confederate states, determining who gets sent and who doesn't. Of course, they're going to try to send all the Black men they can. And that's what they did. They drafted all the Black men they could. This is what they did. Now, check this out. In Louisiana, Jack Helms, a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, served on the draft board from 1957 to 1966. So think about that. You got a person who hates Black men, hates Black folks in general on the draft board, and he is presented with the opportunity to drag young Black men out of their houses, out of their lives, and send them over to a war zone. And what do you think he hoped would happen to them? He would hope they would get maimed, get killed, basically be in a. This is what these brothers had to deal with. Okay, think about that. In 1966, 1.3% of the U.S. draft board members were African American, with only Delaware having a proportionate number of African American board members to African-American population. In other words, again, the people making the decision as to who goes and who stays are white boys. And in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, you know, it was all white. The hell, you had a KKK member determine whose son is going. Of course, he's going to pick these black ones as opposed to the white ones. That's why you had more. That's why it was more likely that black men would get drafted than white. In 1967, the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and the American Civil Liberties Union filed a lawsuit in South Carolina demanding that South Carolina halt the drafting of African Americans on the grounds of their, these are black men, that's what they should say, halt the drafting of black men on the grounds of their absence of the state's draft board. Mind you, we just got the right to vote. By 1970, the number of black men on the draft boards grew from 230 to 1,265, though this still only represented 6.6% of all the draft boards. Service across the branches. So this is the discrimination that we had to deal with, brothers. This is the discrimination that our fathers and our uncles had to deal with. Across all branches of the military, African Americans composed 11% of all troops. However, a disproportionately small number were made officers. Remember, they never wanted to get a brother's power, right? They didn't want to see, once you become an officer, it doesn't matter what color the person is, they have to respect the uniform. They got to respect the stars and the bars. They got to respect the rank. So now you got white boys who got to salute sergeants and lieutenants and majors and colonels and admirals and all those different folks in the military branches, with only 5% of the Army's black officers being African American and 2% across all branches. Mind you, we compose 25% of the military, but only had 2% of the officers. Think about that. In 1968, out of the 400,000 officers, there were only 8,325 black officers. Out of 1,342 admirals and generals, there were only 2 African-American generals, Lieutenant General Benjamin O. Davis and Brigadier General Frederick E. Davidson, and no African-American admirals. This is what the brothers had to deal with. We're good enough to fight and die in your armies, but not good enough to lead them. That was the message being sent. African and black men troops were more likely to be assigned to combat units. 23% of such troops in Vietnam were African Americans or black men. In some airborne units, black men composed 45 to 60% of the troops. Just in case you don't know what an airborne unit is, it's exactly what it sounds like. They would fly them over drop zones and they would jump out of airplanes with parachutes on, behind enemy lines oftentimes. This is what they had to do. The 101st, I remember my uncle was telling me he was in the 101st Airborne. They would literally jump out of these planes with parachutes on. This is what they had black men doing back then. Racism against black men was particularly pronounced in the Navy. Only 5% of the soldiers were black in 1971, with less than 1% of the Navy's officers African American. Now remember, if you go back to the Revolutionary War, hell, a large swath of those men were Navy men. So we have a tradition in the United States Navy. Even if you go forward to the War of 1812, there were plenty of black men in the Navy, even in the Civil War. Remember, we talked about some of the Civil War captains that they had, or the sailors that they had. Now, fast forward to 1966, and only 5% of the sailors are black. So it's not, so these BS excuses about how black men can't swim, all this foolishness, these were just lies. They already knew, we'd already proved ourselves. We have a history in the United States Navy. Hell, we were in the Royal British Navy, all of the navies. From 1966 to 1967, the re-enlistment rate of African Americans was 50%, twice what it was for white soldiers. It would rise to 66% in 1967, but then drop to 31% in 1968. So what does that tell you? That tells you brothers would do their tours of duty and turn right back around and re-enlist into the military and go right back to Vietnam. This is how patriotic our brothers were. Now, of course, there was some financial interests involved because they were getting paid. There wasn't no work to come back to. There was nothing to come back to. America in the 1960s was a crap hole. You had a bunch of people protesting. Why come back and stay in the United States and get spit on and called baby killer. Just go back over there and be with your bros. You know, they understood that after a while. So keep that in mind, man. So when you guys see these Vietnam vets, especially these black Vietnam vets, they like 60 something now, 70. Man, just make sure you tip your hat to them, man, and tell them you understand, you know, and shake their hands and show them the appreciation they should have received. Now, discrimination, overt racism was typical in American bases in Vietnam, although initially uncommon at the start of the war. After the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr., overt racism occurred at a higher rate. In other words, the killing of MLK, just apparently lit a fire under the asses of the bigots, right? You know, I made them feel beside themselves, right? So, you know, it became higher. The rate of racism became higher. No different than you got Trump talking all that stuff, and now you got people, you got these Karens and Kens popping up, and they feel obligated to say whatever bigoted thoughts they have on their minds because they're comfortable, right? But anyway, so following the assassination, some white troops at Cam Ranh base wore Ku Klux Klan robes and paraded around the base. At least 3 instances of cross burning were confirmed to have happened. This is over in Vietnam, they burning crosses. This is what's happening in Vietnam. This is what these crazy white boys, these bigoted bastards are doing in Vietnam. Da Nang Air Base flew the Confederate flag for 3 days in response. Think about that. You got black troops there fighting for your freedom, for the freedom and to extend freedom and rights and the American interests across the globe. And you basically saying, but the flag is basically saying, but you still a ninja though. You see what I'm saying? This is, I don't care what you do, you still a ninja. This is what they're doing to these brothers. In addition to being used in response to King's murder, Confederate flags and icons were commonly painted on Jeeps, tanks, and helicopters. Bathroom graffiti proclaimed that African Americans, not the Vietnamese, were the real enemy. This is what they got to deal with. This is what your uncles and your fathers had to deal with. Black troops were discouraged from taking pride in black identity, with one troop ordered to remove a "Black is Beautiful" poster from his locker. Following complaint that they can run Confederate flags up the pole. They can have Confederate flags on their Jeeps, but you can't have a poster that says "Black is Beautiful." This is what our brothers had to deal with in the military during the Vietnam era. Listen, following complaints from black soldiers, Confederate flags were briefly banned, but soon allowed after resistance from Southern politicians objected. Black identity publications and speeches were restricted, with some commanders banning records of speeches of Malcolm X or the newspaper, the Black Panther. Despite segregation being abolished in the military, it still affected troops. All right. According to the journalists Wallace Terry and Zaylen Grant, by 1968, racial incidents in Da Nang, Cam Ranh Bay, and Dong Tang, Saigon, and Ben Hoi happened on almost daily basis and become commonplace. Similar reports came from official channels, with there being at least 33 incidents of racial violence in 2 months between December 1969 and January 1970. So they had a racial incident every month, every day, every other day. In 1970, there were 1,060 reported cases of violent racial conflict. Racial incidents also affected the Navy and the Armed Air Force between December 1969, following King's death. Race riots and conflicts occurred at Long Bai Jail and Camp Lejeune. The former was the worst race riot in the U.S. Army's history, and the latter was garnered national attention due to the 44 African-American soldiers being arrested, but no whites. It also inspired an investigation and the creation of the committee to study racial bias and African-American military in the armed forces. Grant once claimed that the biggest threat to the U.S. military was race riots, not the Viet Cong. So this is how serious this was. If you guys appreciate this, hit the #1 button. But this is what our uncles, this is what our fathers had to deal with. This is what they had to deal with while fighting on behalf of the United States. Many African-American soldiers claimed that they were unfairly targeted for punishment, including being denied for promotion and disproportionately assigned menial tasks. In 1970, a 1970 Army study of the 197th Infantry Brigade reported that black soldiers frequently complained that white non-commissioned officers always put black soldiers in the dirtiest details. L. Howard Bennett, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Civil Rights in the Lyndon Johnson and Richard Nixon administrations, noted a similar occurrence, that black soldiers would complain that they are discriminated against in promotions, that they will stay in grade too long, that they will train and teach whites who come in, and pretty soon their trainees pass them by and get the promotion. The complaints were rarely taken serious. From 1968 to 1969, only 10 out of 534 deemed legitimate. During this time, in other words, they just dismissed all of them. Brother, like y'all, I'm training these people, and y'all using these trainees that I train with my information and my knowledge, and now they're my boss. This is what the brothers had to deal with, and so this is why, when people talk about I need a mental break, you got world-class athletes talking about they need a mental break, it's too hard. You wouldn't have been able to survive back in these days. You're too soft. This is what these black men had to go through. Most of these people today, they will fall apart under these things. You see, during this time period, 1966 and 1969, a study commissioned by the Army found that commanders had failed to report 423 allegations of racial discrimination. Black culture and norms were also not initially acknowledged on basis. Black troops did not have access to black hair care products, soul music tapes, nor books of magazines about black culture and history. Instead, this is what the Army did, right? Instead, the Army Forces radio network mostly played country music. All right, this is what they had to listen to. Military barbers frequently had no experience cutting black hair and received no formal training on how to do so. So, you got brothers over there, you're looking ridiculous, you're listening to this crazy white boy country music. You don't want to hear this. Soul is popping. It's almost like they did everything they could to make the brothers as uncomfortable socially as possible. The armed forces took some action to make black troops feel more included, including adding more diverse music to club jukeboxes, hiring black bands and dancers for events, and bringing over black entertainers to perform, such as James Brown. Miss Black America, Miss Black Utah, Base Exchanges began to stock black hair products and garments like dashikis, while books about black culture and history were added to base libraries. Now, this is what's important. When you're in a war like that, man, you need some of your own. Reading those books will help them escape, help them unwind in their downtime. And so I understand how otherwise you might go stir crazy. Those of you guys who've been in the military, you know exactly what they're talking about. Now, imagine you surrounded by all these white boys. They got Confederate flags up everywhere. They call you the N-word every time you walk 3 or 4 steps. They talking bad about you to the locals. Hell, they got the locals calling you the N-word. And, and you have nothing of your own but your own brothers. That's all you got. By 1973, military barbers have been trained how to cut black hair. Mandated race relations training was introduced, and soldiers were encouraged to be more accepting. That was those circle meetings that you guys saw. Ultimately, many of these changes were made towards the end of the war when personnel had been greatly reduced, meaning that the majority of black troops who served during the Vietnam War did not benefit from these reforms. Internal resistance, racial tensions created internal divisions, causing black soldiers to sometimes refuse to fight. So what does that mean? You got a racist ass sergeant, and now he's telling you to run up this hill. You don't want to live, you don't like him. So this is what we're doing. I wonder how much fratricide happened during Vietnam. I wonder how much black on white fratricide happened. What does that mean when brother kills brother? What does that mean? You sick and tired of this racist bastard calling you all these names and putting you down. And so now he's telling you to run up the side of the hill where he intends for you to die, right? And you say no, right? And then guns get pulled out there in the war zone. I wonder, and I can only imagine. But let's look about this. Think about this. Racial tensions created internal divisions, causing black soldiers to sometimes refuse to fight. One such incident near Ossaw Valley caused 15 black soldiers to refuse to report for combat patrol the following day. almost 200 black troops who were in prison at Long Bay Jail staged a work strike for more than a month following a riot. In October, in another incident, a race riot occurred on the USS Kitty Hawk after the ship was forced to cancel its trip home and return to Vietnam. Black and white soldiers attacked each other with chains and pipes, resulting in the arrest of 25 black soldiers, though no white soldiers were arrested. We know why that was. On the USS Constellation, black soldiers organized to investigate the application of a non-judicial punishment among white and black sailors. 6 of the organizers were given less than honorable discharges, with rumors that up to 200 black soldiers would receive the same punishment. On November 3rd, 1972, about 100 black soldiers and a few white sailors staged a sit-in protest on the ship's deck. Many of the dissidents were ultimately reassigned from the ship with a few discharged. Several black troops deserted their post. A few were smuggled through the USSR into Sweden, while up to 100 lived in the region of Saigon known as Seoul Alley. How about that? A lot of the brothers said, I'm not going back to the USA. They SYSBM, basically. If you guys appreciate this, man, make sure you hit the #1 button. I think this is very interesting. I think this is good stuff. And I hope you guys appreciate what I'm doing here, man. Solidarity. Black identity movements within Vietnam War troops grew over time. The black troops drafted from 1967 to 1970, calling themselves the Bloods. That's why they get that movie, The Five Bloods. That's why they get the movie. That's where that word comes from, the Bloods. With black troops drafted from 1967 to 1970, call themselves the Bloods. That's why oftentimes some of the old brothers would call themselves Bloods. What's up, Blood? Hey, young Blood. You know, that's what they were, not a gang affiliation, but we share the same blood. We are the same blood. That's what they're basically saying. Bloods distinguish themselves by wearing black gloves and amulets, as well as bracelets made out of bootlaces. Dap handshakes. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Dap handshakes are complex, ritualized handshakes originated among black troops of the Vietnam War. The dap varied among units. Black troops and officers acknowledged each other in public with a Black Power salute, which is raising a fist. By 1969, a new Black American soldier had arisen, categorized by a new sense of Black pride and purpose. The Black Liberation Front of the Armed Forces was a Black solidarity group formed by Eddie Birney. In 1971, Birney and other black troops stationed in Vietnam held a demonstration in response to King's assassination. Within the Air Force, at least 25 black solidarity groups had formed in the 1970s, many of which were based in the U.S. Another group formed on the USS Constellation, known as the Black Fraction. Other groups that formed included Minority Servicemen Associations, the Concerned Veterans Association, Black Brothers United, the Zulu 1200s, and the Black Liberation Front of the Armed Forces, Blacks in Action, the Unsatisfied Black Soldier, and the Jew Juice and the Momas. This is what the brothers did, man. The brothers said, hell with y'all, man. We gonna click up. During the Vietnam War, many black and white soldiers formed close friendships. NBC journalist Frank McGee, who spent nearly a month living with soldiers of the 101st Airborne Division, recalled that nowhere in America have I seen Negroes and whites as free, open, and uninhibited with their associations. I saw no eyes clouded with resentment. African-American Sergeant Louis B. Larry shared similar sentiments, stating that there's no racial barrier of any sort here. It's the same thing that happens when you're playing ball with somebody. You playing football and he saves your butt or you save his butt. Color goes out the window at that point. Men can bond at that. And I'm gonna tell you guys something, man, on some red pill awakening, oftentimes the major sticking point between all groups of men are women. When women enter the room, conflict follows because there's always this competition. But if you put men all by themselves and they got a mutual enemy that they need to fight, they're gonna bond. They're gonna bond over bonds far more superior than the race and color and culture and the language that you speak. So just keep that in mind, fellas. And I'm going to be talking about that. I think the true source of white supremacy racism is these white men simping over these white women. That's what I really think. I think oftentimes the conflict that, who do we get rich for? Who do we conquer nations for? What is it that we want? Oftentimes it's to procure women for the purposes of what? Sex and reproduction. This is kind of where we at, you know, and men have traditionally fought battles and killed each other for women. And I think at the source of most of the conflict that men have is the either desire to protect or conquer or have conquest over women. Just something to think about. That's kind of off subject, but the fact that you can have men who are out in the battlefield, they might be racist as hell from Alabama, and then they come down and they end up stuck in a war together and they get along like two peas in a pod. Why is that? Because there's nothing really there to fight about. There's no women to fight over. You know, my man Lucifer said, "Thank you, Lucifer, for the contribution." Again, Lucifer is here doing the Lord's work. Thank you so much, man. Damon J. Let me take some time to give a shout out there. Broken Blade, Damon J. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. You guys make it work. Wow. I don't have a whole lot of people in here. Lance got them going. It's only 45 people in there. I'm used to have, this is a niche market. You guys want me to continue doing this research on these military? I think it's important. I think this is probably one of the most important series that I've done, talking about United States soldiers in the military and our history and just breaking it down war by war, because it really shows you just how much dedication and how much our Black brothers had to endure, how much our fathers and these are war heroes that we can reach back and touch. You can go talk to one of these guys right now. You probably got somebody you can call right now and say, "Man, I just saw this report from this guy on the internet. He was talking about Black soldiers in the military, specifically Vietnam. And he was just telling us all that you guys had to go through, man. Just tip your hat to him, man. Just tell him thank you for their service. It's long overdue, man, but just tell them thank you for their service, man. Our Black Vietnam War vets, white boys get treated bad. We got treated horribly when we came back home, when our Black war fighters came home. Many Black American soldiers echoed McGee's beliefs. In 1989, Wallace Terry stated that the front lines of Vietnam was the only place where Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream of sons of former slaves and sons of slave owners at the same table came true. He did, however, acknowledge beforehand that there is another war being fought in Vietnam between Black and white Americans. That's true. Punishment and cattle. Thank you again, Lucifer Ratzinger. I appreciate that contribution. Here to hear about the Black man kicking ass. Hey, that's what's up, man. Black troops were punished more harshly and more frequently than white troops. A Defense Department study released in 1972 found that Black troops received 34.3% of the court-martials and 25.5% of the non-judicial punishments, and comprised 58% of prisoners at Long By Jail, or comprised 58% of prisoners at Long By Jail in military prison. It further remarked that no command or installation is entirely free from the effects of systematic discrimination against Black servicemen. Black troops were also almost twice as likely as white troops to receive punitive discharge. In 1972, Black men received more than 1/5 of the bad conduct discharges and nearly 1/3 of the dishonorable Here's what you got to understand. These white boys that came over there, they're not even used to Black men looking them in their eyes. You got a Black man sitting there with an M60 rifle, and he's been out. He's not going to bow down and succumb to you like that. And him not jumping automatically into his place after being sparked up because he's being shot at means, oh, that's disrespectful. Oh, that you're not bowing down far enough to me, Negro. I'm gonna write you up. White boys always like to use the power of the pen to get at you. But this is what I'm doing this because I want you to see this is what Black men had to endure. Here you are fighting valiantly to the tune of 25% of the population. And you still got to deal with these racist jerks who still want to impose this social class system. And we all fighting to try to survive this war. Many of which who were drafted over there didn't want to be there in the first place. In the Vietnam War, Black American troops initially had a much higher casualty rate than other ethnicities. though this declined somewhat throughout the course of the conflict. In 1965, nearly a quarter of the troops casualties were black men. Wow, it's crazy. By 1967, it had fallen to 12%. In total, 7,243 black men died during the Vietnam War, representing 12% of the total casualties. The refusal of some Southern communities to bury dead African American soldiers in unsegregated cemeteries was met with outrage by black communities. They wouldn't even bury them they wouldn't even bury them in the military. It's crazy, right? You die for your country fighting, and they don't even give you your military honors when you die. Sad. Views on the war. While at the start of the war, the vast majority of black soldiers believed America was protecting the sovereignty and democratically constituted government in South Vietnam and halting the spread of communism in Southeast Asia, King's opposition to the war and death was soft, and death saw delusionment and anti-war rhetoric grow among African American soldiers. The Project 100,000 and the racism within the military also further angered black American soldiers. By the summer of 1968, correspondent Dinkle McGlynn reported that African American soldiers supported the war, right? That few African American soldiers supported the war. After the war, right? In the mid-1980s, African American veterans of Vietnam War were twice as likely as white veterans to experience PTSD. Because remember, they were fighting on the front lines the vast majority of the time, right? At prevalence of 40%, reasons of the disparity in PTSD prevalence could include social and racial discord during the war. In other words, you're dealing with racism and you're getting shot at. You're seeing all these bodies, you get people you bonded with die, right? Some of these brothers have never been on a plane before, but they got drafted and thrown on a plane and sent to South Vietnam. They've never seen anything before other than their hometown, right? And this is their first experience as grown men. Institutional racism within the military and racism after the war. Black troops were also more likely than white troops to relate to the Vietnamese people as an impoverished, non-white group. So what am I telling you guys? I'm telling you that the brothers went over there and they said, I got more in common with these people y'all want me to kill than I do you bastards. Y'all over here talking reckless about us, calling us name and pray. You doing the same thing to them that you doing to us. This is how can you imagine what it was like to be a black man back then, the quandary that you were in? You killing this brown man for this white man who don't like neither one of y'all. Think about that. This is the quagmire that black men were in. Additionally, black troops were less likely to rationalize brutal violence employed against the Vietnamese and were significantly more disturbed by it than white troops. In other words, them white men was using a gun bust to bash babies' heads on the ground. They was doing all kind of horrible things. But the brothers wasn't into that. They were not trying to do all that because they empathized with these people. It had been speculated that white troops were more able to dehumanize the Vietnamese than black troops. According to psychologists Richard Strayer and Louis Ilram, African-American veterans struggle more than other veterans with a return to civilian life and unemployment on the basis of their race. Black veterans were much less likely to write memoirs about their experiences. Remember that. That's why these black brothers don't talk to you. This is why your uncles and your fathers don't necessarily want to talk to you about Vietnam, because they feel bad about what they were forced to do. So you remember that when you have this conversation with them. All right. Black veterans are much less likely to write memoirs about their experiences, and they're much less likely to talk about it because of the atrocities that they saw. And because basically, just like I tell you guys are some of the biggest hearted, nicest men, kindest, most compassionate men on this planet. I'm talking about black American men. That's who you are. You will take it. You will take it. You'll take mistreatment. This is who you are as black men. God has truly blessed you with the heart that transcends all others on this planet. This is who you are, black man. You're some of the kindest men that have ever existed on this planet. Just patient as saints. A 1997 paper noted that almost 400 such memoirs by participants in the Vietnam War, only 7 were by African-American veterans. And here's a list of those right here. G.I. Diary by David Parks, The Courageous and the Proud by Samuel Vance, Memphis, Nam, Sweden, the autobiography of Black American Exile. Here they are right here. The link is in the chat room. So this is it, you know. This is what they had to deal with. Both James A. Daly and Norman A. MacDill were prisoners of war, publishing their respective memoirs within 2 years of their releases. Of Daly and Whitmore's respective works, American literature scholar Jeff Loeb noted, their overall quality, perspective, and degree of self-reflection should have, in my opinion, long since earned them a place among the very best books about the Vietnam veterans, white or black, as well as having firmly ensconced them in the canon of contemporary African-American autobiography. That said, the sad fact is, however, that not only are these books barely mentioned in critical works, but both were allowed to go out of print, though Whitmore was recently been reissued. According to Daniel Lux, African-American soldiers hold a nightmarish remembrance of the war. New York Times correspondent Thomas A. Jackson reported that the bitterness and disappointment in America were typical of Negro veterans. In 1981, the survey by the House Committee of Veteran Affairs found that only 20% of Black Americans thought, 20% of Black American soldiers from Vietnam thought of their time as positive. After the Vietnam War, the number of African American officers in key positions throughout the armed forces rose. All right, so these are some of the brothers here. List of African American missing in action recipients. These are, look at all these brothers, man. Look what our brothers did, man. I'm just gonna read all these names. I'm gonna do it. Webster Anderson was a United States Army soldier and a recipient of the America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. Eugene Ashley was a United States Army Special Forces soldier and a recipient of America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in Vietnam. Lawrence Joel was a United States Army soldier who served in the Korean and Vietnam War. While serving in South Vietnam as a medic with the rank of specialist, 5 assigned to 1st Battalion in the 503rd Infantry and the 173rd Airborne Brigade. Joel received, I believe he received the Medal of Honor. Dwight Johnson, a native of Detroit, Michigan, was a United States Army soldier who received the Medal of Honor for his actions in January 1968 during the Vietnam War. Garland M. Langhorne was a United States Army soldier and recipient of America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. Matthew Leonard was a United States Army sergeant who posthumously received America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. Look at all these Black heroes, fellas. Why don't we ever talk about them? Why don't we ever talk about these Black American heroes? Donald Russell Long was a United States Army soldier and a recipient of America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. Melvin Morris is a United States Army veteran in Vietnam War, a Special Forces soldier and a recipient of the Medal of Honor. This is a Special Forces. That's who this guy was. Milton L. Olive III was a United States Army soldier and recipient of America's highest military honor, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. At the age of 18, Olive sacrificed his life to save others by falling on a grenade. Wow. This boy was 18 years old. Damn. Riley Pitts, killed in action, was a United States Army captain and the first African-American officer to receive the Medal of Honor. The medal was presented posthumously by President Lyndon B. Johnson on December 10th, 1968, for actions at AP Dong Republic of Vietnam. Rupert L. Sargent was killed in action, was a United States Army officer and a recipient of America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. Clifford Chester Sims was a United States Army soldier and recipient of America's highest military decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. John E. Warren Jr. was a United States Army officer and recipient of the U.S. military's highest decoration, the Medal of Honor for his actions in the Vietnam War. James Anderson Jr., Private First Class James Anderson Jr. was a United States Marine, posthumously received the Medal of Honor for heroism while serving in the Vietnam War in February 1967, when his Medal of Honor was awarded on August 21st, 1968. Oscar P. Austin was a United States Marine, posthumously received his nation's highest military honor, the Medal of Honor for heroism and sacrifice for his own life, for sacrificing his own life in the Vietnam War in February 1969. John L. Canley is a retired United States Marine and recipient of the United States military's highest award for valor, the Medal of Honor for his actions in January and February 1968 during the Battle of UNDUE. At the time of his action, Canley was a gunnery sergeant. Rodney Maxwell Davis was a non-commissioned officer in the United States Marine Corps who posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor heroism above and beyond the call of duty in 1967 during the Vietnam War. Robert H. Jenkins Jr., killed in action, was a United States Marine who was awarded the Medal of Honor posthumously for his heroic actions above and beyond the call of duty in March 1969 during the Vietnam War. Ralph H. Johnson was a United States Marine who posthumously received the Medal of Honor for heroism in March 1968 during the Vietnam War. When a hand grenade was thrown into his fighting hole, he immediately covered it with his body, absorbing the full impact of the blast, sacrificing himself to save others. This is the heroism that Black men have demonstrated. And I think, brothers, we've talked a lot about this. I really just hope that you guys appreciate what these Black men did. I think that, we've talked enough about this. This is the Vietnam War. I had not planned on going further and talking about, the next war will be, the Iraq War, really the Iraq War, the first one in 1991. But I just think that I've done enough. I think you guys get the point. You got war heroes that you can rely on. You have Black men that you could, we have war fighters. We come from a long line of war fighters. We fought in every major war that this country has been involved in. And you should be proud of that. You should be proud. Don't ever let them tell you that you're not, or make you feel as though you're not American enough. America belongs to whoever is strong enough to hold, whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. And we've done that. We've helped hold on to it. We helped take it and we helped hold on to it. But all these Black men, there's some more in here I was talking about, but you guys get it. This is who we are. This is our heritage. Don't let them, we were slaves, right? We were warriors, right? We were warriors and soldiers and sailors right along at the same time that some of us were held in bondage. So those two capacities go hand in hand. So don't let anybody deny you your heritage as a soldier. They will always give you your heritage as a slave, as people who are manacled in this country against their will, but they will never give you your heritage as warriors and as soldiers. So you have to take it from them, and you have to force it down their throats and make them see you for who you are. You were the ones who stood side by side, those who didn't even like you, to push forward the ideals of this country, to force this country to stand on its to stand on its promise that all men are created free. And you forced them to see that. First of all, you forced them to see that you were men, and not just men, but fighting men, but hard fighting men. This is what we're talking about. So I appreciate everybody, man. This has been great. I mean, I don't have any plans on doing any more recaps on what black men had to face in the U.S. military. I've talked about all the major wars, even the War of 1812 and the Korean War. I guess I could talk about the Spanish-American War, but that's so far removed and it falls between two other major wars. I think you guys get the point. But if you truly appreciate what I'm doing, I will give you guys an opportunity right now to go ahead and contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. Go ahead and do that now, and I'm going to let this video run. Let's do this. If you really appreciate what I'm doing, if you want me to try to dig up, because see, this is manhood training right here. I tell you guys all the time that I want to see 20 million intelligent, mentally tough, physically fit, financially able black men. But also that comes with military. Also that comes with you knowing who you are and what you've done in this country. And so, and that, what does that do? That helps your pride and your love. We weren't just goddamn slaves. Right along with being slave, hell, they took the chains off and gave us guns to help us help them defend this country. And then some of us, they suckered us right back into the chains. But we were warriors too. We were just as much warriors and war fighters and soldiers and sailors and Marines as anything else. So you guys remember that. But go ahead and contribute to the Super Chat, the Cash App, and the PayPal. I'm gonna let this run.
1,000 American servicemen, 6,000 of them black. Beginning in 1965, 10,000 Marines have passed through Camp Hansen every month on their way to and from Vietnam.
Yeah. Well, I don't need to do that. We don't need to believe the point. If you appreciate what I'm doing, y'all contribute. The Cash App, the PayPal is up. Let me see. Vintage Negro, this is a needed brother. Thank you. Salute Uncle D. Salute to all the brothers who served in the armed forces from 1776 until present day. We are all the lifeblood of America. Yes, we are. And see, the thing is, man, we always hear, go back to the country where you came from. You know, they treat us like that as if, you know, we just got here. And my whole point of taking this back to 1776 was not only have we been here, but now going into the 22nd, what is it, 21st century, we've been here for almost 300 years. Black men have been here. We've been here longer than most of those European, Latin, Asian, and Arab immigrants that have come here. They didn't start coming here until 1905, 1906. By then, we had fought 4 or 5 major wars for this country. Black men. Not only have we fought discrimination, but we fought for the ideals of this country. We are what made America great. They talk about made America great again. It's always been great. And we were part of the reason why it's been made great. We've been great at defending ourselves, great at pushing freedom and the thought of freedom around the world, giving hope to people. Those who are depressed and downtrodden, they look at the American black man and they see what we've accomplished. Look what you've accomplished. Look what your ancestors, look what these black men have fought. See, Tim Howard, America was never created to benefit the black man, but we forced them to. See, that's what you don't understand. That's a warrior's mindset. That's a soldier's mindset, employing your will on others. I've told you guys this before. This world that we live in belongs to whoever is strong enough to take it and hold on to it. That is a philosophy that you have to adopt. That is a warrior. That is a soldier. That is a sailor's mindset. Stop playing the victim role. Stop allowing yourself to be a victim. It doesn't matter what they wanted. You impose your will like man is supposed to do. You impose your will and you determine your destiny. You don't let anybody determine who you are going to be. Those soldiers picked up those rifles and they moved forward. They aimed their rockets and they moved forward. They pushed forward against all odds. They had enemies to the back of them. They had enemies to the left and the right, but they moved forward to the enemy in front of them, and they'll deal with the enemies beside them later. And what am I talking about? The discrimination they had back home, the discrimination they had in those foxholes. They had to deal with enemies right to the left and the right of them, and they look forward to returning home to an enemy. But they still fought the enemy in head. That is the type of mental toughness that all black men need. We should be proud of what our black soldiers have done. And again, I'm glad we were able to cap this off with the Vietnam era. If you happen to see a black Vietnam era soldier or Marine or sailor or Air Force cadet, make sure you speak and just acknowledge them and thank them for their service, because they were never thanked when they came home. They were never thanked when they returned home. They were spit upon. They were disrespected. Matter of fact, all of our black soldiers have never been given the credit that they're due. If you look at this series and you will see a recurring theme. It wasn't until black men joined in all these different wars that the tide began to turn. That's what happened. It wasn't until black men were put in the place of combat units that the tide began to turn. Many of these white boys right here, the reason that they're able to sit cushy in their nice jobs at 65, 70 years old, because some black boy from Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Detroit, Boston, Oakland, LA was sent to Vietnam in his place. So even these white men that are in these lofty positions as CEOs and presidents and senators, their behinds would have been dead had they had to go over to Vietnam. So it was a black man that took his place. It was a black man that went in his place. And so they owe a debt to us too, everybody, and it's time that we begin to collect. And the first thing is, brothers, have pride in what we've done in this country. Don't you let anybody tell you that black men don't build. Don't you let any one of these people who are historical nincompoops who don't know the history of this country and what black men have had to endure. Don't you let any of them talk down to you or disparage you or make you feel you should have anything less than pride for your participation as a black man in this country. Not only did you have helped defend it, but you have a legacy of defending. You have not only did you help build, but you have a legacy of defending this country against all odds. It's been the black man who's been on the front line of all of these wars. Latinos can't say that. Arabs can't say that. Asians can't say that. It's been the black man who's been at the front, who's died in droves, oftentimes more than our white counterparts. It's been black men who've done that. And you remember that. We've done the worst jobs and we've done the hardest jobs and we've done it for the longest period of time. This is your heritage, brothers. And don't you let anybody steal that away from you. Now, some of you some of you all are complaining about, oh, America, it doesn't matter. War fighters don't care. Why? They're doing what they're told. They're good soldiers. Good soldiers do what they're told. They let the politicians figure out the who, the why, and the what, and the where. I'm commending those good soldiers. I'm not concerned about the purpose of the fight or who decided what was the eventual outcome. Men were called. Their government called them. They did what they were told to do. They followed their orders. They were honorably discharged. They did their duty. And they should be rewarded for that, because many of you all wouldn't stand in the cut like they did. Many of them complaining about what black men or this country or that country or these politics, you wouldn't be able to endure what our black brothers had to endure in the Vietnam War, and the Korean War, World War II, World War I, the War of 1812, Civil War, Revolutionary War. You wouldn't have been able to endure that. So let's commend them. And then let's draw from their strength. Let's recognize them. Let's remember their names. Let's appreciate their sacrifices. Let's appreciate what these black men had to endure just so we could get to where we are now. Because if it wasn't for our war fighters, we wouldn't be making these strides forward. You can talk all you want. And we love Malcolm X and we love to hear him talk. But it was that Marine in Vietnam. It was that grunt in the Korean War. It was that soldier in World War II, and World War I, and the 1812 War, and the Revolutionary War, and the Civil War that pushed us forward. If nothing else, they had to see us as men, men of actions at that. This is what they saw. They saw a man with a rifle in his platoon, or a man with a rifle in his unit, pushing forward and moving the enemy off the battlefield in the name of his country. This is what we have to understand. Our black men did what they had to do. Our fathers, our uncles, our grandfathers, our great-grandfathers, they did this. We don't just occupy the position of slave in this country, brothers. We weren't just dumb, uneducated laborers. We were hard-fighting soldiers, Marines, and sailors, and Air Force captains and pilots. Remember that. That's who we are, brothers. Let that be the narrative that yes, many of us were enslaved, but many of us weren't, or enough of them weren't. You remember that, brothers. And you pay homage to these military men. And you don't let anybody turn you against what they stood for, because they stood for a better life than you. More often than not, the brothers were fighting for their own freedom. They were fighting to prove themselves worthy, which they didn't have to do because they had already done it dozens of times earlier. But they were fighting to prove themselves worthy of the rights and the privileges that they had already earned here in the United States, but reproving themselves over again. So God bless them. God bless you all. And if you have relatives, man, you make sure you say thank you to them for their service. And I'm going to call my uncle up and just tell him thank you. I didn't know what the hell he was having to go through in Vietnam, but God bless you all. I want to give a shout out to everybody who contributed. If you want to continue to contribute to the Cash App or PayPal, you can go ahead and do that. But, you know, God bless you all. I appreciate y'all, man. This is Uncle D. And shout out to all the Black veterans, man. Thank you so much for your service. God bless you. Good night.